Chapter 1. Banished by the national football team, June 2011. Inside the office of the Dragon Country Football Association, a portly official with a round face and thick ears lounged in his chair, shaking his head as he spoke to a handsome young man. "Xiao Pan, I have faith in your coaching abilities, otherwise you wouldn't have attained the UEFA professional coaching license. However, sometimes skill is not the sole criterion for selecting a coach. One must consider the bigger picture. After all, our domestic coaching certification requires that candidates be current or former players. You have circumvented our examination system by acquiring your qualification in Europe. Should you be hired, it would create significant challenges for us." Upon hearing the pompous official's remarks, the young man was left momentarily speechless. His name was Pan E. At 25 years old, he was a student from the Dragon Country studying in Italy. This football association official was named Zhang San, the principal person responsible for recruiting assistant coaches for the U17 national team. Yet, it was evident that Pan E was wholly unimpressed by Zhang San's words, responding instead in anger. "That's not the point. I truly intended to develop my career in Europe. However, upon discovering your public recruitment announcement for coaches, I thought I would give it a try to see if I could contribute to the national team. To my dismay, it seems that this recruitment was merely a fraud. Surely the coaching staff has already been predetermined?" Pan E's frustration escalated. Naturally, he was incensed by the gamesmanship of the Football Association official. Moreover, he was astounded by the chaotic state of the association, whether in 2022 or 2011. Indeed, Pan E was not a person of this era. He had traversed time from 2022 to 2011, taking over the body of a homonymous student from the Dragon Country. Fortunately, this student shared his fervent passion for football and had successfully completed the UEFA professional coaching course, thereby earning the certification to coach professional teams in Europe. Moreover, Pan E had inherited all the memories of this body, including the knowledge of coaching. At that moment, he had stumbled upon an announcement online regarding the Football Association's public recruitment for an assistant coach for the U17 national team. In his previous life, Pan E was merely an ordinary fan. Yet this time he yearned for the opportunity to contribute to his national team. Yet here he was, met with such disappointment. The so-called public recruitment was merely a formality, with no genuine intention to recruit outsiders. Perhaps what they sought was not true talent, but rather someone more submissive and easily manipulated. Who knows what dirty dealings might lie behind it all? Pan E's enthusiasm had been squashed, certainly filling him with righteous indignation. "What do you mean by that?" Hearing Pan E's words, Zhang San grew flustered, leaning over his desk. "You must be careful with your words, or he'll sue you for defamation." Pan E fixed a cold gaze upon Zhang San, choosing silence this time. He began to gather his personal materials, preparing to leave. There is no greater sorrow than a heart that feels defeated. He was utterly disillusioned. If the competition had been fair and he had lost, he would have accepted it. After all, though Pan E held a UEFA professional coaching license and had previously coached youth teams at a local Italian club, his practical experience was still somewhat lacking. Thus, his failure in the recruitment would have been expected under normal circumstances. However, he could not accept losing under such deceitful pretenses. The state of football in the Dragon Country was indeed a long-standing malady. Pan E couldn't help but shake his head. Since the national team's entry into the World Cup in 2002, despite being eliminated in all 3 matches, fans of the Dragon Country felt a glimmer of hope for the future. Yet, what was thought to be a humble beginning turned out to be the peak. In 2006, 2010, and even into the supposed future of 2014, the Dragon Country's football team was unable to reach the final stages of the Asian qualifiers, let alone make it to the World Cup. Furthermore, in 2018 and 2022, although they barely reached the final rounds of the Asian qualifiers, they finished second to last in their groups, ultimately resulting in elimination. In other words, since 2002, the national team had failed to qualify for the World Cup for 5 consecutive attempts, and each time by considerable margins. However, Pan E's reincarnation granted him not only extensive coaching knowledge, but also a unique advantage. As a seasoned fan, he possessed intricate knowledge of many events that would unfold in the future of football, as well as the developmental trajectories of emerging stars both domestically and abroad. If he could join the national team's coaching staff and subsequently ascend the ranks, he could avoid many unnecessary detours and steer the national team towards the right path. But now, as his frustration mounted, Pan E, who had been trying to keep his anger in check, erupted. Damn it, am I upset because of the cost of my plane ticket? With the state of affairs as they are, Dragon Country football will make no progress in the next 10 or 20 years. I have no desire to wallow in this cesspool any longer. Farewell. With that, Pan E stormed out, leaving behind Zhang San's derisive laughter. Today's youth are not only impolite, but also insufferably arrogant, thinking they are more important than they are. Rest assured, he'll ensure all national teams blacklist you, haha. Once outside, Pan E inhaled the fresh air and felt a wave of relief wash over him. If the national team indeed blacklisted him, that might work in his favor. He could cast aside the unrealistic fantasies he had been harboring and strive to make a name for himself in the professional football sphere of Europe. At that moment, a message appeared before his eyes. Host detected to be beyond the national football team, the ultimate coaching core system has been officially activated. Would you like to enter the system and view the latest coaching courses? What is this? Pan E was momentarily taken aback, then elated. A benefit for time travelers, a system golden finger. Remarkably, it was triggered only after his severance from the national team, a rather unique system indeed. Going by that name, it seemed it could bestow coaching knowledge that would enhance his capabilities. With that, his coaching journey was poised to become far more enlightening. With thoughts racing, Pan E naturally made a choice. View courses. Chapter 2. The head coach of AC Milan. With Pan E's instructions issued, a series of squares materialized before his eyes. Gradually, these squares morphed into books, which then arranged themselves neatly in front of him. Pan E attentively examined the titles of these tomes. Guardiola's Possession Play, The Essence of Tiki-Taka, Mourinho's Counterattack, From Novice to Mastery, Simeone's Mad Dog Tactics, Even Bandits Have Class, The Nice Guy Ancelotti, The Art of Adapting to Ingredients, The Unconventional Klopp, The Farmer's Three Punches Hurt a Bit, The Madman Bielsa, Attack, Attack, and Yet More Attack, Zidane. The Mystique of Esoteric Tactics.as. He continued to read. Pan E's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was an anthology of the most formidable tactical minds in contemporary football. If he could master the knowledge within, it would be akin to wielding the most potent strategies in the world, strategies that were a decade ahead of current football paradigms. However, the phrase to learn and apply sounded simple, but was inherently challenging. If he merely memorized the content without practical application, it would ultimately be as futile as armchair theorizing. Surely, this system wasn't merely providing him with a few books. Pondering this, Pan E selected one of the volumes, The Unconventional Klopp, The Farmer's Three Punches Hurt a Bit. This choice stemmed from his past experiences playing Football Manager, where he had often felt trepidation facing Klopp's Liverpool. While he frequently chose weaker teams to manage, he could often scrape by against other strong squads, but whenever he encountered Liverpool, he found himself utterly overwhelmed. This was likely due to Klopp's relentless high-pressing style, with wingers and fullbacks darting about, making it nearly impossible to defend. Given the opportunity to delve into Klopp's tactics now, Pan E was naturally eager to explore. As he opened the book, he immediately sensed a profound difference. It was a sensation unlike any he had experienced while reading before. A wealth of knowledge regarding Klopp's pressing tactics surged into his mind, as though this information had always belonged to him. Pan E suddenly felt a peculiar itch in his nose. Upon touching it, he realized, to his dismay, that he was bleeding. Warning. Tactical knowledge has been fundamentally grasped, however, until practical application and complete assimilation occur. No further tactical information can be received. Please cease reading immediately. In an instant, Pan E felt his previously tumultuous mind settle into tranquility. The nosebleed ceased, so this was a side effect. He couldn't help but touch his nose again. After all, the direct infusion of knowledge into his brain, integrating it as part of himself, was bound to be overwhelming. Perhaps there was indeed a limit to how much knowledge the brain could absorb in a given time frame. Much like how he would feel dizzy after prolonged study, he would need to grow and adapt gradually before being able to assimilate more knowledge. He mused. He wasn't particularly anxious about it. In fact, he soon formulated a development plan for himself. Resolute, he quickened his pace. Upon returning to Italy, Pan E realized how wise it was to set his job aspirations on becoming an assistant coach. Yet, Even as an assistant rather than a head coach, he faced countless rejections. You've only coached a regional team's youth squad for 6 months. Why do you think you can apply to our club? You're so young. Do you really believe the players under you would respect you? In Italy, there are countless coaches with independent coaching capabilities. Why would I hire a greenhorn with no professional league experience? A coach from the Dragon Kingdom? Do they even understand football? What a ridiculous international joke. You might as well try your luck with an amateur team. How did you even get in here? Get out. It was incredibly difficult. While his aspirations were noble, the reality was harsh. Despite possessing a system, Pan-E, even with high spirits, dared not try his luck at powerhouses like AC Milan, Inter Milan, or Juventus. Instead, he applied to mid-tier or lower-tier Serie A teams, or even those in Serie B. Yet, without exception, every attempt ended in failure. He never even had the chance to showcase the advanced football theories he had learned from the system. More often than not, he was eliminated in the first round of interviews. The primary reason? His youth and lack of coaching experience. If Pani was indeed the Navi rookie who had just obtained his coaching license, he would have nothing to say. However, with a mind brimming with Klopp's exceptional tactical ideals, yet no platform to express them, he felt a sense of unfulfilled potential. Why was there no team willing to evaluate his capabilities in practice? Even a theoretical discussion during an interview would suffice. He felt trapped in a peculiar job-seeking cycle. How can I successfully apply for a coaching position? You need coaching experience in a professional team. But I need to coach here to gain that experience. Then go coach. That's precisely why I am applying. Do you have any coaching experience? How on earth can I gain coaching experience without ever having coached? Go coach. Pani took out his keys and unlocked the door to his apartment. Once inside, he collapsed onto the bed. This was a modest studio apartment located in northern Milan, his current residence. Ever since graduating from the Faculty of Economics at Milan's Second National University, he had rented this place while completing his UEFA coaching course. Now that he had finally obtained his professional level certificate, yet struggled to find work, he felt utterly disheartened. He lay sprawled out, unwilling to move. The past few days had been exhausting, darting around Italy. Perhaps I should consider finding a regular job for the time being? Then I could slowly look for a team that might want me, he contemplated. After all, it would be quite embarrassing to rely on my family for rent after graduation. Moreover, with my sister just graduating and without a job, the burden on my parents would be too heavy. As he pondered, his phone rang. Hello? Who is this? Pani answered in Italian. Having lived in Europe for many years, he was quite fluent in both Italian and English. It's me, Valentina. A female voice responded. I spoke with my father, and he agreed to have a chat with you. Remember to come for the interview tomorrow, Valentina? Pani was taken aback. Your father? Who is that? I don't recognize the name. Yes, my father, Valentina replied. My father is Allegri. Oh, Allegri. Pani suddenly sat up with a start. Allegri? The head coach of AC Milan? Chapter 3. Number 7 Massimiliano Allegri, aged 43, began his coaching journey with AC Milan last summer amidst a chorus of skepticism. Yet, he led the team to break Inter Milan's dominance in the league, securing the Serie A championship after a 7-year drought to in the 2010-2011 season. They finished with 82 points, 6 points ahead of second-placed Inter Milan. This achievement won the admiration of Milan's fans for the young coach, who often bore a befuddled expression. Now, to receive a call from the daughter of this Serie A champion coach, Pani was utterly bewildered and quickly sought to clarify the situation. It turned out that during a recent UEFA coaching course, Allegri had been invited to lecture, and Pani was one of the students. Allegri had brought his eldest daughter, the 16-year-old Valentina, with him. During a break, Valentina encountered Pani, and after a brief conversation, she asked for his phone number. The issue was that Pani had no idea she was Allegri's daughter and had not saved her contact information, which left him feeling utterly confused. Could it be that this Italian girl had a crush on a charming Eastern man like me? After hanging up, Pani touched his face and gazed into the mirror, musing that it couldn't be mere coincidence that she kept an eye on him, knowing he was job hunting and even coaxing her father to meet him. But she was still a child. Pani shook his head. She would soon be 17, which wasn't too young anymore. He shook his head again. Now is not the time to think about that. He must seize this opportunity to impress Allegri and strive to secure the position of assistant coach. Ah, no, I mean to become the assistant coach. Indeed, a woman might only slow down his progress. Moreover, it wasn't as if he had never had a girlfriend in his past life. Now that he had a rare chance to interview at one of the world's largest clubs, why dwell on such trivial matters? He needed to focus, prepare thoroughly for this interview. Only by succeeding in the interview could he honor the opportunity presented by this rebirth. The next day, as he pushed open the door to the head coach's office in Milanello, Pani was surprised to find several individuals already present. Among them was an elderly man with sharp eyes and a gleaming bald head, exuding the aura of a formidable presence. Pani recognized him. He was none other than the sporting director of AC Milan, Galliani, affectionately dubbed Il Bald. The other gentleman in a suit was none other than the head coach, Allegri. However, Allegri appeared somewhat younger than Pani's recollections, and his face seemed less troubled than before. Another figure present was the esteemed Milan veteran, Tassati, who currently served as AC Milan's first assistant coach. In his playing days, he was a renowned defender, now overseeing the team's defensive training. The final individual was a middle-aged man in his 40s, whom Pani did not recognize. With everyone present, Galliani clapped his hands, signaling the commencement of proceedings. Although he held the highest position in the room, he was merely there to observe. The one who would truly determine the fate of the candidates was Coach Allegri. At this moment, Allegri regarded Pani with a look of perplexity. The assistant coach candidate, highly recommended by his daughter, turned out to be an Asian, and so young at that. This did not align with his daughter's boastful claims of having the finest coach in her class. Surely his daughter wouldn't. Goodness, is this an interview for a coach or a prospective son-in-law? He would have to give her a stern talking to upon returning. This was utterly ridiculous. At that moment, Tassati voiced his own curiosity. So, you are Pani, only 25 years old this year, from the Dragon Nation? Indeed, Pani replied. Though he felt a twinge of nervousness, he strove to maintain an air of composure, a young man from the Dragon Nation daring to apply for a coaching position at AC Milan. You certainly seem quite confident, Tassati remarked. Pani smiled, saying, of course, one must have confidence as a coach. I hope to earn the opportunity to showcase my abilities and learn from esteemed coaches like yourselves. Allegri nodded lightly. Though this young individual appeared unlikely to possess exceptional skills, his words were indeed quite commendable. He then turned his attention to the middle-aged man whom Pani did not recognize. Oh, greetings everyone, I am Angelo. Last season, I served as the assistant coach for Sampdoria, Angelo said, casting a slightly provocative glance at Pan. It turned out he too was vying for the assistant coach position. Clearly, he and Pani were direct competitors, as there was only one vacant position for assistant coach at AC Milan. Given Pani's lack of professional experience, Angelo held a significant advantage. So Sampdoria was relegated last season, prompting your desire to change clubs, Tassati noted. Angelo nodded, not denying it. Allegri then stood and pointed to the tactical board on one side of the room. I won't waste time with pleasantries. I ask you both, if you were the head coach of Milan, how would you arrange the attack within the current squad framework? If you believe there are deficiencies in the squad, where should we reinforce? It was evident that Allegri sought an assistant coach who could provide tactical insights, particularly regarding offensive strategies, complementing Tassati's expertise to better assist him in training. May I go first? Pani raised his hand. Allegri furrowed his brow slightly. Meanwhile, Angelo wore a confident smile, seemingly assured of his success. As an experienced professional, he understood that there was no need to rush to showcase himself at this moment. He could analyze Pani's points after he finished, thereby maximizing his effectiveness. While there were drawbacks to being the next to speak, if the opponent's tactical proposal was flawless or similar to one's own, it would be challenging to contest. It was clear that a young coach like Pani, eager to showcase himself, would likely not possess insights that would truly impress the head coach. With Allegri's consent, Pani approached the tactical board, positioning the pieces that represented player numbers. I would employ a 4-3-3 formation, with forwards Mbu, Pato, and Robinho, and the midfield comprising in this formation. A defensive midfielder with strong defensive capabilities and passing skills was essential. The most suitable candidate currently in the squad was Van Bommel. When the ball advanced to the midfield area, he would position himself alongside the two center-backs, effectively forming a three-man backline. Simultaneously, the roles of the left and right fullbacks would transform into wingbacks, allowing them to participate more actively in the team's offensive play. At this juncture, the wingers would need to be players with opposite-footed attributes, converging to create a robust 3-4-3 attacking formation, delivering a potent strike against the opponents. What Pani articulated was, in fact, Drawn from his studies of Klopp's tactical knowledge, Klopp's innovative use of the defensive midfielder was the hallmark of this strategy, further elevating the requirements for fullbacks and wingers. As Allegri watched Piani adjust the positions on the tactical board while listening to his explanations, a spark of intrigue ignited in his eyes. This young man has something to offer. Then, Piani directed his tactical pin at the pieces on the board. Before delving into more specific tactics, I must address the weaknesses in the current formation, which I believe should be focal points for recruitment during the summer transfer window. Allegri leaned slightly forward, intrigued. This was precisely what he wanted to hear. Often, the success of a team in a new season is significantly determined by the maneuvers undertaken during the transfer window. Allegri had his own plans for adjustments within the current squad and was keen to see if the future assistant coach could propose better suggestions. However, soon everyone in the office gasped in disbelief as they noticed Piani pointing to a name. Number 7. Pato. This 21-year-old Brazilian prodigy. Chapter 4. It was him. Alexander Pato, at merely 21 years of age, was already a current international for the Brazilian national team, boasting an impressive resume. At just 17, he transferred from Brazil to AC Milan for a staggering €22 million. And over the subsequent years, he excelled, even winning the prestigious Golden Boy Award. Last season, he scored 16 goals across all competitions, significantly contributing to Milan's triumph in reclaiming the Serie A title. Yet, how could Piani claim he was a weakness? As everyone stared at him, Piani smiled slightly, stating, "If he can maintain a professional attitude, he indeed has the potential to realize his talent and become a superstar. However, regrettably, I have observed that he is significantly influenced by external factors, and his career seems to be on a downward trajectory." Piani's confidence stemmed from his knowledge of future events. This year, after Pato began dating Barbara, the daughter of club president Berlusconi, his form plummeted. And injuries plagued him once again. In the upcoming 2011 to 2012 season, Pato would only feature 11 times in Serie A, scoring just once. The following season was even worse, with only 4 appearances and no goals. By 2013, Milan had no choice but to sell him back to Brazil at a loss. Pato had indeed become a quintessential example of unfulfilled potential in world football. Upon hearing Piani's words, Allegri's brow furrowed even deeper, transforming his expression into one of dismay. He did not disagree with Piani's assessment. Pato had indeed gone 6 consecutive matches without scoring and often had to be substituted early due to fatigue. Thus, during this season, Allegri had indeed contemplated selling Pato, though he had hesitated to make the decision. After all, Pato was still young. Perhaps there was still a chance for redemption. Moreover, given Pato's overall performance throughout the season had been reasonably commendable, and AC Milan ultimately clinched the league title, suggesting to the management that he should be sold would be somewhat perilous. Yet now, Piani spoke with such conviction, as if he could foresee Pato's future. Allegri was astonished. This young man possessed remarkable insight. After all, as the head coach, Allegri spent day in and day out with the players, naturally understanding them well. Yet Piani, through mere observation during matches, had drawn such conclusions. His powers of perception and confidence were indeed remarkable. Allegri resolved to inquire further. Piani nodded and pointed his tactical pin at the board. Pato is an excellent player who effectively combines skill and speed. Yet he prefers to make runs behind the first forward, seeking opportunities in the attack. Clearly, Inbu is his ideal partner. However, this means he can only maximize his potential in a dual forward formation. If required to take on the role of a lone striker in my 4-3-3 formation, or as a winger needing to cut in on his weaker foot, it would prove quite challenging for him. Furthermore, due to the attacking nature of this formation, it necessitates a high level of pressing from the forwards during defensive phases. Now, I would like to elaborate on my defensive tactics. Once the opposing center back receives the ball, our side's winger must press forward while simultaneously adjusting their position to obstruct the passing lane to the fullback. Meanwhile, the opposite winger will apply pressure and mark the other center back. This approach necessitates that wingers possess exceptional stamina and a high degree of tactical discipline. Regrettably, the current Pato is unable to meet these demands. As these words unfolded, Allegri revealed a smile, nodding in approval. Piani's insights not only showcased his comprehensive tactical understanding but also demonstrated his profound grasp of player characteristics, discerning whether specific players align with his tactical philosophy. Those present in the office were all experts, and they swiftly comprehended Piani's tactical intentions, Recognizing the practicality of his strategy, it is noteworthy that everyone is aware that Allegri's preferred formation is typically 4-3-1-2. However, Pani chose not to pander to this inclination and instead elaborated on his own 4-3-3 formation, indicating his independent tactical ideology. This quality is essential for Pani to excel as an assistant coach. He does not merely follow the crowd. Otherwise, if the head coach's opinion reigns supreme, what purpose does the assistant coach serve? Consequently, Allegri's perception of Pani shifted considerably. It turned out that this individual, eager to voice his thoughts, truly possessed substance and courage to express himself. Meanwhile, Angelo's expression darkened. He had yet to utter a word, feeling as though the position had slipped away already. Stepping forward, Angelo addressed Pani. Setting aside your ludicrous remarks regarding Pato, it is evident to any discerning observer how crucial he is to this Milan squad. Regarding this tactical setup, I hold a differing opinion. You mentioned the necessity for players to apply pressure up front, which requires considerable stamina. However, Milan's squad is predominantly composed of seasoned veterans, whether it be midfielders Van Bommel, Gattuso, Ambrosini, or defenders Nesta and Zambrotta, all of whom are in their 30s. How can you guarantee their ability to execute your pressing strategy? Allegri, however, merely raised an eyebrow. Firstly, Angelo's assessment of Pato's condition was likely based solely on last season's goal statistics. Secondly, though his question seemed reasonable, it was somewhat off-topic. When Pani discussed the pressing strategy, he emphasized the defensive responsibilities of the wingers without delving into the specific arrangements for the midfielders or defenders. Thus, Angelo's remarks felt somewhat intentionally confrontational, leading Allegri to unconsciously rate him poorly. As an assistant coach, one must attentively listen to others' analyses before forming one's judgment, rather than hastily voicing immature opinions that could disrupt the head coach's thought process. Indeed, after hearing Angelo's words, Pani remained unfazed and confidently replied, "First and foremost, allow me to complete my explanation of the frontline pressing strategy, as I have yet to address the responsibilities of the three midfielders, including the center forward. While our wingers press the opposing center backs, our center forward must also apply pressure on their defensive midfielder, while the three midfielders occupy the midfield area and prepare to contest aerial duels. This means that the midfield primarily seeks to establish control over possession through strategic positioning, which, in terms of stamina requirements, is somewhat less demanding. Furthermore, our veterans, such as Gattuso and Ambrosini, possess formidable tactical execution abilities. Even with diminished stamina, they can sustain high-intensity pressing. Therefore, I am not overly concerned. Of course, if possible, I would prefer to recruit a defensive midfielder with superior defensive capabilities and better stamina, as this would better support my tactical approach." Applause erupted in the office. To everyone's surprise, it was Allegri who was clapping. He then turned to Galliani with utmost seriousness and declared, "This is the one. For the new season, he will be my assistant coach." Chapter 5. My sole focus is work. Allegri's decision was hardly difficult to make. After all, the candidate list consisted solely of Angelo and Pani, and choosing between the two was quite evident. Moreover, time was of the essence. With July approaching, the transfer window was about to open, and players were expected to return for training in just a month's time. On August 6, AC Milan was set to face Inter Milan in a city derby, contending for the Italian Super Cup. Allegri needed to promptly finalize the coaching staff in order to commence training, as well as provide professional insights regarding player retention and new signings, laying a solid foundation for the upcoming season. Once Allegri made his decision, Galliani, as the team director, wasted no time in swiftly finalizing Pani's formal contract. The contract spanned 1 year, from July 1, 2011, to June 30, 2012, with an annual salary of €200,000. For Pani, this was already a commendable contract, and he signed without a moment's hesitation. As a newcomer, it was reasonable for coaching contracts to be signed annually, a standard practice regardless of the team. Especially for a prestigious club like Milan, it was improbable to offer a new coach a substantial contract right away. Furthermore, while the annual salary of €200,000 was considered low among Milan's first team, for someone like him, who was still grappling with rent, it felt akin to a financial windfall. Of course, the amount of money earned was secondary. What truly mattered was that he had finally entered a professional team. And it was AC Milan. This was a platform where he could express himself as long as he could progress and showcase his abilities in Serie A. Ultimately becoming a world-class coach, he would undoubtedly achieve both wealth and love. No, I meant career and romance. The sky seemed to whisper 5 words: joyful, joyful, joyful. After treating Valentina to a sumptuous meal as a token of gratitude, Pandy immediately entered Milanello, embarking on his coaching journey. Valentina was indeed beautiful and kind-hearted, but at that moment, Pandy's sole focus was on work. His first task was to attend the team's initial uniform group meeting for the new season. The meeting would involve the coaching staff and management.l and the coaching staff. Aside from head coach Allegri, assistant coaches Tassati and Pani, there were also several execution coaches, a fitness coach, and a goalkeeping coach. On the management side, in addition to team director Galliani, there were esteemed former players like Barisi and Massaro, who held executive positions within the team. Also present was chief scout Serginho along with his team of scouts. Filling the meeting room, first, let us welcome our new assistant coach, Pani from the Dragon Country. At the outset, Galliani naturally extended a warm welcome to the new member. The room erupted in enthusiastic applause. However, aside from a few individuals who had previously met Pani, the expressions of the others were filled with curiosity and confusion. This young man appeared to be under 25. How had he managed to enter the coaching staff? Moreover, he was from the Dragon Country. This was AC Milan, a super club that had won the Champions League 7 times and the Serie A title 18 times. Setting aside the players, nearly every individual present at the meeting was a former superstar in their own right. Could it be that this young man was a distant relative of Galliani, or perhaps the illegitimate son of owner Berlusconi? There were rumors that he was introduced by Allegri's daughter. Could it be that the head coach was grooming his future son-in-law? This season's assembly was relatively early. In a few days, the players would start returning to training. We need to swiftly regain our form and prepare for the preseason, Galliani remarked to Pani. Since this Super Cup match against Inter Milan was scheduled to take place in the capital of the Dragon Country, our pre-season matches would also be held there, in Pani's homeland. Oh, that sounds splendid, Pani replied with a smile, almost forgetting. That year, the Super Cup match held at the Bird's Nest Stadium had thrilled domestic fans. They had created an atmosphere rivaling that of Italy, cheering vigorously for the Milan clubs. Pani could barely recall the final score, but it was likely that AC Milan emerged victorious. The opponents for the pre-season matches had not yet been fully determined, but the first match would likely be against Changzhou Hongtai. Galliani continued, Mr. Allegri suggested that you take charge of directing this match. Although Pani knew this was Allegri's further assessment of him, he nonetheless felt quite delighted. After all, he had never truly coached a professional team before, and he would need to adapt to the dynamics of on-field direction. Under such circumstances, facing a strong opponent right away would have placed immense pressure on him. However, with Changzhou Hongtai as the opponent, there would be little cause for concern. These Dragon Country teams, despite being the strongest domestically, could hardly measure up against a powerhouse like AC Milan. Pani recalled that Changzhou Hongtai had once faced Real Madrid in a pre-season match, suffering a dismal 1-7 defeat. Subsequently, while Changzhou Hongtai had won the AFC Champions League and had 2 opportunities to compete against Bayern and Barcelona in the Club World Cup, they had shown no real chance of success. You exude confidence, not at all resembling someone who has recently joined the professional team with no coaching experience, Allegri remarked. Do you believe we can secure the Italian Super Cup? He inquired again. Absolutely, Pani asserted with conviction. Not only the Super Cup, but also the Serie A, the Coppa Italia, and the UEFA Champions League. Any championship within our grasp is attainable. Indeed, the fearless spirit of youth shines through. Well said. Galliani applauded from the sidelines, and Allegri couldn't help but smile. He found himself increasingly appreciating this young man. Unlike many newcomers he had encountered in meetings filled with seasoned veterans who often hesitated to voice their ambitions, Pani was entirely unfazed and radiated confidence. Furthermore, Allegri recalled Pani's performance during the interview, which indicated a solid understanding rather than mere bravado. AC Milan desperately required the fervor of youth, the passion to relentlessly pursue greatness. From Pani's perspective, he indeed felt confident. Historically, AC Milan had finished as runners-up in Serie A during the 2011-2012 season, reached the semi-finals of the Coppa Italia, and made it to the quarter-finals of the Champions League, performances that were commendable. Now, with Pani's addition, he believed that leveraging his acquired coaching knowledge and avoiding past mistakes, Milan could achieve even greater success. This butterfly, flapping its wings in the European football arena, would undoubtedly stir a monumental upheaval. Chapter 6. Everything is for sale. Next, we shall deliberate on the recruitment strategy for this summer's transfer window. The meeting transitioned to a new topic as Galliani rose to address everyone. First, I would like to inform you about the significant departures of key players this season, alongside some prospective offers. Yankolovsky has decided to retire. Pirlo has confirmed his free transfer to Juventus. Borriello, previously on loan at Roma, is now being offered $10 million for a permanent deal. Genoa has bid $4 million for Papastathopoulos. Then, Galliani suddenly glanced at Pani and continued, Juventus has made a $40 million offer for Pato. Instantly, the meeting room erupted. Is Juventus attempting to poach our future star? As direct competitors, we cannot possibly sell Pato to them. Indeed, he is the cornerstone of our squad. With so many veterans in the team, how could we even consider selling our young talents? It's absurd. 40 million? 80 million would be more reasonable. Yes. Galliani clapped his hands to restore order. Then turned to Pani with a knowing look. What are your thoughts? Despite his earlier silence during the interview, it seemed he had already been aware of the offer for Pato and was assessing its feasibility. Pani's analysis regarding Pato might have further encouraged Galliani to contemplate selling this high-value asset, as it presented both economic and tactical advantages, alleviating any lingering concerns. Unlike Allegri, Galliani did not base his judgments on a player's on-field performance. He primarily evaluated whether a transaction was beneficial from a financial perspective. Currently, the operational status of the Milan club had begun to decline. In the upcoming season, AC Milan would find itself trailing Juventus, positioned second in the league standings. Subsequently, many veteran players would depart, including Inzaghi, Seedorf, Gattuso, and Ambrosini, among others. The most detrimental blows to the team were the departures of captain Thiago Silva and star player Zlatan Ibrahimovic. The loss of these two pivotal figures took both the coach and the fans by surprise. Such a bloodletting approach for financial gain was akin to quenching thirst with poison, and Aquilani's precise control over a 24/5-match non-purchase option became a source of ridicule. From that moment, AC Milan entered an era of scavenging for free transfers under Galliani's stewardship, with performances plummeting to around 10th place, even missing out on European competitions. For a full 11 years, once proud Milan fans began to refer to themselves as Milandiao, illustrating the club's financial despair. Among them, Pato was undoubtedly the most valuable asset. I believe we can sell him. Pani stated, not just Pato. If there are offers for Robinho or Cassano, we could sell them as well. Robinho, also hailing from Brazil, had seen a dramatic decline in form since this year, likely scoring only around 5 goals in the subsequent season. He was notorious for missing clear chances, epitomizing the early happy boy archetype. Any coach managing him should be prepared with a quick remedy. While Cassano occasionally provided commendable assists and goals, he suffered from severe heart issues that would keep him sidelined for most of the season. Moreover, with a reputation for being a troublemaker, he often clashed with Allegri before ultimately departing. Retaining such a volatile presence was detrimental to the team's locker room atmosphere. It would be wiser to sell him outright. Pani recalled from his previous life that in the 2011 to 2012 season, AC Milan's offensive line relied heavily on Ibrahimovic, with little support from others. Players like Boateng and later Nasserino performed decently primarily due to Ibrahimovic's unique system. After Ibrahimovic's exit, these players revealed their true limitations, proving unreliable. However, Pani's comments stirred unrest in the meeting room, prompting immediate dissent. Sell them all? We only have these forwards. If we sell them, who will play? Inzaghi? He is already 38 years old. He is not the Super Pippo of yesteryear. Cassano has been performing decently since joining our team. Pato and Robinho were comparable to Ibrahimovic in terms of goals last season. Indeed, if we sell them, are we to sell Ibrahimovic too? This young man clearly lacks understanding, spouting nonsense upon his arrival. At that moment, the usually taciturn coach Allegri interjected, do you have any replacement options in mind if you suggest selling these forwards? He was acutely aware of his players' current conditions, particularly Cassano, whom he also regarded as a detrimental presence. However, the dilemma remained. If they were to follow Pani's advice and sell all three, only Ibrahimovic and Inzaghi would be left on the front line. While Ibrahimovic was still a formidable player, Inzaghi was nearing retirement and could at best serve as a substitute, providing sporadic contributions. If Ibrahimovic were to sustain an injury, how would they manage? Thus, Allegri sought to hear Pani's perspective, hopeful that he might have viable replacement options in mind. Instead, Pani responded, I would like to first review the scout reports. In Pani's mind, there were countless capable players to consider. Unlike in FM games where high-potential players sometimes failed to develop, he sought proven stars who could stand on their own. However, if he were to immediately propose obscure names that no one had ever heard of. It would seem far-fetched, especially since he was merely a recent graduate and not a professional scout. Therefore, Pani decided to review the scout reports before selecting familiar names. AC Milan, being a prestigious club, had a scouting network spanning the globe, ensuring many players had been evaluated. Following Galliani's cue, chief scout Serginho began to speak. The former Brazilian midfielder had served AC Milan for nearly a decade and remained with the club as a scout after retirement. Serginho stated, "Ladies and gentlemen, the list of recently scouted players has just been distributed. Please take a moment to review it. Besides the confirmed permanent signings of Ibrahimovic and Boateng, I recommend focusing on the following targets. Genoa's young forward El Shaarawy, likely requiring around 10 million in transfer fees. Roma's French defender Mexes, who will be available for free as his contract expires this year. And Nasserino from Palermo." Everyone listened intently to Serginho's presentation while Pani perused the thick list in front of him. Indeed, it contained numerous names from across the continents, densely packed with player names. However, most at the forefront were established stars or emerging young talents, such as Hazard and Neymar. While these players were undoubtedly talented, they came with hefty price tags. Even if Pani suggested them, it was highly unlikely that Galliani would approve the purchases, especially since the club had already spent over 30 million on securing Ibrahimovic and Boateng. Pani flipped directly to the end, and there he discovered a familiar name in the African section. Mohamed Salah, 19 years old, Egyptian, forward, playing for Egypt's Mokolon club, with an estimated market value of 500,000 euros. Chapter 7. Who are these individuals? Salah, the future pharaoh of Egypt, the divine striker of Liverpool. He is the African Footballer of the Year, has won the Premier League Golden Boot multiple times, and has helped Liverpool secure the long-awaited Premier League title and the Champions League trophy. In Pani's era, Salah was undoubtedly one of the most formidable forwards in the world, with a market value that would surely be calculated in the hundreds of millions at his peak. To be honest, I have been using Wild Fruits to read and follow updates, switching sources, and enjoying various reading voices, available on both Android and iOS. Yet now, Salah is merely an unknown player in the Egyptian domestic league. With a pitifully low market value, wouldn't signing him to Milan be a tremendous profit? Although Salah's initial journey in European football was not particularly smooth, with Pani as a time traveler and under the right guidance, the Egyptian pharaoh could undoubtedly achieve a quicker rise and stand on his own. Pani suppressed his inner excitement and continued to browse the list. Soon, another familiar name caught his eye. Sadio Mane, 19 years old, Senegalese, forward, from the Dakar Generation Football Training Academy, with an estimated market value of 10,000 to 50,000 euros. He was also a superstar forward who had shone brightly in Liverpool, on Liverpool's path to resurgence. Their forward line plays a crucial role. Center forward Firmino, left winger Mane, and right winger Salah are collectively known by fans as the Red Arrow Trio. Mane's contribution is arguably on par with Salah's. In addition to sharing the same club honors, Mane has also won the Premier League Golden Boot and has been awarded African Footballer of the Year and the Africa Cup. Most importantly, Pani is most familiar with Klopp's tactical philosophy, and these two individuals were Klopp's most prized disciples at Liverpool, having proven their ability to execute such tactics flawlessly. If he could bring both of them to Milan, wouldn't Pani have the opportunity to recreate the fearsome Red Arrow trio of his past life? Moreover, it would be an enhanced version of the trio, as in terms of center forward, Mbu's capabilities might even surpass Firmino's, being more comprehensive. Furthermore, what nearly made Pani laugh out loud was the fact that Mane was not yet a professional player. This meant that AC Milan could acquire him for a ridiculously low youth training fee, bringing him to Europe. Pani was already delighted in his heart. However, he continued searching the list. Just as he mentioned in the interview, he still needed a player who could adapt to a new type of defensive midfielder. Although Van Bommel was experienced, he was already 34 years old. In terms of speed, explosiveness, endurance, and agility, he fell short of Pani's ideal standards. What about Casemiro? Had he been scouted? Pani murmured as he flipped through the pages. The Brazilian star Casemiro, who had previously played for Real Madrid, was undoubtedly his preferred choice. Strong in physique and exceptional in tackling, he could undoubtedly fulfill the defensive midfielder role in Pani's 4-3-3 formation. However, after searching through the South American section for quite some time, he still could not find the name at all. Almost forgot. Even if Casemiro were present, we wouldn't be able to sign him. Pani suddenly slapped his forehead. There is a rule in Serie A that limits the transfer of non-EU players to only 2 per season. If Pani could persuade the management to sign the African duo, those 2 slots would be filled, leaving no room for Brazilian players. Then he would need to seek talent in Europe. Indeed, Pani soon came across 2 names that brightened his eyes. N'Golo Kante, 20 years old, French, defensive midfielder, playing for Ligue 2's Boulogne, with an estimated market value of €200,000. Virgil van Dijk, 20 years old, Dutch, centre-back, playing for Eredivisie's Groningen, with an estimated market value of €1 million. Pani chuckled to himself, wow, a buy one get one free deal, and both are top-tier talents. Firstly, Kante is undoubtedly one of the best candidates for the defensive midfielder role that meets Pani's requirements. He displays vigorous movement on the pitch, covers vast areas, possesses extraordinary defensive sweeping abilities, and maintains stable passing skills. Compared to Casemiro, Kante even excels in offensive capabilities. In his past life, Kante was a key player for every team he played for. Whether it was Leicester City, Chelsea, or the French national team, he can be regarded as the guardian angel of every team, ensuring he is present next to each teammate for protection. Of course, there are 2 phrases that epitomize Kante's role. There are no obstacles that Kante cannot overcome. Only obstacles that cannot overcome. Kante. 70% of the Earth's surface is covered by water, and the remaining 30% is covered by Kante, a player of such caliber, requiring only €200,000 to acquire, is an absolute steal. As for the last name, Van Dijk, he is currently the most expensive player on Pani's list, yet he is still only €1 million. This is the future world's best defender. Van Dijk is fast, strong, possesses incredible jumping ability, excels in headers, and aside from solid defensive skills, he also has impressive long passing capabilities. When he transferred to Liverpool in his past life, his market value reached an astonishing £75 million, setting a record for the highest transfer fee for a defender. Everyone felt that this expenditure was justified. He has won the PFA and official Premier League Player of the Year awards and ranked 2nd in the Ballon d'Or voting, which is extremely rare for a defender. Moreover, let's not forget that Van Dijk is also a Liverpool player. He could quickly adapt to Klopp's tactical system. Considering that the current main centre-back Nesta is also aging, it is indeed time to find a successor for him. Just imagine the formidable centre-back partnership of Van Dijk and Thiago Silva, combining the present world's best with the future world's best. What a delightful prospect. As Pani contemplated, he made notes on the list. When Serginho finished speaking, Allegri turned his gaze back to Pani, who calmly handed over the list. I believe these 4 individuals would be excellent choices and should be prioritized for the summer transfer window. Allegri took a glance at the list but frowned. He had never heard of any of these 4 names and did not recognize them at all. Therefore, he handed the list back to Serginho. What is the situation with these individuals? Please introduce them to everyone. Serginho glanced at the list and was momentarily stunned. These key players? While these individuals do possess certain technical attributes, otherwise we wouldn't have placed them on the scouting list. They have yet to prove themselves on the top stage and require ongoing observation, don't they? Shouldn't the key players be those I just read about? They are the ones who can genuinely strengthen the squad. Chapter 8. The focus of the meeting. To be honest, if Pani were in charge, he would not want any of the players Serginho had just mentioned. El Shaarawy demands a transfer fee of $10 million, and his subsequent development has never met expectations, likely peaking at a 2nd or 3rd tier forward level. Mexes, while free of transfer fees, has always been somewhat reckless in defense, often appearing too hasty and lacking composure. Furthermore, he is not young anymore, lacking any developmental prospects. He could serve as a substitute at best at AS for Nasserino. There is no need to elaborate. When Inbu is present, he can shine, but without Inbu, he is merely an average player. In summary, before Pani, a time traveler with exceptionally high standards, these players are akin to Chow Pai's wife in the vegetable garden, picking vegetables. Thus, Pani insisted, I reviewed the technical reports above and believe they should be able to adapt to our tactical style. Moreover, these players are young, highly malleable, and align with our expectations for new signings. Additionally, as he spoke, Pani cast a glance at Galliani. They are all affordable. Allegri slightly tilted his head to look at Pani, remaining silent and not clearly expressing his stance. Since their first meeting, this young man has always appeared confident in his words and actions. While Allegri appreciates such confidence in his subordinates and hopes that what Pani says is indeed correct, after all, it would reflect well on Allegri's discerning eye and demonstrate that such a coach can genuinely contribute to the team. He couldn't help but feel this was rather far-fetched. Could Pani merely by reviewing the reports on the list identify suitable players for the team? At that moment, Galliani also stood up. Since they are players that align with our coaching staff's expectations, I will certainly support this wholeheartedly. How about we extend trial invitations to them, allowing everyone to observe closely before making a decision? Galliani, indeed, is a cunning old fox, leaving no room for error in his actions. By doing so, he not only gives Pan-E and Allegri face, creating the impression that the higher-ups are strongly supporting the new coach, which would consequently boost the morale of the staff, but he also does not undermine the work of the scouting team, thereby granting Serginho his due respect. The scouts' ability to identify these prospects is a result of their diligent work. It is merely challenging to determine in a short time whether they can truly develop. Inviting them for trials now allows the coaching staff to select together, which also serves as an acknowledgement of the scouts' efforts. Lastly, should the trial training prove successful, Galliani would indeed be able to acquire these low-salaried players at a bargain, following Pan-Yi's suggestion, while subsequently selling off the high-salaried players in the squad for a considerable profit, thereby significantly improving the financial state of the club. This is a proposal that all parties could accept. Very well, I have no objections, Allegri stated first, with both the director and the head coach expressing their approval. Everyone else naturally nodded in agreement. By the way, Pan-E, it seems you have overlooked one point. As Galliani prepared to announce the end of the meeting, he suddenly turned to Pan-E, saying, Pato is a product of our youth academy. If we sell him, we won't meet the requirement of having 4 homegrown players registered. Pan-E smiled slightly, having anticipated this concern long ago. Tassadi, who was nearby, expressed his surprise. You are aware of this? He made 21 appearances for Saint Etienne last season, scoring 8 goals. It seems he still needs development, which is why we intended to loan him out again this season. AS Milan's assistant coach, I certainly must do my homework. Pan-E replied confidently. Furthermore, we can also promote the U20 youth team fullback, Decilio, to the first team. Our current starting fullback, Zambrotta, is getting on in age and requires a rotation. Allegri nodded in surprise. The 18-year-old Decilio had been performing admirably in the youth team, and Allegri had already been considering promoting him to the first team. However, he had yet to share this thought with anyone, so it was quite unexpected that Pan-E had come to the same conclusion. When had he visited the youth team, his insights align remarkably with my OWIT. Seems this young man is not only intelligent and passionate, but also diligent, possessing all the fundamental qualities of a good coach. Allegri couldn't help but feel a growing fondness for Pan-Y. As for Pan-E, he certainly had not visited the youth team. This was indeed his first day on the job. He proposed this simply because he knew that Aubameyang would one day become a top-tier striker. However, the young Aubameyang had been unable to secure playing time at the talent-rich Milan, often finding himself loaned out. Eventually, in 2013, Aubameyang was sold to Borussia Dortmund, where he began to shine. During his time there, he won the Bundesliga Golden Boot and was named African Footballer of the Year, later transferring to Arsenal, where he again claimed the Premier League Golden Boot, before finally moving to Barcelona. It can be said that Aubameyang represents a sorrowful chapter in the hearts of Milan fans, who feel as though they have handed over their own prodigal son to another club. As for Decilio, while his future career may not shine as brightly as Aubameyang's, he has nonetheless had a long tenure with both Milan and Juventus, and has even been selected for the Serie A Best 11. Capable of playing as both left and right back, he can occasionally even fill in as a center back, making him a versatile asset in defense. Compared to the current starter Zambrotta, Decilio is younger, with significant speed and stamina advantages, theoretically making him a better fit for Pan-Yi's tactical preference for wing play. Most importantly, both of these youth academy players satisfy the registration requirements for Serie A and come at no cost. By promoting these 2 youth players to the first team, alongside the 4 trial players, Milan's rejuvenation process could commence this very season. The first meeting of the new season's staff concluded, with Pan-E clearly being the focal point of attention. His performance during this meeting had caught the eyes of both the management and the veteran staff, leaving them with a renewed sense of respect. Initially thought to be merely well-connected, it now appeared that he indeed possessed notable capabilities. Are today's young people really this impressive? He spoke with confidence and clarity, and most importantly, he demonstrated a thorough understanding of the inner workings of AC Milan, even knowing which promising talents were in the youth team. At that moment, everyone began to think, perhaps this young man truly has the potential to be recognized by Allegri as an assistant coach, and he genuinely possesses some skill. However, whether his abilities are genuine or merely bluster would remain to be seen in a few days. Specifically on July 1 that day marked the gathering of the AC Milan first team, as well as the reporting date for the trial players. Chapter 9. What exactly is the job? On the morning of July 1st, Pani first headed to Milan airport. He was there to welcome a few special guests. His family died in his previous life. Pani was a solitary figure, reliant solely on himself. However, in this life, he was blessed with a loving family, with parents who treated him well and a sister with whom he shared a close bond. Thus, he felt immense gratitude for this second chance at life, not only for the opportunity to rewrite his previously unremarkable existence, but also to truly experience the warmth of family. At this moment, Pani's gaze fell upon his sister, Paning. She was 23 years old, 2 years younger than Pani, and had just graduated from university in China, majoring in foreign languages. This trip was her persistent desire to visit Italy alongside their parents to see her brother. Pani suspected that her attraction to Milan, the fashion capital, played a significant role in her enthusiasm. "Brother!" Sharp-eyed Paning spotted Pani and rushed towards him. "Please, calm down," Pani pulled her back, reminding her of the decorum in public. "Decorum, my foot? I'm your sister," Paning retorted, delivering a playful kick to Pani's backside, causing him to yelp in pain. The sight of the handsome brother and beautiful sister engaging in such affectionate banter at the airport attracted the attention of passers-by. "Ah, these two siblings always act so goofy when they meet." A hearty laugh echoed from behind. Indeed, while it was acceptable to act silly at home, doing so in public could lead to ridicule. Now, let's not make a scene. We should get going, and we'll find out soon enough," their mother said with a gentle smile. Pani stepped forward to take the suitcase from his father, shooting a disapproving glance at Paning, and led the way out of the airport. Milanello is located 40 kilometers outside the city center of Milan, with no public transport available. Since Pani had yet to purchase a car, he opted to call a taxi and took the A8 highway towards Milanello. The hotel he had booked for his family was indeed situated within Milanello, a place specifically arranged by the club for the families of staff. Simultaneously, the players invited for the trial would also be staying there. Naturally, all 4 players had accepted AC Milan's invitation. As they were all relatively unknown figures, there was no hesitation in accepting an opportunity to trial with such a prestigious club. Their former clubs readily agreed to let them go, knowing that the connection to a prominent team could prove invaluable in the future. Not to mention, collecting a few discarded talents from a top club could be sufficient to dominate in lower leagues. The journey to Milanello would take some time, and as Pani rested with his eyes closed in the front seat, his parents had already dozed off in the back, while Paning occupied herself with her phone. "Feeling a bit bored, brother? Is what it says up there true?" Suddenly, Paning leaned forward, extending her phone screen towards Pani. Pani opened his eyes and took the phone, revealing the interface of an app called LiveBar, a sports platform favored by fans in Longwa, predominantly focused on football. There was a post with a glaring headline: "Italian study abroad coach spews nonsense, creates chaos in the Football Association office." Damn, is this person even human? Are they from our Longwa? Just a clown seeking attention. What did he even learn abroad? He probably just went for a ride on a big horse. If he had any real skills, we wouldn't be standing on the side of the Football Association. I have never encountered such shamelessness. The only thing I agree with from this sycophant is that Italian football is indeed superior to ours. Pani understood. This was the rumor spread by Zhang San, the lawless Zhang San. Clearly, he intended to preemptively strike back before Pani could report him, turning the tables. But he did not anticipate that Pani had never considered reporting the Football Association, which has always been a mess. What use would it be to report an individual? Moreover, Zhang San inadvertently triggered Pani's system. He ought to be grateful. However, once this rumor spreads, Pani would find it impossible to clear his name, leaving him at a loss for words. The power of rumor lies in its ability to turn strangers, who previously held no opinion of you, against you in an instant, even when the fault lies with the other party. Nevertheless, Pani was not particularly concerned at the moment. Once I make a name for myself in Milan, this rumor will naturally dissipate. Hee, you're my brother. How could I not know you? Paning chuckled. Everything said here, except your interview failure, I don't believe a word. Just as Pani was about to praise Paning, he noticed her suddenly serious expression. Brother, tell me the truth. Is your interview failure the reason you've decided to become a hotel escort? Chapter 10. The clash is imminent as the 4 members of the Pan family entered the gates of Milanello. Pan Ying's gaze grew increasingly peculiar. Although she majored in English, she had some knowledge of Italian as well. Moreover, She recognized the Milan team emblem that was ubiquitous around them. "Brother, I seem to have misjudged you. You are far more accomplished than I imagined." Panning looked at Pani, her eyes wide with admiration. Pani chuckled, indeed, realizing one's mistakes and turning back, a teachable child. But Panning timidly leaned closer to Pani and whispered, Are you specifically serving professional players?" "Ah," Pani kicked out playfully. But Panning giggled and dodged in their playful banter. They had arrived at the entrance of the hotel. Tassadi was standing there in casual attire. "Hello," he greeted Pani's parents politely in English. At 51, he was of the same generation as Pani's parents and did not require any special formality. "Hello," Pani's father nodded in acknowledgement, then turned to Pani, signaling he wanted an introduction. Both parents spoke a bit of simple English. During his playing career, Tassadi had spent 17 seasons with AC Milan, helping the team secure 5 Serie A titles and 3 Champions League titles before retiring in 1996. As an old fan, Pani's father clearly recognized him. "Who is Tassadi?" Panning asked, looking bewildered. As a member of the younger generation of fans, she naturally did not know the older players. "He is my partner. We are both assistant coaches for the team," Pani replied with a smile. "You're really a coach now? That's a relief," Panning exclaimed, bouncing up with excitement. "Which youth team are you with? U20? U18? Or the reserve team? You're actually a coach in Milan's youth team. That's incredible." Tassadi looked at her curiously. "Isn't Pani supposed to have told you? The first team?" Pani's father, mother, and Panning were momentarily stunned. After several seconds, Panning finally erupted with a loud shout. "Wow, the AC Milan first team. You've joined the real Milan." Tassadi was taken aback by her enthusiasm, and passers-by began to glance curiously in their direction. Pani then proudly patted Panning on the head. "See, you clever girl, now you finally understand what I do." After settling his family, head coach Allegri arrived with the coaching staff at the first team training ground in Milanello. Apart from a few players from Brazil, Thiago Silva, Robinho, and Pato, who were participating in the 2011 Copa America in Argentina, they would not return until August, when the club would arrange for them to fly directly to Longwa to join the team. Provided Robinho and Pato had not been sold by Galliani by then. Once the players gathered, Allegri commenced the first briefing of the new season, followed by introducing the coaching staff. Each season, players and coaches come and go. So Pani did not stand out much. However, when Allegri introduced him as the new assistant coach, some veteran players glanced at him, intrigued by his youthful Asian appearance. After the introductions, Allegri instructed the first team coaches to lead the players in some simple warm-ups and training. He then called Pani and Tassadi aside. "We will soon engage in a practice match." Pani and Tassadi exchanged glances but said nothing. Allegri continued, "On the other hand, today's focus is to evaluate several trial players and our youth players. If they can hold their ground against our first team players, there is a possibility of signing them. You two will each lead a team. Feel free to discuss how to divide the roster. The match shouldn't be too long. Let us play 2 halves of 30 minutes each." With that, Allegri headed towards the training field. Tassadi smiled at Pani. "You pick first, so no one can say I'm bullying the newcomer." Pani nodded. "All right. The 4 trial players and 2 youth players are my picks, so they must all be on my team." Tassadi nodded in agreement. This proposal was hardly unexpected. He remarked, "Among these 6 players, apart from Aubameyang, who has played in League One, the others have not experienced genuine top-tier leagues, and some are not even professional players, so you can choose from the remaining 5 in our main squad to balance the strengths." However, what Pani unexpectedly announced next were all substitutes. "I'll take Emilia as the goalkeeper. For defenders, I already have Van Dijk and De Cilio, so I'll add Mexes and Antonini. In midfield, aside from the trial player Candy, I'll take Gattuso and Inamarson. I want to take any forwards. I'll bring my own." Tassadi widened his eyes in disbelief. "Are you serious? With this lineup?" "I'll crush you," Pani smiled. "Then let us give it a try. How about a bet? If I lose, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. But if you lose, you want me to treat you?" Tassadi asked. "You treat my whole family," Pani replied. Tassadi was momentarily speechless. Pani didn't deliberately choose from the substitutes. Most of the players he selected were young, physically strong, and energetic, ideal for executing his 4-3-3 pressing tactic. The only exception was Gattuso, who was 33 and past his prime. But who would doubt the vigor of this man, who bore the appearance of a butcher? Meanwhile, Boateng from the main squad actually met Pani's tactical requirements. He was young, strong, and well-rounded, but he was somewhat undisciplined tactically, which is why he was not selected. Soon, Allegri announced the news of the team split for the practice match, and Pani and Tassadi each took their respective teams to the side to discuss tactics. Tassadi's side: forwards, Ibrahimovic, Cassano; midfielders, Seedorf, Ambrosini, Boateng, Van Bommel; defenders, Zambrata, Nesta, Yepes, Abate; goalkeeper, Abbiati. Pani's side: forwards, Sulla, Aubameyang, Main; midfielders, Kanté, Gattuso, Inamarson; defenders, Antonini, Van Dijk, Mexes, Desilio; goalkeeper, Emilia. The clash was imminent. Chapter 11. A new style of play. Pan-E gathered everyone together. Starting the pre-match rally, with a smile, he said, "I know some of you might be questioning my abilities due to my age, especially some of the veteran players." He glanced at Gattuso, the outspoken veteran whose thoughts were written all over his face. "Unfortunately, the fact that I became an assistant coach at Milan at 25 already proves my capability." Pani continued, "In a sense, my abilities may even surpass those present here today." Thus, a singular thought occupied everyone's minds: goodness, this coach is extraordinarily audacious. While the younger players might be somewhat accustomed to such bravado, even Gattuso widened his eyes in astonishment, eager to voice his thoughts. However, Pani gestured for him to remain silent and continued, "In our team, some of you are merely substitutes who must demonstrate exceptional performance to impress the coaching staff, thereby securing more playing time in the upcoming season. Others have just been promoted from the youth team and are uncertain if they will truly break into the first team, perhaps facing the prospect of being loaned out again tomorrow. Additionally, some are here merely for a trial, hoping to earn the favor of Milan and join this prestigious club with a glorious history. Yet, I possess the considerable ability to influence your futures. Therefore, I implore you to lend me your full attention to what I am about to say." Pani paused momentarily, then elevated his voice, "Because at this very moment, you stand before an opportunity, one that could alter your destiny. I need you to summon every ounce of your strength and prevail over the first team. You must astonish everyone and claim your rightful place within the squad. I ask you, do you have confidence?" An abrupt silence enveloped the air for a brief moment, before several resounding voices erupted in affirmation. "Yes, absolutely. Defeat them." Indeed, this was a team predominantly composed of youth, and Pani's impassioned speech appeared to resonate profoundly. He noted that the loudest among them were players like Aubameyang, Van Dijk, Desilio, and Sulla, each exuding an exuberance akin to having been invigorated by a shot of adrenaline. Meanwhile, more reserved personalities like Kant and Mann, though silent, gazed at Pani with eyes reflecting trust and determination. Even seasoned veterans like Gattuso began to exhibit expressions of approval. They were battle-hardened and inherently understood the significance of such pre-match mobilization in bolstering morale for achieving victory. Having cultivated the atmosphere to a suitable intensity, Pani produced a tactical board and indicated Aubameyang, stating, "I will employ a 4-3-3 formation, with you positioned as the central striker. However, you must be aware that my expectations for a striker might differ from your usual playstyle." Aubameyang regarded the tactical board with a serious expression, nodding slightly as he processed the new responsibilities associated with this role. As a professional player, he quickly grasped this somewhat unorthodox false nine positioning. "You certainly do not wish to be perpetually loaned out. If you perform well, you could carve out a remarkable career at Milan." Pani encouraged him before moving on to man the shy young African, with youthful features yet a robust physique, embodied the potential of a future star. Pani initiated the conversation not with tactics, but by asking, "Do you know Wang Chu?" Man paused, then nodded. "His technical skills are exceptional. I believe he surpasses me. I see. Both of you hail from the Dragon Kingdom." He was aware that Man had been trialing with Metz in France, where Wang Chu coincidentally played. Historically, Man would later become Wang Chu's roommate, advance to Metz's first team, then to Red Bull Salzburg, ultimately embarking on a prolific career in the Premier League. Pani's mention of Wang Chu swiftly bridged the connection between them, and Man's demeanor visibly relaxed. Man's eyes sparkled, and he nodded emphatically, "Yes." Based on insights from his previous life, Pani knew that Man was born in an impoverished village in Senegal, and once he showcased his football talent, the entire village pooled resources to send him to the capital for trials. It was hard to believe he had refrained from replacing his cracked smartphone. For a player of such commendable qualities, Pani was confident that regardless of his location, he would excel. Moreover, Igniting Man's ambition for success was a subtle intention of Pan Yi's. He then lifted the tactical board, directing his focus towards Man. In the upcoming match, you will play as a left winger. Man appeared taken aback. Wait, coach, my dominant foot is my right. I am accustomed to playing on the right wing. Pan Yi chuckled. Is there a rule that states a right-footed player must only play on the right? I want you to play on the left with your weaker foot. He then beckoned Sulla. You come over as well? Your roles will be similar, so listen closely. The future Egyptian pharaoh, maintaining his conventional short haircut, obediently approached. Whether it was Pan Yi's commanding presence during his speech or the confidence and professionalism he exuded while outlining tactics, the young players were thoroughly captivated. Sulla did not waver in his belief that this young coach could genuinely influence his future. You, in contrast to Man, will occupy the right winger position, as your dominant foot is your left. Correct? Sulla nodded gently. Having played a year in the domestic league before this trial, he was somewhat more experienced than Man, who had yet to embark on his professional journey. He was certainly aware of the contemporary football trend of inverted wingers. Is it akin to the cutting-in style of Robben at Bayern Munich, coach? Sulla inquired. Somewhat, but not entirely the same, Pan Yi replied with a smile. Robben's approach is that of an inverted winger, whereas I require you to play as an inside forward. In the following moments, Pan Yi elucidated the tactical significance of the inside forward role to the two African players. Historically, traditional wingers predominantly utilized their dominant foot to deliver crosses from the flanks, exemplified by the wing play strategy of Valencia's Joaquin and Vicente. However, such tactics have gradually diminished in contemporary football. Thus, their roles, as assigned by Pan Yi, would complement Aubameyang's positioning, with the two wingers assuming responsibilities reminiscent of former strikers. This approach mirrored the successful tactics employed by Klopp during his tenure at Liverpool. From the early days of Man to Sulla's arrival, Liverpool effectively harnessed the potential of two inside forwards, synergizing with the retreating and linking play of Firmino, culminating in a formidable attacking force that sent shivers through Europe. While inside-cutting wingers like Robben exhibited similar positioning patterns, the primary distinction lay in their tendency to stretch the opposing defense, creating space for advancing fullbacks. Given Sulla and Man's technical attributes, they could indeed play as inside-cutting wingers. However, with Pan Yi having a ready-made tactical framework from Klopp, there was no need for further adjustments. As Sulla and Man comprehended Pan Yi's vision, their faces lit up with joy, nodding in agreement. They could sense that such a strategy would maximize their capabilities, with unwavering trust in Pan Yi. They were ready for the next steps. After imparting tactical instructions to the forwards, it was time to address the midfield trio. Of course, they had been listening intently, as the forwards' offensive and defensive duties intertwined significantly with their own coordination. However, Pan Yi aimed to assign them more specific roles. What? You want this little guy to play as a deep-lying playmaker? Are you out of your mind? Gattuso, who had earlier expressed admiration for Pan Yi, immediately erupted in protest upon seeing the tactical board with the three midfielders' positions. Kant, standing at under 1.7 meters and appearing somewhat frail, hardly seemed suited for the role of a midfield disruptor in Gattuso's eyes. He believed that only he was the ideal candidate for that position, given his renowned tenacity in tackles. Upon hearing Gattuso's remarks, Kant instinctively shrank back slightly. As a mere substitute on a League Two team, he had seen limited playing time and lacked confidence. Pan Yi merely smiled and asked Kant, "Do you believe you can play this position?" Kant glanced at Gattuso, hesitating to respond. "Tell me, what are your strengths?" Pan Yi inquired further. "I can intercept and tackle fairly well. My positioning and passing are decent too," Kant replied after some thought, adding, "I can also run quite a bit." Pan Yi smiled. "Well, that suffices. Those are precisely the requirements for this position." He then turned to Gattuso. "Look at his French predecessor, Milanello. He wasn't particularly strong or tall, yet he became a world-class defensive midfielder. I believe Kant can do the same." The others nodded in agreement. It was indeed a fitting example in the realm of football history as Pan Yi knew it. Kant's achievements surpassed those of Milanello. For instance, while Milanello had never won the prestigious Premier League Player of the Season award or lifted the World Cup trophy, Kant had accomplished both. Recognizing that his previous judgments based on appearances were misguided, Gattuso felt somewhat sheepish yet could not bring himself to admit it, opting instead to grumble under his breath. Pan Yi understood this sentiment and merely chuckled before proceeding to explain to the midfield trio the modern interpretation of the deep-lying playmaker role, along with considerations for the two fullbacks when joining the attack. These instructions largely echoed what Pani had mentioned during the interview, but this time he elaborated further, incorporating insights on the center-back's distribution strategies. A longtime friend of mine, with whom I have shared a decade of camaraderie over books, recommended the superb reading app, Wild Fruit Reading. It is exceptionally useful. I rely on it for audio narration to pass the time while driving or before sleep, and it allows for downloads as well. For instance, during a defensive play, the focus is on organizing an attack from the midfield, ensuring that the overall formation remains compact, while simultaneously compressing the opponent's defensive structure into the center, should the midfield come under pressure. The center-back or defensive midfielder will execute a long pass to the flanking fullbacks, while the winger on the same side rapidly positions themselves wide, thereby creating a numerical advantage in the attack along the flanks, ultimately establishing a breakthrough point. Once the defensive duties have been allocated, Pani clapped his hands together. All right, these are the fundamental tactics. Now, prepare to take the field and show them what we're made of. Tassati was brimming with confidence. The 4-3-1-2 formation he employed was a staple of Allegri's strategy from the previous season, and the players were well acquainted with it. Moreover, aside from the few Brazilian players participating in the Copa America, all the key players were on his side. In stark contrast, Pani's team comprised mostly inexperienced and less skilled players. How could they possibly lose? Tassati never imagined he would find himself outmatched by a mere 25-year-old rookie in such an uneven contest. However, once the match commenced, he soon regretted his underestimation. Right from the kickoff, Pani's young team attacked with fervor, pressing Tassati's players relentlessly. Merely 3 minutes into the match, Nesta, under Main's aggressive pursuit, hastily attempted to pass to Seedorf but had the ball intercepted by Sulla on the opposite side. Sulla surged forward, effortlessly chipping the ball over goalkeeper Abbiati after entering the penalty area, scoring the opening goal at 1-0. This swift goal bolstered the players' confidence in Pani's tactics, while the players on Tassati's side appeared utterly bewildered. Even though Klopp was already implementing a youthful revolution at Dortmund, it was at Liverpool that his tactics truly evolved into a sharper formed. In essence, the strategy Pani employed was unprecedented in the world. Conversely, Allegri's 4-3-1-2 formation felt archaic and often played out in a languid manner, ill-equipped to withstand such intense pressure. As a result, the match continued to unfold in this manner. Pani's team attacked with lightning speed, with both center-backs and full-backs actively joining the offensive. Defensively, they united as one, with forwards establishing the first line of defense at the earliest opportunity. In midfield, a confident Kant showcased his exceptional game-reading abilities, disrupting both the opponent's ball control and passing lanes, maximizing defensive coverage. Meanwhile, the future standout defender Van Dijk already exhibited the poise of a seasoned veteran, using his robust physique and excellent positioning to neutralize Milan's two-star strikers effectively. Ultimately, the training match ended with a score of 3-0, with Main and Aubameyang each netting a goal, and all three forwards found the back of the net. After the match, Pani approached Tassati with a grin. "Which restaurant are we dining at tonight? Would you like me to make a reservation for you?" Chapter 13. The art of earning money. Tassati was genuinely impressed. It was evident to anyone watching that his team was thoroughly outmatched, with no hope of victory in sight. This underscored just how successful Pani's tactics had been. Even more astonishing was the fact that many of the players on Pani's team were unknown trialists. Yet they harmonized seamlessly with his strategy. This further highlighted Pani's remarkable eye for talent. Tassati believed that even if Pani chose not to pursue coaching, he would excel as a scout. He could never have guessed that Pani was, in fact, a time traveler with a keen insight into the game's future. Pani's selections were undoubtedly exceptional players, many of whom would become the very embodiments of the tactics he had introduced, thus performing admirably. Meanwhile, Allegri, who had remained silent on the sidelines, was quietly making a few decisions of his own. First, the players recommended by Pani were certainly worth considering for retention. Based on their performance today, they showed significant potential to establish themselves in Serie A. Moreover, they were all young, promising, and affordable. Who could afford to overlook such an opportunity? Second, under the premise of retaining these players, it would be prudent to consult Galliani regarding the transfer affairs of Pato and others. Of course, the transfer window had just opened, and it remained to be seen whether other clubs would make competing offers, so there was no rush. Additionally, whether to implement Pani's 4-3-3 formation as a primary tactical choice for the upcoming season was also under consideration. After all, AC Milan was a strong team, and scoring goals was crucial for maintaining a favorable position in the league. Allegri's usual 4-3-1-2 formation sometimes lacked the attacking prowess needed, especially following Pirlo's departure, which left only the aging Seedorf to orchestrate play in midfield. If that aspect were stifled, the entire team's functionality would falter. It was evident that Pani's approach was significantly sharper in attack while also demonstrating commendable defensive capabilities, having successfully curtailed Seedorf's distribution during the friendly, rendering Tassati's midfield ineffective. Later that evening, Pani and his family dined at a steakhouse, while Tassati, of course, did not join. It was a family gathering, and his presence would have been unwarranted. After all, Pani had no intention of allowing Tassati to bear the expenses. He merely selected a restaurant at random. As they settled in, Pani began to inquire about various matters. "Brother, I heard you led the team to victory against that veteran coach today. How did you become so remarkable?" "Brother, it's been a year since we last met, and you seem to have changed significantly. Have you found a girlfriend? I can't shake the feeling that you are harboring a secret." Looking quite mysterious, as Pani savored his steak, he responded slowly. Though he had fully inherited this body's memories and genuinely felt affection for his family members, the presence of an additional soul could inadvertently reveal inconsistencies if not handled carefully. Fortunately, Pani's questions were casual, and she had no inkling to suspect the possibility of her brother being a time traveler. "Xiao, what is your salary as an assistant coach?" their mother interjected. This was indeed a matter of great concern for the elder. 200,000 euros, Pani replied nonchalantly. "Wow, 200,000. Pani nearly leapt from her seat, astonished by the figure. "Why aren't you more excited? You seem rather composed. Let me calculate how much that is in RMB. 1 million? 2 million. Xiao is really making a name for himself." Their father chimed in. "Keep it up, and one day you'll serve the national team, and our family will be proud." Pani and Pani exchanged glances. Their father remained unaware of the national team's rejection of Pani, but they decided it was best not to mention it, lest it cause unnecessary distress. Pani then shifted the topic. "Over 1 million RMB. When will I be able to earn such a salary?" Pani decided to temper her enthusiasm. "That's merely because I'm a rookie in the workforce, earning a beginner's wage. Do you have any idea how much a seasoned assistant coach like Tassati earns?" "How much?" "Over 800,000 euros. Wow." Pan Ying's eyes widened in disbelief. "Now that you've already outperformed him, doesn't that imply you could reach that figure in the future?" Although she followed football, her focus was primarily on the handsome star players, and she was not well versed in the financial aspects of the sport, especially concerning coaches, and if we're talking about top-tier head coaches. Pani continued to drive the point home, indicating that they could even earn millions, reaching the tens of millions of euros. Pani's mouth formed an O shape. "Are you suggesting?" "Indeed," Pani chuckled. "Once I become a head coach, trust me, I will surely achieve that, and I could very well be a millionaire earning in euros." Then I'll never catch up to you in this lifetime." Pani slumped back in her chair, lamenting her fate. Pani and their parents erupted in laughter. Pani, who had always been competitive, often claimed she would outshine her brother and earn more money in the future, but now it seemed like a distant dream. Suddenly, Pani perked up. "Is there a way to make money in football besides being a player or coach? Something that only requires talking?" "Indeed, you could become a commentator, but would you be able to handle that? It requires extensive knowledge of the game," Pani casually remarked. "Or do you aspire to be a football agent? You hardly know a few star players, let alone those with potential who could earn substantial profits." At that moment, an epiphany struck Pani, and his words trailed off. An agent? Players with potential. Others might be oblivious. But Pani had a veritable treasure trove of names in his mind, just considering the likes of Maine, Sulla, and Kant. If he could secure their representation, selling them at a high price in the future would surely yield substantial commissions. It seems that there is indeed a promising opportunity here. Even he himself would require an agent if he were to transfer to another club in the future. Wouldn't it be better to let his sister earn that commission? After all, it is best when the benefits remain within the family. Pani stroked his chin in contemplation. However, for this idea to materialize, two prerequisites must be met. First, Pani needs to establish a reputation in the football world. Only then would he be able to compellingly recommend his sister as an agent. Otherwise, what credibility would he have? Who is he, after all? This matter cannot be rushed. It requires a steady and methodical approach. Second, His sister must first obtain the necessary legal qualifications to become an agent. At that time, they could have Panning study and take the exams, securing her certification before proceeding further. With this thought in mind, Panny stood up and gently patted Panning on the shoulder, saying, "Sister, don't say I'm not giving you a chance to surpass me. I've thought of a way for you to make a fortune. Are you ready to hit the books and get certified?" Chapter 14. Changzhou on July 15, the entire AC Milan team arrived in Longwa, commencing a 3-week journey in the country. Prior to their match against Inter Milan for the Italian Super Cup on August 6, AC Milan had already confirmed 3 pre-season matches against Changzhou, Haishang Dongya, and Beijing Goan. Among these teams, 2 are strong contenders from the Chinese Super League, while 1 hails from the Chinese League One. Of course, for Milan, the distinction between these leagues is insignificant. The selection of such opponents primarily allows for a route that traverses 3 major cities from south to north before arriving at the Bird's Nest for the Super Cup showdown, while also reaping some appearance fees. Since Allegri had already confirmed Panny would be in charge of the first match, the tactical training over the past 2 weeks was mainly conducted by him. Panny rehearsed 2 sets of tactics. Point 1 was designed to counter dense defenses. When the opposing team amassed numerous defenders in their midfield and back line, Panny instructed the center backs to pass to the completely wide-open wingers, enticing the opponent's midfield and defensive lines to shift laterally towards the ball side. Given that Changzhou could only be considered a younger sibling to Milan, they would undoubtedly be pressed into a defensive position on their own half, making such tactical rehearsals quite necessary. This strategy could also be applied in league matches against weaker teams. The other set was the conventional pressing tactic, which he had employed during team scrimmages. Regardless of the tactical approach, the players practiced diligently under Panny's careful guidance, even high-profile players like Inbu often giving him a thumbs up. The 4 trial players also performed exceptionally during training, further solidifying Allegri's determination to sign them. Even if they ultimately could not replace the original starting players, signing them would not be a loss. They could always be loaned out to gain experience. Consequently, Galliani swiftly acted to finalize contracts for the 4 trial players. With a strong desire for transfer, the process was surprisingly smooth. Coupled with the prestige of the Milan club and Galliani's adept negotiation skills, Milan secured these 4 future superstars for less than €1.5 million. Sulla, Main, Van Dijk, Canny, €1.5 million. If Galliani knew that the combined market value of these players during their prime could exceed 300 to 400 million, would he not express his gratitude to Panny? On July 17, AC Milan arrived at Tianhe Stadium, preparing for their first pre-season match. The stadium, home to Changzhou, was a sea of red. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern that a significant portion of the fans donned the home team's red jerseys, while a notable number sported Milan's iconic red and black striped shirts. AC Milan's support within Longwa has consistently ranked among the highest, even enduring over a decade of decline, not to mention their recent triumph in securing the Serie A championship. Their opponents today, Changzhou, despite being newly promoted to the Super League this year, maintained an undefeated record in the first half of the season and stood atop the league table. In fact, starting this year, Changzhou aimed to achieve a remarkable 7 consecutive Super League titles, heralding an era of dominance until their eventual downfall, but that's a story for another time. This friendly match also attracted the attention of CCTV5, which broadcasted the event live. Duanxian, the match is about to commence. We see both teams stepping onto the pitch, lined up to greet the fans. The enthusiasm of the fans is palpable, with drums pounding, firecrackers ringing, and banners waving amidst the sea of people. Duanxian, haha. Let us take a look at the starting lineups for both sides. Changzhou has essentially fielded their full-strength squad today, seemingly eager to perform well in front of their hometown supporters. At this moment, the starting lineup appeared on the television screen. Forwards, Gao Lin, Murik. Midfielders, Zhao Yuanqi, Zheng Ji, Yang Hao, Kone, Wu Pingfeng. Defenders, Sun Xiang, Feng Xiaoding, Bao Long. Goalkeeper, Yang Jun. On the AC Milan side, Panny opted for a 4-3-3 formation. Forwards, Main, Inbu, Sulla. Midfielders, Canty, Ambrosini, Gattuso. Defenders, Desilio, Nesta, Van Dijk, Abate. Goalkeeper, Abbiati. This lineup essentially reflects Panny's tactical philosophy and training, or rather, it represents the strongest formation he envisions. Although the opponents are not formidable, this marks Panny's inaugural match as a head coach, and he is determined to secure a victory. He even feels a slight twinge of nervousness. After all, how could a man not feel tense for his first time? Moreover, this match carries special significance. Among the players on the field, such as Murik, Kohn, Gao Lin, Zhang Ji, and Feng Xiaoding, Pani is quite familiar with them. They are stars beloved by numerous Longwa fans. In his past life, he would have found it challenging to even request an autograph or a photo with them. Yet now, he is set to lead the world-class AC Milan against these stars he once admired from afar. The sensation is undeniably peculiar, yet predominantly exhilarating. Pani sat on the bench, his gaze fixed intently on the players on the field, his fists instinctively clenching. Sitting to his left and right, Allegri and Tassati both patted Pani's shoulder in unison. Although they were unaware of his exact thoughts, they understood the significance of this match for him and aimed to help him relax. Duanxian. Today, Milan's starting lineup features many fresh faces. Indeed. Considering that several players are participating in the Copa America and this is merely a pre-season warm-up, it seems they wish to field some younger players for evaluation. Duanxian. That would seem to be the case. The broadcast camera now focuses on AC Milan's bench. It is also a star-studded affair. We see Boateng, Cassano, Seedorf, Inzaghi. Now, a familiar face appears on screen, their head coach Allegri. Next to him, wait, who is this young individual that appears to be from Longwa? Chapter 15. That's too fast. Not only the commentators but all Longwa fans watching the live broadcast also took notice of the young man with yellow skin. At that time, internet information was not as advanced as it is today, and AC Milan hiring an assistant coach was not particularly newsworthy, unlike signing a star player that would warrant a press conference or meet and greet. Thus, few paid attention. Consequently, people began to speculate about this mysterious young man from Longwa who could sit alongside AC Milan's star players and coaches on the bench. Discussions erupted in live broadcast forums. Who is he? Is he really from Longwa? I've been a die-hard Milan fan for 30 years, and I must say, I have no idea. Could he be a member of their coaching staff? He seems too young for that. I also think that's unlikely. Do you think there's a possibility that he is a Longwa player scouted by AC Milan and currently trying out for the team? That possibility is even more absurd that a player scouted by Milan from Longwa, and we old fans don't recognize him? What about those young players starting for Milan today? Do you know them? I don't know them. Enough guessing. This person is a sponsor of this exhibition match. Let us disperse. That's true. That's the most likely scenario. With money, one can indeed do whatever they please. Wow, to be so young and wealthy. He is quite handsome, too. Does anyone have his contact information? My QQ is .at that moment, within Tianhe Stadium, with the referee's whistle, the match officially commenced. As expected, AC Milan quickly seized control of the game, beginning to dominate possession. Meanwhile, although Changzhou Hongtai fielded a 3-5-2 formation, several midfield positions were actually quite deep, with players like Zhao Yuanxi, Yang Hao, and Zheng Ji frequently assisting the defense. Essentially, this 3-5-2 formation was functioning more like a 5-3-2 in practice. At this juncture, the wingers Main and Sulla positioned themselves close to the touchline, ready to receive the ball in the 15th minute. After several seemingly aimless short passes in the backfield, Van Dijk executed a long pass that accurately found Sulla on the right flank. The midfield and defensive players of Changzhou Hongtai hurriedly converged towards Sulla, preparing to intercept his dribble or pass in an instant. Abate made a sweeping cross-field transfer, locating left-back to Sigiliod. D. Cilio then played a direct through ball to left winger man. Though it may sound lengthy, this transfer of play transpired in mere seconds. At that moment, the defensive focus of Changzhou Hongtai had shifted to the right flank, leaving Man with a clear path on the left. This was a tactical exploitation of the opponent's defensive line's lateral movement, creating a time gap. Man commenced his dribble, and as Changzhou Hongtai's central defender Feng Xiaoding rushed over to provide cover, Man deftly evaded him with a quick touch, leaving him behind. Before Man stood only the opposing goalkeeper Yang Jun charged forward to challenge, but Man, rather than seeking personal glory, executed a precise horizontal pass to the center. The onrushing Ibrahimovic gently nudged the ball into the net with a soft finish. 1-0. The AC Milan players surged towards Ibrahimovic and Man to celebrate. The fans in the stands, however, appeared even more elated. Their thunderous cheers echoing throughout the stadium. In such a match, they were undoubtedly thrilled to witness a beautiful goal, and who scored it mattered little. Even the commentator refrained from providing extensive analysis of the goal. Although the sequence was quick, Milan's superiority was evident, and it was only natural for them to lead at this point. The television cameras then focused on Feng shouting, the last line of defense for Changzhou Hongtai, who had just failed to contain Man, directly contributing to the conceded goal. A close-up shot of Feng shouting revealed him staring at the distant Man, muttering inaudibly. Given the distance, no one could discern his words. But from the familiar shape of his lips, it seemed he was cursing. WQNMLGB, too damn fast, right? On the sidelines, Pani sat calmly, silent. Yet, internally, he was a tumultuous volcano of emotions. After all, this was his first match as a coach. And the first goal had just been scored. Though it was a friendly match, claiming he wasn't excited would be a lie. Moreover, he was taken aback by the fervor of the fans following the goal. In his previous life as an ordinary fan, he had spent most of his time watching matches on television, never truly witnessing such a spectacle. The sudden surge in decibels and the flurry of flags waving around him struck a significant chord in his young heart. At that moment, Pani yearned to dash across the pitch like the former Mourinho, celebrating with his players. Alas, the scorer was Ibrahimovic, a seasoned veteran who would hardly regard such a routine goal with any particular excitement. If the players remained composed, why should he, as a coach, display exuberance? That would be absurd. Thus, Pani feigned calmness, sitting steadily in his seat, merely nodding to acknowledge the development of the goal with appreciation. Coincidentally, sitting beside Pani, head coach Allegri also nodded in acknowledgement. He discerned the tactical intent behind that goal. In essence, it was straightforward. Draw the opposing defense to one side and exploit the space created by misalignment. However, Allegri understood that achieving such seamless coordination in a real match was no easy feat considering Pani had only conducted 2 weeks of training and integration on this tactic. The outcome spoke volumes about his meticulousness in imparting tactics and the players' receptiveness to them. In terms of player selection and gameplay, this young man truly demonstrated remarkable finesse. Allegri mused. If such fluidity were achievable against weaker teams, perhaps I should adopt this approach myself. Would it be too shameless for me? As the head coach, to frequently emulate my assistant coach's tactics? Chapter 16. A moment to celebrate the match resumed. After 20 minutes of play, it was evident that AC Milan had established comprehensive dominance over Changzhou Hongtai. Both in tactical design and individual prowess, Milan was superior on the attacking front. Whether it was Sulla, Man, or Ibrahimovic with the ball, they caused significant trouble for Changzhou Hongtai's defense. Conversely, within the Changzhou Hongtai lineup, only number 10, Konka, could effectively hold and control the ball. After all, Konka was the former MVP of Brazil's top league, and his skills had indeed reached the level of Europe's top 5 leagues. However, relying solely on him to contend against an entire Milan side was patently insufficient. Consequently, Changzhou Hongtai frequently found themselves pinned in their half, and when defenders attempted to play the ball, they were met with relentless pressure from Milan's forwards, ultimately resorting to hasty clearances, often leading to throw-ins, merely to relieve the pressure. In the 32nd minute, AC Milan took a throw-in in the attacking third. Ambrosini received the ball and swiftly passed it to Sulla. Sulla used to feint to evade the advancing Changzhou Hongtai defender Sun Xiang before delivering a pass to the center. Striker Ibrahimovic lifted his leg, feigning a powerful shot, but at the moment of contact, he cleverly diverted it, executing a disguised pass. The ball was lightly nudged towards the small box. That moment, defensive midfielder Kant had surprisingly appeared in that very area. Originally stationed about 10 meters behind Ibrahimovic, he had stealthily made his way into the most dangerous zone. Ibrahimovic, ever vigilant, sensed this development and promptly passed the ball to Kant. Kant struck with a direct shot, and Changzhou Hongtai's goalkeeper Yang Jun was unable to react in time. As the ball slowly rolled into the lower left corner of the net, another goal. AC Milan extended their lead to 2-0. The commentator Hiwei's voice resonated. This time, the goal was scored by Kant, the new French midfielder recently signed by Milan in this summer transfer window. Although we were unfamiliar with this young French talent prior, based on the past 30 minutes of play, Milan may have struck gold. This also marks his first goal for Milan. While it may not be an official match, it still holds great significance for him. Indeed, this time was markedly different from the previous goal on the field. All the Milan players swarmed around Kant to celebrate. This humble and hardworking French lad, known for his cheerful demeanor, had quickly won the hearts of his teammates despite his short tenure with the team. Furthermore, Kant was not a forward like Ibrahimovic. He played as a deep-lying midfielder in the 4-3-3 formation, often tasked with the less glamorous duties making goal-scoring opportunities rare. Now that he had scored, everyone felt genuinely delighted for him. Consequently, the jubilation was far more boisterous than for the previous goal, with players rushing to Kant, creating a raucous celebration. However, at that moment, Kant suddenly broke away from his teammates and dashed towards the substitutes bench, pointing at Pan E as he ran. Clearly, he intended to dedicate this goal to Pan E. Kant knew that it was Pan E who had championed his move from an obscure team in the French second division to Milan. Without Pan E, there would be no today for him. Moreover, given that Pan E was the acting head coach for this match, it was only fitting to honor him with the goal. The television cameras quickly turned to Pan E, who could no longer maintain his facade of composure. He leapt from his seat, rushing to embrace Kant in a heartfelt hug. Kant's speed was such that Pan E felt as if he had collided with a wall, nearly twisting his back in the process. Well, thankfully Ibrahimovic hadn't sought me out to celebrate after his goal. The scene left fans in Longwa, watching on their televisions, utterly stunned, and the commentators were equally bewildered. Hiwei exclaimed, "Did I just see that correctly?" Kant celebrated his goal with that young man, not with Allegri. Duan Xian responded, "Surely that young man can't be the head coach? That's impossible. There's been no news of Allegri's dismissal." Hiwei replied, "If Allegri had been sacked, he wouldn't be present at this match. He must still be Milan's head coach." Duan Xian conceded, "That's true, that's so. Who exactly is this person? An assistant coach, perhaps? That seems more plausible. But he looks so young and resembles someone from our Longwa, making it hard to believe." As the match reached the 50-minute mark, AC Milan began making frequent substitutions. It was crucial to provide every player with an opportunity to play and find their rhythm. However, their expectations remained the same as for the starters, to continue with a pressing style of play and maintain aggressive forward pressure. The substitutes, brimming with energy, ran with greater enthusiasm, as they needed to impress the coaching staff with their performance. Such levels of pressure would overwhelm many of Europe's top teams, even in 2022. Let alone a Chinese Super League team from 2011. As a result, the players of Changzhou Hengtai began to make various errors, succumbing to the relentless onslaught from AC Milan. Ultimately, Milan netted an additional 4 goals, securing a resounding 6-0 victory. However, the focus of the commentators and fans was not on the goals or the scoreline. They were captivated by the sight of Pan E, who, during each substitution, approached the substitute players with a tactical board, explaining strategies. The players listened intently, nodding in acknowledgement, which was the most astonishing development of all. This scenario has now been firmly established. Pan E is indeed the coach of AC Milan, and he was the one directing the team during this match. Consequently, post-match, an abundance of forum posts emerged. A mysterious Eastern man appears in the AC Milan coaching seat, leading the team to a resounding victory over Changzhou Hengtai. As a devoted fan of Milan for 3 decades, I must assert that this match was undoubtedly not orchestrated by Allegri, the sole reason being, the team played with an extraordinary passion. Let's not denigrate. While Uncle Jiong can indeed exhibit fervor at times, even tearing off his suit in dramatic fashion. But who exactly is the current head coach of AC Milan? Has Allegri been sidelined? At this moment, I am solely concerned with one thing. Is this young and handsome coach one of our compatriots from the Dragon Nation? Indeed, if he were to hail from either of our 2 East Asian neighbors, I would undoubtedly feel a pang of jealousy. Fear not, dear readers above. Based solely on his striking resemblance to my idol, I firmly conclude that he is undoubtedly from our Dragon Nation. Chapter 17. The young king of football. These speculations were swiftly put to rest at the post-match press conference. Representing AC Milan was none other than Coach Pan E. After all, he was the one completely in charge during this game, and it bore no direct relation to the head coach, Allegri. My name is Pan E. I am 25 years old, and I am from the Dragon Nation. Such a straightforward self-introduction sent waves of excitement among numerous reporters from our homeland. They even overlooked the presence of superstars such as Inbu and Nesta, bombarding Pan E with questions. After all, this was indeed a rarity. Not to mention, a 25-year-old could ascend to the position of assistant coach at a prestigious club like AC Milan, which itself constitutes sensational news. Moreover, this young man is actually from our Dragon Nation. Yes, I was responsible for devising the tactics and directing this match. I am grateful to Mr. Allegri for granting me this opportunity. Indeed, I am from the Dragon Nation. Not of Chinese descent. Please refrain from asking this question again. The young players in this match are all recent signings, each brimming with potential. I am confident that they will evolve into true stars in the future. As for the performance of Changzhou Hongtai, they played quite well, but unfortunately, they encountered Milan. I believe they will secure the Chinese Super League Championship and even the AFC Champions League in the future. Suggestions for the national team? I apologize, but I am currently an employee of Milan and am solely focused on my work here. After the press conference concluded, Pani's name exploded across the internet in our homeland. Almost every football forum buzzed with discussions about this young and dashing assistant coach of Milan. How incredible! Our Dragon Nation actually has such a coach at AC Milan. Indeed, Milan crushed Changzhou Hongtai. And it was this coach who led them. His caliber is remarkable. Of course, if he were not exceptional, Milan would not have hired him, would they? Ah, his name is Pani, right? Why does that name sound so familiar? Where have you heard it? He doesn't seem to have coached domestically before, does he? Being an assistant coach at Milan is reportedly his very first official position. Where are you going with this? That coach couldn't even secure a position with our U17 youth team and ended up in a fit of anger. Yet this one is a bona fide AC Milan coach. I wonder how much more accomplished he is. Indeed, comparing him to our Pan-E is an utter insult. I believe it's merely a case of sharing the same name. Amidst several days of fervent discussion, AC Milan encountered their second preseason match in our homeland, facing the East Asia team. This match was directed by Tassati, who continued to employ the 4-1-3-2 formation, primarily featuring players he was accustomed to in terms of playstyle. This formation was naturally less offensive than Pani's 4-3-3 and considerably lacked pressure. Yet against a team like East Asia, securing a victory was relatively effortless. By halftime, East Asia was already overwhelmed, trailing 0-5, with Inbu completing a hat trick in the first half, while Inzaghi and Seedorf each scored a goal. Had Allegri not decided to grant the host a semblance of dignity by instructing Tassati to moderate their play in the second half, the outcome would surely have been a catastrophic defeat. Throughout this match, Pani observed intently. East Asia was consistently under pressure, and their players performed rather poorly, with the exception of a young forward. Wule. Despite East Asia failing to mount effective attacks, Wule diligently ran about, striving to create space for his teammates to pass the ball to him. Given that Wule is currently the only player from our Dragon Nation capable of truly competing in one of Europe's top 5 leagues, Pani took the opportunity post-match to engage him in conversation, offering words of encouragement. During the 2008 Olympics, you trained with the Argentine team and even took photos with Messi and Agüero. Correct? Have you ever imagined a day when you could compete alongside Messi or even score against Barcelona? Trust me, if you continue to work hard, you will achieve that one day. However, there are many aspects you need to improve upon. For instance, practice with your left foot more, play with greater confidence when breaking through, and remain calm during one-on-one situations. Though Pani is only 25, he is considered a senior to the still sub-20 Wule. After all, he is an AC Milan coach. Wule, a humble and earnest individual, naturally listened attentively, taking Pani's advice to heart. The scene of their conversation was broadcast to fans in our homeland, who lauded Pani for not forgetting to mentor young players from our nation, despite his position at a major club, thus exemplifying the essence of loyalty to one's roots. Some even began to speculate whether Pani might bring Wule to Milan. Of course, for Pani, this is merely a hopeful aspiration for Wule. Given Wule's current capabilities, not to mention the non-European player quota, even if he were to sign now, he would likely not see much playtime, merely squandering his youth. Now, with Pani pinpointing Wule's weaknesses, he can focus on targeted improvements for the future. Ultimately, the outcome rests in Wule's own hands. Should he demonstrate significant progress, perhaps Pani could later find an opportunity to bring Wule to Europe, thus addressing a regret from his previous life as a fan, where Wule ventured to Europe too late, when little potential remained to be harnessed. AC Milan's third preseason match pitted them against Beijing going. At this point, the 3 Brazilian internationals had returned to the squad. Wait, weren't they participating in the Copa America? Why did they return so early? The reason being the Brazilian team performed dismally in this Copa America. Consequently, after a brief vacation, the 3 Brazilian internationals promptly joined the team in our homeland. Allegri immediately fielded them for this match. However, in front of tens of thousands of cheering fans at the Workers' Stadium, AC Milan displayed a lackluster performance, unexpectedly losing 1-2, with Inbu sustaining a minor injury and exiting early. This marked Milan's first defeat to Goan since 1994. This match was directly overseen by Allegri. The loss left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. After all, a crucial official match, the Italian Super Cup, loomed just days ahead. Chapter 18. Testing the waters. I believe we should continue with the core framework from last season. It is a safer approach, Tassati asserted. He believed that the loss to Goan was merely an anomaly, due to the Brazilian trio's lack of synchronization with the team upon their return from the Copa America. However, with a few remaining days to enhance training and cohesion, he felt there should be no significant issues. While Pani's tactical approach had shown promise during training and warm-ups, it had yet to undergo the rigor of actual competition. Particularly in a decisive match like the Super Cup, it was unwise to take risks. Allegri harbored similar reservations, hesitating over whether to formally implement Pani's tactics, yet questioning how effective this strategy would be against formidable opponents like Inter Milan. Whether to alter the tactics is another matter, but if you continue to place your faith in Pato and Robinho without giving newcomers a chance, I believe we will not be able to defeat Inter Milan. Pani stated, offering his conclusion outright. Tassati furrowed his brow and inquired, "Why are you so certain?" Pani, undeterred, began to set up the tactical board. Let us first examine their performance in this Copa America. The Brazilian team similarly employed a 3-forward formation with Neymar, Pato, and Robinho at the helm. However, in the 4 matches Brazil participated in, Robinho failed to score, and Pato managed only 2 goals, both against the weaker Ecuador. This offensive impotence led to Brazil's early exit in the quarterfinals, marking their worst performance in the Copa America in recent years. Tassati stroked his chin. Their form indeed appears to be somewhat lacking. But we still have time to adjust, do we not? There is no more time, Pani replied, casting a glance at Allegri. Their decline in form is not a recent development, nor can it be rectified in just a few days. Though in Pani's memories of his previous life, AC Milan ultimately triumphed in the Italian Super Cup, it was largely due to the outstanding performances of D'Imbu and Boateng, with little influence from the Brazilian duo. This is also the reason he could provide such a definitive answer. Moreover, would it not be more appealing to replace these 2 undisciplined individuals with Main and Sulla? Allegri nodded slightly and inquired of Pani. I understand your thoughts. You intend to bring them down. However, do you have confidence that the newly signed players can effectively suppress Inter Milan's offense? This brings us to my targeted tactics. As Pani spoke, he replaced the labels representing the Brazilian team on the tactical board with the names of Inter Milan players. In terms of offense, my approach remains unchanged. However, defensively, when facing a team like Inter Milan, we must account for their key players. Pani's tactical pin pointed to the central position on the board, particularly Eto'o in the forward line. Should he receive a comfortable through ball from Sneijder, we would be in serious trouble. Both Allegri and Tassati nodded in unison. They were certainly aware of the threat posed by these 2 players in the Inter lineup. Thus, we must absolutely deny Sneijder any time or space to think and pass. At this juncture, Cani's role can come into play. He consistently appears at the right time and place, and in conjunction with the pressing from the forwards, he can significantly limit Sneijder's effectiveness. For instance, Pani shifted one of the pieces on the tactical board. When Sneijder receives the ball here, Sulla will exert pressure on their center-back Samuel from the outside, attempting to intercept the play. At this moment, Sneijder might look to pass to the fullback Zanetti, and Kanté would then converge on Sneijder's position, applying pressure alongside the central midfielder. Consequently, Kanté would appear here. Pani pointed again to the area in front of the Inter Milan goal. He is omnipresent on the field, even serving as a decisive factor in the flow of the match. When discussing the compactness of player positioning and pressing, I believe Kanté exemplifies this perfectly. He is always prepared to defend and ready to fill in for any gaps in the formation. Of course, this also requires cooperation from other players, particularly the wingers. And it is evident that, as I previously mentioned, given the current form and tactical execution of Pato and Robinho, they are incapable of fulfilling this role. Additionally, the connections between Sneijder, Stankovic, and Mata must be monitored. As they listened, Allegri turned to Tassati. I find Pani's insights quite compelling. What do you think, Tassati? Tassati could only nod. It was clear to him that Allegri was leaning towards utilizing Pani's approach, merely needing his assistance to finalize it. More importantly, he believed that Pani's targeted tactics would be highly effective against Inter Milan. Controlling Sneijder equates to controlling Inter's offense, a fact known to all. Yet, to achieve this, meticulous tactical arrangements like Pani's are essential. Furthermore, D'Imbu sustained a minor injury in the last match, and I hope to substitute him with Aubameyang for this game, Pani added. Tassati hesitated, but Imbu claims it is merely a slight injury, and a lion does not refrain from hunting due to a minor ailment. Imbu is approaching 30, Pani cautioned. Prudently managing his appearances to ensure he can participate in more critical matches may be of greater importance to us. AC Milan needs to compete on 3 fronts this year. Minimizing player injuries throughout this lengthy season is paramount. Many teams boast a formidable starting lineup that could yield excellent results, yet their performance plummets when core players are injured. In the annals of football history, such instances are countless, from the era of the Seven Sisters in Serie A when Fiorentina lost Batistuta, to Liverpool's injury to Van Dijk. Although Imbu possesses exceptional physical attributes and could maintain commendable form well into his 40s, he has nevertheless endured several significant injuries, leading to decreased availability and performance. Hence, Pani needed to advise Allegri to rotate players judiciously, preventing team members, especially the older ones, from overexertion, which would heighten the risk of injury. If Imbu does not play, after a moment's thought, Allegri concluded that our center-forward's pivotal role would be compromised. After listening to Pani's confident exposition, Allegri was finally swayed that it seemed that everything concerning this match lay firmly within Pani's grasp. Thus, let us proceed with Pani's method and give it a try. After all, this is merely a Super Cup. Milan can afford to lose, and so can Allegri. Chapter 19. Playing against convention? In the following days, the entire AC Milan squad's tactical training was conducted according to Pani's arrangements. During this period, Pani and Allegri also spoke with Imbu regarding his role as a substitute in the Super Cup. After all, he is the team's core and star player, and given his forthright nature, it was far better to address such matters openly than to conceal them. To Pani's slight surprise, Imbu readily accepted this proposal. After all, the Swedish giant is quite reasonable and possesses commendable professional integrity. Of course, Imbu's willingness to do so stemmed partly from his slight injury, which would not fully heal by match day and could affect his performance. On the other hand, the tactics explained by Pani resonated with Imbu, who felt that the new strategy could effectively counter Inter Milan's midfield operations. This also marked a growing recognition of Pani among the players. With Imbu on board, the subsequent matters became more manageable. On Saturday, August 6th, the day of the match, the team conducted its final adaptive training, and Allegri announced the starting lineup for the evening. This lineup surprised many. Sulla, Main, Van Dijk, Canid, all these young new players were included in the starting xi.it. Is worth noting that aside from their opportunity to start in the first pre-season match, they had not been given a chance since, especially with the return of Pato, Robinho, and Thiago Silva, making it increasingly difficult for them to secure a starting position, particularly for Aubameyang, whose direct competitor was none other than the team's highest profile and highest paid player. Imbu, with a physique as robust as a lion's, was known for playing through minor injuries, and he would certainly strive to compete in such matches. Thus, for Aubameyang, securing a starting position would evidently be more challenging than for others. Consequently, upon hearing that he would be starting, he was momentarily taken aback. After a few seconds of processing this news, he looked around at his teammates, trying to confirm whether he had misheard. It wasn't until Allegri pulled Aubameyang aside for individual guidance. In tonight's match, focus on dropping back during attacks to create space. When defending, ensure you press Samuel immediately, preventing him from making comfortable passes. Only then did Aubameyang awaken from his stupor, excitedly exclaiming, "Thank you, coach, for your trust in me. I will perform admirably today, exerting my utmost in both attack and defense." Allegri chuckled and patted Aubameyang on the head. "Very well, but do not get too carried away. Receiving an early card would not be ideal." Allegri did not specifically mention who proposed this lineup, but it was evident to discerning eyes that this 4-3-3 formation was indeed crafted by Pani. However, as a club, the coaching staff operates as a cohesive unit. Regardless of which coach's opinion prevails in a given match, the final decision presented to the players is invariably that of the entire coaching staff. This way, regardless of victory or defeat, no specific coach can be solely credited or blamed. For the outside world, since the ultimate decision rests with the head coach, the focus naturally shifts to Allegri, allowing Pani to experiment with the tactical methods he learned from the system courses without feeling pressured, which can be seen as an advantage. After training concluded, Pani gathered the young players for an encouraging talk, rallying them to chant together and boost morale. "Tonight is your first Super Cup, your first Milan Derby. You must have confidence and strive for victory. We fear no one, no matter the opponent. We must fight. You must prove to everyone that you deserve to start. Never surrender. at precisely 8 p.m. The Bird's Nest Stadium was filled to capacity, with countless fervent fans of the Milanese rivals creating an atmosphere rivaling that of a World Cup final. Inter Milan's coach Gasperini, who would later achieve great success at Atlanta, is known for his attacking philosophy. Today, he deployed a forward-leaning 4-5-1 formation. Forwards, Eto'o. Midfielders, Sneijder, Stankovic, Mata, Alvarez, Obi. Defenders, Zanetti, Samuel, Chivu, Ranocchia. Goalkeeper, Caesar. On the side of AC Milan, a youthful 4-3-3 formation was employed, featuring forwards, Main, Aubameyang, and Sulla. Midfielders, Kanté, Gattuso, and Boateng. Defenders, De Cilio, Van Dijk, Thiago Silva, and Abate, with Abbiati guarding the goal. Today, while Inter Milan's lineup presented no particular surprises, the inclusion of so many young players in AC Milan's squad was indeed astonishing. The commentator for the day, Zhang Lu, who was a seasoned voice in Serie A commentary, remarked, "It is quite unexpected. This lineup resembles the starting 11 Milan fielded against Changzhou Hongtai, yet today they are thrust onto the grand stage of the Super Cup." Duan Xian interjected, "With so many young substitutes, Milan is being quite audacious today. Do they not wish to win? I have always felt that the lineup against Goen was their true first team." Zhang Lu replied, "Perhaps it is precisely because they lost to Goen that Milan has opted for such adjustments today? Or was the previous match merely a ruse to confound their opponents? We may only discern the truth once the match commences." Duan Xian speculated, "Is there a possibility that our nation's assistant coach, Pan Yi, prompted Milan to make these changes? When facing Hongtai, Pan Yi was the acting head coach and utilized this very lineup." "Correct?" Zhang Lu chuckled. The bewilderment was palpable among the coach and players of Inter Milan as they pondered the situation. Who were these three forwards on AC Milan's lineup? Neither Pato nor Robinho were present, and even Yimbu was absent. And who was this diminutive midfielder, barely standing at 1.7 meters tall? It was astounding that such a young player was entrusted with the crucial role of defensive midfielder. Allegri was indeed displaying an uncharacteristic approach. This was far removed from Gasperini's perception of Allegri, who was notoriously known for seldom rotating his squad in official matches, relying heavily on a core group of starters unless faced with significant injuries. Consequently, Gasperini had prepared his strategy specifically against Allegri's main lineup, focusing on how to monitor Yimbu, prevent Pato's breakthroughs, and intercept Van Bommel's passing lanes. Yet now, with the opponent's lineup revealed, all that preparation seemed futile. With the players absent, how could they strategize against them? And just as the confusion gripped the faces of the Inter Milan coach and players, a sharp whistle pierced the air from the referee's lips. The 2011 Italian Super Cup was underway. Chapter 20. Milan's youth returns. From the outset, it was Inter Milan that seized the initiative in the match. Their players were seasoned veterans, and although the pre-match strategies were momentarily ineffective, their wealth of experience enabled them to launch fierce attacks against AC Milan. Particularly noteworthy was Eto'o, the Cameroonian forward known as the Cheetah, who frequently exploited his lightning speed to penetrate AC Milan's defense. In contrast, the young players of AC Milan, making their debut in a formal competition and facing formidable adversaries for the first time, appeared somewhat flustered. In such circumstances, mistakes were inevitable. Within 5 minutes of the kickoff, Inter Milan executed a successful interception in midfield, and Sneijder delivered a diagonal pass to the sprinting Eto'o. Eto'o's touch and shot were executed flawlessly, but the alert Abbiati managed to deflect the ball out of bounds. Veteran Abbiati, while somewhat lacking in footwork and passing, demonstrated solid goalkeeping skills. The corner was taken, and Van Dijk rose to meet it, clearing the danger by heading the ball out of the penalty area. "Stay calm," Allegri urged as he stood at the sidelines, while Pan Yi remained composed, firmly planted like a fisherman waiting for a catch. The role of a coach often resembles that of a strategist, with most of the groundwork laid before the match. Ultimately, it is the players who must take to the field, and the coach cannot manipulate them like a video game controller. Thus, unless the situation strays significantly from expectations, little adjustment is necessary. Sometimes, changes can have a counterproductive effect, undermining all the preparation from the preceding week or longer, leaving players in a state of uncertainty. Fortunately, Allegri was not yet intent on making alterations. He merely sought to bolster the players' mental resilience. This was also Pan Yi's objective, and as an assistant coach, it was more fitting for the head coach to deliver such messages. Therefore, he remained still. They initiated the tactics previously arranged by the coach, to sever Sneijder's connections with the other Inter players. Moreover, the intensity of their pressing on Inter's players gradually increased. Inter Milan soon discovered that their attacks were not flowing as smoothly as at the outset. Whenever Sneijder received the ball, it seemed he was surrounded by AC Milan players, forcing him to opt for safe passes. Yet, on his passing routes, opposing players awaited, ready to intercept. After several attempts, Inter sought to exploit the flanks, utilizing Zanetti's late runs to mount an offensive, but they too were thwarted by the tightly knit Milan defense. Once AC Milan regained possession, they swiftly launched counterattacks with both speed and urgency. In the 12th minute, AC Milan successfully intercepted the ball in the center, and Cani quickly distributed it to the wings. Sulla, after skillfully evading Mata, was brought down from behind. The fiery Sulla sprang up and playfully slapped Mata on the shoulder, prompting Mata to push back. Nearby, Gattuso rushed to protect Sulla. Players from both sides surged forward, turning the scene chaotic. The referee promptly intervened at the incident's epicenter, issuing yellow cards to both Sulla and Mata, finally restoring order. This is the Milan Derby, Jean-Loup chuckled. Yet from these initial minutes of play, including that last attack, Milan's tactics tonight are rather intriguing. I think I understand why they opted for such a starting lineup. Duan Xian encouraged. Zhang, elaborate further. Jean-Loup continued, their pressing is exceedingly vigorous, and they are particularly attentive to the core player, Sneijder. This requires the players to possess excellent stamina and tactical execution. These young Milan lads appear capable of fulfilling this task. Duan Xian remarked, indeed, it seems distinct from Milan's previous performances. They are faster and more impactful. Jean-Loup mused, this reminds me of Klopp, who led Dortmund to the Bundesliga title last season. There are tactical similarities, albeit with notable differences. Milan's use of this defensive midfielder is quite distinctive. Just look at him, a true expert knows immediately. As a professional in the football realm, Jean-Loup's tactical insights were astute. Quickly identifying the characteristics of AC Milan's approach today. I recall Allegri frequently employing 4-1-3-2, as well as 4-3-2-1 and 4-4-2, but never 4-3-3, Jean-Loup noted. Could it be, as you speculated, that this formation is primarily Pani's design? If so, Pani truly has something remarkable. Duan Xian concluded, that is a question for post-match interviews. For now, we see Inter Milan's head coach Gasperini on the sidelines, vocally directing his players. Gasperini indeed appeared anxious. At the match's outset, Inter's advantage had seemingly instilled a sense of confidence in him. However, the young players of AC Milan, unable to withstand the pressure, seemed on the verge of collapse. That was his initial thought. Yet gradually, especially after 10 minutes, AC Milan's players began to stabilize, and as they initiated counterattacks, Inter Milan increasingly struggled to pose a threat to AC Milan's goal. Many of their attacks could only progress to the edge of the penalty area, concluding hastily with long-range efforts. Every AC Milan player was diligently running. The young players, newly gracing the elite stage, exhibited relentless energy, while even veterans like Gattuso showcased markedly elevated levels of intensity. Now, it was not just Sneijder. Nearly every Inter player in possession faced multiple Milan players pressing them, making the game increasingly uncomfortable for Inter. After 20 minutes, AC Milan appeared to have taken control of the match. In the 25th minute, Sulla cut inside to shoot, the ball narrowly missing the net. In the 30th minute, Main unleashed a long-range effort, which was securely gathered by Inter's goalkeeper, Caesar. By the 35th minute, Inter earned a rare attacking opportunity. Eto'o attempted to breach Van Dijk's defense but was intercepted by the Dutch centre-back, who swiftly passed to the flank. Aubameyang surged forward, deftly controlling the ball ahead of him. Caesar rushed out, but Aubameyang managed to poke the ball past him. The ball slowly rolled between Caesar's legs and toward the goal behind him. Aubameyang dashed toward the Milan fans, exuberantly celebrating. This marked his first official goal for AC Milan's first team as a product of their youth academy. Chapter 21. De Cilio shines on the sidelines. The AC Milan bench, comprising both players and coaches, erupted with excitement upon witnessing Aubameyang's goal. Allegri clenched his fists tightly, his voice hoarse from incessant shouting. He was overwhelmed with excitement. Aubameyang's goal validated the tactical effectiveness of the evening. The young Gabonese forward strategy of retreating before surging forward had indeed left Inter Milan utterly confounded. In that moment, he recalled a certain fact. Wasn't this tactic proposed by Pani? In a fleeting instant, Allegri felt a twinge of conflict. Pani's tactical arrangements were consistently exceptional, tailored with precision, often leading to unexpected victories. Especially in offensive maneuvers, Allegri frequently found himself astonished. Goodness, it can be played this way? In contrast, he perceived his own offensive strategies as somewhat soporific. Allegri also sensed an increasing reliance on Pani, which left him with an uncomfortable feeling. On one hand, he was elated to have such a capable subordinate. And this genius coach was discovered by him, after all. His daughter Valentina was the true talent scout. Yet on the other hand, if Pani could perform so admirably, what was the purpose of Allegri as the head coach? This dilemma plunged Allegri into a quandary. Meanwhile, Pani, blissfully unaware of Allegri's inner turmoil, was completely swept away by the euphoric atmosphere ignited by Aubameyang's goal. He was joyfully bouncing around, embracing Tassadi. Thus, when Allegri patted him on the shoulder, Pani instinctively pulled Allegri into the celebration, exuberantly exclaiming, "We've scored. Our tactics have succeeded." This marked Pani's first official match and his initial goal in professional football. The opponent was none other than the formidable Inter Milan. Such a goal unequivocally demonstrated that the tactics he had learned could be applied on the highest stage. This reality only heightened Pani's excitement. Consequently, Allegri cast aside his momentary conflict and joined Pani and Tassadi in their jubilation. The AC Milan fans in attendance waved massive flags, their chants of Milan, Milan, resonating throughout the stadium. On the other side, Gasperini felt a twinge of panic. He had just signed on as Inter Milan's head coach this year. Although the club president Moratti expressed satisfaction with the new appointment, Gasperini was acutely aware that his position was precarious. He needed to prove himself in real combat, particularly in a derby match against AC Milan. A victory would significantly bolster his standing among Inter fans, players, and even the higher-ups. Yet, the unfolding situation was far worse than he had anticipated. AC Milan had taken the lead, and they were dominating the game. What to do? How should he adjust? Gasperini hesitated. However, based on AC Milan's performance over the past 30 minutes, it was evident that their aggressive pursuit and solid defense made it difficult to breach their lines. Moreover, the young players on the pitch for AC Milan, especially the forwards, showcased remarkable speed and dribbling skills, posing a constant threat for a swift counterattack. A momentary lapse could result in a devastating counter, leading to another goal conceded. The recent goal conceded was a prime example. Unable to make a decisive call, the Inter players found themselves mired in a dilemma of tactical disunity. Pani, perceptive as ever, noticed this. He stood up and called out to Decilio, "Get involved in the attack. Push forward boldly. Don't be afraid." He had observed that the right flank of Inter Milan was tightly guarded by his own main, Gattuso and Conte, leaving them with no offensive opportunities. Encouraging Decilio to advance would undoubtedly enhance their attacking efficiency. Of course, Pani also signaled to Conte to provide extra protection on Decilio's side, preventing the opposition from exploiting that vulnerability. Allegri nodded slightly, refraining from interfering with Pani's directives. He recognized the situation on the field, but his cautious nature, upon seeing the lead, initially inclined him to prioritize defensive solidity rather than bolster the attack. If Inter were playing chaotically, he thought, let them continue in disarray. As long as they didn't score, the eventual victor would be Milan. To his surprise, Pani, a spirited young coach, was not content with a one-goal lead. Instead, he sought to capitalize on their advantage and urged the wingbacks to push forward for another goal. Allegri considered this attempt not without merit, thus observing Pani as he issued commands. 5 minutes later, after regaining possession in midfield, AC Milan seized another opportunity for a swift counterattack. This time, Conte distributed the ball to Decilio, who was making a late run on the left. Inter's right-back Zanetti had been closely marking Milan's right-winger Sulla. But Decilio's sudden advance caught him off guard. He hurriedly attempted to block, but it was too late. Decilio showcased his technique, maneuvering the ball past Zanetti on the outside and heading toward the baseline. Preparing to deliver a cross, in his panic, Zanetti reached out to intercept Decilio. Decilio pressed into the penalty area and then fell. Decilio tumbled within the box. The referee awarded a penalty. A penalty? Decilio had delivered. No chances should be afforded to Inter Milan. The great Italian left-back, Pani, almost shouted in jubilation. But this script seemed reminiscent of Italy's match against Australia in the 2006 World Cup. Then, he saw Sulla stepping up to take the penalty. With their primary penalty taker Iluin absent, Sulla was indeed the most reliable player available. Sulla took his run-up and shot. Cesar, having anticipated the move, dove toward his right, left only to admire the audacious Panenka penalty. The ball found the net. The score now stood at 2-0, with AC Milan leading by 2 goals. Chapter 22, the Italian Super Cup. Tonight, AC Milan exhibited a level of performance that was truly commendable. Their tactics were clear and effective. The passion and efficiency they displayed in both attack and defense were unlike anything seen from AC Milan in recent years. Their in-game management also shone brightly. Did you notice that just moments ago, assistant coach Pani had a brief conversation with De Cilio on the sidelines? Following that exchange, De Cilio's contributions surged significantly. It was indeed this 18-year-old Italian prodigy who created the penalty opportunity for Milan. Of course, Sulla's composure under pressure was equally praiseworthy. In fact, several of the young starters performed admirably today. Milan's bold lineup choices proved remarkably successful. Aubameyang, who netted the first goal, and left-winger Main were particularly outstanding in attack. Kant, playing as a defensive midfielder, demonstrated his tactical significance, effectively shielding the backline alongside Gattuso and Boateng, even providing a creatively incisive assist. Additionally, centre-back Van Dijk's synergy with his partner was impeccable, leaving Inter Milan with scant opportunities to exploit. When AC Milan signed these players, and even had them start in this match, it was certain that many, including myself, voiced skepticism. Yet now, it appears all their decisions were astute. Considering that these newcomers were largely unknown before joining Milan, it seems AC Milan's scouting efforts are indeed at the forefront of the world. Rejected.l Sulla converted the penalty. The first half concluded. Allegri praised the team's performance and encouraged them to maintain their momentum to secure the victory. Inter Milan is a formidable opponent. They will not relinquish this match easily. They will fight harder in the second half, pressing with greater intensity. We must withstand this pressure and deliver a crushing blow to instill despair within them. Do we have confidence? Allegri was quite adept at boosting morale in the locker room. In this charged atmosphere, nearly all the players were invigorated, shouting in unison, "Yes, we have confidence," except for Pato, Robinho, and Cassano. These forwards seemed to sense their positions within Milan's lineup slipping further from their grasp. Meanwhile, Pani promptly restructured the tactics for the players on the field. If Inter Milan intended to attack, let them do so, as long as they could withstand the initial waves of assault. It would be Milan's moment to counterattack. Indeed, as the second half commenced, Inter Milan launched a fierce offensive. Trailing by 2 goals, they had no time to waste. Inter Milan began to press forward, applying pressure on AC Milan's midfield and defense. It was a case of returning the favor. However, the Milan players appeared well-prepared. It was almost as if they had set up a defensive wall. Inter's players struggled to find solutions against such a formidable barrier, with long-range shots proving ineffective and high crosses being easily thwarted by Milan's 2 center-backs, Thiago Silva and Van Dijk. At this juncture, AC Milan opted for a substitution. Gattuso, wearing number 8, was replaced by Seedorf, number 10. Substituting a defensive midfielder for an attacking one. Was Milan seeking to bolster their offense? The substitution, proposed by Pani during the halftime break, was indeed a pivotal moment. After all, the stamina and energy of players are finite, making it arduous to sustain prolonged periods of intense pressing and attacking. At this juncture, Pani opted to replace the fatigued Gattuso, who had exerted considerable effort in defense, with the adeptly organizing and long-range shooting Seedorf, thus sounding the clarion call for a counterattack. Upon entering the field, Seedorf, equipped with the latest directives from the coach, positioned himself at the forefront of the midfield, directly behind Aubameyang. Meanwhile, Khan advanced to a more central role, resulting in a formation resembling a 4-2-3-1 structure. Seedorf then began to frequently signal for the ball, directing play towards the vacant space on Inter Milan's right flank, compelling Sulla to engage in a sprinting duel with the opposing left-back, Giwa. Despite being 30 years old, Giwa's pace, even in his youth, was merely average. It was inconceivable for him to match Sulla's speed. Consequently, Inter's midfield and defenders were compelled to provide additional cover, causing the formation to tilt to the left. However, in an unexpected turn, Seedorf, after securing possession, shifted the ball to Inter's right flank, which corresponded to Milan's left. Main surged forward, and upon receiving the ball, he accelerated with remarkable speed. Inter's right back, Zanetti, rushed to intercept, while center-back Ranocchia joined the defensive effort. Yet, Main refrained from forcing a breakthrough. Instead, he lifted his gaze executing a reverse triangle pass to the edge of the penalty area. There, Seedorf had already arrived. The Dutch star lifted his right leg and unleashed a powerful shot. The ball shot like a cannonball, soaring directly into the upper right corner of Inter's goal. Cesar could hardly react, merely watching as the ball sped into the net. Another goal. This time, it was Seedorf. A sensational long-range strike. Seedorf had once again breached Inter's defenses in his signature style. What a remarkable substitution. Seedorf had been on the pitch for less than 10 minutes. Moreover, it was evident that Pani had conveyed something to him prior to his entry, leading to an immediate shift in the game's dynamics. Is it truly that magical? It certainly felt as though AC Milan had achieved tactical supremacy in this match. All AC Milan fans rose, fervently waving their jerseys or scarves, chanting Seedorf's name, while Inter fans could only sit in silence, grappling with the bitter taste of conceding a goal. Deep down, they understood that the match had reached its conclusion, and indeed, that was the case. Following 10 minutes of intense back and forth, the referee blew the final whistle. Yet, AC Milan managed to withstand the formidable attacking pressure from their opponents, ultimately triumphing over Inter Milan with a score of 3-0. Securing the Italian Super Cup, Chapter 23. A beautiful interview. The post-match award ceremony was rather simple and not particularly grand, yet Pani remained exuberant. After all, this was his first championship trophy. Similarly, for many young players on the team, it was their inaugural trophy, and they celebrated as if they had just won the Champions League, joyfully parading around the field and acknowledging the Milan fans from Longwa. Pani joined them in their celebratory lap, seemingly garnering numerous cheers from female fans in the process. The subsequent press conference, the spotlight shifted to Allegri. After all, the assistant coach often operates behind the scenes, and the media primarily seeks to interview the head coach and star players. Today, we witnessed a different Milan. Your squad is youthful and brimming with vigor. Mr. Allegri, what prompted you to make such a decision, allowing young players to take center stage in this match? Today's match was full of passion and displayed a high level of tactical sophistication, much to the delight of the Longwa fans in attendance. Mr. Allegri, will you continue to adhere to this style of play, rather than reverting to the more conservative approach previously employed? This 4-3-3 formation had only been utilized once before in a friendly match against Changzhou. Under the temporary guidance of Pani. Mr. Allegri, does today's tactical adjustment have any connection to Pani? By acknowledging Pani's contributions to this tactical choice, Allegri could demonstrate his own open-mindedness as a head coach, while also enhancing the coaching staff's morale and fostering team cohesion. Victory and defeat are shared experiences, he thought. Clearing his throat, he began. Our performance today was commendable. The coaching staff made ample preparations for this match, frequently convening a week prior to discuss tactics and finalize the optimal strategy. Throughout this process, both Tassati and Pani played critical roles, offering numerous constructive suggestions. Of course, I must give special commendation to Pani. This young coach from Longwa consistently encouraged me to field younger players and implement a high-pressing 4-3-3 formation to counter Inter Milan, while also devising targeted strategies against their key players. The 3-0 scoreline attests to the effectiveness of tonight's tactics. I would also like to express my gratitude to the coaching staff for their diligent work and to the players for their unwavering commitment, which culminated in tonight's magnificent victory. Are there any other questions? Does Milan have confidence in defending the Serie A title this year? Why not? What are your goals for the Champions League? Indeed, I am already studying our match against Barcelona. I wish to focus on overcoming this formidable team before discussing further. What about the futures of Pato and Robinho? I'm afraid we can only discuss matters pertaining to today's match. Following the press conference, Allegri's praises for Pani quickly spread across various forums in Longwa. Numerous posts analyzed Milan's tactical approach during their 3 warm-up matches in Longwa, comparing them to their performance against Inter, affirming that it mirrored Pani's strategy against Changzhou. During the match against Inter, Pani had frequently stood to issue on-field instructions, further corroborating Allegri's assertion that Pani was indeed the principal architect of the match's tactics. Consequently, a consensus emerged. The true hero of the resounding 3-0 victory over Inter was none other than Pani. This sparked a wave of online enthusiasm, even among Inter fans, as at that moment, everyone shared a common identity as Longwa supporters. One could hardly blame the Longwa fans for their excitement. It had been years since a coaching prodigy had emerged at such a young age. He served as an assistant coach for a prestigious Serie A club, and he had gained the recognition of a championship-winning coach like Allegri. Instantly, curiosity about Pani surged, with many eager to learn more about this young talent who had studied abroad and suddenly blossomed into an exceptional coach. The following day, a team swiftly made their way to the hotel where Milan was staying in order to conduct an exclusive interview with Pani. He, however, did not shy away from the opportunity. After all, the more prominent his reputation became, the more advantageous it would be for his future endeavors, whether it be coaching at other clubs, attracting players to join, or even securing endorsement deals. At that moment, Pani's room was bustling with activity. CCTV5, a national-level professional team, had entered and immediately commenced their preparations. Some were setting up cameras, while others adjusted lighting, all proceeding in an orderly fashion. The host, a young woman with long hair dressed in immaculate professional attire, waited until everything was nearly ready before straightening her outfit and smiling at the camera. "Hello, everyone. This is Ground Football, and I am Ma Fambing. We are currently at the hotel where AC Milan is staying in the capital, preparing to interview their assistant coach, Pani from our country. You must be wondering why a name we have never heard of before has appeared here as an assistant coach for a prestigious Serie A team? We share the same curiosity. Today, we will take you closer to Milan and Pan. At this moment, the camera turned to Pani, who smiled and succinctly stated, "There's really nothing much to it. I studied in Italy, completed the UEFA coaching course, and obtained a professional coaching certificate. Then I applied to Milan, and Mr. Allegri decided to keep me on. That's all there is to it." And Ma Fambing inquired with intrigue. "However, before applying to Milan, you had no coaching experience with any professional teams, correct? What impressed the Milan coaching staff and swayed Allegri to choose you?" "Certainly, it was my solid foundational knowledge of coaching and my effective tactical approach," Pani replied without modesty. "Allegri is an experienced and excellent coach. He can certainly discern whether what I say holds merit." It truly seemed like a beautiful tale of a hidden gem finding its mentor. Ma Fambing smiled. "Then, would you mind sharing which other teams you interviewed with before applying to Milan?" She sighed. "It appears that our Longwa coaches face quite a challenging start in Italy. Fortunately, Milan recognized your talent in the end. Which rejection left the most lasting impression on you, Coach Pani? Was it with Chivo or the U17 national youth team?" Chapter 24. A significantly meaningful interview. Pani resolved to share this, undoubtedly to clarify the truth. Currently, discussions surrounding Pani are fervently circulating online, prompting some individuals to revisit the conjecture regarding whether the Pani who was ostracized by the national football team is indeed the same person as the Milan assistant coach. Based on subtle clues, they have conducted a semblance of investigation and analysis. However, the truth can only be unveiled by Pani himself. Moreover, he is indeed reluctant to bear this unjust stigma any longer. Wishing to avoid any misconceptions among the Dragon Nation's fans, given that the national sports channel has come for an exclusive interview today, it presents the perfect opportunity. Upon hearing this, Ma Fambing was initially taken aback, her expression quickly transforming to one of delight. "Oh? Is that so? Then, was it due to your poor performance during the interview that you were overlooked by the U17 national team's head coach? To be frank, I have been avidly using Yegwa reading to keep up with my reading list, switching sources and enjoying various voice narrations, available on both Android and iOS. This is indeed a captivating piece of news." As both a host and a reporter, Ma Fambing is acutely aware of the significance of this revelation. At that moment, Pani shook his head and replied slowly, "No, I have never even met the head coach. I specifically traveled from Italy to China, and I had not spent more than 3 minutes in the Football Association's office before that official, Zhang San, declared the interview concluded." "Are you implying that?" Ma Fambing pondered her words carefully. The interview conducted by the association was extremely rushed. "It wasn't just rushed. It was as if it never even commenced," Pani retorted, a hint of frustration creeping into his voice. "They were never prepared to recruit a coach from the outside. The list of candidates had already been predetermined, a fact that was later corroborated by their public announcements. "So you had a bit of a disagreement with the association's officials?" Ma Fambing inquired cautiously, noting the tension in Pani's clenched fists. Since they had already designated a coach, there was no need to waste my time by having me travel such a distance. To feign concern for my development in Europe, it's utterly ridiculous. Their statements are completely contradictory, merely a charade for public consumption. Subsequently, when they fully blacklisted me from the national team, I could hardly be bothered. One must wonder, as a citizen of the Dragon Nation, who hasn't dreamed of joining the national team and contributing to its success. Yet now, in this murky environment, Ma Fambing contemplated this and then posed another question. If the national team were to extend an invitation to you at this moment, would you accept? Pani offered a wry smile and shook his head. No, I am currently thriving and quite content in Milan, and I would not entertain any offers from the national team. Ma Fambing nodded in understanding, momentarily enveloped in silence. With no questions being posed, Pani also fell into a contemplative stillness, rendering the room particularly tranquil. She could discern that Panyi's assertions were likely truthful. This included the fact that the U-17 national team's subsequent announcement of their coaching roster came alarmingly close to the timeline of their public recruitment call. Logically, one could deduce that no substantial interviews had taken place in between. The final list comprised primarily of retired players from domestic leagues who had strong connections within the association, further highlighting the incompetence that lay beneath the surface. It was widely believed that this was directly related to the chaotic management within the association. If there were no reforms instituted, the prospects for Dragon Nation's football would remain bleak. Suddenly, Ma Fambing felt that her interview today was of great importance and significance. Of course, to speak of reform might be an exaggeration. At the very least, a modicum of positive change would suffice, thus fulfilling her role as a journalist. Nodding to herself, she revitalized her spirit and commenced her usual line of questioning regarding Panyi's daily life, work, and amusing anecdotes from his experiences as a player. This rekindled a lively atmosphere within the room, culminating in a joyful and laughter-filled conclusion to the interview. The Dragon Nation's national television station. Within the sports department's office, a portly middle-aged man with a broad face furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the interview footage just brought in by Ma Fambing. Since he typically donned the number 8 while playing, he was commonly referred to as Zhang Leobud. As his frown deepened, he muttered, "No way, this cannot be true." Discretion? Ma Fambing, taken aback, pressed on. The content Pani shared regarding the association. It should be aired, right? Zhang Laoba inhaled deeply. Xiao Ma, you are still too young. Do you have any idea how many complexities are involved here? If we were to air this in its entirety, it could lead to troubles beyond just Zhangsan. We might face far more significant issues. We are merely a television station. There's no need to take such risks. So you mean it won't be broadcasted? Ma Fambing bit her lip in frustration. But our journalistic principle is to provide the public with the most authentic information, is it not? You have repeatedly admonished me about this. The fans deserve to know the truth. Ma Fambing nodded helplessly. Very well, then. She turned and exited the office. Zhang Laoba watched her retreating figure, exhaling softly, a barely perceptible smile gracing his features. Unbeknownst to him, Ma Fambing wore a similar smile. It was evident to her what Zhang Laoba's reaction and subsequent course of action would be upon witnessing Panyi's remarks about the association. She was also aware that Zhang Laoba's talk of meetings and discussions was merely a ruse. No actual changes would occur. However, as a newcomer in the workplace, she deemed it unnecessary to jeopardize her job over the airing of this interview. She had other methods at her disposal and had already prepared for them. Today was Sunday, and tomorrow, Monday, marked the airing of the football program. All that remained was to wait for that episode to be broadcast. Chapter 25, aired, but not fully broadcasted alongside Pan E. There was also a burden, his sister, Pan Ing. After Pani suggested that she pursue a domestic agent certification, she encountered numerous obstacles. This predicament was akin to what Pani faced during his application with the national team. The intricacies and tangled web of relationships and interests were utterly confounding. As an outsider attempting to penetrate this sphere, she frequently found herself beset by unexpected troubles, seemingly devoid of any opportunity. Consequently, Panning deemed it more prudent to acquire her certification in Europe, mirroring Panyi's approach of seeking an alternative path to success. Moreover, it was reasonable for her to focus her agency on European players and coaches. After all, Pani had originally resided in a one-bedroom apartment, which could hardly accommodate both siblings. Fortunately, Pani had gained a modest reputation in Milan, and many locals were eager to lend a hand. Before long, they were directed to a new apartment not far from Milanello. With 2 bedrooms and a living room, it was suitably sized and furnished with modern amenities, including a large television in the living room. Both siblings were pleased and promptly signed the lease, moving in some of Panyi's belongings. Subsequently, Pani arranged for Panning to study with a qualified agency. Meanwhile, he continued his own work in Milan. This season's schedule was somewhat unique. After AC Milan's match against Inter Milan for the Italian Super Cup, there remained a month until the Serie A opener on September 9. Thus, the team needed to engage in several friendly matches to maintain their form. Their first destination was Germany to participate in the Audi Cup, a traditional tournament held at Munich's Allianz Arena, featuring not only AC Milan but also the host team Bayern Munich, La Liga powerhouse Barcelona, and Brazil's Internacional. According to the draw, AC Milan was set to face Bayern Munich, while Barcelona would contend with Internacional. The winners would vie for the championship, while the losers would compete for third place. As it was a friendly match, Allegri took the opportunity to experiment with various tactics, such as 4-4-2 and 4-1-3-2, yet the outcomes were evidently subpar. AC Milan suffered 2 consecutive defeats, ultimately finishing last in the Audi Cup. Losing to the formidable Bayern Munich was somewhat acceptable, given their strength and the prowess of players like Robin and Rib RY. However, succumbing to Internacional in the third-place match was rather inexcusable. Milan displayed a lackluster performance, ultimately being dragged into a penalty shootout. Even more astonishing was that among the 4 players who took penalties, including skilled forwards like Pato and Cassano, not a single one found the back of the net. A 0-2 defeat in the shootout was indeed a rarity. Following the Audi Cup, both Allegri and Galliani became increasingly resolute in their decision to revamp the forward line, vigorously pushing for the transfer of players like Pato. Today is Monday. Pani sits in the coach's office, munching on a snack while glancing at the computer on the desk. Ground football airs at 19:30 Dragon Nation time, coinciding perfectly with lunchtime in Italy. The purest form of football, the highest level of enjoyment. It is well known that Pani is currently an assistant coach at AC Milan and played a pivotal role in the team's victory over Inter Milan to secure the Super Cup. So, how exactly did he join the coaching staff at Milan? What is his daily life and work like? Later, we will reveal everything to you one by one. He is, of course, watching the football on the ground today primarily to witness his own exclusive interview. The Audi Cup has concluded, with Barcelona triumphing 2-0 over the host Bayern Munich, thereby clinching the 2011 Audi Cup championship. Manchester City extravagantly spent €45 million to acquire Argentine star Agüero, investing nearly €100 million this summer in their quest for the Premier League title. Chelsea has purchased towering striker Lukaku for €22 million, hoping he can inherit the legacy of the legendary Drogba. Falcao has joined Atletico Madrid for €40 million, continuing the tradition of formidable strikers at the club. Juventus has once again offered AC Milan €50 million, hoping to bring prodigious talent Pato to Turin, until the figure of Ma Fanbing appeared on the screen. Hello everyone, this is Football on the Ground. I am Ma Fanbing. Today, we will take you to Milan to get closer to Pani. However, as time passed, Pani discovered that the footage of his interview for the U17 national team assistant coach position at the Football Association never materialized. It was all content about Pani sharing stories from within the Milan team. Only at the end of the interview did he see something vaguely related to that interview. Ma Fanbing asked, if the national team were to extend an invitation to you now, would you accept it? Pani replied, no, I am currently very happy and content in Milan, and I would not accept any invitation from the national team. What is going on? This interview was aired. Yet it was not fully broadcasted. Wouldn't that lead to misunderstandings among the fans? Pani pondered, waiting for this episode of Football on the Ground to conclude, yet still saw nothing. That moment. His phone rang. He glanced at his phone. It was his sister. She should be resting in the apartment today. What could be so urgent? As Pani held the phone to his ear, he heard his sister's anxious voice. Brother, did you see the Football on the Ground just now? Yes. Why does it seem different from what you told me in the interview? I don't know. Quickly open the live bar and take a look. It's absolutely chaotic in there. Chapter 26. What is the truth? In Zhang San's home, he was having dinner while watching Football on the Ground. As a seasoned official of the Football Association, this was his sole avenue to grasp the dynamics of international football. He usually couldn't be bothered with newspapers or websites, especially regarding football news. What does a Football Association official need to know so much football information for? His favorite pastime at work was playing Spider Solitaire or Minesweeper. Of course, the main focus was still on eating. Football on the Ground served more as background noise, with occasional glances to make the monotonous act of eating a bit less tedious. At that moment, Zhang San's gaze abruptly froze on the television screen. He even ceased to continue eating. For on the screen, he saw a somewhat familiar face. This person was Pani, the assistant coach of AC Milan. Had he just won the Italian Super Cup with the team? Why does it seem like I've seen this person before? A flurry of question marks instantly appeared above Zhang San's plump head. His brain, usually cluttered with random thoughts, began to churn once more. He furrowed his brow and started to search his memory for this individual. What the heck? Zhang San suddenly stood up from the dinner table, the food in his mouth suddenly losing its flavor. His pupils dilated as realization struck him. This was the little coach who had come for an interview and was dismissed by himself. This fellow, lacking decorum, had become angry and cursed after being rejected, which was utterly unreasonable. This infuriated Zhang San, prompting him to issue a notice in the name of the Football Association, declaring a complete ban on this coach. And he even posted on the forums. Yet now, how had this individual become the assistant coach of AC Milan? Previously, Zhang San had reviewed Pan Yi's resume, which indicated he was merely a freshly graduated international student, powerless and without influence, with no apparent connections. Hence, Zhang San had felt emboldened to dismiss Pan Yi outright. But now, what on earth happened in this brief month? In that instant, Zhang San's emotions churned within, and his heavy frame thudded back into his seat, nearly breaking the chair. For within him stirred a sense of fear. If Pan Yi could ascend to the position of assistant coach at AC Milan, it was indicative of his capabilities. If Pan Yi remained obscure, it would be one thing. However, if this matter were to come to light and Zhang San were held accountable, his secure position within the Football Association could be jeopardized. And considering his work capabilities, where else could he possibly go besides muddling through at the association? Beads of cold sweat began to surface on Zhang San's forehead. But soon, a solution dawned on him. The old method, strike first. Since he had already tarnished Pan Yi's reputation once, he could find a way to besmirch it again, and even more effectively. Thus, Zhang San opened his computer, entered the live bar, and began posting under a pseudonym. May I ask, Pan Yi, is Longwool worthless in your eyes? In just half an hour, such posts rapidly ascended to the top of the forum's hot topics. The number of comments skyrocketed past 5,000, given that Pan Yi had recently been a hot topic of discussion, and that evening's airing of his interview only amplified the fervor. Who is this person? Has he become so successful that he forgets his own identity? Is he even aware of which country he is from? I will not accept any invitation from the national team. Absolutely not. Of course, among the fans, there were those who remained relatively rational and sided with Pan Yi. Perhaps Pan Yi had his reasons for saying that. We are not privy to the details. We all know the Football Association's character. Perhaps they approached Pan Yi but failed to maintain a positive interaction. I also believe that there must be some underlying reason for Pan Yi's statement. Regardless, he is the only one from Longwool who can coach in one of the top 5 leagues, so please refrain from online harassment. Let us not dishearten him. Indeed, this is too absurd. Based on the interview content, it had been discussing Pan Yi's life and work in Milan, and then suddenly shifted to the national team's invitation, which felt quite abrupt. Was there perhaps something cut from the beginning? Yes. You all only know how to indulge in momentary verbal sparring, unlike me, who only feels pity for Gigi. Get lost. The fans on both sides were adamantly arguing, nearly causing an uproar in the forum. Meanwhile, Pan Yi, presently in his office, observed the forum, scratching his head in confusion. While the identity of the poster remained hidden, Pan Yi could almost envision the sinister grin of the notorious Zhang San. Even the phrasing and sentence structure bore striking similarities. At this juncture, should Pan Yi personally step in to clarify? It seemed that there was no other option left. As for whether the fans would believe him, that was beyond his control. Just then, Pan Yi noticed yet another post rapidly climbing to the top, its title particularly eye-catching. The truth behind the Pan Yi incident, complete unedited interview video released. Chapter 27, I Know It's You. Within that post was a video link. The video contained the entirety of Pan Yi's interview process, including his account of being unjustly dismissed during the U-17 national team's interview. In an instant, the fans comprehended everything. Indeed, the two Pan Yis were one and the same. The coach whom AC Milan valued had been directly passed over by a Football Association official, an occurrence that would undoubtedly incite the ire of the fans. The previous post had suggested that Pan Yi had been rejected due to insufficient professional abilities, which now appeared to be nothing short of a farce. The posts maligning Pan Yi were meticulously compared by keen-eyed netizens, demonstrating they were authored by the same individual. Even more damning was that the official live bar had confirmed that these two posts originated from the same IP address, further indicating the ulterior motives of the poster. Given that this individual clearly possessed comprehensive knowledge of the entire situation, including the ban announcement, it was evident that they were involved in the Football Association. Consequently, enraged fans inundated the Football Association's official website. and many called in to express their protests. Furthermore, the video, along with a detailed account of the incident, was compiled into a comprehensive post and shared across all fan forums and groups, ensuring that more people were made aware of the truth. By 10 o'clock that evening, it was not just the fans who were aware. Many individuals outside the circle had also learned of the events. Beneath the official social media accounts of the Football Association, a wave of denunciations ensued. It's one thing not to hire him, but it's possible that the Football Association is simply too incompetent to recognize Pani's talents. However, to further slander him is simply intolerable. Indeed, I will go to the Football Association's entrance tomorrow and confront anyone I see. How can Longwa football possibly develop under such circumstances? You repugnant parasites. What can I do to save you? My national team? Dissolve the Football Association. The insults were harsh and varied. In reality, the Football Association's official media often face criticism, especially after each national team defeat. Yet never had the vitriol been as fierce as it was this time. Today, the first comment under the official media account's post has exceeded 100,000. This is a figure that is exceptionally challenging for football media to achieve. Yet today, due to Pan-E, a genius coach from Longwa who was once misunderstood by fans, such astonishing numbers have emerged. As public opinion continues to ferment, this incident has finally caught the attention of the higher-ups at the Football Association. The chairman of the association immediately called the relevant department, who is responsible for the recruitment of the U17 national team. Zhang San, right? Fire him immediately, or our association's office might just be stormed. Pani is currently the coach of AC Milan and holds a high reputation among fans. Why provoke him? It's madness. What? The recruitment was predetermined by me. Nonsense. Quickly issue a statement apologizing to the fans and Pani and resolve this uproar. Zhang San was a temporarily appointed recruitment officer by the association, and due to his failure to diligently perform his duties and his abuse of power, the cooperation with him has been terminated. Thus, Zhang San's idle career has come to an end. Upon receiving the call and hearing this news, Zhang San's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. His complexion was haggard. Devoid of any trace of his former pride in Zhang San's heart, an endless sense of regret now lingered. But what use is that? All of this was self-inflicted. He attempted to light a cigarette, but struggled to do so. His vacant gaze turned toward the window, which was engulfed in darkness. The national television station, the sports department is convening an emergency meeting. The chair, Zhang Laoba, looked displeased as he surveyed the 8 individuals seated on either side of the conference table. These were the members of the interview team who had gone to the hotel to interview Pan-E, Speak Up, who uploaded the original interview footage online. Zhang Laoba slammed the table. The 8 individuals exchanged glances, yet none dared to respond. Zhang Laoba continued speaking, his eyes darting toward Ma Fanbing. So, someone dares to act but not to admit it. Zhang Laoba banged the table again. Are you trying to film a mystery here? This is merely an interview recording, not some confidential list. Who has the time to copy it? The youth remained silent. However, Ma Fanbing turned to Zhang Laoba. Director, I believe that regardless of who leaked it, we now have a favorable outcome, don't we? This leaked interview footage has played a positive role and garnered acclaim from netizens. The Football Association's handling of the situation indicates their fear of escalating matters further, making it difficult to manage. If they were to pursue the source of the footage now, it might provoke even greater resentment from fans and netizens. The fact that this footage was surreptitiously obtained and uploaded by ill-intentioned individuals. If the association were to blame us, it would be disheartening. We still need to protect them. Ma Fanbing's reasoning appeared quite sound, and her logic was coherent, leaving Zhang Laoba momentarily taken aback. Nevertheless, the fact that the association had yet to contact him suggested that the matter had not been traced back to him. Ultimately, Zhang Laoba could only sigh. Well, let's leave it at that. Since it wasn't one of our people who leaked it, this matter ends here. Dismissed. Upon hearing this, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief and instinctively cast a glance toward Ma Fanbing. Clearly, they all understood that she was the one who had uploaded the video. After the interview concluded, the USB drive containing the footage had remained in her possession, and only she had the time to copy the content. Yet, they all chose to remain taciturn, as they too, like Ma Fanbing, wished to reveal the truth to all fans and netizens. As Ma Fanbing exited the conference room, her phone buzzed with a message. She glanced down and couldn't help but smile sweetly. The message was from Pan-E, containing a simple yet heartfelt sentence. Thank you. I know it was you. Chapter 28. I saw nothing after calming the waves of rumors. Pani swiftly accompanied AC Milan to partake in the final pre-season friendly match. This match featured traditional Serie A powerhouses AC Milan, Inter Milan, and Juventus competing in the TIM Cup. The format of this traditional event is somewhat unique, as it does not follow the conventional 90-minute match structure. Instead, the three teams face off in pairs for 45 minutes each, with the final standings determined by the results of all three matches. The nature of this competition is primarily entertaining, and despite the formidable opponents, the final results, while not ideal, achieve the purpose of warming up. Ultimately, Inter Milan emerged victorious with 2 wins, accumulating 5 points to claim the 2011 TIM Cup championship. Juventus followed with 4 points in second place, while the bottom-placed Milan finished with 0 points after 2 defeats. The last friendly match was an away game against Como, a team from Serie C, serving as a small favor for such clubs. In this match, AC Milan fielded mostly substitutes and secured a narrow 2-1 victory. During this period, Milan also completed several significant transfers. Notably, Pato transferred to Juventus for a fee of 45 million plus 10 million in performance-related clauses, totaling 55 million. Robinho was sold to Valencia in La Liga for 20 million, while Cassano moved to Inter Milan for 15 million, coupled with the prior sales of players like Borriello, Papastathopoulos, and Merkel. AC Milan's income during this summer transfer window exceeded 100 million, considering the transfer expenditure was only a bit over 30 million, and the team's strength appeared to have increased. Galliani couldn't help but smile broadly. Following these transactions, the 25-man squad for AC Milan's 2011 to 2012 season was finalized. Forwards: Main, Aubameyang, Sulla, Ibrahimovic, Inzaghi. Midfielders: Kanté, Gattuso, Boateng, Emmanuelson, Seedorf, Van Bommel, Ambrosini, Flamini. Defenders: De Cilio, Van Dijk, Thiago Silva, Abate, Nesta, Antonini, Zambrata, Mexes, Yepes. Goalkeepers: Abbiati, Emilia, Roma. Essentially, each position boasts 2 or more players, allowing for ample rotation. Although the forward line appears somewhat sparse with only 5 players, it remains highly versatile. All 5 can play as central forwards, while Main, Aubameyang, and Sulla can also operate as wingers. Moreover, midfielders Emmanuelson and Seedorf are capable of playing on the flanks, ready to step in should any forwards be injured or suspended. Given that the midfield typically requires only 3 starters, the configuration of 8 players is more than sufficient. Flamini's timely return from injury further strengthens the midfield, as he is a versatile player who can even fill in as a right back. In defense, multiple players can occupy the same position, and several fullbacks can play on either side, providing the coaching staff with ample tactical flexibility. As for goalkeepers, Abbiati is the undisputed starter. Emilia serves as the second choice, and the 36-year-old Roma is merely a backup option. However, with the squad finalized, as the team began preparations for the opening match of Serie A, some disagreements arose within the coaching staff. This was not due to tactical choices. After numerous experiments and analyses during pre-season matches, Allegri had already decided to employ Pani's 4-3-3 formation as the main strategy for the upcoming season. Who wouldn't favor a winning tactic? The debate among the coaching staff revolved around whether to rotate some players for the first match of Serie A. Indeed, it was quite absurd. AC Milan's season-opening schedule is nothing short of grueling. First, they face Lazio at home on September 9, followed by an away Champions League match against Barcelona just 4 days later, on September 13. After this crucial encounter, Milan will again be on the road, challenging Napoli on September 18. The coaching staff's division of opinion arose because Allegri believed it essential to start the Serie A season strongly, thus advocating for a full-strength lineup against Lazio and similarly against Barcelona. Confident that the players could recover in time, Tassati shared the same viewpoint. However, Pani felt that while Lazio was not weak, Milan still held a slight edge, particularly with the home advantage, allowing for a minor rotation to enable players to face Barcelona in better condition. Of course, Pani's suggestion was tinged with a hint of self-interest. After all, AC Milan had clinched the Serie A title last season, and even if they defended their title, it would merely feel like a bonus. The Champions League, however, was a different matter. Since Milan's revenge against Liverpool in Athens in 2007, securing their 7th Champions League title, the trophy had begun to feel increasingly distant. Pani even understood that, even years later, Milan might never again grasp that coveted trophy, let alone draw nearer to it. Thus, He yearned to achieve this accolade during his tenure at Milan, representing the pinnacle of European club football. This ambition was arguably Pani's foremost goal in Milan at present. As for Allegri, the situation is rather different. He must ensure that the Serie A championship remains secured in the Champions League. Milan's journey can extend as far as it may, and even if they ultimately fail to clinch the title, the fans are unlikely to hold him accountable. However, should he lose the Serie A championship, or if the team's performance declines further, his position as head coach could very well be at risk. Consequently, neither party could persuade the other, leading to a somewhat unsatisfactory conclusion. He wandered through the hall, seeking to converse with his sister. Family, after all, is there to listen and provide solace during troubling times. Pani turned his gaze and noticed that Pan Ying's door was ajar. He approached it. Creak! He pushed the door open and was about to speak when he nearly bit his tongue. Pan Ying sat at her desk, a chaotic array of books concerning management strewn across its surface. Yet, she was not engaged in reading. Instead, she was playfully sniffing her toes, utterly devoid of any semblance of elegance. Pan Ying seized a pair of scissors from the desk. Brother, come here. Pan retreated, closing the door. Calm down, I saw nothing. Chapter 29. A friend from afar. It appears that you have had a disagreement with the head coach. It was not a quarrel, merely a difference of opinion. Pan rubbed the back of his head, still aching from his sister's earlier blow, a daughter in her prime. Strong enough to move mountains, brother. Remember that an elder sister is like a father. Heed your sister's advice. Pan spoke earnestly, reminding him that he was merely the assistant coach while the head coach held the ultimate authority. Whatever disagreements there may be, why not simply follow his lead? What if you anger him and lose your position? A salary of 200,000 euros, just gone. Is that all you see in that 200,000 euros? Pan chuckled, bemused by her perspective. What? If you don't want it, you can give it to me. Pan playfully pinched Pan's nose, suggesting that enduring a moment of calm would suffice. You've only just started this job, and you're already creating discord with the leadership. Do you even wish to continue? I never intended to stay indefinitely, Pan replied softly. What? Pan sprang up from the couch, incredulous. You're dissatisfied with such a good job. What exactly do you want? Dear brother, it's simple. I want to be the head coach, Pan said casually, asserting that only then could he truly realize his potential. And let us not forget, I once told you that being a head coach brings a higher salary. Oh, indeed. Pan's expression shifted to one of realization, but her brow soon furrowed. However, you are only 25 years old. Isn't that rather young for an assistant coach? Would anyone truly consider hiring you as a head coach? That may be challenging at present. However, what if I assist Milan in securing the Serie A championship, or even the Champions League? Pan asserted confidently, stating that an assistant coach for a championship-winning team is highly sought after in the market. Once that happens, I would consider any invitations from top league teams to prove myself. Pan's assertion stemmed from numerous similar instances in football. For instance, Arteta began as Guardiola's assistant at Manchester City before becoming the head coach at Arsenal. Flick transitioned from Bayern's assistant to head coach and clinched a treble. Zidane, whether as an assistant or head coach, amassed Champions League titles with ease. And even Mourinho started as a translator. Oh, why can't you remain as the head coach of AC Milan? Pan queried. Pan tapped her forehead with his finger. Are you foolish? If AC Milan secures the championship, how could Allegri possibly be dismissed? That sounds somewhat reasonable. Pan mused, rubbing her head. So, you are that confident in winning the championship this year? Hee, just wait until this time next year. Pan smiled, questioning her faith in his abilities. Pan pondered for a moment. Surprisingly, his sister's words carried some weight, particularly the last statement. Allegri is, after all, a good person, albeit sometimes overly cautious or stubborn. Otherwise, he would not have repeatedly tested and adjusted tactics despite Pan's 4-3-3 formation showing strong potential with the young players. Yet, he has not claimed all the credit for the victories. Logically, in a winning team, aside from the players' efforts on the field, the head coach is undeniably the most significant contributor. Even if he tells the media and fans that it was all part of his grand strategy, no one would contest that. Thus, Pan realized that he should afford Allegri the respect he deserves, making minor adjustments as required. Not to mention, having Uncle Joan mention him a few times at the post-match press conference would surely benefit his future development. Truly, a sister's counsel can prevent one from faltering on the field. I have indeed been overly fixated on every tactical arrangement, leading to frequent disputes with Allegri. I shall be more mindful in the future. Pandy affectionately patted Panning on the back of her head in gratitude. Specifically regarding today, my fixation on the Champions League might have been excessive. In fact, at the season's outset, the young players could manage 2 matches in 4 days. Panning waved her hand dismissively. Acknowledging one's mistakes and correcting them is a virtue. Why primary concern remains your future salary. Suddenly, she seemed to have an epiphany. Why did you hit me so hard? Seeking revenge, are you? Come on, witness my falling petals divine palm. September 9th. The first round of the 2011 to 2012 Serie A season is about to commence, with AC Milan facing Lazio at home. The resounding victory over Inter Milan in the Italian Super Cup has left many Milan fans filled with anticipation for the new season. Hours before the match, the San Siro Stadium was already buzzing with rossoneri clad in red and black, singing and dancing. Interviews with fans reflected their optimistic outlook. The reinforcements this year have been impressive. And our performance in the Super Cup was commendable. I hope we can maintain this momentum. These young players play with passion, employing diverse attacking strategies. The spectacle is far more enjoyable than last season. The Serie A championship is still ours. During the pre-match press conference, reporters similarly probed Allegri regarding championship aspirations. Yet, the cunning veteran deftly sidestepped the question. We must take each match as it comes. We will assess the standings at the end of the season to determine our championship prospects. Thus, many reporters, eager for a definitive response, turned to Pani, hoping this young coach could provide them with reassurance. Now, he had resolved to align with Allegri, at least maintaining a united front in public, lest they give the impression of discord among the coaching staff, which could adversely affect morale, a reporter inquired. Some believe that the victory in the Italian Super Cup was largely due to your contributions. What are your thoughts? Pani replied. That was the result of collective efforts from the entire team. Mr. Allegri has stated that the tactical strategies were the result of discussions among all coaching staff members, ultimately arriving at the best decision. Seeing that Pani was unyielding, the reporter shifted focus to the upcoming match. Do you feel confident about winning against Lazio today? Pani smiled and responded. In our homeland, we have an adage, a friend from afar should not be punished. With the support of all our fans at San Siro, we will secure these 3 points. Chapter 30. The old friend of the Dragon Nation in this match. AC Milan's starting lineup was as follows. Forwards, Main, Ibrahimovic, Salah. Midfielders, Boateng, Seedorf, Van Bommel. Defenders, Zambrotta, Thiago Silva, Nesta, Abate. Goalkeeper, Abati. In terms of formation, Allegri indeed employed the 4-3-3 that Pani recommended, albeit with some adjustments to the personnel. Allegri began his coaching career in his 30s and successfully clinched the championship in his first season with AC Milan, becoming the 4th coach to do so after Sacchi, Capello, and Zaccheroni. He is evidently a competent coach and knows which formation suits Milan best. However, he is also a coach with his own ideas, hence the modifications he made to Pani's tactical approach. For instance, in the midfield, he preferred a more offensively potent organizer like Seedorf, and he placed his trust in the veteran Van Bommel for the defensive midfield role. The same applied to the defense, where the experienced Zambrotta and Nesta's presence provided Allegri with a sense of security. This adjustment also served as a psychological signal from Allegri. Yes, I have drawn inspiration from Pani's tactics, but I am employing different personnel, thus this remains my strategy. Upon learning of today's lineup, Pani felt a sense of relief. Today, employing this lineup against Lazio, it would be a form of rotation to make slight adjustments for the upcoming match against Barcelona by substituting in the key players that Pani has in mind. Although his approach differs somewhat from Allegri's, the final outcome could ultimately converge towards a similar result. On the opposing side, the visiting team Lazio adopts a classic 4-4-2 formation. Forwards, Klose, Sis. Midfielders, Brocchi, Mauri, Ledesma, Hernandez. Defenders, Zori, Biava, Conco, Diaz. Goalkeeper, Bizzarri. Lazio's current head coach, Regia, at the age of 66, embodies the essence of an experienced manager, which leads him to favor a more traditional style in both formation and player selection. His arrangements in the midfield and defense are rather conventional, and the offensive strategy heavily relies on the 2-star forwards. Sis, a longtime acquaintance of the Dragon Kingdom's people, unfortunately suffered a broken right leg during a World Cup warm-up match against the national team, courtesy of Captain Zhang Ji, rendering him unable to participate in the 2006 World Cup. Although he returned to health in time for the 2010 South Africa World Cup, his performance was rather mediocre. The true threat from Lazio, however, lies with the other forward, Klose, hailing from Germany. Throughout his illustrious career, he played a pivotal role in securing the 2014 World Cup for Germany, along with a silver medal and 2 bronze medals in World Cup history. As well as a silver and bronze in the European Championship, he is the only player in football history to have reached the World Cup semi-finals in 4 consecutive tournaments, surpassing the legendary German striker Gerd Müller to become the all-time leading scorer in international A-level matches. Even at the club level, though not as dazzling as his national team exploits, he amassed a wealth of honors with Kaiserslautern, Werder Bremen, and Bayern Munich. Even as he approaches the twilight of his career at 33. His transfer to Lazio saw him rapidly become a key player, consistently topping the team's scoring charts for the upcoming seasons. Thus, prior to the match, Allegri instructed Nesta to closely mark Klose and to be vigilant in cutting off the high crosses aimed at him from both flanks. It is well known that Klose's heading ability is a formidable weapon. During the 2002 World Cup, he completed a hat-trick with his head, propelling Germany to an 8-0 victory over Saudi Arabia, while simultaneously helping the Dragon Kingdom secure a respectable 31st place in that tournament. In this sense, Klose is also considered a familiar friend to the people of the Dragon Kingdom. However, once the match commenced, Klose's performance was rather lackluster, and both teams struggled to create opportunities. Milan's front three maintained their characteristic press, making it challenging for Lazio to control the wings and find space for calm crosses. This left Klose with scant opportunities for comfortable headed attempts within the penalty area. With Klose faltering and the aging Sis unable to penetrate Milan's defense, Lazio's offensive efforts were stymied, leaving Milan to face their own challenges. Although the introduction of Seedorf seemed to add a striking option, Van Bommel's lack of midfield coverage and his unfamiliarity with dropping back to the center-back line hindered the flow of play. Consequently, the intended adjustment to shift from a 4-3-3 to a 3-4-3 formation lost its potency, significantly diminishing their attacking threat. Throughout the first half, AC Milan's offense relied predominantly on the individual prowess of their forward trio. Sulla and Mann frequently cut inside after breaking down the flanks, yet their attempts either strayed off target or were thwarted by Lazio's goalkeeper Bizzarri. In limited aerial duels, Mbu managed to find opportunities for headers, but none posed a tangible threat. As halftime approached, the atmosphere in Milan's locker room mirrored the on-field tension. Despite not trailing, the lack of goals in front of 80,000 passionate fans left everyone feeling uneasy. "What if we let Kant play for a bit?" Pani suggested quietly to Allegri. His tone resembled more of a recommendation than a debate. He had to show respect to the head coach. Moreover, a tireless young player like Kant would not affect the upcoming match against Barcelona in 4 days. "I share the same sentiment," Tassati chimed in, suggesting it could liberate Seedorf's attacking capabilities. Allegri pondered this for a moment. Given that both assistant coaches had voiced their opinions, there must be merit in their suggestions. In truth, Allegri recognized that the midfield struggles in the first half had relegated Seedorf to primarily defensive duties, thwarting any aspirations of bolstering the attack. This, coupled with Seedorf's inherent defensive limitations, had exacerbated Milan's midfield woes, creating a vicious cycle. Although somewhat stubborn, Allegri would not sacrifice victory for any reason. That would benefit no one. Therefore, he stood up, addressing Kant. "Warm up. Be prepared to come on in the second half." Chapter 31. First victory in Serie A. AC Milan's substitution at the start of the second half proved not just impactful but almost transformative. Upon his entrance, Kant's extensive range of movement and astute positioning immediately stabilized the midfield dynamics. Supported by the equally tenacious Boateng, Seedorf finally began to exhibit his attacking prowess, frequently delivering incisive passes into Lazio's territory. In the 48th minute, Mbu made a decisive run into Lazio's box, striking the ball against the crossbar, sending shivers down the spine of the opposing goalkeeper. In the 54th minute, Sulla, receiving a pass on the right, opted to break through but was brought down by a helpless Hernandez. Sulla took the ensuing free kick himself, though it sailed narrowly over the crossbar. In the 56th minute, Milan surged forward again as Mann latched onto Seedorf's through ball, yet hesitated at the crucial moment, allowing goalkeeper Bizzarri to block with his leg. Although AC Milan had yet to score, the relentless barrage of attacks convinced everyone that a goal was imminent. Indeed, the moment arrived in the 65th minute. Seedorf received the ball in midfield, maneuvered past 2 Lazio defenders, and unleashed a long-range shot that Bizzarri heroically parried. A valiant follow-up by Mann found the back of the net, compensating for his earlier miss and marking AC Milan's first goal of the new Serie A season. The crowd erupted at San Siro, a cacophony of joy erupting as they chanted, "Man! The goal scorer is man!" The score stood at Milan .1, Lazio .0. The euphoria was not to be contained, as just 10 minutes later, the scene repeated itself. Imbu, having secured the ball in the center, noticed that both man and Sulla were closely guarded, prompting him to embark on a solo run towards the goal. Lazio's center-back Dias rushed to defend, but Imbu skillfully feigned past him. Biava, unwilling to relent, lunged in with a tackle. At that moment, Imbu's balance faltered, as he was about to lose the ball to Biava's challenge. Yet, with a swift motion, Imbu applied force with his left foot, shifting his body to strike with his right, connecting just beneath the ball's underside. As the ball soared towards the goal, Imbu's body fell to the ground, his gaze fixed on the flying football. Seeing the ball hurtling towards him, Bizzarri instinctively raised his hands to block, but it was in vain. Imbu's audacious effort resulted in a stunning goal. The ball spun with a clockwise arc, sailing swiftly over the goalkeeper's head and nestling into the net at the far post. The net quivered in delight. "Goal!" The commentator's voice thundered with exhilaration. The goal had been scored. What a magnificent arc it was! AC Milan's number 11, Imbu Ibrahimovic. He showcased his unparalleled striking ability once again. This goal surely competes for the best goal of the opening round of Serie A. The score now stood at 2-0, with Milan leading Lazio. Post-goal, Imbu stood proudly on the pitch, arms raised high, welcoming the adoration of the crowd. "What a commanding presence," Pani remarked from the sidelines. In terms of flair, Imbu undoubtedly ranks among the elite in global football. AS Imbu celebrated and made his way back towards his half of the pitch. He flashed a thumbs up towards the coaching staff. This was a gesture of affirmation from the great general, acknowledging the effective adjustments made in the second half. The final score settled at 2-0, marking a triumphant home victory for AC Milan over their opponents. In the aftermath, Allegri, accompanied by the two goal scorers, attended the press conference. A reporter inquired of Imbu, "Zlatan, having scored in the opening match, how do you feel?" Imbu replied with a stoic expression, "Feelings? When God wishes to score. It is that simple." Laughter erupted from the audience. A reporter inquired, "It appears that you are in excellent form today, particularly in the second half. Was there a special strategy devised by the coach?" The laughter continued to resonate. One player humorously remarked on the coach being a splendid young man, which sounded amusing in every way. However, in the presence of the 29-year-old Imbu, the 25-year-old Pan E could indeed be considered a young man. Main also spoke of Pan E, stating, "I have always been accustomed to playing as a right winger, preferring to deliver crosses from the flanks." It was Pan E who encouraged me to shift to the left wing and attempt more cut-ins for shots. I dedicate today's goal to Pan E. Of course, I wouldn't dare to call him a young man in his presence. The reporters erupted into laughter once more, filling the press conference room with an atmosphere of joy. When Allegri took the floor, he naturally mentioned the adjustments made during halftime. "I am grateful to Tassati and Pani, who have continually offered me invaluable advice. With the sincere collaboration of our coaching staff, I believe Milan will continue to improve." Primarily, in today's match, whether it was the pre-match preparations or Pani's suggestions during halftime, he had given Allegri ample respect, which he certainly appreciated. With the victory boosting his spirits, Allegri was more than willing to praise his subordinates. All three Milan representatives at the press conference mentioned Pani, naturally elevating his profile significantly. The following day's newspapers even featured headlines directly related to him. Milan's first victory. Assistant coach Pan E deserves great credit. The first Dragon Kingdom coach in Serie A excels, receiving divine affirmation. Milan's Mercury-like attacking line in the new season owes its brilliance to a behind-the-scenes hero's wisdom. Undoubtedly, for Pan E, such an increase in notoriety was quite beneficial. Yet, he was too preoccupied to dwell on it. He needed to collaborate with the coaching staff to commence more detailed pre-match preparations immediately. In just 3 days, Milan was set to challenge Barcelona away, embarking on their journey in this season's UEFA Champions League Group H, Chapter 32. "You're really going for it. Help me get a Messi jersey. Will you?" That evening, at a noodle shop beside the Duomo Cathedral, Pani sat at a table while conversing with Allegri's 16-year-old daughter, Valentina, who stood beside him. "I'm just swamped with work. Yet today." Valentina had called him seeking a favor, compelling him to invite her to this noodle shop he frequented. After all, Pani owed her a debt of gratitude. Had it not been for her extravagant praise, Deeming him an exceptionally rare coaching talent, Allegri wouldn't have interviewed him, and he certainly wouldn't have joined AC Milan, although the current circumstances validate her claim of him being a remarkable coach. It cannot be entirely dismissed. Nevertheless, now that Valentina sought his assistance, Pani was determined to oblige. However, her insistence on acquiring a Messi jersey seemed rather trivial. Your father is Allegri. Wouldn't it be easier to ask him to get one from Messi himself? Are you a fan of Messi? Pani inquired, lifting his gaze. Yes, before you became Milan's coach, he was my #1 idol in football, Valentina replied, glancing around the noodle shop. At24, Messi had already achieved global superstardom. With numerous awards to his name, including 2 Ballon d'Or trophies recognizing him as the world's best player, Valentina's admiration for Messi seemed entirely reasonable, given her footballing lineage. However, for Pani, Messi was presently a source of concern. Milan needed to contain him in their upcoming match against Barcelona, or the consequences would surely be dire. After all, this was peak Messi. Also, what did you mean by saying before you became Milan's coach? Does that imply Messi is now only her second idol? Before Pani could pose further inquiries, Valentina answered another of his questions. Don't even think about asking my dad for the jersey. He won't do it. He insists that as a head coach, it would be too embarrassing to approach other players like a fan for a jersey. Pani scratched his head. All right then. I'll do my best to get it for you. But why don't you sit down? The noodles will be ready soon. Valentina leaned forward, scrutinizing Pani's eyes. Really? After finally getting you to treat me? This is what you offer. She was so at ease, completely oblivious to the generous display from her open neckline. Kids these days are so well-nourished. Pani swallowed hard, inadvertently commenting. What? No, I mean the portion sizes are generous. Pani quickly diverted his gaze. I meant the noodles. They are ample and absolutely delicious. You won't regret having them. The noodles were indeed delightful. As someone striving in a foreign land, enjoying a taste of home was immensely satisfying, which was why Pani frequented this establishment. Typically, the shop was bustling, but tonight, it was rather quiet, with only the 2 of them present. Here we go. 2 bowls of ramen, enjoy. At that moment, a middle-aged woman with East Asian features emerged from the back. She was the owner, bringing forth 2 steaming bowls of ramen. Pani began to devour his noodles heartily, while Valentina cautiously took a small bite. This is quite good. I've never tasted your country's noodles before. They even better than our Italian pasta. Of course. In terms of noodles, our country is your ancestral home, Pani proclaimed proudly. Look at you. So pleased with yourself, Valentina chuckled, taking another bite, in addition to getting Messi's jersey. There's actually something else. What is it? I have a friend in England who works for Sports Interactive. He asked me to inquire if you'd be interested in collaborating with them as a consultant or something. Sports Interactive? Pani paused his meal, tilting his head in thought. The name rang a bell. Isn't that the company that makes the football management games? You've played it, right? I play it often. It is quite entertaining. I company. I've played their FM game before. But why do they want me to be a consultant? Well, they are preparing to launch the new FM 2012 this October, and there will be significant updates to the database. However, they still lack accurate ratings for many players, especially our new signings at Milan. Pani chuckled, comprehending Valentina's implication in the FM 2012 of his past life. Players like Candy and Maine would undoubtedly have dismal ratings, far from meeting the standards of Serie A teams, let alone being key players for a giant like Milan. Sulla was even worse. At that time, he was still playing in Egypt, and his name didn't even exist in the FM database. Clearly, the emergence of these players had left SIS data analysts bewildered. To ensure data accuracy, they sought Pani's expertise, the coach who had personally unearthed so much talent. Given that it was already September and the new version's release was imminent, they had insufficient time for further investigations, and no problem. Just give them my contact information, Pani nodded, resuming his meal. This was a simple task that not only honored Valentina but also provided a bit of assistance to his beloved FM game. Who knows, he might even earn a little extra in the process. Fantastic! You're truly my amazing Pani, Valentina exclaimed joyfully, then continued to savor her noodles bite by bite. Pani raised an eyebrow and frowned slightly. That's not how you eat noodles. Ramen must be enjoyed in big bites. Saying this, he brought the bowl to his lips. Let me demonstrate the proper way to eat noodles, and then began to gulp them down voraciously. Valentina, who had just taken a bite, found Pani's eating style utterly hilarious and couldn't help but laugh. only to have a noodle shoot out from her left nostril. The atmosphere froze in an instant. Wow, I've truly never seen that before. Penny stared in astonishment. Valentina was at a loss for her emotions, feeling utterly embarrassed, especially in front of Penny. How about this? If you perform that trick again, I'll treat you to ramen every day. What do you say? Penny chuckled at Valentina's proposition. Just as she was about to pull the noodle from her nose, she couldn't hold back upon hearing his words, causing another noodle to shoot out from her right nostril. This was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime spectacle at the noodle shop. A stunningly beautiful blonde woman, with 2 strands of noodles of varying lengths dangling from her nose, sat awkwardly in place under the watchful gaze of Penny and the landlady, before she frantically attempted to pull the noodles away. Penny, at a loss for words, thought to himself, "No way? You're really going to such lengths just to scrounge a meal every day." Chapter 33. The net to capture Barcelona September 13. Tonight, AC Milan is set to challenge the formidable Barcelona at the Camp Nou. In truth, the media and fans alike, regardless of their location, harbor little hope for Milan in this match. The reason is simple. The current Barcelona is universally acknowledged as the team of the universe. In the recently concluded 2010-11 La Liga season, Barcelona scored a remarkable 98 goals while conceding only 24, accumulating 99 points and achieving a 3rd consecutive league title, during which they shattered the record for the longest winning streak in La Liga with 16 consecutive victories. Moreover, on the UEFA Champions League stage, Barcelona triumphed over Manchester United with a score of 3-1 in the 2011 final, having defeated them twice within 3 years, clinching their 4th Champions League title in history. In that match, Sir Alex Ferguson's slightly trembling hand encapsulated Barcelona's complete control over the game. In fact, in 2011, Barcelona ultimately secured the quintuple, falling just 1 title short of the sextuple they achieved in 2009. Their relentless pursuit of championships, coupled with their dominance on the field, left opponents in despair. The midfield trio of Xavi, Iniesta, and Busquets epitomized Coach Guardiola's philosophy of possession football to perfection. This may well be the strongest midfield combination in history, which also aided Spain in their triumph at the 2010 World Cup. Up front, the world's best player, Messi, unleashed his full firepower, continuously breaking scoring records. In the following year, 2012, Messi astonishingly set a new record for the most goals in a calendar year with a staggering 91 goals in official competitions, earning the Ballon d'Or for the 4th consecutive year. The peak combination of Xavi, Iniesta, Busquets, and Messi has given rise to one of the most formidable teams in contemporary football. This is Barcelona's dream team. The epitome of footballing excellence. In the face of such a team, especially in an away match, the challenges AC Milan faces are all too clear, and it is entirely reasonable for them to be deemed the underdogs. Furthermore, the current Barcelona squad is in prime condition. Apart from Captain Puyol, who has just returned from injury and may not play, the rest of the key players are in excellent form. They have just defeated Real Madrid to win the Spanish Super Cup and easily overcame Porto in the UEFA Super Cup. While in the league, they recently thrashed Villarreal 5-0, buoying their morale. They have the advantage of timing, location, and team synergy, all of which favor Barcelona at home. With such momentum, how could they possibly lose? Who would dare to believe that anyone could defeat this invincible reigning Champions League champion at the Camp Nou? In the AC Milan locker room, all the coaches and players gathered for the final preparations. "Everyone, please be quiet," Allegri said, clapping his hands and gesturing towards Penny. In recent days, we have rehearsed specific tactics for this match. And now I would like Coach Penny to emphasize the key points. Penny nodded at Allegri and walked directly to the tactical board, arranging the pieces. Barcelona typically employs a 4-3-3 formation, much like us. However, their style differs significantly. They lean more towards control on the left flank. Both Sanchez and Pedro excel at interchanging and penetrating, while Messi may appear in any position, dropping deep to collect the ball, allowing him to cut inside and exploit space. Therefore, in today's match, we need to implement some tactical adjustments. As Penny spoke, the players listened intently. Many of them had never participated in any European competitions before, let alone faced Barcelona, the team of the universe, at the Camp Nou. They shared Penny's desire to achieve a positive outcome and showcase their talents in this globally scrutinized match. Yet, they also understood the immense strength of Barcelona. Thus, whether they could secure a victory today largely depended on whether the coaching team's strategy could stifle the brilliance of Barcelona's stars and allow Milan's own characteristics to shine through. Allegri nodded at Pani, signaling him to continue. Primarily, Allegri found Pani's proposed tactical plan quite agreeable, aligning perfectly with his own thoughts, and thus he accepted it wholeheartedly. Initially, he had worried that Pani, being a young coach, might approach the match recklessly, regardless of the opponent or whether they were playing at home or away. To his surprise, Pani's tactics for Barcelona were remarkably pragmatic, even leading Allegri, who himself was somewhat conservative, to find them a tad too opportunistic. Consequently, Pani took the lead in today's tactical session. On the right flank, we have their right back Alves, who is well known for his formidable attacking prowess and will be quite active during the match. Coupled with Messi, who often operates on that side, the defensive pressure will be considerable. Pani pointed to Barcelona's right flank on the tactical board and continued. The situation is similar on the other side. Adriano will also make overlapping runs, but his offensive threat is noticeably weaker. Arcella should be able to handle the defensive duties on that side. As for midfield, positioning is crucial. Kanté and Gattuso need not engage in offense, but must prioritize securing advantageous positions defensively. With Main and Sulla on the wings, it effectively creates a 5v5 scenario in midfield, establishing a foundation for competition. During counterattacks, Boateng can enjoy more freedom, but Kanté and Gattuso must remain vigilant with their positioning to prevent counterattacks from the opponent. Thus, while our formation may appear to be a 4-3-3, it will effectively function as a defensive 4-5-1, focusing on defense and waiting for counterattack opportunities. The key to this approach is to maintain a flat positioning in the backline, minimizing the space afforded to the opponent. When in possession, we must remain fully concentrated, maintain reasonable positioning, and balance attack and defense to avoid suffering during counterattacks, in a state of play without the ball. We must seal off spaces, employing a compact low block to seek counterattack opportunities. During counterattacks, special attention should be paid to exploiting the space behind Alves, looking to find Main with the ball. As Pani continued to elaborate, the players nodded in agreement in their minds. An intricate net to capture Barcelona was gradually being woven. Chapter 34. The tactical obsession of Guardiola. After the tactical session concluded, Allegri commenced the final pre-match rallying of the troops. Regarding today's match, I wonder if you all have seen the recent media reports. Essentially, everyone believes we are destined to lose. The players fell silent. Yet it was evident that some of the younger players displayed expressions of defiance. One believes in USIT. Seems they have forgotten that we are AC Milan, Allegri declared, casting a glance at Pani. This was something they had discussed previously. As a young man, Pani's words would resonate more among the predominantly youthful starting lineup. Pani seized the moment, immediately continuing, "Indeed, we are AC Milan, the Milan that boasts legends like Inzaghi, Gattuso, and Nesta, a club that has won the Champions League 7 times. Barcelona is formidable, but have they won the Champions League 7 times? No, therefore, we shall not fear them. Our predecessors have achieved such brilliance, sweeping Barcelona aside with a score of 4-0 in a Champions League final. Why can't we do the same? I believe that everyone here wishes to prove themselves before the world. And today presents the perfect opportunity. Since the entire world has deemed us incapable of defeating Barcelona, let us seize this victory to show them they are mistaken, not for any other reason, but to declare that we are Milan." As he concluded, Pani clenched his fists tightly, nearly roaring with fervor. All the players were deeply inspired. The team's star player, also facing his former club, Inzaghi, stood up with fervor and exclaimed, "When I left Barcelona, I said this guy Guardiola, I'll take him on every time I meet him. Of course, I'm not actually going to punch his bald head, but we can certainly give them a good thrashing on the pitch." Inzaghi, the locker room leader, always knew the right moment to ignite the team's morale, and this instance was no exception. Pani smiled and prepared to deliver his final remarks. A wise sage from our homeland once said, "In narrow paths, the brave triumph. Swords must be drawn when facing formidable foes. We too must embody this spirit, bravely facing our opponents to strive for ultimate victory. Now, let us step onto the field and take down Barcelona." The players began to rise from the locker room, each raising their arms in unison, chanting, "Take down Barcelona! Take down Barcelona! Take down Barcelona!" amidst the deafening cheers of 100,000 fans at the Camp Nou. The players of both teams marched onto the pitch, led by the referee. Following them, the coaches and substitute players emerged from the tunnel. Standing at the entrance of the players' tunnel, Pani could not help but feel a surge of emotions. This is Camp Nou. one of the largest stadiums in Europe. The atmosphere here is simply astonishing. In a previous life, Pani had longed for the opportunity to explore various European stadiums and witness significant European matches in person. Yet his wishes remained unfulfilled. Today, however, Pani finds himself here as an assistant coach of the visiting team. Without the need to purchase a ticket, he can enjoy the game up close and direct the players on the field. This fills Pani with a sense of surrealism. "Hello, you must be Pani," a baritone voice suddenly called out to him. Turning towards the sound, he was greeted by none other than Guardiola. With his iconic bald head and a beaming smile, he appeared somewhat younger than Pani remembered. It seemed that after just shaking hands with Allegri, Guardiola had made his way over to Pani. The assistant coach, noticing Guardiola extend his hand, Pani quickly reciprocated, "Hello, I am Pani." Guardiola is arguably the most sought-after head coach in the world today, and rightfully so, as he has led his team of La Masia talents to the heights of the famed Dream Team. In Pani's memories from his previous life, he recalled Guardiola achieving remarkable success with Bayern and Manchester City after leaving Barcelona, becoming one of the few coaches in world football who has consistently managed top clubs without facing dismissal. Pani holds a deep respect for Guardiola, who has steadfastly adhered to a possession-based style of play, effectively pioneering a new tactical approach. At this moment, Guardiola leaned in with an air of mystery and whispered to Pani, "Tell me secretly, is it true that you designed Milan's tactics recently?" "Oh?" Pani was taken aback. "Why do you say that?" Guardiola flashed a friendly smile. "I have studied many of Allegri's matches from last season, and not a single one bears resemblance to this season's Milan. I cannot believe that this stubborn Italian would suddenly alter his style of play unless someone suggested it and demonstrated its efficacy." Seeing Pani remain silent, Guardiola continued, "The most significant change in your coaching staff this season is the addition of you. A newcomer, I believe this is no mere coincidence. Moreover, whether among coaches or players, many have mentioned your name repeatedly after matches. To be honest, I admire your style of play, and your youth is truly astonishing." Pani quickly responded with humility, "Thank you for your kind words. It is an honor to compete alongside you today." He was indeed somewhat overwhelmed, for it is no small feat to earn the recognition of a world-class coach like Guardiola. However, Guardiola paid no heed to Pani's modesty. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "In fact, I can see shadows of your 4-3-3 pressing style in Klopp's Dortmund, yet your approach seems more flexible. Would you mind discussing it with me after the match?" "Not at all, provided you give me your phone number," Pani replied, both of them sharing a laugh. Pani understood that Guardiola was genuinely passionate about football and obsessed with tactical discussions. Even during his playing days, Guardiola had acted as the on-field coach for the Blaugrana. This former captain, who experienced the glory of the Dream Team, not only played the role of orchestrator and commander in both attack and defense, but also corrected his teammates' positional errors and occasionally instructed them to change formations. Thus, despite only beginning his coaching education in 2005 and obtaining his coaching license in 2006, his future as a coach was already evident while he was still actively playing for Barcelona. As a coach, it was common to see him discussing match performances with players, with later stars like Sterling and Kimmich being prime examples. Occasionally, Guardiola would even engage in serious discussions and provide strict guidance to opposing players. Hence, it was not surprising that he approached Pani to discuss tactical matters today. "I am curious. How do you plan to play tonight?" Guardiola suddenly asked with a mischievous smile. Pani laughed heartily. "Well, you will find out soon enough," Guardiola chuckled. "All right, I look forward to an exciting contest between us later." Pani nodded. But internally he mused, winning is a must, but whether it will be exciting remains to be seen. Chapter 35. Today's Milan is different. Today's starting lineup for Barcelona aligned closely with the predictions made by the coaching staff prior to the match. They indeed deployed a 4-3-3 formation. Forwards, Pedro, Villa, Messi. Midfielders, Iniesta, Xavi, Busquets. Defenders, Adriano, Mascherano, Abidal, Alves. Goalkeeper, Valdes. The newly transferred forwards Fabregas and Sanchez did not make an appearance, and the recently recovered captain Puyol sat on the bench. Conversely, Milan fielded a youthful 4-3-3 lineup. Forwards, Main, Younes, Sulla. Midfielders, Kanté, Gattuso, Boateng. Defenders, Desilio, Van Dijk, Thiago Silva, Abate. Goalkeeper, Abiati.in. This starting lineup, aside from Gattuso and Abbiati, all other players were under 30, with the team's average age resting at a mere 24 years. In this inevitably arduous defensive battle, Allegri concurred with Pagni's assessment and opted to field younger players who could run more effectively in midfield. The three players were known for their defensive prowess, with their physicality and aggression maximized to better execute defensive tasks. At this moment, the referee blew the whistle to signal the start of the match. Playing away, the Milan players donned white jerseys and quickly arranged themselves. The Barcelona players naturally took control of the ball. At this point, Milan's Gattuso and Boateng immediately closed in on Xavi, forcing him to shift the ball to the left flank to the advancing Adriano. However, Sulla quickly intercepted his path, compelling Adriano to pass the ball back to Busquets. Mascherano and fellow centre-back Abidal exchanged a few simple passes, only to find no Milan players pressing them. Observing this, Guardiola on the sidelines began to furrow his brow. This seemed inconsistent with the tactical approach he had studied regarding Milan's typical play this season. Where was the supposed frontline pressing and high-intensity pressure? Most of the Milan players appear to be merely stationed in their half, without actively attempting to reclaim the ball from Barcelona's defenders. This was not the scenario Guardiola hoped to witness. His instructions to the players were to circulate the ball in the back, waiting for the opponent to press and expose defensive gaps before passing to Xavi or Iniesta and rapidly launching an attack. Yet now, this strategy seemed somewhat ineffective. Back on the field, the ball had reached the center, and Barcelona's formation began to push forward. Mascherano found himself near the center circle. He glanced ahead, realizing that every player in the Xavi Iniesta Busquets trio was closely marked by Milan players, making it difficult to receive the ball. With no other option, he passed to the right, finding Alves on the flank. Alves attempted to connect with Messi, yet his forward pass was intercepted by Kanté, rolling out for a throw-in. After Barcelona took the throw-in, Alves opted to deliver a cross into the penalty area. Villa was already positioned there, but Van Dijk had successfully marked him, preventing Villa from making a comfortable header. The ball, lacking power and finesse, floated gently into the hands of Milan's goalkeeper, Abbiati, who easily secured it. The Camp Nou echoed with sparse applause, some from Barcelona fans for Villa, while others came from Milan supporters for Abbiati. The initial attack yielded no success, prompting Barcelona to swiftly launch a second offensive. After gaining possession, Busquets passed to the approaching Xavi. Just as Xavi was about to initiate his dribble, Gattuso unexpectedly lunged in with a sliding tackle, displacing the ball from Xavi's control. Kanté, Gattuso, Boateng, Sulla, and Main. These five Milan players all crowded the midfield area, maintaining a short distance from the four defenders behind them. This configuration caused significant difficulties for Barcelona players in the final third, making it challenging to deliver the ball to their attacking players. After several lateral passes in the vicinity of the center circle and the edge of the penalty area, Iniesta opted for a long-range shot that posed little threat. Hastily concluding that attack, on Milan's bench, Allegri glanced at Pagni, revealing a satisfied smile. The current situation on the field was unfolding as they had anticipated. He recalled Pagni's remarks during the tactical meeting. Barcelona's midfield trio is exceptionally strong. We must limit their effectiveness. Busquets is adept at receiving the goalkeeper's distribution, facilitating play from the back, and under pressure, he is the best midfielder I have ever seen at distributing the ball. His touch is remarkably clear, and he often employs feints to turn and advance, effectively evading defenders. On either side of him stood Habai, who, even under pressure, could comfortably receive the ball. Their individual technical skills were exceptional, enabling them to adeptly maneuver in confined spaces. Even if we deployed 5 players to suffocate them, they could effortlessly slice through the midfield with rapid passing and movement. Therefore, these elite midfielders were capable of executing fluid combinations under duress, leveraging their numerical advantage in localized areas. Hence, high pressing proved ineffective. The only viable strategy was to restrict the space. The most crucial aspect was to narrow the positions of our 2 wide forwards, ensuring the 5 midfielders maintained close proximity, while also being mindful of the distance between the midfield and defense. They could receive the ball before the halfway line. That was inconsequential, as long as we preserved the distance between our 4 defenders and 5 midfielders. Even with a plethora of talented players at Barcelona, they would be forced away from the goal. Pagni's strategy was remarkably clear, and his analysis of Barcelona's midfield tactics and player characteristics was astoundingly thorough. This was a testament to the brilliance of the tactic that Allegri had no choice but to acknowledge and adopt. For Pagni, this represented a variant of Klopp's tactical foundation, specifically tailored to counter Barcelona. Currently, the individual capabilities of Milan's players were inferior to those of Barcelona, engaging in an open confrontation would yield a significant disadvantage. Thus, after extensive analysis of Barcelona's tactics and player attributes, Pani proposed a strategy of transitioning from high pressing to a more compact, low block, compressing Barcelona's space while awaiting a counterattack. At present, the Milan players were rigorously executing this tactical plan, gradually exhausting Barcelona's players' patience. Once the opportune moment arose, Milan would reveal its fangs and deliver a decisive blow to their adversaries. Chapter 36. Ibrahimovic's counterattack. As the match reached the 25-minute mark, Guardiola had risen from the bench multiple times, vociferously admonishing his players that, as a world-class manager, he could certainly perceive the evolving dynamics on the field. Although it appeared that Barcelona held the upper hand with a significantly higher possession rate than Milan, much of it was merely passing between their midfield and defense, with few genuinely threatening attacks. He could also sense that his players were becoming somewhat anxious. After all, under the gaze of 100,000 fans at Camp Nou, Barcelona's players were eager to secure a victory in any match, especially a crucial Champions League encounter. Yet, with the deadlock unbroken, the inevitable frustration was beginning to surface, adversely affecting their performance. Simultaneously, he occasionally glanced towards Milan substitutes, curious about how AC Milan had transformed overnight from an aggressive pressing team into a solid defensive bastion. At that moment, on the field, Kant executed a successful interception near the halfway line, swiftly transitioning the ball to the left flanked. Left back Desilio played a forward pass to left winger Man. Meanwhile, Barcelona's right back Alves had ventured forward, abandoning his defensive position. Upon receiving the ball, Man quickly cut inside, only to find Barcelona's center-back Mascherano blocking his path. Man opted against a forced breakthrough and instead delivered a right-footed cross. At this juncture, Ibrahimovic had cleverly darted into Barcelona's penalty area. The pass sailed precisely to the back post, where Ibrahimovic, with long strides, outpaced Abidal, heading the ball towards the lower left corner from close range. This attack was perilously close. Fortunately, Barcelona's goalkeeper Voltes made a spectacular diving save, deflecting the ball out of bounds. A collective gasp of relief echoed throughout Camp Nou, followed by applause for Voltes. This marked AC Milan's first shot on goal of the match, yet it was more threatening than all of Barcelona's previous attempts combined. Ibrahimovic clutched his head in disappointment, while the Camp Nou crowd responded with cheers. Having endured an uncomfortable stint since transferring to Barcelona, Ibrahimovic yearned to score at Camp Nou as a form of retribution against his former club. The Barcelona supporters were well aware of Ibrahimovic's sentiments and frequently showered him with boos whenever he touched the ball. Meanwhile, Guardiola's furrowed brow deepened, his expression of dismay rivaling that of Allegri beside him. He recognized Milan's tactical intentions in this attack. While solidifying their defense, they were persistently seeking out the gaps left in Barcelona's backline, especially after Alves had pushed forward, and were poised to exploit the forward speed for counterattacks. Had it not been for Voltes's remarkable performance, Milan's counterattack would have surely inflicted significant damage on Barcelona. If this continued, Barcelona might not be so fortunate next time. Contemplating this, Guardiola gestured to Alves beside him, relaying his latest directive. Both fullbacks were to refrain from pushing forward, ensuring they positioned themselves correctly before seizing opportunities. In the initial 30 minutes of the match, Barcelona had maintained pressure on Milan, making it exceedingly difficult for Milan's players to traverse the midfield. However, with both Barcelona wingbacks now holding their positions, the pressure on Milan lessened considerably, allowing their overall positioning to inch closer to the halfway line, thus increasing their ball control and creating opportunities. As the match approached the 35-minute mark, Boateng contested a ball with Xavi on the right flank, earning Milan a throw-in. Right back Abate quickly took the throw, launching the ball onto the field. Sulla controlled the ball with his chest, turning away from the defending Iniesta with haste. His speed was remarkable. After evading one player, he surged forward, nearing the edge of the penalty area, preparing to unleash a curling shot with his left foot. At that moment, Mascherano emerged from the side, tackling Sulla and bringing him down just outside the penalty arc. The referee promptly blew his whistle and issued a yellow card to Mascherano. A deafening chorus of boos erupted from the Camp Nou crowd, with Guardiola vocally protesting the decision, believing Mascherano had made contact with the ball before bringing down Sulla. However, the referee's ruling was final. This presented a favorable free-kick opportunity. Just slightly to the right of the penalty arc, Ibrahimovic and Sulla stood over the ball, quietly discussing their strategy. Ibrahimovic favored his right foot while Sulla preferred his left, both being the team's most proficient free-kick takers and likely candidates to take the shot. Barcelona had set up a five-man wall to block the left side of the goal, with players in the wall anxiously focused on the ball below. Meanwhile, players from both Barcelona and Milan jostled for advantageous positioning behind the wall. However, when the referee's whistle blew, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Ibrahimovic and Sulla seemed to engage in a dispute over the free kick's execution. Ibrahimovic shoved Sulla, who retorted by pushing him back. At this juncture, Milan's captain Gattuso approached to mediate, while Ibrahimovic muttered to himself, seemingly intent on explaining his perspective to Gattuso. Suddenly, Ibrahimovic halted, pivoted, and took a shot. The ball barely cleared the heads of the five-man wall, curving beautifully before swiftly descending towards the left side of the goal. Valtes, momentarily caught off guard, was slow to react, despite his quick adjustment and desperate dive. The ball nestled into the net. Ibrahimovic, a splendid free-kick goal. Before the astonished exclamations of the Barcelona fans had subsided, Ibrahimovic leaped high into the air, pumping his fists in triumph. Upon landing, he gestured for the Camp Nou crowd to quiet down, only to provoke an even louder cacophony of boos. Ibrahimovic, unfazed, raised both arms high, sprinting towards the away fan section, celebrating exuberantly. Milan's players eagerly followed suit, rushing to join Ibrahimovic in their goal celebration. On the sidelines, Pani exchanged a sly smile with Allegri. Indeed, their meticulously crafted free-kick strategy had proven remarkably effective. Chapter 37. How to contain Messi after Milan breached Barcelona's goal. The mood among Barcelona's players dipped momentarily, casting doubts upon themselves. Yet, who was Guardiola? He responded swiftly with tactical adjustments. As one side rose, the other fell. The young players of Milan, after scoring, appeared to become overly exuberant, leading some to lose their defensive positions, thus granting Barcelona's offense greater ease. As the match approached the 44th minute, midfield maestro Xavi evaded Boateng's close marking and sent a precise through ball forward. Messi, upon receiving the ball, suddenly surged into action, weaving between Kant and Gattuso. The two rushed to close him down but failed to contain the agile little flea. Just as Messi was about to penetrate the penalty area, centre-back Van Dijk hurried in to provide cover. Anticipating Messi's next move to intercept the ball, however, to everyone's surprise, Messi opted for a direct left-footed shot. His leg swing was minimal, and his shooting motion was quite discreet. However, the ball he struck was both swift and fierce, darting directly into the bottom right corner of the net. Abbiati found himself with no opportunity to respond, left stunned in his position. 1. Barcelona successfully equalized. This moment plunged the entire Camp Nou into a frenzy. After all, this goal came just before halftime, which was crucial for the morale of the team and their tactical choices for the second half. As the Barcelona players finished their celebrations and Milan resumed play, the referee's whistle soon echoed, signaling the halftime break. In the AC Milan dressing room, all the starting players were drenched in sweat, breathing heavily. Facing a team like Barcelona, the relentless running and defending inevitably drained the players' stamina. It was precisely this tireless effort that granted Milan the chance to triumph over a formidable opponent on their home turf. Regrettably, they could not maintain their lead until halftime. After Younes' goal, our focus had waned. Tassadi was the first to speak up, emphasizing that when defending against players like Messi, one must maintain 100% concentration. Allegri nodded in agreement, adding, "We must not make such mistakes in the second half. We played well in the first half. Let us strive to sustain that performance." At this moment, Gattuso abruptly sprang from his seat, exclaiming, "It's my fault. I failed to contain Messi just now, and when he broke through, I should have brought him down immediately." This candid admission from the straightforward player was devoid of pretense. Van Dijk also stood up, acknowledging, "I am the last defender, and I too have my shortcomings. I thought he would take another touch, but he shot directly." Pani smiled at Gattuso, saying, "But he is Messi. Even if you had fouled him, can you guarantee his free kick wouldn't he find the net?" Then he turned to Van Dijk. "So this goal isn't solely your fault. It's quite challenging to mark Messi one-on-one in that position." As he spoke, Pani walked directly to the tactical board, pointing at the position of Barcelona's right winger, Messi. "I have studied where he frequents the most. The answer lies in the right flank, where he operates approximately 70 more than on the left. Clearly, Messi favors this area. Here he can showcase his brilliance, weaving in and out, and cutting in to shoot, just as he did moments ago. If he were on the left, he would primarily rely on his speed to reach the byline. We need to prepare a 5-man encirclement for him here. Left back Decilio, left winger Man, left-sided midfielders Gattuso and Kant, and left center-back Van Dijk. Once Messi enters this zone, I expect not only one player to closely mark him and prevent him from turning, but others must also provide cover for secondary defense. Messi is undoubtedly an extraordinary player, yet this multiplayer tactic should help us limit his influence and control the game. Finally, Pani emphatically tapped the tactical board and clenched his fist. Allegri joined in, applauding vigorously. Coach Pani is right. We will play the second half as discussed, completely restricting Messi. Remember, our only goal in this match is victory. All players stood in unison, shouting, "Yes, limit Messi." Overcome Barcelona. As the second half commenced, Barcelona swiftly regained control of the ball and launched an attack on Milan's formation. The match appeared to be at a stalemate, with both sides struggling to create significant scoring opportunities. As the match trudged into the 70th minute, Pani glanced at Allegri.it was time for substitutions. Allegri understood and promptly began to make changes. Ambrosini in, Gattuso out. Aubameyang in, Man out. Both substitutions occurred on the left flank, which faced perhaps the strongest attacking line in Europe, Messi and Alves. The introduction of Ambrosini was a swap between two equally resolute veterans, aiming to sustain the midfield's vitality and continue to suffocate Barcelona's possession. Meanwhile, Aubameyang could maintain the left flank's pressure without sacrificing too much pace in the attack, thus preserving counter-attacking agility. Simultaneously, across the pitch, Xavi was also a seasoned player in his 30s, and after over 70 minutes of intense battle, his physical condition had significantly declined. His passing and movement were no longer as fluid as at the start. Thus, Milan's decision to substitute at this juncture was strategic, aiming to capitalize on Barcelona's waning control and exploit any potential errors, delivering a decisive blow. After the substitutions concluded, Pani couldn't help but steal a glance at Barcelona's bench. There sat Guardiola, still intently observing the field. His ability to respond to tactics was exceptional, truly a world-class coach. Pani mused quietly. We can only hope luck is on our side. Let's take a gamble, turning a bicycle into a motorcycle. Chapter 38. I do not wish to be on the injury list as AC Milan made their substitutions. Guardiola was also observing. Upon noticing Milan's positional changes, he understood that Milan's coaching staff had no intention of adjusting their tactics. The ensuing minutes of play further solidified Guardiola's assessment. AC Milan was content with the current draw and aimed to preserve this scoreline. After all, as the visiting team, any point gained at Camp Nou would be a satisfactory outcome. However, the hosts were not pleased. The fans were unhappy, and Guardiola was likewise displeased. Consequently, following Milan's substitutions, Guardiola waved his tactical flag. Initiating his own adjustments, he substituted Estenche and Fabregas for Pedro and Villa, maintaining the attacking potency of the forward line. He then replaced Captain Puyol for Adriano. Although the veteran captain had just returned from injury, he could manage a brief stint in the match without issue. Upon entering, he took up a center-back position, while the original left center-back, Abidal, moved to left-back. This change stemmed from Guardiola's dissatisfaction with Adriano's performance in the attack over the previous 70 minutes, as he had been thoroughly contained by Milan's defense. The purpose of these substitutions was singular: to amplify the attack in the final minutes, striving to score a goal and secure a home victory. After all, Guardiola had immense confidence in his players. Stars like Xavi, Iniesta, and the recently introduced Estenche and Fabregas possessed the ability to turn the tide of the match. And Messi was undoubtedly the most dazzling among them, the one most likely to clinch victory. His clever shot just before halftime had exemplified this potential. If Messi could conjure another moment of brilliance in these final minutes, it would suffice to keep the victory and 3 points at Camp Nou. Of course, Guardiola was not alone in this sentiment. Nearly all fans, commentators, and guests shared the same belief. After all, at this juncture in the match, the fatigued AC Milan players seemed to be approaching their physical limits. A decline in stamina would inevitably lead to defensive lapses. If Barcelona's stars seized the opportunity to attack at this moment, they were very likely to secure a decisive goal. This pattern had unfolded in numerous matches over the past few seasons. Many teams, while initially resolute in their defense against Barcelona, often crumbled as fatigue set in near the end of the match, ultimately resulting in failure. It appeared that this match might follow a similar trajectory. The match progressed to the 85th minute. Guardiola felt a twinge of unease. At this point, Barcelona still had not breached Milan's defense. The running capacity and fighting spirit of Milan's players seemed to exceed his expectations. Even after such an extended period of high-intensity struggle, these young Milan players continued to contest every inch of ground, weaving an impenetrable net across the pitch. Both Barcelona's midfield trio and Messi, who excelled in tight spaces, found themselves frustrated, especially Messi, whose declining stamina had diminished his mobility and breakthrough capabilities, while Milan's recently substituted Aubameyang and Ambrosini tightly marked him, leaving Messi at a loss. Time was running out. Guardiola rose once more, fervently gesturing for his players to advance. He urged Barcelona to push their formation higher. Now, even the two centre-backs had advanced to the halfway line in the 88th minute. Barcelona's right flank attack was thwarted once again. Alves, attempting to dribble past Desilio, was met with a decisive side tackle from the 18-year-old, just as he had done before the initial shot in the first half. Desilio unhesitatingly passed the ball forward. This aligned with Payne's pre-match emphasis on attacking behind Alves. The difference now was that the player receiving the ball was the fresher Aubameyang, rather than Mann, who had been more fatigued. Upon receiving the ball, Aubameyang surged forward along the sideline, rapidly advancing. Busquets, responsible for midfield protection, was hot on his heels. He stood tall with long legs, leaning in, attempting to forcibly shove past Aubameyang to intercept the ball. Aubameyang executed a sudden stop, shielding the ball with his back to At that moment. Ambrosini swiftly surged forward, raising his hand to signal for the ball. This was precisely what Payne's tactical approach demanded: resolute defense. And when opportunities for counterattacks arose, the strikes must be equally vigorous. In this instant, the AC Milan players, who had previously been diligently defending, transformed into offensive maestros, surging crazily towards Barcelona's half. After receiving a pass from Aubameyang, Ambrosini took a brief glance and spotted Yimbu, who had already rushed into the penalty area. Ambrosini delicately lofted the ball, aiming for Yimbu's head. The ball traced a graceful arc in the air, descending near the penalty spot. Yimbu had established his position, but the experienced Barcelona captain Puyol had tightly marked him from behind, preventing him from turning or taking a direct shot. Just as Yimbu hesitated, he noticed a figure swiftly approaching from his right side, the left side of Barcelona's goal. It was Aubameyang. In that fleeting moment, Yimbu made an optimal decision. He gently flicked the ball with his head, directing Ambrosini's pass downwards. This position was not far from the small box, an excellent shooting opportunity. Aubameyang had galloped in, perfectly positioned to meet Yimbu's header, and unleashed a powerful shot. Bang! A muffled thud resonated as the ball hurtled towards the goal like a cannonball. From such a close distance and with such speed, Barcelona's goalkeeper Valdes could only instinctively raise a hand, but the ball had already sailed past him, producing a crisp sound upon meeting the net. Moments later, the referee's whistle confirmed the goal. We scored. We have scored. Payne was the first to leap up, racing toward Aubameyang in a frenzy. Overwhelmed with ecstasy, he yearned to rush onto the field and celebrate with the players. However, he was not fast enough. The frenzied substitute players behind him surged ahead like a whirlwind, leaving Payne trailing in their wake. By the time Payne, Allegri, and Tassati arrived at the celebration scene, a spectacular pile-up had already formed, a chaotic mix of jubilant men. Payne wasted no time, leaping forward and landing heavily on top of the pile. At that moment, a pained groan emanated from the bottom of the heap. It was Aubameyang. Let me out. I don't want to end up on the injury list. Chapter 39. Let go of that Messi. It was simply unbelievable. The AC Milan team, who had been on the back foot throughout the match, managed to breach Barcelona's defenses in the dying moments. Alongside Milan's coaches and players, neutral commentators from around the globe were equally exhilarated. We all sensed that this match could still yield more goals. But surprisingly, it was not Barcelona who scored, but Milan. The players substituted in the second half had all played pivotal roles, effectively executing a miraculous change. Ambrosini initiated the offensive, and the youth prodigy Aubameyang struck with a volley, putting Milan ahead, not to mention the Swedish giant Yimbu, whose playmaking was invaluable in this match against his former club. He had already contributed a goal and an assist, once again proving his worth before the Barcelona fans. On the field, the celebrating Milan players gradually dispersed under the referee's urging and Aubameyang's pleas. Yet, Payne could hardly contain his excitement. On one hand, to score a last-minute winner against Barcelona at Camp Nou. Even an ordinary neutral fan watching at home might leap for joy, let alone Pani, who was an eyewitness to this match. On the other hand, this goal perfectly embodied the tactical plan laid out by the coaching staff prior to the match, simultaneously affirming the success of Pani's modifications to the 4-3-3 formation. The combination of these factors compelled Pani to fervently wave his fists in triumph, expressing his fervent emotions, especially towards Pani. The players showered the young coach from the Dragon Nation with hearty embraces. In terms of age, Pani was closer to the players, making it easier to connect. Emotionally, many of the players on the field were those whom Pani had nurtured, so it was only natural for them to express their gratitude. This scene was captured by the live broadcast cameras, showcased to fans worldwide. We witnessed numerous Milan players specifically seeking out assistant coach Pani for hugs. This led us to ponder that this 25-year-old assistant coach from the Dragon Nation must possess some extraordinary qualities. Otherwise, it would be challenging to earn such respect and affection from the Milan players. Allegri had previously mentioned in an interview that Pani had been a tremendous help to him, and he held great trust in this young man from the Dragon Nation. We have every reason to believe that the highly strategic approach exhibited by AC Milan in this match, targeting every Barcelona player meticulously, bore Pani's influence. Even the subsequent substitutions appeared to be meticulously orchestrated by the Milan coaching staff. One could assert that, in this riveting tactical showdown, Guardiola was bested. As the match entered stoppage time, Barcelona might still launch a desperate counterattack, but time was slipping away in front of the home team's bench. Guardiola appeared increasingly anxious. However, he had exhausted all his substitution opportunities. Now, all he could do was gesture wildly on the sidelines, blowing his whistle, urging his players to attack, and attack again. Meanwhile, Milan's coaching staff was evidently well aware of the situation they faced. Allegri had also utilized his final substitution. Exhausted Sulla was replaced by Van Bommel. They withdrew a winger, introducing a defensive midfielder, and shifted to a 4-4-1-1 formation, preparing to fortify their defense. The team's overall shape remained intact, maintaining a tight structure, denying Barcelona players any space. Then, Barcelona began to press forward, while Milan retreated to defend their half. Within the 30-meter zone, they established a robust defensive formation, repeatedly thwarting Barcelona's advances. Counterattacks? Non-existent. Now, when Milan regained possession, they simply passed the ball to Aubameyang, who would then skillfully maneuver with Yimbu along the sideline until they reached the corner flag, and this war of attrition, with Barcelona organizing attacks only to be met with futility time and again. There was an evident sense of deflation among the Barcelona players, and when the referee blew the final whistle, a chorus of cheers erupted from the Milan fans who had traveled to the away game at Camp Nou. Yes, absolutely fantastic. On the away team's bench, Pani was the first to leap up, exulting loudly. Soon, Pani, Allegri, and Tassati were encircled by jubilant players rushing in from the field, and they began to sing and dance in celebration of their victory. After all, it had been a full 4 minutes since their last celebration. It was indeed a remarkably classic away victory. One could even say it was a minor miracle. After all, Milan was facing the so-called galactic team of Barcelona today, the reigning Champions League victors, an invincible force with a terrifying lineup. Yet, Milan's young players exhibited no fear whatsoever. They withstood Barcelona's relentless bombardment and seized upon their defensive lapses to launch effective counterattacks. The performance of AC Milan tonight left a profound impression, and the coaching staff's tactical flexibility was truly commendable. We can hold higher expectations for them. A team capable of defeating Barcelona away from home could very well create more miracles. The television broadcast then panned across the stands of Camp Nou. Most of the Barcelona fans sat in stunned silence, watching the jubilant Milan players and coaches, speechless. For them, such a result was undoubtedly unacceptable. Although this was merely a group stage match in the Champions League, beginning the season with a loss at home as defending champions was far from the outcome they had envisioned. The broadcast cameras swept past the home team's bench. Guardiola had risen, graciously walking toward the Milan bench, beginning to shake hands with the Milan coaching staff. When he reached Pani, Guardiola forced a smile. The adaptability of your tactics truly exceeded my expectations. Pani smiled back at Guardiola, albeit somewhat bashfully, replied, Can we talk about this later? At that moment on the field, 2 Milan players had encircled Messi. One was Aubameyang, the other was Sulla. Both were eagerly conversing with Messi, gesturing to their jerseys. Clearly, these two young men were intent on swapping jerseys with the World Footballer of the Year. In a way, this cannot be stolen from them. After all, a promise made to Valentina must be fulfilled. Pani once again extended his apologies to Guardiola, then dashed forward with determination. Release that Messi, let me handle it. Chapter 40. The terrifying winning streak. The following day, the headlines of major sports media outlets were dominated by the news of Milan's stunning victory over Barcelona. Some articles provided straightforward reports on the match's events and outcomes. Barcelona's possession falters, Milan conquers Camp Nou 2-1. Mbappé's assist and goal slay his former master. Milan's youth prodigy delivers the decisive blow. Is it 4-3-3 or 4-5-1? An in-depth analysis of AC Milan's tactical transformation in this match. Others lean towards the sensational. Milan's assistant coach, suspected to be a Messi fan, publicly rebuffs Milan players to seize Messi's jersey. Pani's exuberant celebrations steal the spotlight. Why do Milan players adore him? Is Guardiola attempting to poach Milan's talent? Engaging in conversations with Pani both before and after the match. During the post-match press conference, Guardiola notably praised Pani. I believe Pani is a tactical genius. At his age, I could hardly comprehend a complete tactical system. Do I wish to recruit him? I won't deny such thoughts crossed my mind. But it seems he is not inclined. Perhaps he aspires to take my position rather than serve as my assistant, so let it be that Receiving commendation and interest from the world's foremost coach significantly boosted Pani's reputation. Especially within Long Country, the Federation's previous ban only added to his legendary aura, and with Guardiola's accolades, the notion of Pani as a coaching prodigy became widely recognized among fans. Consequently, a wave of sarcastic online discussions erupted, expressing gratitude towards the Federation for allowing Pani to join Milan, though the fervor did not escalate to a barrage against the Federation's official channels, in specialized football media, such as Sky Sports. Numerous seasoned former players and coaches were invited to discuss AC Milan's performance in this match, as well as in other fixtures of the ongoing season. Many shared Guardiola's sentiments, suggesting that it was indeed Pani who had transformed Milan's tactical approach. The reasoning was straightforward. Since Pani's arrival, Milan had introduced several young talents who began to thrive within the new tactical framework. Allegri's habitual 4-1-3-2 formation was conspicuously absent in official matches, indicating a deep trust in the young coach from Long Country, as Allegri embraced his suggestions, adopting a more incisive 4-3-3 formation while making tactical adjustments based on opponents. However, some skeptics argued that with only 3 official matches played, it was premature to declare the effectiveness of this tactical system. They suggested waiting until Milan faced more opponents with varying styles of play to assess the universality of the tactics. Thus, under the global spotlight, AC Milan commenced their display for the new season. On September 18, Milan triumphed over Napoli with a score of 3-1. Mbappé continued his impressive form, netting a brace within the first 30 minutes. Establishing a solid foundation for victory in the second half, Thiago Silva capitalized on a corner opportunity, extending the lead to 3-0. On September 21, AC Milan secured a narrow 1-0 victory against Udinese. The grueling schedule of matches every 3 days prompted Milan to rotate several players, allowing those with less playing time, such as Inzaghi, Emerolson, Flamini, and Mexes, to start. However, this led to a certain lack of cohesion on the field, with players struggling to connect, resulting in a rather disjointed performance. Despite being under pressure from Milan, Udinese's goalkeeper Handanovic exhibited a superhuman display, thwarting numerous clear-cut chances for Milan. It wasn't until the 78th minute that Milan managed to secure all 3 points with Inzaghi's well-timed shot following an offside trap. Although the process was arduous, the rotated lineup ultimately clinched a pragmatic 1-0 victory, boosting the morale of AC Milan's squad. 3 days later, on September 24, AC Milan achieved a resounding 4-1 victory against Cesena at home. In this match, Milan fielded the majority of their first-team players, taking control of the game. Sulla opened the scoring within the first 5 minutes, and Maine doubled the lead with a long-range effort 10 minutes later. In the second half, Milan continued to unleash their attacking prowess, with Aubameyang and Mbappé each adding a goal, culminating in a commanding victory. On September 29, they effortlessly defeated Czech side Victoria Plies 2-0 at home, marking their second consecutive win in the Champions League and securing the top position in their group. In a slight deviation from other matches, this time, both goals came from defensive players. Van Dijk scored his inaugural goal for AC Milan with a header, while Abate's ambiguous cross shot caught the opposing goalkeeper off guard, finding its way into the net. Thus, AC Milan concluded September with a remarkable 6 consecutive victories, heralding the beginning of their brand new 2011 to 2012 season. This achievement not only thrilled all Milan fans, but also left the club's hierarchy in disbelief, particularly Galliani. He pondered how the team managed to maintain its strength despite the financial gains from the transfer market, considering it a blessing just to replicate last season's performance. After all, one gets what one pays for. Galliani, a seasoned figure in the football world, was well aware of this truth. But now, it seemed as though every gamble had paid off. This led Galliani to marvel at Pani's extraordinary influence, given that all these fortunate outcomes stemmed from Pani's selections. Moreover, compared to the same period last season, Milan had already lost 1 match and drawn 3. In stark contrast to this season's remarkable resurgence, the previous performance was dismal. Given last season's abysmal start, which ultimately culminated in a league title, Galliani had every reason to dream of this year's achievements. Of course, before that, Milan needed to overcome a significant hurdle. Their greatest rival in the league, on October 2, they were set to face Juventus away. Chapter 41. Conte's Juventus. Juventus, undoubtedly the reigning king of Serie A, had claimed the title 27 times prior to this year, along with 9 Coppa Italia titles. Their domestic championship tally far exceeded that of the Milan clubs. AC Milan held the advantage on the European stage, having won the Champions League 7 times, while Juventus had only managed 2 victories. The latter had suffered heartbreak in multiple finals, often falling short at the last moment, with one of those losses inflicted by none other than Milan. Thus, in Pani's eyes, whether Milan could defy the odds to secure the championship hinged on their ability to overcome Juventus, undoubtedly the most critical battle of the entire season, i.e. the opening 4 league matches. Juventus had recorded 2 wins and 2 draws, remaining unbeaten. Losing to a direct competitor would undoubtedly devastate the team's morale, potentially leading to a catastrophic collapse, a fate all too common in football history. In fact, in Pani's previous life, Milan had lost this very match, a significant factor contributing to their eventual failure to claim the title. Therefore, this match was absolutely crucial. Hence, I believe we should employ the same tactics as in the match against Barcelona. First, solidify our defense. Then seize the opportunity to counterattack. During the tactical meeting, Allegri, wearing his signature perplexed expression, studied the tactics board. Indeed, I share the same sentiment, Tassati concurred. Pani's proposed strategy proved effective, emphasizing the primary goal of ensuring they did not lose against a formidable opponent like Juventus. The two coaches were in agreement. When facing a strong adversary such as Juventus, the priority must be to establish a solid defense. As long as they avoided defeat, they could maintain a 4-point lead and strive to avoid mistakes in subsequent matches, gradually securing the league title. Their statements also reflected their growing trust in Pan-E. Practical experience serves as the ultimate test of tactical principles. If they could withstand and counterattack against Barcelona, they could do the same against Juventus. As the proponent of this tactical approach, Pani would likely endorse such a consensus, enabling them to proceed smoothly into preparation training for the match. Unexpectedly, however, Pani shook his head. I would advise against employing that style of play. Allegri appeared somewhat taken aback. What approach do you suggest? I intend to attack, Pani declared resolutely, to secure a decisive victory against Juventus and leave them trailing in the standings. What? Allegri and Tassati were taken aback. This was a path they had never envisioned. A longtime friend of mine, who I have known for a decade, recommended the book app Yegurdu to me. It is truly remarkable. I rely on it to listen to books while driving or before bed, making the most of my time. Currently, the head coach of Juventus is the Italian Antonio Conte, humorously referred to as Kong Erlangzi. He is a celebrated figure in Juventus's history, having been a prominent player for the club and a frequent member of the Italian national team. In the future, he will also manage the Italian national team. Chelsea, Inter Milan, and Tottenham Hotspur, achieving commendable results with each point. One of the most striking aspects of his coaching career is his preference for a 3 center-back formation. Whether it be 3-4-3, 3-5-2, or variations such as 334 or 3511. Conte places great emphasis on the capabilities and coordination of the 3 central defenders. At Juventus, he fortuitously had the perfect BBC trio to meet his needs: Chiellini, Bonucci, and Barzagli. The numerical superiority afforded by 3 center-backs allows Conte to generally adopt a man-marking defensive strategy. 2 aggressive center-backs are tasked with tightly marking the opposing forwards, while the deeper center back is responsible for guarding the area in front of the small penalty box and is always ready to assist on the flanks. On the offensive end, one defender must be adept at initiating play, and in Juventus, that role naturally falls to Bonucci. This can certainly be described as a steel defense that transitions into attack. In the midfield and forward positions, the system revolves around the three center-back setup. The central midfielders, Vidal and Marchisio, protect the playmaker Pirlo, allowing the latter to utilize his exceptional passing ability to invigorate Juventus's forward play. Overall, Conte's three center-back system primarily focuses on solid defense followed by opportunistic attacks, with adjustments made based on the opponent's situation. However, Pani believes that AC Milan's 4-3-3 formation, which has demonstrated formidable attacking prowess this season, will undoubtedly cause Conte some concern. Under such circumstances, Juventus, even when playing at home, will not boldly push forward to attack, at least not in the manner of Guardiola's Barcelona, which relied on possession-based play. If that were the case, the strategies employed by Milan when facing Barcelona that compressed space at the back would be rendered ineffective. Instead, they would surrender space on the pitch and lose control of the ball, which would be a regrettable decision when the two teams are evenly matched. Therefore, Pani intends to take the opposite approach, launching a proactive attack to catch Conte off guard. While one can indeed aim to attack, the question remains how exactly should it be executed? After listening to Pani expound on Conte's tactical philosophy, Allegri closed his eyes and pondered for a few minutes, realizing he had once again been persuaded. Indeed, the details were remarkably intricate. Allegri recognized that Pani's confidence stemmed from a profound understanding of both himself and his adversaries. To know oneself and one's enemy is to be victorious in countless battles. In this regard, he felt inferior. Faced with such irrefutable theoretical foundations, he could only choose to trust his assistant. To trust Pani, Conte's Juventus resembled a three-layered burger, built upon the foundation of three central defenders. Breaking down such a formation, particularly at the edge of the penalty area, was evidently unfeasible. Pani, exuding confidence, began to point at the tactical board. Short, continuous passes in tight spaces to draw in the majority of defenders, followed by breaking down the baseline for a cross to seize opportunities, or finding teammates at the back post to create chances, is one approach. Alternatively, utilizing speed and agility for short passes to penetrate the flanks, either through direct passes, shots, or seeking opportunities at the back post, is another. Our players undoubtedly possess such capabilities. After spending nearly half an hour conveying his ideas to the two coaches, Allegri contemplated for a moment. Although this strategy deviated somewhat from their previous approach, the players should grasp it after a few more practice sessions. Crucially, Allegri could find no fault in this tactic. Given his understanding of Conte, he believed Pani's strategy could indeed neutralize the protection offered by the three central defenders in the middle. Ultimately, Allegri affirmed, "I think it's a good plan. Let us proceed. Let us astonish Conte with our audacity." Ha ha! Chapter 42. The 6-point battle on the evening of October 2 ND, at the Juventus Stadium, a newly inaugurated professional football venue that accommodates over 40,000 spectators. The stands were completely filled. After all, this was a direct confrontation between the top two teams in Serie A. The outcome of this match could very well determine the champion of the season. With the international break following this match, the league would not resume for another 2 weeks, meaning both teams fielded their strongest lineups without any reservations. AC Milan maintained their 4-3-3 formation. Forwards: Main, Ibrahimovic, Sulla. Midfield: Kanté, Boateng, Gattuso. Defenders: Antonini, Thiago Silva, Van Dijk, Zambrotta. Goalkeeper: Abbiati. The only adjustment in the starting lineup was among the two fullbacks, primarily for tactical reasons. Veteran Zambrotta was renowned for his precise and rapid crosses, while the left-back Antonini possessed similar qualities. In contrast, the youthful De Cilio, while energetic and spirited, fell short in this regard. Pani had made specific adjustments for this match, guided by his own strategies. On the other hand, Conte indeed deployed his frequently used 352 formation for Juventus. Forwards: Vucinic, Pato. Midfield: De Segli, Pirlo, Vidal, Marchisio, Lichtsteiner. Defenders: Chiellini, Bonucci, Barzagli. Goalkeeper: Buffon. Among the starting lineup, the two former Milan players stood out. Pirlo, reportedly having had a disagreement with Milan's coach Allegri, left for Juventus in a huff, and Pato, whom Juventus acquired at a high price, was now positioned as one of the starting forwards. Although it seemed he had yet to fully adapt to Conte's tactical system, having scored only once in the first 4 league matches. Both players, facing their former club today, were undoubtedly eager to make a strong impression. However, from Pani's perspective, it was imperative to suppress Pirlo's performance. After all, this seemingly lethargic midfield maestro had appeared to be nearing the end of his career during his latter days at Milan, struggling to secure a starting position. Yet, after leaving Milan, he had become the true engine of Juventus, leading them to consecutive championships. Thus, containing him was key to defeating Juventus as for Pato. Pani had urged the higher-ups to sell Pato to Juventus, not only to alleviate Milan's financial burden, but also to undermine Juventus in the process. Beyond economic and tactical considerations, Conte would find it challenging to bench such an expensive player, even if Pato's performance faltered, as it might stir discontent among other players and affect the locker room atmosphere. Even if Pani were to leave Milan in the future, as long as Juventus bore the burden of Pato, Milan could still exert pressure on them. As the saying goes, Pani's stratagems would cause turmoil for Juventus. Now, in the visiting team's locker room, Pani, Allegri, and Tassati exchanged knowing smiles as they surveyed the tactical board representing Juventus's players. Juventus's starting lineup was precisely as they had anticipated. Of course, predicting this lineup was not particularly difficult. The 3 midfielders at the center, Pirlo, Vidal, and Marchisio, were expected to remain unchanged. In the forward line, Conte had never favored the aging captain Del Piero, opting instead to rotate players like Matri, Krasic, and Simone Pepe on occasion. However, with the high-priced acquisition of Pato this season, the 2 forwards had essentially become a fixed combination of the agile Vucinic and Pato, particularly when facing stronger teams. Thus, predicting the starting lineup was akin to predicting the formation. As long as Conte utilized the 352 formation, the starting 11 would likely consist of these players unless there were injuries or suspensions. Of course, whether Conte would employ the 352 in this crucial match was something Pani was not entirely certain of before the game. Conte's tactical arrangements were quite flexible. Historically, he had not been confined to using 3 defenders and had also employed formations such as 424, 41-41, and 4-33. He primarily arranged his lineup and tactics based on the characteristics of his available players. However, given Juventus's current personnel and Conte's personal preferences, Pani boldly predicted that this Italian coach would indeed employ the 352 formation against Milan, and he had tailored specific training and strategies in preparation for it. This was the best hand Conte could play at the moment, and he believed it to be the most secure and reliable formation and tactic. It now seemed that Pani had guessed correctly. This was significant. Every match appears to be merely a test of the player's skills, physicality, and resolve. In truth, the behind-the-scenes tactical battles among coaches largely determine the flow of the game. Some say that football is essentially a war of wits, requiring physically capable and skilled players merely as vessels. Pani wholeheartedly agreed. Thus, he meticulously prepared for each match, honing in on the opponent's vulnerabilities. The opponent's tactics are all too transparent and have been effectively countered, while you still possess a multitude of unexpected strategies at your disposal, naturally increasing your chances of victory. It resembles a genuine battlefield. Milan has set 10 ambushes, patiently lying in wait for Juventus to enter the trap. The players are equally exhilarated. Observing Juventus's starting lineup, which aligns perfectly with the coach's pre-match predictions, they realize they have gained an advantage in tactical preparation. Furthermore, this match is crucial, a 6-point battle directly impacting the championship race, rendering extensive pre-match motivation unnecessary for the players. Ultimately, Allegri allowed Pani to deliver the final address. Today, I do not wish to speak at length. You all understand the significance of this match. Let me reiterate, we do not seek a draw. We only desire victory. The players nodded vigorously, accompanied by roars of agreement, affirming Pani's words. Pani then raised his arm emphatically. Chapter 43. What are we really trying to achieve? With the referee's whistle, this highly anticipated Serie A showdown commenced. Conte, upon receiving the ball, swiftly distributed it to the right flank, allowing Sulla to surge forward. As the ball advanced, Milan's 3 lines pressed forward, with even the 2 fullbacks, Antonini and Zambrotta, crossing into the opponent's half. The only players remaining in Milan's defensive half, aside from the goalkeeper, were the 2 center-backs. Milan began the match with a somewhat aggressive intent. A departure from our pre-match predictions. Zhang, what is your perspective on this? In such a significant match, the national sports channel, which consistently broadcasts Serie A, would undoubtedly not miss out. Then, Zhang Lu's voice chimed in. Hee. This is indeed somewhat unexpected. Milan's aggressive momentum suggests they intend to seize control at Juventus's home ground. We initially assumed that AC Milan, leading the points table by 4 points and playing away, would adopt a more defensive strategy, aiming to secure at least 1 point as a victory, but unexpectedly, at this moment, Milan executed their first attack following the kickoff. However, the tenacious Chilean midfielder executed a decisive tackle, sending the ball out of play and simultaneously bringing Sulla down. Due to the absence of any excessive actions, Sulla merely rose and quickly initiated a throw-in for Zambrotta. Observing Juventus's tightly knit midfield defense, Zambrotta opted for a long clearance aimed at the box, targeting Inbu. Under Bonucci's close marking, Inbu managed a feeble header, which Buffon easily collected. Jean-Loup remarked, "From this defensive display, Conte's Juventus is undoubtedly among the world's elite." The 5 midfielders completely restricted Milan's breakthrough opportunities, while the 3 center-backs proved formidable in aerial defense. It seems Milan's attacking efforts are yielding little fruit. Duan Xian concurred. "I also believe so. It has been said that Milan's tactics involve a significant contribution from our own coach Pani, a fact acknowledged even by Guardiola and Allegri." Zhang, have you studied Pani's typical strategies? Is today's aggressive approach indicative of his influence? Jean-Loup responded, It's hard to discern. Having observed Milan's recent matches, my only impression is of their frequent tactical variations and meticulous in-game adjustments. However, considering the resolute nature of young coaches, this initial aggression could indeed be Pani's suggestion. After all, if it were Allegri, he might have opted for a more cautious approach. Although Milan's initial offensive did not yield significant results, the players exhibited remarkable patience. After a series of backward passes, they began to reorganize their attack, this time from the left, with Man carrying the ball towards the wing, preparing for an inward shot. Nonetheless, Juventus remained steadfast in their defense. Right midfielder Lichtsteiner moved in to defend, while Marchisio focused on intercepting Man's passing lanes, with Barzagli and Bonucci ready to provide support. With no options left, Man resorted to a forced breakthrough, but Lichtsteiner expertly intercepted the ball at the edge of the penalty area. Juventus wasted no time launching a counterattack, precisely the opportunity Conte had been awaiting. Lichtsteiner promptly handed the ball to their midfield maestro, Pirlo. After a brief observation, Pirlo delivered a long pass aimed at Juventus's forwards. Pirlo's long ball was precise, enabling Vucinic to seize the first touch, yet Milan's Van Dijk swiftly closed in to disrupt. This moment, Pato found himself approximately 35 meters from Milan's goal, yet he opted for a reckless strike. The ball soared high over the stadium, landing in the stands and eliciting gasps from the Juventus supporters. On the sidelines, Conte shook his head in disbelief. He struggled to comprehend how the once inspirational Brazilian, now on his team, had transformed into a player lacking awareness and composure. Clearly, he could have collaborated further with Vucinic, or utilized his speed for a cross, yet he squandered this hard-won counterattacking opportunity with such a misguided attempt. Such a distance would challenge even Pirlo, let alone Pato, who was not renowned for his long-range shooting. Conte felt exasperated. While Pani found amusement in the situation, he recognized that Pato was particularly eager to showcase his abilities today. For a forward, scoring is the moment when the coach, teammates, and fans of his former club can truly appreciate his performance. Thus, when an opportunity arose, he was keen to seize it and convert it into a genuine goal. However, this very mindset led the young Pato to become somewhat impulsive, impairing his ability to accurately assess the on-field situation, which in turn affected his technical execution. This shot exemplified that very point. Should Pato continue with such a mentality, Juventus's dual forwards would effectively become a hindrance, significantly alleviating the pressure on Milan's defense. On the other hand, Montenegrin forward Vucinic demonstrated solid awareness and teamwork, possessing commendable footwork and agility, yet his finishing ability left much to be desired. Even during Juventus's consecutive championship seasons, he struggled to surpass 10 goals in a season. Thus, his threat level remains limited. Juventus's true attacking prowess often arises from their midfield and defensive players, particularly through Pirlo's long-range orchestrations. Consequently, Pani's focal point for this match centers on Pirlo. Milan's initial aggressive attempts were essentially a test of Juventus's defensive focus today, probing whether they would continue to rely on Pirlo as a pivotal point during counterattacks. Once this was confirmed, Pani's targeted tactics for the match began to unfold gradually. Both sides engaged in a fierce battle for possession in midfield, with the ball changing hands frequently. Vidal passed to Pirlo, but Milan's Conte anticipated the move, intercepting the ball before swiftly relaying it to Gattuso. However, Gattuso struggled to control the ball and was dispossessed by Juventus's Marchisio. Pirlo regained possession, took a few steps, and prepared to pass, only to be brought down by Boateng, who had crept up from behind on the sidelines. Conte observed the match, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Why do I sense something unusual about Milan tonight? In the past, they either executed rapid counterattacks or advanced cohesively. Yet today, they started with an aggressive push and have since become entangled in a midfield tussle. What are they truly attempting to achieve? Chapter 44. A dumpling well wrapped with filling. Of course, Conte found the situation peculiar but remained unperturbed, even feeling a sense of satisfaction. With 30 minutes of play elapsed, apart from their initial flurry of wing attacks, AC Milan had concentrated their forces predominantly in the midfield, engaging in fierce battles with Juventus's players. This played directly into Conte's hands. His three-back formation is least threatened by a central assault, as it is precisely where his emphasis lies. Regardless of Milan's attempts to stretch the play wide or initiate expansive shifts from left to right, Conte remained unfazed. The only absolute was that Milan would never find space at the edge of the penalty area. From the current gameplay, Conte surmised that Milan's coaching staff must be experiencing considerable frustration, and no matter how they tried, Juventus maintained a firm grip on their central formation, extending their defensive reach to prevent Milan from penetrating. Throughout the first 30 minutes, Milan's three forwards had each attempted long-range shots at the edge of the penalty area, yet to no avail. Conte couldn't help but glance toward the Milan bench, where Allegri and his coaching staff sat stoically, their expressions devoid of emotion. They were likely grappling with their own dilemmas. He chuckled inwardly. When they reveal their vulnerabilities, that will be our moment to strike. His fundamental tactical philosophy with this 3-5-2 formation centered on a solid defensive setup, transitioning to counterattacks through the forwards' capabilities. In this strategy, midfielders primarily undertook defensive responsibilities, while offensive players aimed to swiftly connect with Pirlo to initiate organized attacks. When Pirlo exploited gaps in Milan's defense and delivered precise passes to the forwards, Milan's goal would be wide open. Just then, the dynamics on the field shifted slightly. Juventus began to gain better control of the ball to orchestrate their attacks. Duan Xian commented, "It seems Milan's initial flurry has been exhausted. Their offensive display has been loud but ineffective, failing to create genuine threats. Zhang Zhidao, do you perceive any tactical issues in this match for Milan?" Duan Xian, do you believe this could mark the beginning of Juventus's counteroffensive? Indeed, on the field, whether it is Sulla and Main's pressing against Juventus's defense or Candy's suppression of Vidal, Juventus's midfield finds it exceedingly challenging to distribute the ball. Resorting solely to the flanks on the right side, Lichtsteiner is also under Gattuso's close scrutiny. After several attempts, Juventus has been unable to make any headway, frequently passing the ball to Pirlo for management. At this juncture, Pirlo proactively shifts to the left flank to receive the ball, attempting to pass and evade Milan's layered defenses. This reflects a habitual pattern within Juventus's midfield, given that Pirlo is not known for his physicality or defensive prowess. To maximize his offensive capabilities, it is essential to avoid direct confrontations with opponents. Much like during his tenure at AC Milan or with the Italian national team, Pirlo would always have a Gattuso to provide support. Now that Gattuso stands as the adversary, and with Vidal, who typically undertakes the dirty work for Juventus, being constrained, Pirlo instinctively gravitates to the side with fewer opponents to receive the ball and initiate an attack. Currently, Juventus's left flank is the most opportune position. However, after enduring 30 minutes of intense midfield combat, Pirlo's physical condition and focus have inevitably waned. Those who have played football understand that if the intensity is evenly distributed across the pitch, one may endure longer. Yet, if one is relentlessly pressured in their designated area, exhaustion will swiftly ensue. In prior matches, Milan primarily targeted the area where Pirlo resides. After all, Pirlo is now a 31-year-old veteran, and under such circumstances, it is already a commendable feat to execute effective attacks, leaving little room for expectations of significant defensive contributions. Thus, when Pirlo occupies the left flank, the defensive intensity on that side will inevitably diminish. This is precisely the opportunity Pani has been awaiting. The time spent crafting the filling was all for the purpose of wrapping an exquisite dumpling at this moment. At this point in the match, fierce competition erupts once more in Juventus's right midfield position. Upon receiving the ball, Lichtsteiner, pressed closely by Gattuso, can only pass it to the nearest Vidal. However, Candy is also present, obstructing Vidal from making a clean play. prompting the Chilean midfielder to opt for a direct pass to the left without stopping the ball. Pirlo, who initially occupied the central defensive midfielder role, has already sprinted over to prepare for receiving the ball. Yet, just then, Milan's defender Van Dijk, who had been a few meters behind Pirlo, suddenly maneuvers forward, exerting force to intercept the ball just in time. After winning the ball, the Milan centre-back does not pass immediately but continues to advance. Juventus's left winger, the young talent De Cilio, aware of Pirlo's defensive frailties, comes over to assist his seasoned counterpart. At this moment, Juventus's left flank, which corresponds to Milan's right, has been left exposed in a flash. The adept passer Thiago Silva launches a long ball, delivering it to the unmarked Sulla on the right. Sulla swiftly advances towards the penalty area. Juventus's left centre-back Chiellini hastily approaches to defend, positioning himself in Sulla's path, ready to intercept at any moment. Regardless of Conte's pre-match admonitions to the defenders or Chiellini's own realizations during the game, as long as they successfully contain Milan's two young wingers' incursions, the opposition should pose no threat. Yet this time, Sulla feigns an inward movement, only to deftly nudge the ball towards the exterior, heading towards the right side of the penalty area. Immediately, a crimson and black figure swiftly surges along the right flank. It is Milan's right back, Zambrotta. Chapter 45. The tactic within a tactic. No one noticed when Zambrotta had appeared here. It seems he had initiated his run the moment Thiago Silva gained possession. Now, Zambrotta darts past Sulla, chasing down the ball and advancing towards the penalty area before sending in a cross with his right foot. Inside the box, Juventus's Barzagli and Bonucci are tightly marking Ibrahimovic. Everyone is aware that the powerful high-flying striker possesses world-class heading ability and flair. Although AC Milan seldom resorts to low crosses, when they do, they often seek out Ibrahimovic. Thus, both Juventus centre-backs strive to keep a close watch on the Swedish giant, denying him opportunities for direct headers or acrobatic finishes. However, they fail to anticipate that Zambrotta's cross is swift and high, sailing over everyone's heads in the middle and arriving at the back post. Barzagli and Bonucci look up to see the ball soaring past them, their minds echoing a singular thought: disaster? Yet it is too late. Following the trajectory of the ball, Bonucci notices that at the left post, the left winger Main has appeared like a wraith, arriving at breakneck speed, and beside him, there is not a single Juventus defender in such a scenario. Main does not even need to leap. He merely leans forward to nod the ball into the left side of Juventus's goal. Meanwhile, Juventus's goalkeeper Buffon is hurriedly moving from the opposite post, still struggling to find his footing, leaving him no chance to make a save. The atmosphere in Juventus's stadium is now predominantly silent. The Juventus fans are left speechless, merely gazing at the small section of AC Milan supporters in the away stand who are rejoicing and cheering. After scoring, Main excitedly turns and bolts off the pitch, sprinting toward the Milan fans to express his exhilaration. And of course, there are no extravagant celebratory gestures. Main frequently scores, yet his goal celebrations are typically understated unless a teammate is present to prompt him. Behind Main, Milan's players rush forward one after another to join in the jubilation. On the away team's bench, Allegri is beside himself, clenching his fists in excitement and shouting exuberantly, his previous calm demeanor seemingly forgotten. Pan-E leaps high, vigorously waving his arms, displaying extraordinary excitement and enthusiasm. The coaches embrace tightly, with Allegri gently patting Pan-E's head, exclaiming, "Pan-E, our tactics have succeeded once again." This moment is captured by the broadcast cameras, presenting it to viewers worldwide who are watching the match live. Everyone can sense the exhilaration of the Milan coaches and recognize Pan-E's unique position within the team. Meanwhile, on the other side, Conte stares in disbelief at his jubilant counterparts, his expression one of incredulity. Everything seemed under his control. How did Milan score so abruptly? The development of this goal was simply too sudden. AC Milan had mounted a relentless assault through the center for nearly 30 minutes. How did they suddenly switch to a flank attack, culminating in a cross? Not to mention, since Milan deployed Main and Sulla as inverted wingers, they have seldom ventured to the byline. Moreover, this time, the flank attack utilized Ibrahimovic as a decoy. With the primary target being Main at the back post, it is notable that while this Senegalese forward possesses speed and dribbling skills, heading is not his forte. Thus, one surprise after another left Conte utterly flabbergasted. Everything seems to suggest a meticulously orchestrated conspiracy by Milan, and this conspiracy has been in motion since the very beginning of the match. No, even before the match commenced. Zambrotta, who executed the cross, had ostensibly faded from Milan's starting lineup this season. However, in the absence of injury reports for Milan's primary fullbacks and without rotation factors, Milan opted to include him in the starting formation for this match. Initially, Conte believed that the Milan coaching staff might be considering the youth of 18-year-old Desilio, fearing he would succumb to the pressure of such a significant match, thus opting for the 33-year-old veteran. However, in hindsight, Zambrotta's sudden foray and precise cross were pivotal to this goal. This was, after all, the very skill that catapulted Zambrotta to fame in his youth. The reason Zambrotta could deliver such a comfortable cross without obstruction was due to Juventus's defensive gaps in that area. Furthermore, Desilio's need to assist Pirlo in defending against Van Dijk arose because, during the first 30 minutes of the match, Milan had relentlessly attacked through the center, depleting Pirlo's stamina and forcing him to shift to the other side. Every element is interconnected. It is all a tactic. Observing Thiago Silva's long pass, Sulla had already initiated his run, with Zambrotta sprinting along the sideline without hesitation. When Zambrotta received the ball and delivered the cross, he had no thought of utilizing Ibrahimovic as a decoy but rather aimed directly for Main at the back post. This further illustrates that these were all tactics rehearsed by Milan during training. A tactic within a tactic. The more Conte ponders, the more he shakes his head. He has truly fallen for it. He has walked straight into Milan's trap. In a fit of rage, he forcefully clapped his hands together and abruptly sat up, inadvertently striking his head against the ceiling of the substitutes bench, which elicited a sharp gasp of pain from him. This incident caught the attention of the opposing team's substitutes. Conte couldn't help but glance over in that direction. There, he observed Pani looking back at him with a mischievous grin. Stroking his head, Conte seemed to grasp the situation and pondered, could it be yet another tactical scheme devised by him? This young protégé, merely 25 years of age, is capable of formulating such comprehensive strategies. Given his audacious demeanor, he must be reveling in the thought of having outmaneuvered me. It appears that I must teach him a lesson. Chapter 46. The resounding booing, however, while Conte yearned to teach Pani a lesson, the current state of Juventus was mired in a dilemma. Conte had initially fielded a defensive lineup against Milan, aiming to establish a solid defense before launching counterattacks. Yet, should AC Milan choose to counterattack, their efficiency would be astonishing. Their previous away match against Barcelona had already demonstrated this. Milan's front line boasted several swift young talents. And if Juventus dared to press forward recklessly, Milan's coaching staff would undoubtedly employ Conte's own favored tactics to defeat him. Fortunately, it was still the first half, and ample time remained. Conte resolved to make adjustments in the second half. Thus, he refrained from instructing his players to immediately launch an all-out assault, as that would be too perilous. If Milan managed to score another goal, extending their lead, the match would become increasingly untenable. Consequently, the final 10 minutes of the first half were spent in a relatively subdued stalemate. Milan led Juventus 1-0 at halftime. Well done. Excellent performance. Keep it up. In Milan's locker room, coaches exchanged high-fives with the players as they entered. Offering encouragement in such a crucial match, maintaining player morale and providing necessary praise and motivation was imperative. Particularly while leading, it was crucial to remind them not to become complacent and to give their all in the second half. Once everyone had gathered in the locker room, Allegri approached the tactical board. Although they were all panting after a grueling first half, the lead invigorated them, filling them with determination. More importantly, they now had unwavering confidence in the tactics devised by the coaching staff. The flow of the first half mirrored precisely what the coach had conveyed to them before the match. Ultimately, Milan had exploited the opponent's vulnerabilities, utilizing practiced routines to secure a crucial goal. In the eyes of many players, the coaching staff's arrangements were nothing short of miraculous. Allegri continued, in the second half, Juventus will undoubtedly intensify their offensive efforts. Our primary objective is, of course, to defend as long as we do not concede a goal. We can secure victory. It was foreseeable that the second half would present even greater challenges. Everyone could sense the formidable strength of Juventus, as their full-throttle attacks would undoubtedly apply significant pressure on them. However, tonight, we will demonstrate to Juventus and all their fans in the stadium that we can withstand such pressure. We are stronger than Juventus. Noticing the players nodding in agreement, Allegri's gaze shifted to Pani and to Sadi. Do either of you have anything to add? Pani, unreserved, stepped forward. Although we exhausted much of their midfield stamina in the first half, our own consumption has been considerable. Your heavy breathing after the halftime battle has made that clear. Laughter erupted in the locker room. I suspect Conte will adjust his formation. He may shift Chiellini to left back and introduce another forward, adopting a 4-3-3 formation. This is a formation he often employs when he needs to launch an aggressive attack. Thus, when they press forward, the gaps in the center will be magnified. I urge everyone to remain vigilant in defense while also seeking to exploit such vulnerabilities. Given that our threatening attacks in the first half were primarily initiated from the flanks, Juventus will likely focus on our wings in the second half. Therefore, we will counter this by attacking their center. Ultimately, every minute of the second half will be a formidable test for us. I believe you are all prepared to defeat Juventus and leave them trailing behind us. As Pani concluded his remarks, the locker room erupted in a chorus of roars. This was the battle cry of Milan soldiers. Vowing to achieve victory, however, at the start of the second half, Conte did not immediately alter his formation. He opted to retain the same lineup from the first half, intending to probe whether Milan's tactics had changed. It was evident that Milan had indeed made adjustments in other countries. A strong team adopting a defensive posture and parking the bus might be criticized by opponents, the media, and even their own fans. Yet, in Italy, this was not a concern. Defense is the very foundation of Italian football standing in the global arena. When AC Milan achieved their remarkable 58-match unbeaten streak, it was largely due to their defensive prowess. As long as they could secure a win, a 1-0 scoreline sufficed. This is the philosophy of Italian football. Hence, facing such a scenario, Conte, whose roots lay in solid defense, was not inclined to chastise his opponents for their lack of sportsmanship, but rather to prepare for a tactical adjustment. Just 5 minutes into the second half, at the 50-minute mark, Conte made his first substitution. Left midfielder De Segli was replaced by forward Matreet. De Segli had been thoroughly subdued in the match, playing tentatively and performing below par. Predicted by Pani during halftime. Juventus had now adopted a new 4-3-3 formation. Matreet, standing at 183 cm, though not exceptionally tall, possessed considerable strength, speed, and shooting ability, significantly enhancing Juventus's offensive capabilities. Meanwhile, Milan remained unchanged. The reason was straightforward. Compared to the trio of midfielders at Barcelona, Juventus fielded two workhorses and a brain, lacking the creativity of Hamsik and Fabregas in the face of Milan's tightly knit defensive web. It was challenging for Juventus to navigate the midfield and deliver the ball comfortably to their forwards, making it difficult to create threatening shots. Consequently, Conte's adjustment yielded no positive results even after 20 minutes of play. Thus, at the 70-minute mark, Conte made another substitution. Pato was replaced by Toni. Notably, as Pato exited the field, a chorus of boos resonated throughout the Juventus stadium. Chapter 47. For forwards, Arnaby feared the fans' jeers were easily understandable. Pato, having arrived at Juventus with a hefty price tag of 55 million, had underperformed. Especially tonight, facing his former club Milan, he seemed eager to impress but ultimately delivered a dismal performance, failing to register even a single competent shot on goal. Conte's decision to substitute Pato was not only a response to his lackluster display but also a signal. Juventus was about to begin launching high balls. Although it appeared to be a like-for-like substitution, it involved replacing the agile Pato, who had little aerial advantage, with the veteran Toni, renowned for his remarkable jumping ability and heading prowess. Following the substitution, indeed, Juventus players, whether it was Pirlo, Lichtsteiner, or Bonucci, began to bombard the penalty area with crosses. However, the problem lay in Milan's formidable aerial defense. Thiago Silva's marking and heading abilities were world-class, while the newly signed Dutch rookie Van Dijk boasted exceptional physical attributes, proving more than capable in duels. Consequently, Juventus's crosses were consistently thwarted, returning empty-handed time and again. After a while, Milan prepared to make their own substitutions. Ambrosini and Aubameyang stood beside Allegri and Pani, attentively listening to their instructions. Similar to their approach against Barcelona, bringing Ambrosini on for Gattuso was intended to maintain midfield interception capabilities as the veteran's stamina waned. However, this time, Aubameyang was not replacing Pani had pulled Aubameyang aside, diligently advising him, "Aubameyang, listen closely. I will grant you more freedom. If your teammates play the ball behind the defense, make your runs as you did before. But if such opportunities are lacking, create your own. Take the ball. Use your speed to outpace them. Are you confident?" Aubameyang hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded vigorously. It was rare to hear such tactical instructions from Pani, who emphasized tactical discipline. Nevertheless, it was inconsequential. Aubameyang's speed and dribbling skills made him a formidable force, and if allowed to charge forward with the ball, Bonucci and Barzagli might struggle to contain him. Indeed, one could argue that this style of play was precisely what Aubameyang relished. What African forward wouldn't enjoy a solo run? Seeing Aubameyang take the field, Conte felt a pang of unease. Replacing a less effective target forward with the younger, quicker Aubameyang was a clear signal of Milan's intent. This left Conte in a state of internal conflict. Milan Derby once scored a decisive goal against Barcelona during a counterattack. If left unchecked, he would undoubtedly wreak havoc. However, at present, the options available to Conte are rather limited. And they even find themselves a goal behind. In this scenario, Conte has no alternative but to intensify the offensive efforts if he were to seek a balance between bolstering the attack and maintaining defensive integrity. He would inevitably have to substitute Pirlo. As the match approached the 80-minute mark, Pirlo not only faltered defensively but also began to misplace long passes in attack. The considerable exertion had rendered the midfield maestro incapable of functioning effectively. Consequently, Conte finally gritted his teeth and replaced Pirlo with Del Piero. This was a gamble of sorts. While Del Piero's defensive capabilities were also rather modest, he was invigorated by his recent entry onto the pitch. Moreover, he remained a technically adept forward. Though now 37 years old and past his prime, his finishing instincts in front of goal remained sharp. Thus, following the introduction of the veteran captain Del Piero, Juventus's formation morphed into a somewhat lopsided 4-2-4, with four forwards encircling the Milan goal. However, when Pani caught sight of the substitution board displaying Juventus's number, he could not help but exhale in relief and chuckle. This was precisely to his liking. Juventus's midfield now consisted of merely two workhorses, devoid of a playmaker like Pirlo, compelling the four forwards up front to rely heavily on long passes from the back. With Derby on the pitch, he, along with his flanking partners Main and Sulla, relentlessly pressured Juventus's defensive line, making it exceedingly difficult for them to distribute the ball comfortably. As a result, the quality of Juventus's passing became rather predictable. Furthermore, with Milan's front line beginning to suppress Juventus's back line, the latter became increasingly wary of the ticking time bombs lurking in their own half, reluctant to push forward carelessly. Under such circumstances, it became even more challenging for Juventus to pose a threat in attack. Conversely, with a clear advantage in midfield, Pani began signaling his players to intensify their pressing and counterattacking efforts. In the 84th minute, Pani intercepted a ball from Vidal near the halfway line and played a through ball to the advancing Derby. Derby advanced with the ball, maneuvering past Barzagli, but faced with a well-positioned Bonucci, he had no choice but to take a shot. Unfortunately, the ball narrowly missed the left post, eliciting gasps from the Juventus supporters. Just 2 minutes later, Juventus attempted a long pass from the back to Del Piero. Upon receiving the ball with his chest, Del Piero was immediately besieged by a dual attack from Van Dijk and Zambrotta. Zambrotta managed to intercept the ball first and relayed it to the forward-moving Sulla. Sulla, without breaking stride, delivered a pass into the vacant space behind Juventus's defense, allowing Derby to surge forward and fire a shot from a tight angle, which was expertly parried away by the attentive Gianluigi Buffon. Such scenes unfolded repeatedly in the final 10 minutes of the match. Had it not been for Milan's slight misfortune and Buffon's remarkable saves, the scoreline could have easily widened beyond 1-0. Meanwhile, Conte found himself at a loss, feeling trapped. Even if they conceded another goal, he had no choice but to press forward. During the final corner kick, even goalkeeper Buffon surged into Milan's penalty area. However, after a desperate attempt to score with his hands, which resulted in a yellow card, the match came to a close. AC Milan secured a crucial away victory, triumphing 1-0. Chapter 48. Quietly altering history. In the post-match press conference, Conte's remarks were brief. He left the stage after stating, "They tactically outmaneuvered us. I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. Nevertheless, the spotlight was on the victors." AC Milan. When Allegri took the podium alongside Pani and Main, eager journalists immediately bombarded them with a flurry of inquiries. Conte claimed you thoroughly defeated him tactically. Could you shed light on the specific tactical design for today's match? Was Milan's offensive onslaught in the first half intentional, aimed at aggressively targeting the center? Main's goal seemed to follow a clearly planned attacking route. Was it rehearsed beforehand? Mr. Allegri, congratulations on Milan's victory against the formidable Juventus. Meanwhile, your title rival Inter Milan has announced the dismissal of coach Gasperini. What are your thoughts? Regarding Gasperini's dismissal, as a fellow professional, I certainly feel a sense of regret. He underscores the precarious nature of our profession. A slight dip in performance can lead to unemployment. Yet, at the same time, Inter's winless streak since the season commenced has brought us some relief. Reporter, do you mean that Inter poses no threat to Milan this season? Allegri hesitated momentarily, glancing at Pani. Pani nodded and leaned closer to the microphone. Indeed, if our opponents falter while we maintain our current form, we shall undoubtedly clinch this season's Serie A championship. Yes, the title belongs to Milan. A moment of silence enveloped the room, only to be followed by an eruption of excitement. The journalists displayed expressions of both astonishment and exhilaration. With merely 5 rounds into the league, this young Milan assistant coach boldly proclaimed a title challenge. Was it not a tad presumptuous? Yet, it made for excellent news material, an explosive story. Allegri was momentarily taken aback by Pani's declaration. He had wished for a more modest response from him. However, upon reflection, he recognized that Pani had excelled in player motivation since joining the staff. Although Pani appeared youthful, he executed every aspect of his coaching responsibilities with remarkable precision. Consequently, Allegri regarded Pani with a sense of profound intrigue. He was indeed inscrutable. The current squad featured predominantly young players, and youth often called for a touch of audacity. Furthermore, with 5 matches completed, AC Milan boasted a perfect record of 5 wins and 15 points, while Juventus languished with 2 wins, 2 draws, and a loss, totaling only 8 points. Inter fared even worse, managing just a solitary victory for 5 points. If not now, when should they strike a blow to the morale of their main rivals? Thus, Allegri smiled and nodded, tacitly endorsing Pani's statement as the consensus of the entire team, at least with his approval as head coach. On Pani's part, he did not perceive the situation as being so intricate. He merely articulated his thoughts. Milan had been the champions the previous season, and failing to secure the title this season would render Pani's efforts counterproductive. Therefore, achieving that goal was paramount. By announcing it to the media, he was also enhancing his visibility, laying the groundwork for future endeavors. One journalist from Milan Sports Daily remarked, "This season, Milan's attack has been sharp, and the defense solid, with 5 consecutive victories firmly establishing them at the top of the standings." Mr. Allegri, could you summarize the reasons behind such outstanding results? Allegri smiled and gestured toward Pani. First and foremost, the team has welcomed an exceptional assistant coach, then pointed to Maine, and we've also acquired several talented new players. Finally, he concluded, they have fully integrated into the team and exhibited remarkable synergy. I take great pride in them. Another reporter inquired, could you provide a brief assessment of Maine? Allegri responded, he is an excellent forward. He is still learning and growing. I believe he has the potential to become a world-class superstar. The reporter followed up with, and how about Pani? This time, Allegri responded with a single word, genius. This was indeed a true reflection of Allegri's sentiments toward Pani. He even felt a tinge of envy. As a young assistant coach, Pani's career had progressed remarkably smoothly, far more so than Allegri's early days. Allegri had initially toiled in lower-tier teams before gradually ascending to Serie A. Although Pani's arrival this season had seemingly rendered Allegri's previous coaching methods a cautionary tale, he could not deny that many of Pani's strategies were nothing short of brilliant. It could be asserted that, without Pani's tactical recommendations, Milan would have been unlikely to secure 3 points at the Juventus Stadium, a high commendation indeed. At that moment, another reporter posed a question directly to Pani in Mandarin, catching him by surprise. However, while taken aback, Pani felt a sense of accomplishment upon realizing that Wule still remembered him. Perhaps that casual conversation in their homeland had subtly influenced Wule. Pani's statements today might also reverberate through various media channels, eventually reaching Wule's ears and igniting within him the desire to pursue a career abroad. In the future, perhaps Wule would indeed arrive in Europe much earlier than in his previous life, achieving far greater success than anyone could imagine. Pani realized he was quietly reshaping history, steering everything toward a more favorable trajectory. This sensation was truly delightful. Chapter 49. A new tutorial following the intense clash with Juventus, the calendar turned to the international break. For smaller teams, the international break serves as an opportune moment to reflect on match experiences and readjust team dynamics. However, for a major club like AC Milan, primarily composed of national team players, the international break merely translates to a holiday as they struggle to assemble a decent competitive lineup. Without mentioning the stalwart players of national teams like Inbu, Silva, and Boateng, even the emerging talents of this season, such as Maine and Sulla, have received calls to represent their countries. younger players like Desilio, despite not yet making it to the national team, have still been summoned to the Italy U20 squad. Thus, for Pani, the international break presents a rare opportunity for respite. However, Pani does not truly indulge in a holiday. Indeed, following the victory over Juventus, the enigmatic and formidable coaching course system has unlocked new tutorials for him. This time, it offers not only the previously presented tactical courses but also more refined versions of those. Pani speculates that his tactical triumphs over Barcelona and Juventus have led the system to determine that he is now capable of assimilating more knowledge. Although he currently serves merely as an assistant coach, primarily aiding the head coach with tactics and training, the managerial knowledge remains beyond his immediate application. Yet, Pani is unwilling to resign himself to a perpetual role as an assistant coach. He aspires to become a great head coach. Therefore, it is only prudent to prepare for the future. One never knows when an opportunity may arise, for coaching transfers do not adhere to conventional transfer windows. Thus, during this international break, Pani immerses himself in these tutorials. Ferguson. After the flying boot incident, why did Beckham have to leave? Mancini. While Balotelli pondered life, what was I contemplating? Guardiola, Inbu, and Messi. This is not an easy choice, Ancelotti. How to manage when you possess 4 number 10s? Mourinho. Why is it that finishing second at Manchester United is my greatest achievement? Particularly, Ferguson's tutorial piqued Pani's keen interest. It recounts the events of February 15, 2003, during the 5th round of the FA Cup, where Manchester United faced Arsenal at home. Arsenal eliminated United with goals from Edu and Wiltord in the 37th and 52nd minutes, respectively. Following the match, Sir Alex Ferguson unleashed his fury in the dressing room, vehemently criticizing his players. During this tirade, a confrontation erupted between Ferguson and David Beckham after the second goal, culminating in Ferguson kicking a boot across the room, which struck Beckham above his left eyebrow, resulting in a significant injury and the incident dubbed the flying boot. This injury not only left Beckham bloodied and scarred but also marked the end of his close relationship with Ferguson. After the 2002-03 season, Beckham was sold to Real Madrid. However, the tutorial does not merely recount this incident. It meticulously explores Ferguson's various considerations and the entire decision-making process that led to this outcome. Initially, Ferguson and his coaching staff had begun to realize that Beckham's work efficiency was waning, and they had heard rumors of Real Madrid's interest in him. Thus, Ferguson prepared to initiate discussions with Beckham's team and communicate directly with Beckham. At that time, however, Beckham was evidently influenced by external factors, dismissing Ferguson's words and failing to adhere to tactical instructions on the pitch. This behavior served as the catalyst for the flying boot incident. The fallout from this event was palpable throughout Manchester United and sparked widespread outrage. Ferguson candidly informed the board that Beckham had to depart. The rationale was straightforward. When a player perceives himself as superior to the head coach, his departure becomes inevitable. Once the head coach loses authority, he can no longer manage the club. Players will undermine the head coach, leading to insurmountable difficulties in his role. Ferguson's stance was unwavering, as it aligned with his principles as a head coach. Ultimately, Beckham left Manchester United for Real Madrid. Even after parting with one of the finest long-pass midfielders in the world, Ferguson continued to find success at United. The subsequent 5 Premier League titles and 1 Champions League trophy validated that as long as the head coach's authority remains intact, the team's cohesion and fighting spirit will endure. The tutorial further elaborates on Ferguson's negotiations with players, transfer market maneuvers, and dealings with agents, all of which vividly played out in Pani's mind as if he were personally involved. Throughout this learning process, he gradually grasped the wisdom and experience of this renowned manager in team management, leaving him utterly awe-inspired. Soon after, Pani encountered a counterexample from Manchester United, but this time set in 2018. Long after Ferguson's retirement, during a period when United had not secured any notable trophies for several years. This was the era of the special one, Mourinho, who, despite not winning the Premier League, achieved second place and secured the Europa League, League Cup, and Community Shield, making it the most successful tenure post-Ferguson. However, conflict arose between Mourinho and midfield star Pogba. The rift began when Pogba failed to return to training that summer, claiming he was rehabilitating in Miami. However, journalists captured him vacationing with his wife, prompting Mourinho to contact Pogba's agent, Raiola. Pogba was infuriated, questioning Mourinho's seriousness and professionalism. This discord escalated, leading Pogba to sulk on the pitch, feigning injury, and attempting to force Mourinho's departure. On one occasion during an away match, Pogba refused to board the team bus, insisting on traveling in his Rolls-Royce to undermine Mourinho's authority. Absurdly, many Manchester United fans supported Pogba, wishing for Mourinho's exit, proclaiming they would rather lose than endure the trophies brought by Mourinho, desiring attacking football instead. Consequently, management opted to retain Pogba and dismiss Mourinho. Clearly, both parties would come to regret this decision. After Mourinho's departure, Pogba's performance stagnated, ultimately opting not to renew his contract and rejoining Juventus for free, costing Manchester United a staggering $100 million. Meanwhile, the team's performance continued to falter, failing to qualify for the Champions League. This exemplifies a classic case of players usurping authority from the coach. Following such events, one must ponder who among the newly appointed coaches could successfully assert control over Pogba or maintain the locker room's order. Without authority, tactical implementation becomes futile, and the effectiveness of execution is inevitably diminished. As Pjanic reflected on this, he silently nodded in agreement. Should an offer arise from a team in the future, ensuring his influence within the squad and establishing respect throughout the team must become paramount to that moment. Pjanic's phone rang. It was Valentina. Pjanic, where are you? Didn't we schedule a meeting today with the SI representatives to discuss the Football Manager game? Pjanic abruptly leapt from the sofa. Darn it. I was so engrossed in studying that I completely forgot about it. Valentina was already waiting downstairs. Their destination was the SI office in Milan, where a senior executive would personally meet with Pjanic to gather his insights on the game. Upon seeing Pjanic hastily exit his apartment, Valentina pouted, "Humph, didn't you say that people from Longwa are more punctual than us Italians?" Pjanic chuckled. Wasn't he had agreed to arrive before 3 p.m.? As long as I'm there by then, it still counts as being on time. Valentina huffed. Does that mean my appointment doesn't count? If we were to go on a date. What? Pjanic didn't catch that, Dido. Nothing, Valentina replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. Just know that you're late. Don't think that just because you got me Messi's jersey, I'll forgive you. Humph. All right. I'll treat you to dinner tonight to make amends. How about that? Pjanic flashed a mischievous smile. Let us return to that noodle shop and show me again how you can spray noodles from your nostrils. Valentina. The SI office in Milan was approximately 10 kilometers from Pjanic's apartment, so they hailed a taxi. The driver appeared to be a seasoned gentleman in his 50s or 60s. Upon their entry, he kept glancing in the rearview mirror. Perhaps it was the striking combination of Pjanic and Valentina that caught his eye? Pjanic pondered this when the driver could no longer contain his curiosity. Forgive me for asking. Are you Pjanic? To his surprise, the driver recognized him as a fan. A hint of disappointment crossed the driver's face as he said, I'm terribly sorry, but I tend to think all East Asians look alike. I mistook you for Pjanic. At that moment, Pjanic smiled and replied, Don't listen to her nonsense. I truly am Pjanic. Instantly, the driver's eyes lit up. Really? You are indeed Pjanic? The assistant coach of Milan? Yes, Pjanic nodded. While Valentina scoffed and turned her head away, impressive. Now even taxi drivers recognize you. Are you trying to show off in front of me? Yet, her words also acknowledged that Pjanic was indeed the coach known to the driver. The seasoned veteran's tone grew fervent. My God, you truly are Coach Pjanic. Just moments ago, I was discussing you with a few of my old mates. Ever since your arrival in Milan, our entire tactical framework has undergone a dramatic transformation. The veteran rambled on, while Pjanic remained silent, merely listening intently. Yet within him, a tumult of emotions began to stir. Just a few months prior, who could have imagined that he would ascend from being an obscure figure to a well-known personality, even recognized by taxi drivers? Moreover, this recognition did not stem from the typical roles of player or head coach, which often bask in the limelight. The prominence of an assistant coach is usually quite limited, even in a prestigious club like AC Milan, unless one had been a renowned figure prior to taking on the assistant role, such as when Henry or Zidane transitioned to coaching. If I were to inquire about your favorite team, or any of the major clubs like Manchester City, Manchester United, Bayern Munich, Barcelona, or Real Madrid, could you instantly name their assistant coaches and describe their appearances without looking it up? Let alone those smaller clubs, where one might not even recognize the head coach. Although in Italy, particularly among local fans in Milan, there is a greater familiarity with their beloved team, it is no small feat for an assistant coach to be recognized by passers-by. This realization filled Pjanic not only with a sense of fame but also a profound pride. The SI branch office arrived shortly thereafter. The veteran, brimming with joy, requested a photo and an autograph from Pjanic, then drove off without paying, leaving behind a parting remark. This is my tribute as a longtime Milan fan. Pani could only shake his head in resignation as he ushered Valentina into the building. The SI branch had rented an entire floor, and the decor resembled that of a typical IT company. Welcoming Pani were a senior executive named Jack, who wasted no time with pleasantries. Once Pani was seated, Jack pushed an open notebook towards him. Our company will officially launch FM 2012 around the 20th of this month. Here are some key player stats from our database. We have just adjusted the ratings for a few Milan players. Do you think they still align with reality? Pani gazed at the notebook screen. It displayed a spreadsheet filled with player information, detailing various specific metrics such as shooting, passing, dribbling. There were also numerous hidden attributes, such as for the player Inbu on the Milan tab, whose ambition stood at 20, loyalty at 5, and disputatiousness at 18. His current ability was rated at 173, with the potential ability of 185, clearly marking him as a world-class star and Milan's cornerstone. Note: in FM games, the maximum value for each metric is 20, while the total maximum is 200. Pani then focused on several players highlighted in color. These were the new signings for Milan, whose potential had left SI in a quandary. Sulla had a current ability of 128 and a potential of 155. Main had a current ability of 135 and a potential of 166. Candy had a current ability of 132 and a potential of 153. Van Dijk had a current ability of 144 and a potential of 170. Aubameyang had a current ability of 126 and a potential of 145. Note: for younger players, FM also provides random potential values, but for clarity, we will omit those here. Pointing at the screen, Pani addressed Jack. I won't comment on my players' current abilities or specific metrics. You can adjust those based on actual match performance. However, their potential abilities have certainly been understated. Jack looked slightly taken aback. Understated? We rated Van Dijk at 170. That's still too low. Pani interjected decisively. At the very least, they should all be rated above 180. In Pani's previous life, by the time FM 2022 rolled around, most of these players indeed had potential ratings exceeding 180, and they ultimately fulfilled that potential. Aubameyang and Candy were slightly lower, around 170, but Pani deemed it unnecessary to differentiate further. They could not possibly be rated at 140 or 150. However, for Jack, assigning so many young players a potential above 180 presented a challenge, for that would imply they could all rise to the caliber of stars like Inbu, of which there were very few in the game. Just as Jack pondered whether Pani was being a touch overly protective of his players, Pani pointed at the screen and remarked, "This one is rated too high. 150 should suffice." Decilio, with a current ability of 118 and a potential of 180, caught Jack's attention. He furrowed his brow, for Decilio, at just 18 years of age, had already secured a starting position at a club like AC Milan, leading the data department to believe he had greater potential than others, hence the high rating of 180. Yet, unexpectedly, it was Pani, the coach, who disagreed. 150. Might that not be a tad low? Jack hesitated. Not at all. Pani replied, glancing further at Decilio's specific metrics. Alternatively, you could raise his potential to around 160, but lower his hidden attributes. Furthermore, the players I mentioned earlier with potentials of 180 must possess high hidden attributes to align with reality. Though these attributes may not be overtly displayed in the game, they significantly influence a player's development and performance, sometimes even surpassing the importance of standard metrics. For instance, if a player's professionalism is too low, they may lack focus and diligence in training, leading to slower growth. Similarly, if their performance in crucial matches is lacking, one could expect them to falter during key moments. Why can Inbu become a locker room leader? It is closely tied to his mental attributes, particularly influence. However, he also has a high disputatiousness rating, meaning if he were to defy you, trouble would ensue. In summary, the players who ultimately emerge as stars in reality are often those with high potential abilities and strong mental attributes. Akin to Sulla and Main, they may experience certain setbacks in their previous lives before flourishing, but now, under Pani's guidance and the most suitable tactics, they would rapidly progress and shine. After all, some talented players falter simply because they lack the best guidance early on. For instance, had Vardy received mentoring from the most suitable coach at the age of 20 or younger, he might not have needed to wait until later in his career to explode onto the scene. Just as in FM 2022, if one plays with the patched version of the 11-12 season, acquiring young talents like Sulla would yield faster development than in reality. Conversely, some players, despite having extraordinary talent, high potential, may become enamored with a life of excess, akin to possessing low professionalism, ambition, or even low-pressure resistance in game metrics. Such players are destined to meet a tragic end. Listening to Pani, Jack nodded slightly. Although he still had some reservations about the specific values Pani had mentioned, he could tell that Pani possessed a profound understanding of the FM game. Otherwise, he wouldn't speak with such authority. I will report your suggestions to headquarters, and Jack began, only to find Pani had already clicked the mouse, flipping the spreadsheet to a different tab. This page was filled with the game's most promising young talents. This Brazilian, Derby, is overrated. His potential is too high. Ganso at 180? Absolutely excessive. His teammate Neymar is acceptable, but Ganso should be rated at 150 to do him justice. This Czech player, Kadlec, is similarly overvalued. How could you assign such a high potential? Ramsey has top-tier potential. Well, I suppose it's acceptable, though a lower rating would be more accurate. Son Heung-min is quite impressive. That rating is spot on. No need for adjustments. As Pani reviewed and commented. These were players he had found useful in his previous life while playing FM, yet many had failed to reach the heights depicted in the game. Now that he had access to their data, he could not help but critique them. Jack stared, agape, while Valentina gently nudged Pani. They only asked you to review Milan's players. How could you possibly know so much about these Brazilian and Czech players? What are you rambling about? Jack paused, then began to contemplate. Indeed, in terms of player evaluation, could their data specialists rival the insights of a renowned professional coach like Pani? Moreover, Pani's successful utilization of lesser-known young players this season had already proven his keen eye for talent. At last, Jack clenched his teeth and declared, "Very well, Coach Pani. I have duly noted your suggestions, and I shall endeavor to incorporate them into the latest version." Coach Pani, smiling, patted Jack on the shoulder, saying, "Excellent, I hold you in high regard. Time will prove to both you and me that today's adjustments are indeed the correct ones." During the international match period, the most significant news for Pani was the national football team's home defeat to Iraq. With a score of 0-1, although he had already experienced this disappointment in a previous life, witnessing it again still left him feeling somewhat unsettled. This was during the group stage of the 2014 Brazil World Cup qualifiers. As a seeded team, the national team faced opponents Iraq, Jordan, and Singapore. Comparatively, Iraq was a formidable adversary. However, with the top two teams advancing, and given that Jordan had never previously triumphed over the national team, and Singapore was widely regarded as the weakest link, it seemed the path to advancement was relatively clear. Yet, in the opening match against Singapore, the national team nearly stumbled. The opponent struck first, and although the national team was awarded a penalty, it was missed. Subsequently, another penalty was granted, which was finally converted, leading to a hard-fought 2-1 victory over Singapore, much to the dismay of the Singaporean coach, who was ejected for his protests against the referee's perceived bias. In the second round, facing Jordan away from home became a pivotal match after Jordan had secured a victory over Iraq in the first round. Ultimately, a grave error by Lee Weifeng gifted the opponents a goal, resulting in a 1-2 loss for the national team, marking the first time in history they had succumbed to Jordan. Thus, the home match against Iraq on October 11th became a do-or-die affair. Yet they lost again, with the old rival Yunus scoring the decisive goal that allowed Iraq to claim 3 points. At this juncture, the national team was teetering on the brink of elimination. Pani foresaw that in their next away match against Iraq, defeat would again be inevitable, leaving them with merely 3 points from 4 matches and a humiliating exit as the third-place team in the group. Frankly speaking, as a seeded team, with only Iraq, Jordan, and Singapore as opponents, such a dismal outcome could only be described as self-inflicted misery. It was still 2011, and the national team was already preparing for the 2018 World Cup. Therefore, Pani preferred not to dwell excessively on this matter, as it could adversely affect his mood. Fortunately, as the league resumed, AC Milan's continued resounding success provided him with considerable solace. They first triumphed over Palermo at home with a commanding 3-0 victory. The national team players returned to the club in fine form, with Yunbu, Silva, and Sulla each netting a goal. They then hosted the Belarusian team Bate Borisov in the third round of the Champions League group stage, similarly achieving a 2-0 shutout. Yunbu scored once again, while the other goal came from a long-range strike by midfielder Candy. Thus, by October 23, when they faced Lecce away, AC Milan had amassed 6 consecutive victories in Serie A and 3 in the Champions League. Although it was merely an ordinary league match, for Pan E, this game held a rather special significance. Chapter 52. Let us bring him over what? The tickets for this match are sold out? The stadium is at full capacity. The sporting director of Lecce, Moroni, was elated upon receiving the manager's report, nearly widening his eyes in disbelief. While he was thrilled, he found it difficult to accept the reality. Lecce's home ground, the Stadio Via del Mare, could accommodate 40,000 spectators. For a small club in a town with a population of barely 100,000, filling the stadium was no easy feat, especially given Lecce's dismal performance this season, which had driven their fans away from the stands. In the past 6 rounds of Serie A, Lecce had managed only 1 win against 5 losses, scoring 4 goals while conceding 13, accumulating a mere 3 points, placing them 18th among the 20 Serie A teams, firmly in the relegation zone. Beneath them were the even worse-off Cesena and Bologna, both with just 1 point, but the gap to Lecce was only a single match. This explained why Moroni was so astonished. With such a poor record and lacking any star players to draw fans, the stadium being full was indeed unexpected. Is it because our opponents are AC Milan? Are they all here to see Milan perform? Moroni pondered this possibility. After all, AC Milan had been on a roll this season, playing an attractive brand of football and scoring numerous goals, which naturally attracted a following. Indeed, many fans from Milan had purchased tickets. The manager nodded but added, however, a significant number are tourists from the Dragon Kingdom. Dragon Kingdom? Tourists? Moroni furrowed his brow, questioning whether they had specifically come to watch Milan play. He was well aware that foreign fans visiting Italy typically flocked to see the northern powerhouses, namely Juventus and AC Milan, who boasted the largest overseas fan bases. The capital's clubs followed closely behind, while teams like Fiorentina and Napoli had minimal international support. For a newly promoted club like Lecce, the notion of Dragon Kingdom fans was almost laughable. Well, not entirely, the manager clarified. They are indeed here for Milan, but specifically to support that assistant coach. Ah? The assistant coach? Moroni was perplexed, wondering who would attend a match to see an assistant coach. Even among head coaches, there were few who could draw fans to the stadium. His name is Pan E, a native of the Dragon Kingdom, only 25 years old, and extremely popular among his compatriots. The manager continued, he is also the first Dragon Kingdom coach in Serie A history. Many coaches have remarked that his arrival this season has enhanced Milan's tactical framework, leading to their remarkable winning streak. That makes sense. It's no surprise that a coach from the Dragon Kingdom would be popular here. Moroni mused, yet he couldn't help but wonder why. If he was so impressive, he remained merely an assistant coach at such a young age. He is only 25, the manager reiterated. This is his first job. It would be quite an exaggeration for him to become a head coach in Serie A right off the bat. True. Moroni mused, then suddenly raised his head. Do you think there's a chance we could bring him in as our head coach? This thought wasn't merely a whim of Moroni's. Given Lecce's poor start to the season, he felt immense pressure as the sporting director. He had long been considering making Di Francesco the scapegoat and relieving him of his duties. If they could lure Pan E at this juncture, it might serve a dual purpose. If Pan E truly possessed the talent the manager claimed, he could potentially rescue Lecce from relegation. Additionally, as a favored figure from the Dragon Kingdom, having him as head coach might boost attendance. The increase in ticket sales for this match was already quite evident. Even if results did not improve significantly, attracting fans and generating revenue would be beneficial. There was even the prospect of tapping into the Dragon Kingdom market, which could lead to an influx of wealth. The Dragon Kingdom was currently thriving, far surpassing the struggling Italian economy. With money, anything was possible. Moroni couldn't help but feel exhilarated by this brilliant idea. However, at that moment, the manager hesitated, saying, Actually. Actually what? Speak up. Actually, Pan E interviewed with our team back in June. Moroni leaped to his feet in shock. What? He interviewed with us? Why didn't we sign him? At the time, you, I, and head coach Di Francesco were all present, intending to recruit an assistant coach. But the moment he walked in, you dismissed him for being too young and for being from the Dragon Kingdom. Sending him away, Moroni. Manager. Moroni. Why didn't you stop me, manager? I suggested at least letting him in to chat for a few minutes, but you didn't listen. You insisted that a young man from the Dragon Kingdom could not possibly understand football, claiming there wasn't a single knowledgeable person in the entire country. You even said that the only thing Dragon Kingdom people were good at was cooking, Moroni. Manager. Moroni scratched his head. I don't recall that at all. Do you think Pan E remembers this incident? The manager offered a wry smile. What do you think? Moroni patted the manager on the shoulder. It's all right, I've heard that there's an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom. Those who serve as prime ministers can hold an entire Titanic in their hearts. What does that mean? The manager asked, bewildered that it means that people from the Dragon Kingdom are broad-minded and do not hold grudges over trivial matters. As long as we show sufficient sincerity, why would he refuse to become the head coach of a Serie A team? This would be a significant leap in his career, he exclaimed. Wouldn't you agree? Perhaps. Yes. The manager could only nod in agreement. Of course, we mustn't act too hastily. Moroni remarked once more that a field visit was necessary. Therefore, we shall attend the match tonight to ascertain whether he truly wields influence within the Milan coaching staff and to gauge how many fans are present primarily for him. Very well. I shall make the arrangements. Just as the manager was about to turn away, Moroni called him back. Please fetch some refreshments for the box. I have no intention of dining this evening. Certainly. What would you like? HMM.BJ Roast Duck. Chapter 53. Defending the center, flanking the sides at the Vidimar Stadium, Moroni indeed observed a significant number of Chinese individuals. While to someone like Moroni, a quintessential Italian, all Asians might appear similar, he now comprehended that the majority of these individuals were Chinese and were undoubtedly there for Pani. He also sensed a noteworthy increase in the number of female fans in the stands. And these women were not exclusively of East Asian descent. Many had blonde hair and blue eyes. Shaking his head, Moroni concentrated on the situation on the opposing team's side. The match was about to commence. With several Milan players engaged in warm-ups, while others gathered around the coach, receiving final instructions. The tallest among them was undoubtedly Inbu, and beside him stood the young coach Pani, holding a tactical board and smiling as he conversed with Inbu. Clearly, Inbu was in full agreement with Pani's directives, nodding vigorously. It seems there is indeed something substantial that compels star players to heed his counsel. Moroni took a bite of the roast duck and murmured. Moreover, it certainly captivates the fans. I must find an opportunity to converse with him. Now, Allegri had delineated the coaching staff's responsibilities rather clearly. The overall coordination was, of course, under his purview as the head coach. The specific defensive tactics, such as marking assignments and area responsibilities, were entrusted to Tasso Tti. In terms of offense, Pani was in charge of detailed deployment. Presently, the 4-3-3 formation was most familiar to the team. Particularly in the attacking phase, if Allegri were to handle it himself, he would first need to obtain the latest game plan from Pani before relaying it to the forwards. Such a convoluted process seemed unnecessary when Pani could convey it directly. At that moment, Pani was engaged in final explanations with the three forwards, Inbu, Sulla, and Main. This was a tactical response devised after receiving the starting lineup for Lecce.as. The match commenced. AC Milan's overall formation advanced forward. Under the leadership of Inbu, the forwards began to press Lecce's defenders, and concurrently, Milan's midfielders and defenders followed suit. This was a scenario both sides had anticipated. The overall strength of AC Milan far surpassed that of Lecce, making this a contest between the top and bottom of the league. Lecce's formation underscored Di Francesco's attitude towards the match. Securing a single point would be considered a victory. However, it was evident that Milan had no intention of settling for a draw, even on enemy territory. Inbu charged at Lecce's center-back. Towering and formidable, he surged forward like a heavy tank, instilling such pressure that Lecce's players dared not keep the ball at their feet for more than a second. They swiftly shifted the ball to the flanks, attempting to evade the formidable presence of the seemingly unstoppable Lubiu. At this juncture, Sulla and Main flanked Inbu, pressing forward with great urgency. These two swift wingers, during the pursuit, exuded immense pressure, forming a trio of swift arrows aimed directly at Lecce's core. Behind this attacking front were Milan's three midfield stalwarts, who effectively blocked Lecce's passing lanes and directed the ball as arranged by the coaching staff. Now, the ball had reached the feet of Odiu. This 34-year-old Italian veteran, formerly of Milan, found himself increasingly sidelined due to age and had been loaned to Lecce for one final hurrah. Facing his former club, Odiu was eager to make a good impression. Yet, just as he secured the ball and prepared to take a few steps forward, he noticed a sea of black closing in around him. Unbeknownst to him, Sulla had already dashed in front, obstructing his path. Meanwhile, his former teammates Gattuso and Boateng had also converged upon him. Hesitating for a brief moment, he extended a foot, only for Gattuso to intercept the ball. Kant quickly passed the ball to Sulla, who surged down the left flank, advancing with powerful strides. As Lecce's defenders approached to intervene, Sulla deftly flicked the ball to his left foot and delivered a precise 45-degree cross. At that moment, Inbu, already engaged with the opposing center-back, surged forward as the ball approached, outmuscling the defender to execute a header at goal. The opposing goalkeeper barely managed to deflect the ball onto the crossbar, eliciting a collective gasp from the crowd. Although the attempt did not result in a goal, it ignited a fervor within the VD Mar Stadium, with Milan fans erupting in deafening cheers mere moments after the match had commenced. Chapter 54. The family is watching on the Lecce bench. Head coach Di Francesco felt a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. A former midfielder for Roma and participant in the 2000 European Championship, he was still a novice in the realm of coaching. Lecce was his first top-flight team, and this season marked his inaugural campaign in Serie A. Yet, he was swiftly becoming aware of the treacherous nature of high-stakes football. They had faced defeat against Udinese, 0-2, Atlanta, 1-2, Verona, 0-3, Cagliari, 0-2, and Palermo, 0-2. They had yet to encounter a team that could be deemed formidable. It was only through a narrow victory in a relegation battle against Bologna that Di Francesco secured his first precious win in Serie A. After 6 rounds, accumulating a mere 3 points, he felt the management's distrust weighing heavily upon him, and rumors of his dismissal circulated ominously. Thus, as he faced his strongest opponent yet, AC Milan, Di Francesco had resolved to adopt a defensive stance. Determined to secure at least 1.5 defenders and 4 midfielders formed an impenetrable barrier, intending to thwart Milan's attacks at all costs. However, now AC Milan was simply relentless. In merely a few seconds since the whistle, Milan had already registered their first shot on goal. Di Francesco's meticulously arranged defense crumbled like paper against the onslaught of Milan's attacking force. The coordination and discipline exhibited by Milan's 3 forwards and 3 midfielders in their pressing was nothing short of impressive, allowing them to reclaim possession with ease. Swiftly transitioning to attack, the midfielders exhibited no hesitation in distributing the ball to the flanks, culminating in the Arab player advancing with the ball, leading to Inbu's shot on goal. Though they had yet to concede, Di Francesco was overtaken by a foreboding sense of dread. If this trend continued, Lecce would inevitably falter. After all, a football match lasts 90 minutes. Di Francesco could not help but glance over at the Milan bench. There sat Allegri, composed and unfazed in his seat. Given Di Francesco's previous analyses of Allegri's tactics, he knew this Italian counterpart typically emphasized balance between offense and defense, often leaning towards the latter. Why, then, had he come out so aggressively in an away match? Is there no consideration at all? Di Francesco shook his head and began to silently pray. It was only the beginning of the match. He had no possibility, nor the ability, to make significant adjustments to the pre-match tactics. Besides, he had originally adopted a defensive formation. Could he really shift to an attacking setup and engage in a shootout with Milan? Was he inviting disaster upon himself? He could only hope that AC Milan would focus their primary efforts on offense, leading to vulnerabilities in their defensive line, which could provide opportunities for a counterattack. However, after observing for a few more minutes, Di Francesco realized he was mistaken. Milan's high-pressing strategy, while aggressive, was executed with remarkable compactness. Particularly, the 2 wings in the front line maintained close proximity to the central area during defense, compressing the space significantly with a meticulously organized formation and exceptionally coordinated movement. It seemed that Milan's tactic was intentionally designed to constrict the effective range of the game to a small zone in the middle. When Lecce was compelled to shift the ball to the flanks, Milan would suddenly suppress their wide players, creating a local numerical advantage, and then intercept the ball. Moreover, Milan's pressing intensity today was even greater, with a more resolute commitment, leaving Lecce's entire team gasping for breath, deprived of any opportunity to launch a counterattack. After 8 minutes of play, Lecce had yet to mount a single offensive move. In contrast, Milan repeatedly initiated attacks, each more threatening than the last. As the clock ticked into the 10th minute, Sulla, advancing down the right flank, forcefully broke through to the edge of the penalty area and delivered a precise cross. The ball soared into the upper right corner of the goal. Milan has scored. They lead away from home. Lecce's ironclad defense crumbled within a mere 10 minutes. What a goal! At the guest bench, Pan-E leaped up, clenching his right fist tightly and letting out a roar. Beside him, Allegri and Tassati looked at him with a hint of surprise. Pan-E had now experienced numerous matches in Serie A and the Champions League. growing accustomed to such goals and victories. Under normal circumstances, he would only feel excited when scoring against formidable opponents or in difficult situations. Yet today, facing a weaker Lech and scoring this early, what was there to be so thrilled about? Little did they know, Pani had a personal grudge against Lech. He remembered how he had been unceremoniously dismissed by the club's executives during his interview without a single word. It was reminiscent of the time he was rejected by the national U17 team. If they had genuinely felt he did not meet the team's requirements, it would have been one thing. But Lech had simply turned him away due to his youth and being from Longwa. He could not swallow that humiliation. As the saying goes, 30 years in the east of the river, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the youth. A gentleman takes revenge, and 4 months is not too late. Now that he had the chance for retaliation, how could Pani let it slip by? This was precisely why he had vigorously pushed for an aggressive strategy as Milan's main tactic. Score as many goals as possible and show no mercy. The cheers from Milan's fans echoed through the stadium, and Boateng joyfully rushed onto the field to celebrate. Initially, Pani had not thought highly of Boateng, perceiving him as somewhat carefree and not conducive to executing his tactical approach. However, as time passed, he gradually understood Pani's tactical intentions while training alongside Imbu, ultimately proving himself capable of adhering strictly to tactical discipline during matches. His robust physique, tenacious fighting spirit, and intimidating aggression during defense perfectly aligned with Pani's preferences. Thereby securing his place as a key player on the team point, one could say that Boateng bore many similarities to Gattuso and Ambrosini, yet surpassed them in youthfulness, stamina, and drive, allowing him to unleash his offensive potential within this system. With Boateng scoring today, he was naturally ecstatic. After performing a kung fu-style celebration, he rushed to the sidelines to high-five, hug, and celebrate with his teammates, not forgetting to acknowledge the guest bench with a salute. "Well done! Keep attacking, keep scoring, go all out," Pani shouted from the sidelines. These words reached Di Francesco's ears not far away, causing his eyes to widen in disbelief. What kind of vendetta was this? Shouldn't one show mercy when possible? His wife and children were watching, after all. Chapter 55. Time to celebrate with champagne. Di Francesco felt somewhat despondent. The moment Boateng scored, he realized the game was lost. However, it didn't matter too much if Milan needed 3 points. So be it. He just hoped they wouldn't score too many goals. Di Francesco understood that although he initially aimed for a draw, if they were to lose, it would still be acceptable. After all, the opponent was the top-ranked Milan, a team that had won every match so far. Losing to them was not disgraceful, and he could justify it in front of the media, fans, and even the higher-ups. But if the defeat were too severe, leading to a disastrous scoreline, it would be hard to survive the aftermath. After all, not many could endure being slaughtered on their home ground. But judging by the demeanor of Milan's assistant coach, it seemed that one goal was merely the beginning. It appeared they were intent on scoring 10 or 8 just to feel satisfied. Was there a personal vendetta? Di Francesco found himself puzzled. He couldn't recall the young man from Longwa who had walked into his office and was promptly dismissed without a word. At the time, he saw no issue with the director's actions and thus did not dwell on it. Consequently, Di Francesco's mind was consumed with searching for information about Pani. Had he offended him at some point? Owed him money? Broken his window with a slingshot? That couldn't be right. I don't even know him. Then what did that fierce gaze mean? The match resumed. The Lech players now appeared somewhat desperate. On the sidelines, their coach seemed at a loss, sitting silently in his seat. On the field, the Milan players charged like ferocious tigers, pushing them back into the 30-meter zone as if no goals had been scored moments ago. Thus, a flurry of shots ensued. In the 12th minute, Milan executed a corner from the right. Imbu, unmarked in the center, headed the ball toward the goal. The ball sailed over the goalkeeper but was cleared off the line by Quadrado. Cani then took a powerful shot from outside the penalty area, which was parried by Lech's goalkeeper. In the 14th minute, a free kick from the left saw Main deliver the ball into the vicinity of the small box, where Sulla's header narrowly missed the crossbar. In the 17th minute, during a counterattack, Sulla was fouled by the tactical foul of Odiu, who received a yellow card from the referee. Imbu's free kick was a powerful long-range effort that pierced through Lech's goal once again. The ball is in again. In less than 20 minutes, Milan led 2-0. But that was not the end. In the 19th minute, Lech made a mistake in their defense. Gattuso intercepted the ball and advanced a few steps before launching a long-range shot that was blocked by Lech's center back. In the 20th minute, AC Milan initiated an attack from the left. D'Silio made a horizontal pass, and Boateng's shot from the center soared over the crossbar in the 22nd minute. Main received the ball, cut inside, and delivered a backheel pass into the penalty area. Imbu's explosive shot from the right side struck the near side net. In the 25th minute, D'Silio crossed from the left, and Sulla's sliding shot from the back post failed to hit the target. In the 29th minute, following a pressing effort from Imbu, Odiu's pass was blocked into the penalty area. Sulla, without stopping the ball, unleashed a shot from the left side, which crossed the goal line and nestled into the back net, making it 3-0. In the 33rd minute, Milan orchestrated another attack from the right. Abate delivered a cross to the center, but a defensive player accidentally redirected the ball toward the goal. Although Imbu managed to score, he was ruled offside, and the goal was disallowed. In the 36th minute, Milan executed a corner. The ball slipped through the center, and Main's header toward the middle was met with a shot from Imbu, which was blocked by Lecce's goalkeeper. Following up, Boateng took another shot and found the net again. 4-0. Milan had already established a 4-goal lead before halftime. During these 40 minutes, AC Milan appeared to be engaged in a one-sided practice match, relentlessly assaulting Lecce's goal, leaving them with no chance to counterattack and registering a total of 0 shots. The Milan fans in the stands were enthralled, erupting in cheers with each breakthrough and shot from the Milan players. When Milan reached a 3 or 4-goal lead, even Lecce's supporters began applauding Milan's performance. After all, the match was already lost. They might as well enjoy a splendid display of football, however, for Lecce's players still on the field. The situation was unbearable. They felt like fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of their opponents. When the referee finally blew the whistle for halftime, the Lecce players exhaled in relief, rushing off the field as if they were escaping. Though they were aware that a second half awaited them, at that moment, they were unwilling to spend even a second longer on the pitch. Meanwhile, Pani also sighed in relief as he followed everyone toward the locker room. It is well known that leading by 3 goals at halftime is the most perilous situation, especially when the leading team is Milan. However, just as Pani was making his way toward the central stands, he heard a series of clear shouts from the stands, calling out in Chinese, "Pan-e, Pan-e, Pan-pan, look over here." Pani lifted his gaze and beheld a row of enthusiastic fans from Longwa, brandishing placards that proclaimed their unwavering support for him. The male supporters exhibited a sense of composure, while the female fans unabashedly erupted into excited shrieks. "Hey, how are you?" Pani greeted the fans with a polite wave. It was evident that these fans had traveled from Longwa specifically for him, and Pani felt a deep sense of gratitude for their fervor. "Hello, could you please give us an autograph?" Many female fans squeezed to the front of the stands. To his surprise, he noticed a few Italian female fans dressed in jerseys mixed among them. For numerous female supporters, their mindset in attending the match differed from that of the most ardent fans. While they certainly adored their team, they were not averse to shifting their allegiance if a handsome player graced the field, and of course, Pani flashed a charming smile and approached the stands, accepting the pins thrust toward him to sign on various items, including cardboard, jerseys, and scarves, even a bra. Just as Pani hesitated, an Italian female fan leaned over the stands and pecked him on the cheek. Startled, he stepped back. The blonde fan, tall and well-nourished, mischievously winked at him. Pani could only offer her a shy smile before waving to the stands and retreating down the tunnel. Despite leading by 4 goals, he had to prepare for the second half of the match. Behind him, he could faintly hear Longwa female fans cursing in Chinese, "Humph, that Italian vixen. How dare she flirt with our Pan-Pan so openly? Pan-Pan is even more handsome than he appears on television. How can these foreigners be so shameless? Indeed, had I known, I would have rushed up to kiss him too." Chapter 56. An incomprehensible realm in the visiting team's locker room. Pani entered through the door. Allegri paused mid-sentence and turned to face him. Everyone in the room shifted their attention toward Pani. Please continue," he said apologetically. "I was delayed due to some matters." "This mattered. Must be quite significant, then?" Allegri scrutinized Pani's face and couldn't help but chuckle. The head coach's laughter was contagious, and soon all the players and coaches joined in, filling the locker room with a sea of mirth. "What happened?" Pani inquired, bewildered. Suddenly, realization struck him as he touched his cheek and glanced at the mirror. A bright red lip print was emblazoned on his face. "Oh no." Pani hurriedly wiped it off, prompting even more laughter. With a decisive victory all but assured, Allegri had not discussed any strategies, merely encouraging everyone to keep up the good work. Thus, the atmosphere was relaxed and jovial, further amplified by Pani's current state of embarrassment. New B. Inbu gave Pani a thumbs up, articulating in precise Mandarin, "Impressive, of course, that was the only phrase he knew." Then he remarked in Italian, "We just defeated Licia, yet you've captured the hearts of the female fans." Many players who had been walking behind Pani had witnessed the scene of him being called by fans to the stands. Van Dijk lamented, "If there's one downside to playing in Milan, it's that I'll never garner the support of female fans." Sulla nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I've noticed that their gazes seem to be directed at Coach Pani rather than the field." Boateng chimed in, "I was quite popular with women when I played in England. I dare say my appeal is on par with Pani's." Aubameyang quipped, "Is it because you paid them?" Boateng retorted, "You fool, why speak such nonsense? It's not about paying. It's about whether they wish to engage in various activities with you." Aubameyang smirked, "Humph, if I paid, they would like me too. But look at the coach. They even willingly offered him kisses. I suspect they'd hesitate not at all if asked to offer more." Kant, with a melancholic expression, remarked, "This is a realm beyond our comprehension, given our looks." Inzaghi chuckled. Pani patted the chair. "All right, enough chatter. Prepare to head out and play well." The players chimed in. Which ball? The second half of the match unfolded without incident. Milan made no tactical adjustments yet scored 2 additional goals, ultimately triumphing with a resounding 6-0 victory over their opponents. Substitutes Inzaghi and Aubameyang each netted a goal, capping off a match characterized by a stark disparity in skill. Although luck was slightly lacking, as 3 shots struck the crossbar and posts, winning by 6 goals was more than satisfactory for Pani. After the match concluded and both head coaches had exchanged handshakes, Pani made a point to approach Di Francesco and offer a handshake, saying, "Well played. It was an exciting match." At that moment, the expression on Licia's head coach resembled that of a liver pate. This was a thorough and utter defeat. From both the course of the match and the result, it was decidedly a rout. Outclassed, he had no words left. Regardless of players or tactics, he was utterly vanquished. Yet he could not fathom why Pani seemed to celebrate with such fervor, as if he bore a grudge. Even after scoring the 6th goal, just as Di Francesco contemplated seeking clarification, he noticed the team director, Moroni, had hurried down from the box and was now rushing over to greet Pani. Moroni was in a hurry. He was eager to discuss matters with Pani. Having thoroughly enjoyed the match from the box above and researched numerous evaluations of Pani's performance this season, Moroni was now convinced that Pani was the individual he sought. First, from Pani's vigorous sideline coaching and celebratory demeanor today, it was evident that this young coach held substantial influence at Milan. Secondly, despite Moroni's limited understanding of tactics, the unmistakable characteristics of the Milan team were glaringly apparent. The suffocating high-pressing strategy left Licia gasping for breath. Milan managed to create scoring opportunities every few minutes, generating a constant stream of excitement for the fans. Moroni could even feel the passion and vitality emanating from the Milan players, along with their insatiable desire for victory. This was enough to attest to Pani's coaching prowess. Coupled with the level of admiration Pani received from female fans during halftime, he was the perfect candidate for the next head coach of Licia. A winner on the field and a moneymaker off it. It was widely acknowledged that women's spending power far exceeded that of men, and female fans were no exception. Hence, even before the match concluded, Moroni could hardly contain his eagerness to rush onto the pitch and discuss transfer matters directly with Pani. When it came to securing talent, speed was of the essence. Delay could lead to complications. As for the erstwhile head coach Di Francesco, a commander who had lost 6 out of 7 matches was hardly worth considering. "Oh, it's you," Pani smiled at Moroni. He certainly remembered Moroni's appearance. That smug demeanor had irked him. "Do know each other?" Di Francesco hesitated. He sensed that Moroni's dissent and cordiality toward the opposing coach might not bode well for him. "Have you forgotten?" Moroni replied, turning to Di Francesco. "He interviewed with us back in June, but oh, you?" Di Francesco's eyes widened. As Moroni spoke, he seemed to recall the incident. He finally understood why Pani had been so intent on besting him today. Though his body had suffered no harm, it felt as if his very insides had been shaken. When Pani had entered the office, Di Francesco had not spoken, yet he had cast a disdainful glance. Little did he realize that the young man he had overlooked would now be seated on the opposing bench, delivering him a humiliating 6-0 defeat. In that moment, Di Francesco was overcome with regret for his earlier judgments. Had he brought Pani onto his team as an assistant coach, perhaps he wouldn't find himself in such a dire position today. Meanwhile, Moroni had already dismissed Di Francesco from his mind and was now draping his arm over Pani's shoulder. Moving to the other side. Young man, those were misunderstandings. It's Di Francesco's lack of vision that led to my decision to part ways with him. Listen, I have an opportunity for you. Pani, however, did not wait for him to finish. No. Thank you. I am but a young coach from Longwa, fortunate to have won against you by 6 goals, but I do not meet the standards of your esteemed team. Then, he turned and walked away, leaving Moroni standing alone, bewildered by the turn of events. Chapter 57. The Bible of Football. Pani was well aware of Moroni's intentions. A team beset by a string of defeats, one of the roles subordinate to the owner sought out a coach for a conversation. What else could transpire? However, even if this encounter might offer Pani the prospect of a head coach position, he remained averse to engaging with Moroni. The primary reason, of course, was Moroni's blatant unscrupulousness. At the time of rejecting Pani, it was Moroni who had taken the lead. Now he was eager to shift the blame entirely onto Di Francesco. Collaborating with such a superior would undoubtedly complicate the advancement of work, as any missteps would result in swift scapegoating. On the other hand, Leish, whether in terms of personnel resources or financial standing, struggled to meet Pani's current expectations. Insufficient personnel would imply an inability to rigorously implement Pani's tactical directives, thereby severely diminishing the quality of play. A lackluster financial situation would mean that acquiring suitable players to strengthen the team was out of the question, if the game were to proceed in such a halting manner. Pani would find coaching quite uncomfortable. After all, a coach's fundamental requirement is to find joy in their role. Moreover, having recently studied the latest coaching management manuals, Pani was no longer content with merely being a coach. He aspired to a managerial role akin to that of Ferguson or Wenger. Only in such a capacity could he truly command the entire team and become its sovereign. Yet, it was evident that a club like Leish could not fulfill his aspirations. Thus, Pani was not in a hurry to seek a new position. He believed that as long as AC Milan continued to thrive under his influence, the most fitting club would eventually present itself. Following their match against Leish, AC Milan faced a challenging series of fixtures. Nevertheless, the players withstood the pressure and achieved remarkable results. They first triumphed at home with a 4-1 victory over Parma, then narrowly secured a 3-2 away win against AS Roma, marking an impressive 9 consecutive victories in Serie A. Subsequently, during the 4th round of the UEFA Champions League group stage in Belarus, they clinched a 1-0 victory against Bate Borisov, concluding the group stage with 4 wins and accumulating 12 points, thus advancing early. Upon returning to Italy, Milan effortlessly defeated the struggling Catania, with a score of 4-0. At this juncture, AC Milan had matched a long-standing club record of 10 consecutive victories, a feat that had persisted for 60 years, originally set in 1951. During that era, Milan, already boasting Gunnar Nordahl, further strengthened their squad by acquiring Gunnar Gren and Nils Lidholm, forming the famed Giarinoli trio in football history. That year, AC Milan ultimately clinched the Serie A title for the 1950-1951 season, with Nordahl finishing as the league's top scorer with 34 goals. Now, this record had been equaled by the young squad of Milan. The current AC Milan was formidable, with nearly everyone believing they would triumph effortlessly in the Serie A championship. The only lingering question was whether Milan could shatter this long-standing record of consecutive wins, perhaps elevating it to an unattainable height for future generations. After yet another international break, Milan's next match was an away challenge against Fiorentina. Although Fiorentina boasted stars like Gilardino, Cerci, Montalivo, and Jovetic, they had only managed a mediocre record of 3 wins, 4 draws, and 3 losses in their first 10 matches, placing them mid-table. Due to their underwhelming performance, Fiorentina's head coach Mihajlovic found himself in a precarious position, with the threat of dismissal looming. Consequently, prior to the match, the media unanimously anticipated that a new club record for consecutive wins for Milan was imminent, asserting that Fiorentina's current strength and form could not hinder AC Milan's momentum. However, at the pre-match press conference, Mihajlovic exuded confidence. "I have studied Milan extensively, and we have discovered a strategy to counter them, the club record of consecutive wins. I apologize, but they will not break that record. I acknowledge Milan possesses an excellent coaching staff, including that young assistant coach from the Dragon Kingdom. But what difference does that make? Until we confront them directly, how can we ascertain which coach truly possesses the upper hand? Is there anything more to discuss? See you on the pitch. In the recently concluded fourth round of the 2014 World Cup Asian qualifiers, the Dragon Kingdom team once again succumbed to a 0-1 defeat against Iraq. Although the national team managed to secure a victory against Singapore in subsequent matches, they had effectively been eliminated from their group. What are your thoughts on this? Pani replied expressionlessly. As a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, I find this regrettable, but that is all that I am now the coach of AC Milan, and I am powerless to change the fate of the national team. Another reporter pressed on. Given the national team's dismal qualifying results, head coach Camacho is likely to be dismissed early. Among the potential successors, you are also a strong candidate. Do you have any thoughts on this? Pani shook his head. As I mentioned earlier, I am the coach of Milan, and I am solely focused on their matches. The national team coach position does not interest me. Yet another journalist persisted. Is this due to some grievances you hold against the Football Association? Or perhaps you are still brooding over your unsuccessful bid for the U17 national team? Or are you dissatisfied with the handling of Zhang San? Pani shrugged. There is a connection, yet there isn't. Frankly speaking, under the current circumstances, it would make no difference who takes the reins of the national team. The journalist's interest was piqued. Are you suggesting that the national team's issues do not stem from the coach? Pani gently tapped the table. Of course, look at the functional departments. How many football association presidents have changed over the years? Has anything truly improved? It's merely a change of soup without altering the medicine. Camacho has his reasons. He is leading the Spanish team. Who are these individuals? You expect me to lead them? Speaking of the national team, Pani would inexplicably become somewhat incensed. Thus, he preemptively recounted Van Zie's remarks following the national team's humiliating 1-5 defeat to Thailand in 2013. Naturally, his comments sparked a fervent response in the domestic arena. Fans were already disgruntled by the national team's exit, and Pani's words resonated deeply with their sentiments. Consequently, online forums erupted with vehement criticism of the Football Association. While Pani's remarks became fodder for various viral videos, rapidly circulating across the Dragon Kingdom's internet, Pani found himself in the spotlight once more. Chapter 58. Life endures, battle persists. On the evening of November 19th. Fiorentina hosted AC Milan.at that moment. In the home team's locker room, Fiorentina's head coach Sinisa Mihajlovic was passionately rallying his players for the final push. Undoubtedly, Mihajlovic had made a name for himself not only for his defensive prowess, but also for his free-kick abilities. Over his career, he scored 43 direct free kicks, and he remains the player with the most direct free-kick goals in Serie A history. He famously netted 3 direct free kicks in a single match against Sampdoria on December 13, 1998, achieving an unprecedented free-kick hat-trick, a record that remains unbroken to this day. This skill set, coupled with Mihajlovic's exceptional interception and tackling abilities, as well as his keen anticipation, made him a cornerstone of both the Yugoslav national team and his clubs. As well as a locker room leader. As he commenced his coaching career, his fervent locker room speeches became one of his winning strategies. Do you know who we are facing tonight? Mihajlovic questioned his players loudly. What is their ranking? He inquired again. First, Gilardino responded. Yes, they arrive here as the first in Serie A, proudly seeking to take 3 points from us and break their club's record for consecutive wins. Mihajlovic's gaze swept across each player in the locker room. So, will we allow them to achieve this goal with ease? The players fell silent for a moment, until Captain Gambarini exclaimed, No, absolutely not. The rest of the players echoed. No, Mihajlovic nodded in satisfaction. Exactly. We will not concede defeat. Even if everyone believes we will lose today, even if we do lose, we must make them aware of the fighting spirit of Fiorentina. At that moment, the players in the locker room were visibly inspired, clearly affected by their coach's passionate address. Indeed, they were currently deemed weaker than Milan. It could be said that every Serie A team aspired to defeat Milan, taking pride in overcoming them. But was it truly the case that no one could stand in their way? Would they be allowed to run rampant? Look at that young assistant coach from Milan. Most of you are older than him. Yet the media claims that his tactical designs can effortlessly tear apart every team's defense in Serie A. Hearing such words, do you accept it? I, for one, do not. It seemed that in the eyes of others, the players and coaches of their teams were deemed worthless, destined to become mere stepping stones for Milan. So tell me, are you worthless? At this juncture, the players rose, fists clenched, and shouted in unison. No. Mihajlovic clapped his hands and exclaimed, Excellent, prove it to me. Go to the battlefield and fight like a true warrior. At the Franchi Stadium, both teams' players and coaches had taken their places. Pani followed Allegri, greeting the Fiorentina coaching staff one by one. Regardless of Mihajlovic's standing as a player or coach, Pani held a deep respect for him, particularly after Mihajlovic was diagnosed with leukemia in 2019 yet persevered in his coaching duties, a testament to a resilience that few could muster. This was emblematic of his indomitable spirit as a former Yugoslav, embodying the ethos of relentless struggle until the very end. However, in stark contrast to Pani's beaming smile, Mihajlovic maintained a stern countenance. Offering little warmth to the Milan coaching staff, Pani pursed his lips. This demeanor aligned with his past impressions of Mihajlovic, a man of high emotional intelligence, yet quick to anger. During his playing days, it was not uncommon for Mihajlovic to receive yellow and red cards, and he had once been ejected from a Champions League match for unsportsmanlike conduct towards a referee, resulting in an 8-match ban. As a coach, he had also publicly criticized players post-match, his increasingly severe demeanor causing dissatisfaction among many. Thus, Pani could comprehend the lack of cordiality from Mihajlovic, given their current rivalry. Mihajlovic had always been this way. One should not take it to heart. Pani smiled and nodded in understanding. Allegri continued, however, today his attitude seems notably more resolute than usual. Pani tilted his head, inquiring, in what way? Allegri replied, Mihajlovic has always been straightforward. Disliking obfuscation. Whatever thoughts he harbors are clearly etched on his face. Today, he appears quite irate, as if harboring grievances against us. Irate? Pani frowned. We haven't provoked him. Have we? We haven't spoken ill of him. Either? Allegri chuckled. A man with such a foul temper would likely have confronted us if we had truly offended him. It's simply that the external narrative suggests we are certain to win. And he likely feels the pressure to overturn that expectation. Pani sighed in relief. Oh, is that all? I've studied his tactics. There is nothing particularly unique about them. Merely the common 4-4-2 defensive counterattack. Yet Allegri shook his head. You are underestimating him. Mihajlovic's teams often prevail not through tactical superiority, but through an aggressive display of spirit. He once remarked that tactical frameworks are merely intriguing for journalists, while the essence of victory lies more in attitude and mental fortitude. Pani nodded thoughtfully. Allegri's words held merit. There are times when mental strength can outweigh tactical considerations, which explains why matches between teams of vastly different calibers can lead to unexpected outcomes. Moreover, Fiorentina's capabilities should not be dismissed lightly. Pani turned to glance at Mihajlovic, seated on the home team's bench. He certainly did not fear any opponent. Bring it on, he thought, eager to see what battle ethos this Balkan firebrand had instilled in his disciples. Chapter 59. A complete turnaround. The final score read AC Milan 1, Fiorentina 0. With this victory, Milan shattered their historical consecutive win record, achieving an impressive 11 consecutive victories at the start of the Serie A season. However, this triumph came at a significant cost. Facing the resolute Fiorentina, the youthful Milan players displayed remarkable bravery, engaging fiercely with their opponents. In the 25th minute, Sulla was brought down by Fiorentina's Berami during a breakthrough on the flank, sustaining a shoulder injury that forced him off the pitch. In the 30th minute, Montalivo fouled Canti, igniting a conflict between players, with Canti ultimately unable to continue due to discomfort in his calf. By the 35th minute, Imbu elbowed Fiorentina's captain, Gambarini, during a corner kick, leading to mutual pushing and both players receiving red cards. The match unfolded in a fragmented manner, with neither side able to establish fluid offensive play. Ultimately, in the 78th minute, following a free kick opportunity, Seedorf delivered the ball into the 6-yard box, where Van Dijk headed it in, granting Milan the lead, a score that remained until the final whistle. The referee, acting as a cardmaster, issued a record-breaking 2 red and 10 yellow cards in this season's Serie A. Following the match, Milan regretfully announced that Sulla would be sidelined for 3 to 5 weeks due to a shoulder muscle injury, while Canti faced a 4 to 6 week absence due to an ankle sprain. As for Imbu, he received a stringent 5-match suspension from the Serie A disciplinary committee, leaving Milan in a precarious situation with a depleted squad, particularly missing Canti. Allegri had transformed his initial skepticism regarding this young Frenchman into trust, even reliance. Without Canti, he felt his 4-3-3 formation could not function effectively. On November 23, AC Milan faced Barcelona at home in the Champions League, suffering a 2-3 defeat, Milan's first loss of the season. Veteran Van Bommel filled in for Canti as a defensive midfielder. However, he lacked Candy's defensive coverage, stamina, and physicality, significantly diminishing Milan's midfield interception capabilities and adversely impacting the overall defensive and attacking structure. Although Mbu was still available for the Champions League and Aubameyang could replace Salah, the absence of midfield support rendered them somewhat disjointed, lacking cohesive connection. Consequently, Milan relied heavily on individual prowess to contend with Barcelona's formidable lineup, with Mbu and Boateng each scoring a goal. However, Barcelona's offensive onslaught proved too fierce. They forced Van Bommel into an own goal within the first 14 minutes, followed by Messi and Xavi combining for goals. Ultimately departing San Siro with 3 points, on November 27, AC Milan was held to a 0-0 draw by Chievo at home. Although they did not lose, this match marked the end of their 11-match winning streak. Following their defeat to Barcelona, Milan's morale suffered, which was evident in this game. With Mbu suspended, Inzaghi was deployed as the central striker. Yet Allegri stubbornly insisted on using the aging Inzaghi to fulfill Mbu's role, a decision that yielded predictable results. Even in his youth, Inzaghi excelled at counterattacks, utilizing space to secure victory. Now, deploying him in a siege situation could hardly showcase his strengths. Pani suggested to Allegri a temporary tactical shift, perhaps adopting a 4-4-2 formation, allowing Aubameyang and Main to form a dual strike force while bolstering the midfield to compensate for Candy's absence. However, Allegri dismissed this proposal, asserting that recklessly changing formations mid-season was not his style. Thus, on December 2, during an away match against Genoa, Milan once again drew 1-1 with their opponents. This match was equally lackluster. Genoa's goalkeeper Fry thwarted numerous attacks from Milan, and in the 56th minute, they capitalized on a counterattack through forward Jankovic, taking a 1-0 lead. Following the goal, Milan launched a concerted offensive, ultimately salvaging a point through a corner kick opportunity, with Thiago Silva heading the equalizer at the last moment. This match starkly highlighted Allegri's shortcomings in adapting during crucial moments. He failed to implement proactive measures when trailing, allowing players to perform freely, with underperforming players remaining unsubstituted. Yet, Milan faced another defeat shortly thereafter. 4 days later, in the final round of the Champions League group stage against Victoria Plzen, Milan shockingly lost 1-2. The beleaguered Milan squad suffered a severe blow early on, conceding 2 goals within the first 20 minutes due to counterattacks from Plzen. Ultimately, Milan could only muster a single goal from Emre Olsen, failing to secure vital points. This defeat was critical, leaving AC Milan with a record of 4 wins and 2 losses, finishing second in their group behind Barcelona, who topped the group with 4 wins, 1 draw, and 1 loss. This outcome meant that in the upcoming draw for the round of 16, Milan would face the group winners from other pools, significantly complicating their Champions League journey. After all, the other group winners included formidable teams like Bayern Munich, Real Madrid, Chelsea, and Arsenal. Conversely, a matchup against second-place teams would have presented opportunities against slightly weaker opponents such as Lyon, Zenit, Marseille, or Basel. This loss also prompted a dramatic shift in media perception regarding Milan. Criticisms of Allegri's management surfaced, with some branding his coaching as subpar. Naturally, no one directed their ire towards Pani. This is the greatest advantage of being an assistant coach. One bears far less pressure than the head coach, who would waste their energy targeting an assistant coach. Nevertheless, Pani recognized that he too needed to step up and take action. For matches yielded 2 draws and 2 defeats. If this trend continues, the team's morale will remain low, and the likelihood of securing victories will diminish. Although the team's lack of wins may jeopardize Allegri's position, paving the way for Pani to ascend as head coach, Pani does not desire to attain such a role through these means. He aspires for Milan to find its rightful path, subsequently stepping into a new team as a champion coach. Therefore, he must engage in a serious conversation with Allegri. Chapter 60. Trapping pressure. Pani, do you think our squad depth is insufficient? Should we consider reinforcements during the winter transfer window? To his surprise, Allegri summoned Pani to his office for discussion first, indicating his urgency. Pani glanced at Allegri, who appeared not only anxious but also worn, with bloodshot eyes and a pallor that suggested several sleepless nights. The pressure of being a head coach is indeed substantial. Pani shook his head gently, acknowledging, our squad depth is indeed mediocre, and reinforcements may be necessary, but that is not the crux of the issue. What Pani truly wished to convey was that the problem primarily resided within Allegri himself. He has been too rigid in his tactical approach. Once he identifies a particular tactic or formation that he deems effective, he relentlessly adheres to it. When a crucial component is missing from this tactical setup, Allegri struggles to adapt, in other words. He lacks the ability to tailor his strategies to the player's individual characteristics, often forcing them to awkwardly conform to his ill-suited tactical plans. A prime example is Inzaghi, a nimble forward, who has been miscast as a static center forward under Allegri's guidance. Can this possibly yield results? Pani speculated that if young talents like Sulla and Main had been solely utilized by Allegri, they might have developed into one-dimensional wingers solely relying on speed for crossing. Of course, Pani was mindful of Allegri's feelings when speaking, refraining from being overly blunt. Allegri, at this point, was devoid of spirit. He had anticipated a season-opening streak of victories, believing that even with a few players missing, the team could manage. Moreover, he thought that adjusting the team himself would demonstrate his superiority as a coach. However, the disappointing record of 2 draws and 2 losses jolted him back to reality. It became evident that, in the face of personnel shortages, he struggled to implement the 4-3-3 formation effectively. Perhaps he had yet to fully grasp Pani's interpretation of the 4-3-3, lacking the flexibility to make necessary adjustments. Consequently, Allegri decided to adopt a more humble attitude and seek Pani's counsel. In fact, he had already been relying heavily on Pani. The team's primary tactics and starting lineup were largely devised with Pani's assistance. Now, with a slight deviation from Pani's guidance leading to a string of losses, Allegri was compelled to acknowledge the need to place greater trust in this young assistant. Pani recognized and appreciated Allegri's shift in attitude. Feeling confident in addressing the current predicament, recently, he had studied the system tutorial regarding Klopp's methods for overcoming similar challenges. The absence of forward Sulla, Main, and midfielder Keita for over a month bore striking resemblance to Milan's current plight. Actually, we may not need to change formations. Continuing with the 4-3-3 is viable, but we must alter our approach, Pani suggested. Allegri furrowed his brow, not changing formations. Similar to how we adjusted tactics against Barcelona the first time. Pani nodded. The principle is quite similar. Of course, our upcoming opponents are not particularly formidable, so our tactics should focus on breaking through defenses rather than counter-attacking as we did against Barcelona. Please elaborate, Allegri urged, now resembling a diligent student eager to absorb Pani's teachings. This was precisely why Allegri had sought Pani alone for consultation. Although Pani never regarded his tactical designs as personal accolades, Allegri found it challenging to assume the role of a student in front of others. Without hesitation, Pani approached the tactical board, stating, when facing Cagliari, I introduced a concept called defending the center while forcing the flanks. This involves utilizing our forwards' pressing and midfielders' intercepting capabilities to compel the opposition to play wide, thus creating a strong side for our offensive play. However, with the absence of Inbu and Sulla in our front line, and Kant in midfield, executing this tactic perfectly becomes quite challenging. Therefore, I propose we reverse our strategy to lock the flanks while focusing on the center, employing a trapping pressure approach. Allegri gasped, locking the flanks while focusing on the center? Trapping pressure. He realized that Pani was brimming with professional terminology that even he, the so-called champion coach, had rarely encountered. Pani confirmed, locking the flanks while focusing on the center entails enabling our 3 forwards to sever the opposition's passing lanes to the wings while disregarding the ball carrier, guiding the opposing center-backs to advance with the ball or pass to their defensive midfielders. This requires our midfielders to cover the front line more extensively, allowing us to forego a withdrawn defensive midfielder and positioning 3 central midfielders in parallel, thus mitigating the absence of Kant. Allegri pondered for a moment before voicing his concern, but if we pursue this tactic without directly challenging the opponent's ball carrier, won't our midfield and defense become vulnerable? Pani smiled and nodded, acknowledging Allegri's astute observation. After all, he was a renowned coach who could discern the potential pitfalls of this approach. However, Pani quickly clarified, indeed, this model may falter against teams boasting exceptionally talented midfielders, necessitating cautious implementation. For instance, I would not advocate this strategy against Barcelona or Juventus. Furthermore, even when facing weaker opponents, I would still ensure that our defensive line maintains close proximity to the midfield to facilitate cohesive pressing. This style demands high mobility from our defenders. Fortunately, we possess top-tier center-backs like Van Dijk and Silva, and our fullbacks have commendable attacking capabilities, which satisfy this requirement. Allegri experienced a moment of enlightenment. So that you mean we can simply alter our tactics within the same formation, thereby negating the immediate need for reinforcements during the winter window? Pani, however, shook his head while pointing at a piece on the tactical board. No, we still require reinforcements. This approach exposes vulnerabilities in that position. Chapter 61. The sweeper goalkeeper Allegri focused intently on the position Pani indicated, which was the goalkeeper at the very back of the formation. Abbiati? Are you suggesting that Abbiati's performance is lacking? Not at all. Pani clarified. Abbiati's goalkeeping skills are commendable. However, he is a traditional goalkeeper, and his footwork does not meet the demands of our tactical approach. Allegri's perplexity was evident. A goalkeeper's primary role is to guard the goal. Why should footwork be of such significance? Pani found himself scratching his head. At this juncture, the concept of a goalkeeper's distribution within a tactical framework was still relatively novel. Traditional powerhouses tended to favor goalkeepers like Buffon, Casillas, and De Gea, who excelled in shot-stopping rather than distribution. Therefore, he needed to ponder how best to articulate this issue to Allegri. Gathering his thoughts, Pani continued. In our attacking lineup, we will feature a combination of Aubameyang, Inzaghi, and Maine. Regarding Inzaghi, while he may be aging, his off-the-ball movement is exceptional, and he possesses a knack for evading offside traps, coupled with a balanced ability to use both feet for high-quality shooting. However, his shortcomings are apparent. He struggles to receive the ball with his back to goal and lacks the physicality to contend in tight spaces, a stark contrast to Inbu. Therefore, if we center our attack around Inzaghi, our tactics must create opportunities for him to receive the ball directly and afford him space for acceleration. Since we need to create space for acceleration, a high press to compress the opponent's space is counterproductive. Thus, our offensive organization typically initiates from the back, where we do not rush to advance but instead engage in passing among the defenders, enticing the opposition's front line to press forward. However, since our fullbacks will also be heavily involved in the attack, the only players participating in the build-up from the back, apart from the two center-backs, must include the goalkeeper. Otherwise, it becomes all too easy for the opponent to anticipate our moves and intercept the ball. Allegri nodded frequently at the tactical board. I think I understand. It's akin to the role of Neuer at Bayern. Pani affirmed, precisely, akin to that of a sweeper keeper. Allegri noted, but Abbiati would find it challenging to fulfill this new role. Pani replied, indeed. Moreover, another point to consider is that our goalkeepers are aging. Abbiati, at the age of 34, and Roma, at 36, alongside the youngest among them, Emilia, who is already 28, have, I must say, failed to meet the standards of world-class goalkeepers. Allegri can only concede that what Pani has stated is indeed accurate. Even the currently most reliable Abbiati is no longer at the pinnacle of his professional career, and his competitive performance is evidently on the decline. Even if it were not for the implications of this new tactical approach, Allegri would have to begin contemplating the renewal of Milan's goalkeeping roster. Do you have any candidates in mind? Allegri stroked his chin thoughtfully. The primary issue remains that the currently outstanding young goalkeepers are exceedingly sought after, and their prices have risen correspondingly. Just this past summer, the 21-year-old De Gea transferred to Manchester United for a staggering €20 million. And this is still considered a so-called sitting goalkeeper that Pani looks down upon. Similarly, this year, the 25-year-old Neuer joined Bayern Munich for a transfer fee of €30 million. He is indeed Pani's preferred choice. Yet firstly, the higher-ups are unlikely to be willing to spend such a hefty sum on a goalkeeper, and secondly, since Neuer has already joined Bayern, why would he come to Milan? Thus, Allegri finds himself in a rather difficult position. It is not that he is averse to renewal. It is simply that a skilled chef cannot cook without ingredients. Well, what do you think of this? Pani had already come prepared, having pulled out a piece of paper from who knows where and handed it to Allegri, while also plugging a USB drive into the computer on the desk. Ederson? Allegri read the words on the paper softly, noting that the Brazilian, aged 18, is from the Benfica Youth Academy and currently plays for Beira-Mar in the Portuguese second division. Indeed, this is the future Brazilian national goalkeeper Ederson, who, at this moment, is just beginning his career but has already showcased immense potential, thus earning a starting position in the Portuguese second division. According to Pani's previous timeline, after this season concludes, Ederson will move to the Primeira Liga, gradually establishing himself as a key player for Benfica and aiding the club in securing 2 league titles. Subsequently, he will transfer to Manchester City for a fee of €40 million, subsequently helping the team clinch 4 Premier League titles and receiving the Premier League Golden Glove Award multiple times. The reason Pep Guardiola, the then manager of Manchester City, steadfastly favored Ederson over England's former goalkeeper Joe Hart, and later the Chilean keeper Bravo, was due to Ederson's exceptional distribution skills, of course, This is not to suggest that Ederson lacks in shot-stopping abilities. His somewhat erratic nature may lead to occasional blunders, yet he consistently contributes remarkable saves. Otherwise, he would not frequently be awarded the Premier League's best goalkeeper. Such a formidable goalkeeper, at this juncture, could potentially be acquired for a negligible fee thanks to Galliani's persuasive capabilities, perhaps even for just a few €100,000. In fact, when Pani considered reinforcements for the goalkeeping position, he initially prioritized another Brazilian goalkeeper, Alisson. His distribution ability is equally impressive, and he is relatively more stable than Ederson. However, Ederson's most significant advantage lies in his background as a product of the Benfica Youth Academy, holding dual citizenship in Brazil and Portugal, thus not occupying a non-European slot for Milan. This means that acquiring Ederson during the upcoming winter transfer window is feasible. While securing Alisson is out of the question, Allegri then approached the computer, examining the match footage of Ederson collected by Pani. Indeed, this seemingly youthful Brazilian lad exhibits a maturity on the pitch that belies his age. He confidently plays with his feet in the back line, maintains possession, and vocally directs his teammates in defense, ensuring a well-organized backline. When it comes to saves, he is bold in his actions, showcasing impressive jumping ability. How do you consistently find such hidden gems in obscure leagues? Allegri mused, both perplexed and admiring as he patted Pani on the shoulder. In the past, he would have expressed considerable skepticism. However, after witnessing the outstanding performances of the young players that Pani had advocated for this season, how could Allegri doubt Pani's discerning eye? It's all thanks to the robust scouting system at Milan that allows me to uncover more talented players. Pani humbly attributed the credit to the scouts. Very well, I shall discuss this with Galliani, Allegri stated. Internally, he let out a soft sigh. The troublesome dilemma that had plagued him for so long seemed to be resolved with such ease in Pani's hands. Allegri began to question whether he was truly suited to be a head coach. Chapter 62. Milan returns on December 11. In the 14th round of Serie A, Milan faced Bologna away. Bologna, deeply ensnared in the relegation battle, fielded a defensive 4-5-1 formation. Forwards, Di Vaio midfielders, Mutingay, Diamanti, Cone, Casarini, Gaston Ramirez defenders, Portanova, Raggi, Jos Crespo, Morlio goalkeeper. Gillett AC Milan, on the other hand, maintained their attacking 4-3-3 formation. Forwards, Mann, Inzaghi, Aubameyang midfielders, Van Bommel, Boateng, Gattuso defenders, De Cilio, Thiago Silva, Van Dijk, Abate goalkeeper. Abbiati. The transfer matters concerning Brazilian goalkeeper Ederson had been entrusted to Galliani. If it were a deal worth tens of millions, the notoriously frugal Galliani would undoubtedly frown. However, upon hearing that it was merely a young talent valued below €1 million, a suggestion from Pani, Galliani promptly hurried over on his bicycle. Furthermore, it was reported that both the opposing team and player had already expressed their interest. However, with a bit of time remaining before the winter transfer window opened on January 1, there was no rush. As the match commenced, Bologna adopted a defensive counter-attacking strategy. They had evidently analyzed Milan's previous matches. Following the loss of several key players in the midfield and forward positions, Milan had struggled against lower-tier teams like Chievo and Genoa, prompting Bologna to replicate this approach in hopes of securing points against Milan. Yet, they soon realized that Milan's playstyle today was somewhat different. While controlling the ball in Bologna's defensive half, Milan began to lock down their flanks, compelling Bologna to pass the ball into the center, where Milan would seize opportunities to intercept. When Milan gained possession, the ball frequently circulated in their backline, with no urgency to launch an attack. When Bologna's formation was lured forward, Milan would then accelerate, delivering a swift pass to the front line, allowing their three rapid forwards to launch a counterattack. This left Bologna somewhat disoriented. In the 3rd minute, Bologna gained an attacking opportunity as Di Vaio advanced but was intercepted head-on by Van Dijk. After regaining possession, Van Dijk delivered a long pass to the lurking Inzaghi near the midfield line. Inzaghi carried the ball forward, only to be brought down by Diamanti, granting Milan a promising free kick. Milan executed a tactical play, but unfortunately, Aubameyang's long-range shot from the right side went over the bar. Nevertheless, this attack already showcased Milan's tactical characteristics for the match, and Inzaghi's advantages and tactical contributions were fully realized. By the 12th minute, Milan's tactics bore fruit as they scored. Van Bommel intercepted in the middle, passed a man on the left, and then followed up diligently. After taking a couple of steps, Man immediately delivered a cross to Van Bommel, who was positioned at the edge of the penalty area. At this moment, Van Bommel was unmarked, striking the ball from a distance to score, making it 1-0 for Milan against Bologna. The reason for his unmarked status stemmed from the early blitz, which caused Bologna to be wary of Inzaghi's speed and offside runs, preventing their defensive line from pushing too far forward. Consequently, the distance between Bologna's three lines widened, creating significant space between the defensive and midfield lines. Van Bommel capitalized on this gap, seizing an excellent opportunity to shoot. Upon witnessing this goal, Allegri, after celebrating, cast a glance at Pan-E, signifying his approval. He could clearly discern the impact of Pan-E's tactical acumen. Particularly, placing Inzaghi within the appropriate tactical framework had significantly amplified the strategic role of this forward with his elusive runs, compelling opponents to refrain from employing a high defensive line. Thus, at times, it may appear that Inzaghi had little involvement or influence in a goal, yet he had indeed played a crucial role. The essence of a skilled strategist lies in their subtle contributions. This encapsulates the principle. In the 17th minute, Gattuso attempted a long-range shot that soared over the bar. In the 28th minute, Bologna's clearance fell short. Aubameyang's attempt on the right was parried, and Boateng's follow-up was also saved by the goalkeeper. In the 37th minute, Bologna seized a rare opportunity as a left-side free kick into the box was cleared, with Di Vao's long-range shot from the top of the arc going high. In the 41st minute, Milan struck again. Inzaghi successfully evaded the offside trap, rounded the goalkeeper, and slotted the ball home, making it 2-0 for Milan against Bologna. Following Milan's second goal, the morale of Bologna's players visibly waned. In the 42nd minute, Portanova received a yellow card for bringing down man in the back line. Shortly thereafter, Raggi was also cautioned for fouling Inzaghi. In the 45th minute, De Cilio provided a through ball to the left, but Man's narrow-angle shot was gathered by the goalkeeper. As the first half concluded, Milan led 2-0 against Bologna. This time, Pani had learned his lesson, ensuring that they would not suffer unnecessary personnel losses as they did against Fiorentina. In a situation where they held a 2-goal lead, it was prudent for the team to adopt a more stable approach by focusing on counterattacks against their opponents, rather than engaging in a physical confrontation. Furthermore, the tactical arrangements made by the Bologna coaching staff in the first half would undoubtedly prompt them to devise proactive responses in the second half. It would be wiser to seek immediate changes now, potentially catching the opposition off guard. Allegri heeded Pan-E's advice, viewing him as a veritable mastermind. There seemed to be no scenario on the pitch that Pan-E could not foresee. Hence, Allegri was inclined to accept any reasonable suggestions. And indeed, Pan-E had never proposed anything outlandish. As the second half commenced, the adjustments made during halftime proved to be exceedingly effective. The tempo of the game slowed, and Milan refrained from engaging in fierce battles with Bologna's players, significantly reducing the likelihood of bookings and injuries. In such circumstances, Bologna's players, lacking the ferocity of seasoned fighters, were unable to create significant disturbances. Conversely, Milan threatened Bologna's goal through a series of counterattacks. In the 53rd minute, Van Bommel delivered a precise through ball, leading Inzaghi to score, though the goal was disallowed for offside. In the 66th minute, Main made a breakthrough on the left flank, passing back to the far post. But Aubameyang's header sailed over the bar. By the 78th minute, Portanova committed a foul on Inzaghi, receiving a second yellow card and subsequently a red card. From that point on, Bologna clearly lacked the capacity to compete. Milan began making substitutions to maintain their team's vitality. Ultimately, AC Milan secured a 2-0 victory over Bologna, concluding a streak of 4 matches without a win. After the match, the Milan Sports Channel commentator remarked on the team's ambitions. In the post-match press conference, Allegri once again brought Pani to the forefront, alongside the 2 goal scorers of the match, Van Bommel and Inzaghi. This gathering quickly transformed into a session of praise, or rather, mutual admiration. Allegri commended the 2 veterans for their goals, noting that despite limited opportunities this season, Van Bommel and Inzaghi had played pivotal roles by scoring crucial goals. More importantly, he highlighted their exemplary professionalism. Even when not on the pitch, they actively contributed to the development of younger players and maintained a positive atmosphere in the locker room. They had consistently kept themselves in shape, ready to support the team at any moment. Today's match had validated these sentiments. The veterans, in turn, praised the coaching staff, particularly Inzaghi, who expressed his admiration fervently. At 38 years old, this may very well be my final season on the pitch. Yet, I am grateful that as I prepare to bid farewell to the game I cherish, I have encountered the finest coaching staff in the world. They possess an exceptional ability to recognize talent, allowing every player in the team to fulfill their role on and off the field, maximizing their contributions. I have learned immensely from this season's innovative and diverse tactical approaches. Thank you, Milan coaching staff. Hearing such accolades, Allegri felt a slight flush of embarrassment. As much of the tactical innovation praised had originated from Pani, he felt unworthy of such commendation. As the conversation progressed, it became a platform for Allegri to extol Pani's virtues. The credit for breaking our winless streak largely belongs to Pani. It was his suggestion to adopt this tactical formation, which has yielded positive results. While Inzaghi mentioned learning a great deal from the coaching staff, I must admit, I too have learned much from this young coach from the Dragon Nation. As I mentioned earlier, he is indeed a genius. The discussion continued to focus on the utilization of young players. If it weren't for Pani's strong recommendation, I would have been hesitant to field so many newcomers at once. Pani, flattered by the praise, felt a bit shy. Allegri, despite exhibiting the stubbornness typical of Italian coaches, had many commendable qualities. He possessed a strong sense of responsibility and was a workaholic, often delving into tactical analyses and opponent studies late into the night. He also wielded a considerable influence in the locker room, adept at delivering pre-match speeches. Moreover, he was refreshingly sincere, taking full credit for his own accomplishments while generously acknowledging the contributions of his subordinates. If the team faced defeat, he was willing to shoulder the blame rather than deflect it onto others. A.S. Allegri's praise shifted the focus of the journalists' inquiries back to Pani. Various tactical questions were directed at him. Naturally, among these were some mundane inquiries from domestic reporters regarding the national team's managerial position, which Pani deftly sidestepped. Milan began to regain their winning form. On December 17, AC Milan triumphed 2-0 against Verona. On December 20, they defeated Cagliari 2-0. The calendar turned to 2012. Milan played a friendly match against Paris Saint-Germain to help returning players regain their form, with Ederson starting. Milan emerged victorious with a narrow 1-0 win. Azimbu continued to display remarkable prowess, scoring the only goal of the match. As Serie A resumed, AC Milan secured another 2-0 victory over the well-performing Atalanta, marking their fourth consecutive win. This not only underscored Milan's preference for a steady approach to victory, but also highlighted the effectiveness of their current tactical framework, which combined efficient attacking with solid defending. Next, they were set to face their old rivals, Inter Milan. At that point, Inter's head coach had changed to the pragmatic Ranieri, who had seen some improvement in results, yet they remained far behind the top two teams, Milan and Juventus. After 17 rounds of Serie A, AC Milan stood at the summit with 15 wins and 2 draws, accumulating 47 points. Juventus closely followed with 11 wins, 5 draws, and 1 loss, totaling 38 points, a 9-point deficit. Inter, on the other hand, had managed only 9 wins, 2 draws, and 6 losses, amassing 29 points and placing 5th in the standings. Above Inter were Udinese and Lazio. However, prior to the Milan Derby, Pani advised Allegri to rotate the starting lineup, deeming it unnecessary to exhaust their strength in this match. The rationale was straightforward. Following this match, AC Milan was set to face Novara twice within 6 days, once in the 5th round of the Coppa Italia and again in the 19th round of Serie A. Pani believed it was more prudent to conserve energy and secure efficient victories against Novara rather than engage in a fierce contest with Inter. Indeed, Pani harbored grand ambitions of clinching a quadruple: the Italian Super Cup, Serie A, Coppa Italia, and the Champions League. With a significant lead in Serie A, he felt empowered to reach for such lofty goals. Upon Allegri's unintentional acceptance of Pani's counsel, the Milan Derby concluded in a rather lackluster 0-0 draw. Post-match, Allegri wore a displeased expression. After all, his most desired victory was against Inter, second only to Juventus. He seized the opportunity to critique Pani's oversight, lamenting, "If it weren't for your poor suggestion, we would have surely triumphed over Inter." Pani remained unperturbed. "We merely drew. We did not lose. We now have 48 points, with 1 match left before the halfway mark. Winning that would bring us to 51 points. If we maintain this pace, we could potentially finish with 102 points. Allegri abruptly looked up. "What are you calculating? Typically, a championship requires only around 80 points. Pani chuckled. "Do you know what the Serie A points record is? Inter's 97 points in the 2006-2007 season. What if we broke that record this season?" Allegri was momentarily stunned. So that's what you were thinking? Pani shook his finger. Not just that. We aim to break records and seize every possible title. Thus, while the circumstances allow, we must also prioritize player rotation to preserve their stamina and form, as well as to avoid injuries. Allegri stood speechless, realizing for the first time the true ambitions driving Pani's strategic decisions. This young coach's meticulous planning was all in pursuit of such grand aspirations, following the retirement of the venerable coach Wenger. Arsenal has found itself unable to secure a place in the top four. However, when compared to formidable opponents such as Real Madrid, Barcelona, and Bayern Munich, Pani would certainly prefer to face Arsenal. With January upon us and the knockout phase of the Champions League set to commence in February, Pani must prepare diligently for the two-legged encounters ahead. On January 18, during the fifth round of the Italian Cup, AC Milan triumphed over Novara with a score of 2-1, thus advancing smoothly to the next stage. This match, as anticipated, proved to be more arduous than expected. Novara, a newly promoted team struggling in Serie A, displayed remarkable tenacity in the Italian Cup, managing to draw 1-1 with Milan during regular time. It was not until the 110th minute of extra time that Milan Sulla scored the decisive goal, eliminating their opponent. In the subsequent back-to-back clash on January 21, during Serie A's 19th round, a demoralized Novara succumbed to a 0-3 defeat at home against Milan. This marked their 11th loss of the season, firmly anchoring them at the bottom of the league table. Following this, a series of intense and all too familiar fixtures lay ahead. Facing the same opponent consecutively could potentially wear down Milan's players. Fortunately, AC Milan showcased their requisite prowess, achieving a 3-1 victory in the Italian Cup and a 2:00 win in Serie A against Lazio, while also comfortably defeating Cagliari with a score of 3-0. In these matches, the returning Inbu exhibited outstanding form, netting 5 goals consecutively. After 20 rounds of Serie A, he leads the scoring charts with 15 goals, an impressive feat considering he had missed 5 or 6 matches. Following him in the rankings is Inter Milan's Argentine forward Milito with 11 goals, and Udinese's Di Natale with 10 goals. The performance of this seasoned Italian veteran has been pivotal to Udinese's success this season. Sharing the same tally is Napoli's Uruguayan sharpshooter Cavani, also with 10 goals. While these forwards are in commendable form, they still fall short when compared to Inbu. Thus, another objective for Pani this season is to secure the Serie A Golden Boot for Inbu, if not accolades such as best player. After all, while team honors are paramount, individual accolades should not be overlooked. However, the upcoming fixtures see Milan once again facing back-to-back matches. They will encounter Napoli in both the 21st round of the league and the semi-finals of the Italian Cup. In Italy, such consecutive matches against the same opponent are not uncommon to those familiar with Serie A. The reasoning is straightforward. The top 8 teams from the previous season are directly granted passage to the round of 16, significantly diminishing the chances for lower-tier teams to cause upsets. The other 8 teams that reach the round of 16 are often also Serie A clubs. As for the Italian Cup leading to the semi-finals and finals, fans will observe that each year, it is typically the same few teams: Juventus, Inter Milan, Milan, and occasionally Roma, Lazio, and Napoli, who consistently appear, with minimal chances for other clubs to break through. Another contributing factor is the relative lack of competitiveness among lower-tier Italian teams compared to their English counterparts. Many championship clubs possess considerable financial resources, allowing them to acquire notable stars, enabling them to compete fiercely against Premier League teams in the FA Cup. Moreover, teams from League One, League Two, or even lower tiers often regard the FA Cup as the most significant event of their season. When matched against Premier League teams that are preoccupied with multiple competitions or are experimenting with new players, the potential for upset victories becomes plausible. Regardless, AC Milan, in their encounters with Napoli, has indeed felt the strain of aesthetic fatigue. This season, Milan is set to clash with Napoli 4 times, leading to a sense of exasperation at the sight of the opposing players. The matches themselves have mirrored one another in both process and outcome, with Inbu and Cavani each finding the net in both encounters. The 2 prolific forwards have certainly engaged in a battle of supremacy, vying for dominance in the Serie A scoring charts and the Italian Cup. In the 22nd round of Serie A, following a hard-fought 2-1 victory over the surprise package Udinese, AC Milan finally faced an opponent that could invigorate their spirits, none other than the storied English club, Arsenal, on February 14, as Pani and his sister Panning nestled on their sofa at home, indulging in takeout from a Chinese restaurant while watching television. Pan couldn't help but inquire, Brother, do you know what day it is today? As she took a bite of Kung Pao chicken, her gaze fixed on Pan Yi. Without lifting his head, Pan Yi replied, Of course I know. Tomorrow night we will host Arsenal in the Champions League. The television screen was showcasing a recent match, specifically the 25th round of the Premier League, featuring Sunderland at home against Arsenal. The match was a recorded broadcast, having occurred a few days prior. Pan Yi intended to review the game to gain a deeper understanding of their recent rivals. No wonder my brother is still single. Pan Yi shook her head, then suddenly asked, How are things with that young lady? Which young lady? Pan Yi paused, confused. Your coach's daughter. What's her name? Tina or something. Valentina. Yes, that's her. Pan Yi leaned closer, her face alight with interest. She seems to really like you. Doesn't she? Doesn't she often text you? We are just ordinary friends, Pan Yi protested, though his eyes remained glued to the television screen. Arsenal's forward Van Persie unleashed a powerful shot, thwarted by Sunderland's young goalkeeper, Milanello. Just ordinary friends? Are you worried about the age difference? Pan Yi continued her inquisitive probing. It's just a 7 or 8 year gap. She wouldn't mind. Besides, isn't it a good deal for you to date someone younger? Pan Yi shook his head. I'm not considering that right now. My focus is solely on my football career. All I think about is how to become the best coach in the world. On the screen, Walcott attempted a tight-angle shot, again saved by Milanello. Yet, Pan Yi's earnest declaration silenced Pan Yi. You really are so thick-headed. Can't you balance career and love? I think dating her would benefit your career too. After all, she is the daughter of the Milan coach. Isn't she? The match had now reached the 60th minute, and Sunderland's midfielder McLean struck from distance, piercing through Szczesny's defenses, putting Sunderland ahead 1 o'clock against Arsenal. This turn of events left Pan Yi momentarily speechless. She turned her attention to the jubilant Sunderland players and fans celebrating the goal, attempting to change the subject. What are those fans singing? It sounds lovely. In a previous life, Pan Yi had watched a documentary titled My Heart Will Go On for Sunderland, chronicling their struggle to bounce back after relegation from the Premier League in the 2017-18 season. However, the current Sunderland, known as the Black Cats, remained in the Premier League and boasted experienced players like O'Shea, thus not facing imminent relegation threats. This Arsenal team can't even compete with Sunderland. They don't seem very strong, Pan Yi remarked. That's hard to say. Look, the professor has started making substitutions. Pan Yi pointed at the screen, indicating Arsenal's imminent counterattack. The coach known as the Professor, Wenger, is arguably the greatest coach in Arsenal's storied history. His arrival transformed the club, liberating them from the outdated, rough-and-tumble English long-ball tactics and establishing them as ambassadors of beautiful football. The innovative tactical style rendered Arsenal's 4-4-2 formation distinct on the English stage. The combination of a stable defense and a technically gifted attack made Arsenal's dual strikers a formidable challenge for opponents. How should a center-forward outside the penalty area be defended? The opposing center-backs were at a loss. The partnership of Bergkamp and Henry alleviated the midfield's burden of organization. Consequently, during Wenger's zenith, Arsenal's midfield featured 2 defensively-minded central midfielders, Vieira and Petit Gilberto. Although they played technical football, Arsenal's midfield was among the most robust in Europe. This formidable combination led Arsenal to remarkable achievements, including the unparalleled 49-match unbeaten streak established from 2003 to 2004. Today, however, Arsenal grapples with financial constraints, gradually drifting further from championship glory. This season has predominantly been characterized by a fierce rivalry between Manchester City's 2 clubs. Nevertheless, Wenger continues to strive to keep the club afloat, aiming to secure a top 4 finish and advance further in the Champions League. On the television, veteran Henry took to the field, substituting for midfielder Chamberlain, followed by young Ramsey replacing defender Mertesacker. Arsenal's formation shifted to a 3-forward setup. The substitutions had an immediate impact. In the 75th minute, Ramsey scored, leveling the match at 1-1. Wow, that was truly impressive. Pan Yi appeared deep in thought, uncertain whether the impressive nature she referred to was in relation to Wenger's coaching or Pan Yi's predictions. Indeed, she was unaware that the match was pre-recorded. However, her attention swiftly shifted to a player from Sunderland. Oh, is he one of our Longwell players? Pan Yi, without sparing a glance, shook his head. No player from Longwa is competing in the top 5 leagues. So there's no need for such excitement. That is a South Korean player, Ji Dongdae. By the way, Arsenal also has a South Korean player, though he seldom plays. His name is Park Chuang.ic. Pan Yi approached and playfully patted Pan Yi's head. It seems this task must be entrusted to you. My esteemed coach Pan. What task? Pan Yi tilted his head, quickly grasping her meaning. Indeed, bringing Longwell players to compete in the top 5 European leagues. This could serve as a side quest in his coaching career. However, the prerequisite for this side quest was that he must first become an exceptional head coach. To become an exceptional head coach, he would need to outshine other formidable coaches, such as Wenger. Meanwhile, in Hamburg, Germany, the president of Hamburg Club, Jahav, was conversing with his assistant in his office. Have you gathered comprehensive information on Pan-E? Has he truly played a pivotal role in AC Milan's tactics this season? After a brief moment of contemplation, Jahav expressed his concerns about Pan-E's youth, which left him somewhat uneasy. That said, with Milan performing so strongly this season, could it possibly be attributed to their acquisition of numerous strong reinforcements? Perhaps the coach's influence is minimal, the assistant replied. Indeed, the new players have performed admirably. However, it is said that all these reinforcements were suggested during Pan-E's tenure within the Milan coaching staff. Is it that remarkable? Jahav began pacing in his office. After a while, he looked up at his assistant. Do you think there is potential in inviting Pan-E as our head coach? The assistant sighed. I really don't know. Would our current squad be significantly inferior to Milan's, such that he would not be interested? Jahav sighed softly. Isn't that precisely why we hope he could bring fresh talent to our team? Though with the winter transfer window now closed, we have no opportunities for reinforcements. It seems we will have to wait until next season to inquire further. The assistant stepped forward. Chairman, are you truly considering him for the head coach position? But even by next season, he will only be 26 years old, Jahav scoffed. Do you have a more suitable candidate? Will any marquee coaches come to Hamburg? The assistant fell silent. Renowned coaches would certainly not consider the current Hamburg. Although Hamburg was not a small club, they had previously won the Bundesliga 3 times, the DFB Pokal 3 times, and even secured the Champions League and the Cup Winners' Cup once each, in the 1980s. Hamburg was undoubtedly a European powerhouse, often referred to as the Northern King of German football, standing alongside Bayern Munich, the Southern King, earning the nickname Southern Bayern, Northern Hamburg. However, entering the 21st century, this strong team began to decline. Gradually distancing itself from championship titles in recent years, Hamburg's decline accelerated, leading them to fight for relegation this year. This situation was intolerable for a club that had been accustomed to its stature. Thus, Chairman Jahav contemplated changing the head coach. The current coach, former Bayern midfielder Fink, had shown late blooming as a player and lacked distinct characteristics as a coach, resulting in a steady decline in performance, which had reached a point of frustration for Jahav. Nevertheless, with the season now halfway through and at a critical juncture for Hamburg's relegation battle, Jahav decided to endure for the time being, opting to observe Pan-E's performance for the remainder of the season. On February 15 in Milan, after training, the coaching staff gathered for a discussion. Pan-E addressed Allegri. Coach, why didn't you directly encourage everyone to defeat Arsenal while boosting morale today? Instead of merely urging them to strive for victory, Allegri shot Pan-E a look. Wouldn't that be underestimating them? Arsenal is not one of our Serie A teams. They are quite formidable. This was not merely Allegri boosting others' confidence at the expense of his own. The truth was that since Inter Milan seized the Champions League title from Bayern Munich under Mourinho's leadership in the 2009 to 2010 season, Serie A had been losing its star players annually due to economic reasons, resulting in diminishing competitiveness. Conversely, the Premier League had been on the rise, gathering more and more world-class stars in this context. Italian teams often found themselves struggling against English teams. Hearing Allegri's words, Pan-E replied with a smile, "But we are Milan, the pinnacle of Serie A. How could we fear a team vying for the top 4 in the Premier League?" Allegri scoffed. "Are you underestimating Van Persie or Wenger? They even have Henry." Pan-E chuckled but chose not to respond. For him, Wenger's Arsenal did possess tactical acumen, yet they too were constrained by financial limitations, with players' abilities failing to support Wenger's pursuit of technical football. Moreover, the recent whirlwind of player changes had hindered Arsenal from developing the same level of synergy as Barcelona, thereby diminishing the effectiveness of Wenger's tactics. Wenger had begun to yield to reality, experimenting with a simpler style of football akin to Mourinho's, swiftly advancing the ball into the attacking zone. Nevertheless, in the attacking phase, Wenger still hoped to penetrate the opponent's defense through coordinated play. Perhaps reflecting his last bastion of commitment to technical football, the midfield, comprised of players such as Arteta, Ramsey, and Rosicky, remained richly technical, capable of ensuring defensive stability while establishing a foundation for quality interplay near the opponent's penalty area. Based on Pan-E's observations of Arsenal's recent matches, Their left back no longer adhered to conventional tactical arrangements by charging down the left wing for crosses. Both Monreal and Gibbs had begun to directly penetrate the penalty area to score. The two starting wingers were often substituted, as they were tasked with fulfilling dual roles as both wingers and fullbacks, inevitably leading to a significant drop in stamina around the 70-minute mark. Thus, while Arsenal's attacking play remained visually stunning, the substance of their matches had substantially diminished compared to the past. Consequently, Pani felt confident in Milan's ability to triumph over Arsenal. In fact, Milan's style of play held a certain advantage over Arsenal. The pressure exerted by Milan's young players on Arsenal's backline would inevitably affect the quality of the Gunners' passing, which was a critical component of their attacking strategy and something Wenger valued deeply. No need to argue. Regardless of the pre-match pep talks, our young lads understand how to perform at their best during the game, Tassadi interjected, amused by the silence from both men. He was now accustomed to such scenes. During discussions that were meant to focus on tactical strategies, Tassadi usually found it challenging to interject, as it was predominantly Allegri and Pani who engaged in endless dialogue, occasionally leading to disputes. However, in the end, it seemed Pani always emerged victorious, with Allegri ultimately conceding to his insights. In the eyes of the eldest Tassadi, these two coaches resembled a pair of playful adversaries, bickering yet maintaining amicability. Finally, Allegri rose, patting Pani on the shoulder. In terms of tactics, I concede that you are impressive. However, when it comes to motivating the team, I know better than you. Only by alleviating their pressure can they perform to the best of their abilities. Oh, Pani replied. Yet, internally, he mused, you're just afraid of boasting and getting slapped in the face. I have no such fears. Chapter 67. I trust you, you devil. Good evening, esteemed viewers. This is ESPN bringing you live coverage of a clash in the round of 16 of the UEFA Champions League for the 2011 to 2012 season, featuring AC Milan facing off against Arsenal at home. Commentator Jean June will provide you with live commentary on this match. The iconic voice of commentator Jean June filled the air. Fans watching on screens knew that the match was about to commence. Through the broadcast camera, it was evident that the San Siro stadium was packed to capacity, with 80,000 fans eagerly anticipating a feast of football on the green pitch. The home side, AC Milan, was no ordinary team. This youthful squad had been unstoppable in the Serie A this season, boasting an impressive record of 18 wins and 4 draws from the past 22 matches. Sitting atop the league standings, Allegri's transformation of this Milan could not be deemed anything less than successful. Naturally, as citizens of Longwa, we were particularly interested in Pani, who occupied a position on the Milan coaching staff. The strength of this Milan was undeniably linked to Pani's diligent efforts. This battle between footballing giants was undoubtedly the most captivating matchup in this season's Champions League, drawing the attention of countless fans. We believe it will be a thrilling and fiercely contested match, with the outcome yet to be determined. As players from both teams gradually strode onto the pitch, everyone caught sight of the starting lineups. The visiting team, Arsenal, fielded the professor's preferred 4-4-2 formation, with a midfield positioned in parallel. Forwards, Van Persie, Walcott. Midfield, Rosicky, Alex Song, Ramsey, Arteta. Defenders, Gibbs, Vermaelen, Koscielny, Sagna. Goalkeeper, Szczesny. Compared to the starting lineup against Sunderland 4 days prior, Wenger made 2 adjustments. One alteration was in midfield, where the young Ramsey replaced Chamberlain. The other change saw the fullback Gibbs take the place of the centre-back Mertesacker, with Vermaelen shifting into a central role. Pani observed this modification and nodded in approval. The substitution of 2 technically superior players for 2 more physically oriented ones indicated Wenger's strategy for this match, to leverage technical superiority to control the game. However, Pani had evidently anticipated this approach. Even Barcelona, often hailed as the universe team, struggled to fully execute their technical play against Milan. How could Arsenal pose a threat? Milan's starting lineup also underwent changes. Forwards, Main, Aubameyang, Sulla. Midfielders, Kanté, Ambrosini, Gattuso. Defenders, Zambrotta, Thiago Silva, Van Dijk, Abate. Goalkeeper, Ederson. When this lineup was presented to Wenger, the venerable professor sensed something amiss. Each line of the team was slightly different from Milan's usual starting formation. In goal, the Brazilian keeper Ederson, who had previously only appeared in cup matches, was starting, relegating veteran Abbiati to the bench. In defense, the more versatile and experienced Zambrotta occupied the left-back position, replacing the young De Sigalio. In midfield, the physically robust Boateng was absent. with the more well-rounded Ambrosini taking his place. The most surprising change, however, occurred in the forward line. The previously outstanding Yunbu, who had been in excellent form in Serie A and the Coppa Italia, was inexplicably left out. Instead, the Gabonese prodigy Aubameyang took up the central striker position. This left the astute Wenger somewhat puzzled about Milan's intentions. What exactly were they planning? With this question lingering in his mind, Wenger approached the Milan coaching staff and shook hands with each of them. After embracing Allegri, Wenger regarded Pani, who was walking towards him. As someone well-versed in the intricacies of football, Wenger was certainly familiar with Pani's name. He was aware that much of Milan's tactics this season had been designed and implemented by Pani, and thus, the esteemed professor was eager to meet this young coaching talent. However, upon seeing Pani in person, Wenger couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "This lad is remarkably youthful." It is worth noting that Wenger himself was once a representative figure of the younger coaching generation, having embarked on his managerial career shortly after retiring in his early 30s. And becoming head coach of Nantes at the age of 35. In contrast, Pani was merely 25, already serving as an assistant coach at AC Milan, wielding significant influence within the team. Although there is a distinction between head coaches and their assistants, the gap between Nantes and Milan is substantial, not to mention the 10-year age difference when they both began their coaching journeys. "Hello, Mr. Wenger," Pani said politely, shaking Wenger's hand. Naturally, Pani held great respect for the professor, who had dedicated 22 years to Arsenal from 1996 to 2018, making him the longest-serving manager of a single club in the Premier League after the legendary Sir Alex Ferguson. The tactical duels between Wenger and Ferguson had long been a hallmark of the Premier League. Despite Arsenal's current decline, Pani admired Wenger's unwavering dedication and contributions. "Ha, hello," Wenger replied, patting Pani's hand. "Is there a cunning strategy behind not starting Yunbu today?" Pani chuckled in response, "Not really. He has been complaining about fatigue from playing too many matches. So we decided to give him a rest, this." Wenger couldn't help but laugh. Initially, he had intended to probe this young coach, but found Pani to be quite amusing instead. "Yunbu is tired? I believe that when pigs fly, you mischievous lad." Their laughter bridged the gap between them, easing the tension surrounding the impending clash. "What are you two discussing that's so amusing?" both replied in unison. "Nothing much." They exchanged a knowing glance and burst into laughter once more. "I look forward to our duel tonight." Wenger extended his hand again, shaking hands with Allegri and Pani once more. Pani nodded. "I hope it will be a spectacular match." Allegri, however, wore a look of suspicion. What on earth were these two up to? Chapter 68. Anticipating your anticipation with the referee's whistle, the match commenced. As Pani had foreseen, Arsenal adopted a possession-based approach right from the start. The four midfielders, Rosicky, Alexander-Song, Ramsey, and Arteta, were aligned in a row, firmly maintaining control of the ball at their feet. Meanwhile, the two center-backs, Vermaelen and Koscielny, largely limited their responsibilities to passing, avoiding excessive forward movement. The fullbacks, Gibbs and Sagna, frequently pushed forward, seeking opportunities for crosses. This method was quintessential Wenger, representing Arsenal's forte, maintaining possession, prioritizing short passes, and using movement to create space before making incisive runs into the penalty area. However, today their strategy seemed to encounter some difficulties. Milan, from the outset, aggressively pressed high up the pitch. The pace of the ball quickened and the intensity of physical challenges escalated. Arsenal's control faltered, resulting in increased errors. The visitors began to seize the upper hand, launching wave after wave of attacks against Arsenal's defense. On the visitors' bench, Wenger began to fidget with the zipper of his coat, a gesture that persisted for several minutes. This action stemmed from his growing concern regarding the ongoing match, which hindered his focus on the battle with the zipper. Milan's players exhibited their usual fluidity in movement and passing, achieving a high success rate in ball control. In contrast, Arsenal's players struggled. Under the current circumstances of Milan attacking and Arsenal defending, the Gunners found it challenging to mount effective counterattacks. Whenever Arsenal seized on a mistake from a Milan player, the closest Milan player would swiftly initiate a counterpress. This counterpressing was often rapid and efficient, with 2 or 3 players banding together to swarm the Arsenal player in possession, leaving him no time to assess his teammates' positions for a rational response. Following a dispossession of Rosicky, Wenger shook his head in dismay, abandoning any further attempts to wrestle with his coat's zipper. Arsenal had descended into a reactive state, forced to fend off an incessant barrage of attacks. 10 minutes into the match, Arsenal had yet to register a single noteworthy shot on goal. If this continued, defeat was inevitable. At that moment, Milan had once again launched an attack following a turnover. The ball had moved to the left flank, where left-back Zambrotta advanced with the ball, while left winger Main sprinted along the touchline to provide support. Arsenal's players sensed that Milan was poised to initiate an attack down the left, and three players converged towards that side to bolster their defense. Suddenly, Zambrotta executed a diagonal long pass, delivering the ball accurately to the right flank. This was precisely why Milan had chosen Zambrotta to start, although he was older and less physically capable than the younger De Cilio. His passing prowess was unmatched. Meanwhile, Arsenal's players had shifted their attention to the opposite side, neglecting to closely mark right winger Sulla. Upon receiving the ball, Sulla surged forward, quickly advancing more than 10 meters. He maintained possession as he approached Koscielny. At this juncture, central striker Aubameyang was also making his way into the center to offer support. Sulla positioned himself to seemingly pass to Aubameyang. Koscielny, the French international defender, had anticipated Sulla's move and turned to intercept the pass. Yet, Sulla had foreseen Koscielny's anticipation. He chose not to pass. Noticing that Koscielny had overcommit, Sulla deftly maneuvered the ball forward and accelerated sharply. At this moment, Sulla found himself nearing Arsenal's 6-yard box, preparing to shoot. However, Arsenal's other centre-back, the experienced Vermaelen, had also arrived in time to provide cover, blocking Sulla's path to goal. Without hesitation, Sulla opted for a right-footed cross. In the center, Aubameyang surged forward, ready to attempt a sliding shot. In a crucial moment, Polish goalkeeper Szczesny decisively dove out, intercepting the ball just before Aubameyang could connect. The ball soared away from the 6-yard box, but Milan's attacking line quickly followed up. Midfielder Kanté had surged forward, unleashing a volley from the edge of the penalty area. The second reaction of Szczesny was remarkably swift. He quickly rose from the ground to take a shot and leaped high, just managing to graze the ball's lower edge with his fingertips, propelling it over the crossbar for a corner kick. Milan executed the corner, with Van Dijk heading the ball wide of the far post, thus halting Milan's relentless wave of attacks. Although a goal was not scored, the attacking play was exquisite, and the defense equally commendable, showcasing a truly spectacular display. Moreover, this series of offensive maneuvers by Milan instilled a sense of trepidation in front of Arsenal's goal, exhilarating the Milan fans at San Siro, who waved their red and black flags and sang fervent anthems in support of their team. All brimming with excitement, the fervor on the pitch ignited the passion among the supporters. Chapter 69. Self-imposed limitations. After the match commenced, Milan's aggressive assault was strikingly incisive, leaving Arsenal somewhat overwhelmed. Jean June analyzed, from the recent attack, it is evident that Milan came prepared. They first drew Arsenal's defense to one flank before executing a surprise attack on the other, a tactic frequently observed in Milan's matches this season. Sulla's breakthrough and cross were also commendable. Had it not been for Szczesny's remarkable performance, Milan's consecutive shots might have found the back of the net. However, if this continues, how long can Arsenal endure? They must devise a counter-strategy, and Wenger needs to identify an effective approach swiftly. On the sidelines, Wenger began shouting at his players. He was acutely aware that a strategy was necessary to counter Milan's pressing attack. His plan involved instructing the two wide midfielders and the fullbacks to advance closer to the touchline, thereby fully utilizing the width of the pitch. This would allow his players to spread out, consequently increasing the distance Milan players would have to cover in their pursuit. Such adjustments would, in effect, extend the time Arsenal players had to evade being crowded, granting them ample opportunity to strategize their subsequent actions after regaining possession. This alteration proved evidently effective. By the 18th minute, Arsenal finally orchestrated their first threatening attack since the match began. From the back, Koscielny passed the ball to right-back Sagna. Milan's two forwards, Aubameyang and Main, rushed forward to pressure him, but Sagna reacted promptly, delivering a precise through ball along the sideline, sending it into Milan's rear. Walcott sprinted forward at breakneck speed, chasing the ball. Known as the Little Tiger, Walcott, when it comes to sheer speed, likely outpaces Milan's speedy forwards like Sulla and Main. Gattuso attempted a tackle but was a step too late. Walcott galloped towards the penalty area, preparing to cut inside. At that moment, Van Dijk had already positioned himself in front of him. Walcott cautiously advanced the ball while feinting, intending to maneuver past the towering Dutch centre-back. However, Van Dijk remained unfazed, his gaze fixed on the ball at Walcott's feet. retreating strategically to deny Walcott the space to accelerate, simultaneously affording his teammates time to provide defensive cover. Soon, fullback Zambrata arrived to assist in containing Walcott. Left with no choice, Walcott opted to take a shot immediately. Van Dijk, quick on his feet, extended his leg to block the ball, diverting it from the penalty area. The fans at San Siro, evidently knowledgeable about the game, erupted into applause for Van Dijk's textbook defensive display. In truth, Van Dijk's acquisition this season had made all Milan fans feel as though they had struck gold. Standing over 1.9 meters tall, this robust figure boasts incredible leaping ability and excellent heading skills. Epitomizing the ideal central defender, his towering physique combined with an aggressive defensive style often unsettles opposing attackers. Remarkably, his defensive acumen is steadfast. He refrains from reckless challenges or gamble-style defending, maintaining clarity of thought even under considerable pressure. Additionally, having played as a forward, he possesses commendable technical skills and is adept at advancing with the ball, coupled with an impressive long pass. With such a well-rounded center-back, Milan's defensive line has become significantly more secure this season, a key factor in their frequent clean sheets. This, of course, can ultimately be attributed to Pani's discerning eye for talent. Now, the young assistant coach, who had seemingly gained enlightenment, stood up alongside Allegri, shouting, "Well done, Van Dijk. Everyone is performing admirably. Keep it up. Be mindful of their flanks, they are spreading wide. The forwards need to apply more pressure, and the midfield must assist, ensuring they do not find it easy to pass." This is the nature of the game. When one side identifies a problem, it must be addressed. Conversely, when the opposing team is seen to be resolving their issues, one must also counteract that resolution. Tactical constraints, counter-strategies, and further counter-strategies ensue. Coaches engage in relentless tactical duels at the sidelines, while players navigate their own battles through dribbles, passes, shots, and tackles. Amidst this dynamic interplay, countless unpredictable variables emerge, leading to a myriad of potential outcomes. This is the allure of the world's premier sport. Before long, AC Milan regained control of the situation. However, Arsenal's four midfielders maintained a parallel formation, complemented by four defenders, keeping their defensive line compact and denying Milan players much room to maneuver. This resulted in a stalemate. Hold on. Just a little longer, Wenger thought, clenching his fist. He understood that this was a pivotal moment in the match. Although Arsenal appeared to be on the back foot, if Milan continued to attack without scoring, Arsenal might seize an opportunity. Teams often experience a psychological vulnerability during prolonged periods of unsuccessful offense. They may become anxious, lament their luck, and even question their coach's tactics. This is particularly true for a youthful team like Milan. Strike while the iron is hot, but beware of exhaustion. When one party is depleted, the other will thrive. Wenger recalled the ancient wisdom from Longwa. Thus, he believed that if they could withstand for another 10 minutes, Milan's momentum would wane. At this juncture, events on the pitch seemed to validate Wenger's perspective. Milan's central attack found its way to Aubameyang's feet. Yet Milan's offensive push faltered once more. Wenger nodded secretly, relieved that Milan had not deployed Mbu. Otherwise, with his strength and ability to hold up the ball, such opportunities would certainly be more challenging to relinquish. Although Wenger did not fully comprehend Milan's strategy, he felt fortunate for their poor decision-making. Now that Milan was on the offensive and Arsenal was defending, Milan had voluntarily withdrawn a battering ram like Mbu. Was that not akin to self-sabotage? Wenger mused. It appears that even the highly regarded Milan coaching staff has its oversights. Chapter 70. Pani's trap. Milan's offensive momentum seemed to have genuinely diminished. Lacking a focal point in the attack, their efforts appeared futile against Arsenal's impenetrable defense. The players' stamina seemed to have reached a small limit, and their pressing was no longer as vigorous. Their overall formation even began to retreat slightly. Wenger sensed the opportune moment. He began signaling to his players, urging them to initiate a counterattack. He recognized that his team was not one that excelled in defense, capable of concentrating solely on defending for an entire match. That genetic predisposition simply did not exist. Thus, under pressure, their defensive phase was merely temporary. Once they regained composure, they would unleash their technical prowess and launch a counteroffensive. Consequently, Arsenal's formation advanced forward. The four midfielders pushed past the halfway line, skillfully controlling the ball and patiently seeking opportunities. As the midfield gained possession, Arsenal's defenders felt secure enough to advance, maintaining a tight formation with their midfield teammates to facilitate better transitions and ball movement. Just then, the tides shifted dramatically. Not only were Arsenal players involved, Milan's three midfielders also joined forces with their forwards, severing the connection between Arsenal's midfield and defense. Maine rushed forward without hesitation, swiftly throwing in a throw-in to Ambrosini. Simultaneously, as Maine executed the throw-in, he turned to dash into Arsenal's territory. However, Arsenal's defense was clearly prepared, with Sagna promptly following Maine's run. Yet, Ambrosini did not pass to Maine. That area was merely a diversion. He swung his right foot, delivering a low ball towards the center of the midfield. A flash of red and black zipped by. Aubameyang had activated, but instead of receiving the ball, he ran straight ahead, allowing it to go through. Behind Aubameyang was Kanté, who also did not stop to control the ball. Instead, he deftly nudged it forward, altering its trajectory and sending it rolling rapidly towards Aubameyang's running position. A meticulously designed counter-offensive tactic exploiting the offside rule had been flawlessly executed by Kanté and Aubameyang, who timed their movements perfectly to avoid being caught offside. As their intricate combination of plays unfolded, Arsenal's defense found itself utterly bewildered. By the time they regained their composure and attempted to pursue Aubameyang, it was far too late. Aubameyang unleashed his wind-like speed, dribbling straight into the Arsenal penalty area. At this moment, due to Arsenal's high defensive line, the only obstacle remaining before Aubameyang was the solitary figure of goalkeeper Seckzsny. The unfortunate Polish keeper had no choice but to rush off his line, striving to thwart the seemingly unstoppable Milan forward. Aubameyang lifted his right foot, preparing for a shot. Seckzsny lunged at Aubameyang's feet, but came up empty. It was a feint. Aubameyang's foot glided over the ball, deftly nudging it aside with the outside of his foot, elegantly sidestepping the grounded Seckzsny. Before him lay an open goal with a gentle push. The ball rolled into the net. That moment, the Milan fans, who had been holding their breath since the throw-in, erupted into thunderous cheers as they leapt from their seats, ignited by Ambrosini's pass. Aubameyang, in turn, sprinted out of the Arsenal penalty area, racing towards the sidelines. Out of nowhere, he donned a Batman mask and waved his fists at the Milan supporters, expressing his exhilaration and delight. This unique celebration reignited the fervor of the fans, transforming the entire San Siro into a sea of joy. A goal. Aubameyang. This was a calm, clinical finish, a beautiful strike. Amidst the jubilant cheers of the Milan supporters, the voice of commentator Jean June rose to the occasion. From the outset of the match, AC Milan, playing on home turf, had controlled the flow of the game, persistently seeking opportunities to score. However, Arsenal's defense remained resolute, protecting their goal with tenacity. Now, at the 30-minute mark, Milan finally found the back of the net. In the process of this goal, it became evident that this seemed to be a tactic meticulously orchestrated by Milan. I observed that after Arsenal's manager Wenger signaled his players to press forward, Milan's assistant coach, Pani, also stood up, making gestures that were indecipherable to us. At that moment, Milan suddenly accelerated, compelling their opponents into mistakes through aggressive pressing, and executed a splendid offside trap that culminated in the goal. I can boldly speculate that this goal was a clever trap laid out by the seasoned coach Wenger, falling into Pani's scheme. This clearly illustrates the profound influence Pani has imprinted on the current Milan squad. I am genuinely eager to see the remarkable performances this young coach will deliver when he takes the reins independently in the future. On the sidelines, the Milan coaching staff and substitute players leaped in excitement after Aubameyang's goal, exchanging high-fives and embraces. The architect of this goal was Ambrosini, with Kanté providing the assist, but the key lay with Aubameyang. His sprint after creating space and his sharp offside awareness were pivotal to this goal. Therefore, I see no issue in suggesting that Aubameyang should start. Pani laughed as he exchanged high-fives with Allegri. I do harbor some concerns. Yet this lad has shown significant improvement recently. My initial thought was to start him in this crucial match as a reward. Allegri was already overjoyed, but little did he expect there was still a card to play. Pani nodded. As long as he creates space, Aubameyang can pose a threat. However, if the opponent restricts that space, then Inbu is the better option. You are correct, Allegri remarked, glancing at Inbu, who was celebrating with his teammates. It all depends on what Wenger will devise. Pani, filled with confidence, replied, rest assured, he will undoubtedly seek a way to limit Aubameyang's impact. At that point, let him witness the prowess of our hidden battering ram. Chapter 71. The song of Pani on the sidelines. Wenger's mind was in turmoil. As a seasoned coach, he could certainly discern the issues that led to the recent goal. Milan's retreat created space, followed by a swift acceleration to press. The entire tactical transition was executed with remarkable fluidity, and the player's execution was frighteningly effective. This prompted a twinge of envy within Wenger. The current Milan squad seems to possess an innate synergy with their coaching staff, a harmony that resonates from tactical execution to team spirit, an elusive ideal that countless football coaches aspire to achieve throughout their careers. Even someone as accomplished as Wenger, in all his years of coaching, could only replicate this with the invincible arsenal of yesteryear. Wenger cast a glance towards the home team's bench. Not far off, Pani was engaged in conversation with Allegri. Last season, during the UEFA Champions League round of 16, Milan had been eliminated by Arsenal's local rivals, Tottenham Hotspur, and Wenger had scrutinized those two matches. At that time, while Milan's strength was commendable, their overall mentality and tactical execution exhibited a notable disparity compared to the current Milan. What could have induced such a dramatic transformation within a single season? Could it truly be attributed to that young coach from the Dragon Kingdom? Reflecting on Pani's smile prior to the match, it appeared everything was indeed within his calculations. Regardless, he could not afford to lose his composure. As long as they remained steady and continued to defend well, even a loss by a single goal wouldn't be catastrophic. Trailing by only one goal, it was still somewhat acceptable from an away perspective. Thus, Wenger shouted to his players on the field, "Don't panic. Maintain your defensive positions and stay organized." However, the situation Wenger dreaded unfolded. Meanwhile, they did create a shooting opportunity. As the match approached the 43rd minute, Rosicky broke through the center and passed to Walcott, who sprinted 20 meters before delivering a cutback to Van Persie, whose powerful shot unfortunately lacked precision, falling directly into the hands of Milan's young goalkeeper, Ederson. Without a moment's hesitation, Ederson launched a massive clearance. The ball soared over half the pitch, sailing above the heads of Koscielny and Vermaelen. Behind these two Arsenal centre-backs, Aubameyang was off again. He darted like a red and black lightning bolt across the field, gliding past Koscielny and Vermaelen. With a deft touch, he controlled the descending ball and surged into the Arsenal penalty area once more. This time, Aubameyang did not wait for SCCZSNY to challenge him. Instead, he swiftly turned and executed a delicate chip shot, the ball tracing a beautiful arc into the far corner of the net. "Aubameyang," Jean June roared once again. Another one-on-one finish. The ball is in again. 2-0. We must also commend the assist provider for this goal, goalkeeper Ederson. This young Brazilian keeper, recently acquired during the winter transfer window, possesses exceptional vision and remarkable footwork, allowing him to even assume a playmaking role on the pitch. This goal served as confirmation of that. I cannot help but marvel at the Milan management's discernment. How did they unearth such a gem and entrust him with the starting role in such a crucial match? Rumors suggest that Pani played a pivotal role in Ederson's transfer, and considering the rapid development of the other young players brought in earlier, I almost wonder if Pani might be some sort of time traveler. Just a jest, of course, on the pitch. Following this goal, Aubameyang did not engage in any extravagant celebration. Perhaps he had only prepared to don a Batman mask. At this moment, he was sprinting directly towards the substitutes bench. One by one, Milan players eager to celebrate with him were deftly evaded by Aubameyang, who then dove into the substitutes area, landing on Pani. Aubameyang understood that it was Pani's suggestion to start him in this match. Thus, this was his way of expressing gratitude for the trust placed in him. Subsequently, other Milan players joined in without hesitation, piling on top of him. Allegri, standing nearby, swallowed hard, suppressing the urge to shout, "I am the head coach." For he now witnessed Pani being buried beneath a mound of jubilant players, his head barely visible. After all, he was a man in his 40s. Such exuberant celebrations were better suited for the young. He didn't want to risk a back injury over something so trivial. With this human pyramid forming, the entire San Siro erupted into a frenzy. Just as the first half was drawing to a close, Milan scored again, widening the gap. Including the first goal, the interval between the two goals was merely a matter of 10 minutes. During this brief period, it seemed Arsenal had regained their composure, increasing their possession, only to be struck down twice in quick succession. This naturally sent all the Milan supporters into a state of ecstatic jubilation. Moreover, seeing Pani beneath the pile of players elicited laughter from the crowd. Who would not revel in such a scene? It exemplified the harmonious atmosphere within the Milan dressing room. Many players in the first team were precisely those that Pani had personally selected, and each one was relatively unknown. Yet, within Milan's tactical framework, these young players played pivotal roles. In addition to the prolonged training and camaraderie developed through competitions, the amiable Pani has evidently garnered even greater affection from the players. Soon after, a distinctive song resonated throughout the San Siro stadium. He is handsome, he is truly remarkable, he is skilled in utilizing talent, and his strategies are astute. But we all know he has no girlfriend. This is our coach, our Pani, our Pani. This was the song of Pani, specially composed by the Milan fans. In the vast realm of world football, there are numerous songs dedicated to players and head coaches. Yet a song exclusively for an assistant coach is truly a rarity, underscoring Pani's esteemed position among the Milan supporters. Amidst the chorus, Pani struggled to rise from the ground. He shook his head in resignation, drenched in water and grass clippings, looking somewhat disheveled. "Damn it, Aubameyang, don't come on in the second half," Pani muttered bitterly. Chapter 72. Offending the coach and still wanting to escape. A joke turned real. Despite having offended the coach, could one still wish to flee? Indeed, a jest. However, even before the first half concluded, Pani had already commenced discussions regarding tactics with Allegri. In the second half, he intended to substitute Yimbu in for Aubameyang. Allegri was taken aback. You can't possibly be seeking revenge, can you? Just because he pinned you down?" Pani chuckled. "Am I really that petty? Consider this. We're trailing by 2 goals. What would Wenger do in the second half?" Allegri pondered for a moment and replied, "Deploy more forwards, like Henry, to launch an assault on us." "But wouldn't this allow us to counterattack more effectively? Aubameyang is evidently more adept at counterattacking than Yimbu." A question mark slowly appeared above Allegri's head. Pani smiled and asked, "Have you forgotten the format of the Champions League knockout stage? It's a 2-legged tie, which means this is a match spanning 180 minutes. Is that so?" "Indeed, that is precisely my belief. If you doubt me, we shall see in the second half." Pani exuded confidence. To illustrate, AC Milan had once triumphed 4-1 at home against Deportivo La Coruña in the 03-04 Champions League knockout stage, only to be utterly bewildered in the away leg, witnessing the miraculous comeback of Deportivo. They succumbed to a 4-goal defeat, allowing La Coruña to advance. Therefore, Pani asserted with determination, "We must continue our offensive, utilizing a powerhouse like Yimbu to breach Arsenal's defense. Yes, with the advantage of playing at home, our momentum is high. Let us press on and eliminate them." Pani nodded. "We shall not grant them any opportunities." "Very well." Allegri found himself inspired by Pani's fervor, yet he suggested waiting to observe the second half, in case Wenger did not proceed as anticipated. "All right," Pani conceded. "Let us give it another 10 minutes. If all is well, we'll substitute in Yimbu." As anticipated, the second half commenced, and the match progression largely mirrored that of the first half. AC Milan attacked while Arsenal defended. Wenger indeed refrained from risking a substantial offensive. His approach aligned with Pani's predictions. Defensively, Arsenal began to retract, minimizing the space between the midfield and defense, aiming to prevent Milan players from executing intricate combinations in that area. Under such circumstances, although Arsenal remained on the back foot, the pressure on their defense escalated, and Milan's attacks encountered numerous challenges. The forwards struggled to exert their speed, with most attempts ending in long-range shots from outside the penalty area, resulting in inefficiency. Allegri glanced back at Pani, who shrugged and pointed to Yimbu. Resigned, Allegri summoned Yimbu to begin warming up. This lad was quite astute, seemingly aware of everyone's thoughts. Allegri scratched his head. Yet, he was willing to heed Pani's counsel. If they could swiftly conclude matters with Arsenal and concentrate fully on the decisive clash against Juventus, their chances of victory would significantly increase. And should they triumph over Juventus once again, the Serie A title for this season would be all but secured. Thus, merely 13 minutes into the second half, Milan began making substitutions. Aubameyang was replaced by Yimbu. Having already communicated with Aubameyang during the halftime break, and with the Gabonese having scored 2 goals, he understood that the team's interests outweighed all else and accepted the change without hesitation. With Yimbu taking his place, what more could be said, however? This substitution struck the fans and media as somewhat peculiar. After all, replacing a goal-scoring hero at such an early juncture was undeniably perplexing. Commentator Jean Jun remarked, Aubameyang was substituted amid the resounding applause of 80,000 Milan supporters. Should Milan secure victory today, Aubameyang would undoubtedly be the key contributor. With his lightning speed, he breached Arsenal's defense twice. Netting 2 goals, his performance left a profound impression, indicating the Milan coaching staff's success in nurturing young talent. Yet, the timing of his substitution raised questions about the coaching staff's intentions. There were no visible signs of injury from Aubameyang, nor was his stamina in decline. Yimbu's entrance would certainly enhance Milan's aerial prowess and bolster their midfield presence. Yet the pace of counterattacks would inevitably diminish, as the saying goes. Amateurs watch the spectacle. Experts discern the subtleties. While many were left bewildered, Wenger furrowed his brow on the other side. He recognized that Yimbu was Milan's most formidable attacking player and the strongest aerial threat. Deploying Yimbu at this juncture was a clear indication of Milan's intent to assault and secure more goals. The Milan coaching staff was indeed formidable, but what could Wenger do now? His options were limited. He stood on the sidelines, shouting to his 2 center-backs, "Mark Yimbu closely. Do not allow him to win headers easily." Chapter 73. He wishes to continue the offensive. Yimbu's entry also brought forth new tactical instructions. Milan's wingers, Main and Sulla, exchanged positions. Main shifted to the right flank, playing as a right winger, while Sulla occupied the left. Assuming the role of a left winger, they switched from their weaker foot to their dominant foot, signifying one intention. Milan was prepared to deliver a variety of crosses, given that their defensive setup was tight. They would resort to aerial assaults. Simultaneously, Milan's fullbacks, Zambrotta and Abate, ceased overlapping runs, instead leaving space for the wingers. Their current task was to deliver 45-degree crosses after crossing the midfield line. The aerial strategy was now in play. Consequently, Arsenal's 2 center-backs found themselves overwhelmed and increasingly fatigued. Vermaelen stood at 183 centimeters and weighed 73 kg, while Koscielny measured 186 centimeters and weighed 75 kg. In stark contrast, Yimbu towered at 195 centimeters and weighed 95 kilograms. Coupled with Yimbu's leaping ability, heading prowess, and physical agility, he posed a significant challenge to the 2 center-backs. Thus, in aerial duels, Yimbu frequently gained the upper hand. Particularly during corners or free kicks, Van Dijk, standing at 193 centimeters and weighing 92 kilograms. Also contested headers, leaving Arsenal's defenders in dismay. It was exceedingly difficult to contend with. Milan's tactical shift indeed left Arsenal flustered. Wenger felt the weight of the situation. The only defender in Arsenal's ranks capable of matching Yimbu's height was Mertesacker, who measured 198 centimeters and weighed 90 kg, but he remained seated on the substitutes bench. While Mertesacker possessed commendable physical attributes and heading skills, his speed was lacking, and his agility was even worse. Furthermore, Yimbu was not solely proficient in aerial battles. His footwork was equally refined. Thus, preventing Yimbu entirely would require a more strategic combination than the current 2 center-backs. Moreover, aside from Yimbu, Milan had 2 exceptionally swift wingers on the pitch, which was another reason Wenger chose this particular pair of starting center-backs. Presently, these wingers relentlessly assaulted Arsenal's defense. During a moment when Rosicky received a pass, Kanté abruptly pressed forward, intercepting the ball and initiating a counterattack. He swiftly launched a long pass, accurately finding Main on the right flank. Main, now on the right side, surged forward at breakneck speed, charging down the right wing. Since it was now Main's stronger foot, he had no intention of cutting inside. His mind was singularly focused on one objective, reaching the byline and delivering a cross. As Main raced down the flank, Yimbu and Sulla advanced like twin blades toward Arsenal's goal from the center and left. Respectively, Koscielny grabbed and pulled, yet could not halt Yimbu's advance, who easily pushed him aside. At this moment, Main was approaching the baseline, with Arsenal's left-back Gibbs already trailing behind him, while center-back Vermaelen rushed over to provide support. Vermaelen, experienced and composed, refrained from rushing in, instead holding his position to prevent Main from penetrating further into the penalty area. However, Sadio Mane was evidently not inclined to do so. He lifted his gaze towards the penalty area, then raised his thigh, feigning a high ball for the far post. Koscielny, noticing that his flank defender Sagna had adequately positioned himself to defend against Sulla at the far post, felt reassured and focused on marking his immediate opponent. Yimbu. At that moment, Yimbu retreated slightly, as if to make a run towards the far post to receive Mane's pass. Koscielny was startled and hurried to keep up with him. Yet, Yimbu merely feigned a move, instead taking several long strides forward to the near post. Almost simultaneously, Mane delivered the ball with great speed and a fierce spin. However, the pass was not directed towards the far post, but rather towards the near post. At this point, Koscielny was beyond reach. Arsenal's goalkeeper SCCZ could only rush out in an attempt to intercept the ball before Yimbu could seize it. But Yimbu had already anticipated this. Arriving at the ball first, he executed a diving header, powerfully directing the ball into Arsenal's net just before SCCZ could intervene. A mere half-second later, the referee's whistle confirmed the goal, 3-0. In the 70th minute, Milan had scored again. This goal was sufficient to seal the fate of the match, while simultaneously reigniting the fervor of the San Siro stadium. The fans erupted, jumping and shouting with exuberance towards Yimbu on the field. Yet, this goal left commentator Jean Jun with a moment of realization. The process of this goal differed from Milan's previous style of play. Unexpectedly, Man had switched to the right flank, delivering a low cross from the byline, which Yimbu capitalized on with a header at the near post. From the clear trajectory of this goal, it was evident that Milan had rehearsed this tactic prior to the match. It was astonishing to see this somewhat classical approach of utilizing a crossing winger and a stationary center forward employed by Milan's coach in this match. And with such effective results. To be honest, I've been using the Yegua reading app to read and follow updates, switching sources easily, with various reading tones available, compatible with both Android and Apple. Could this possibly have been Pani's idea? Truly remarkable. How did he discern that Arsenal, trailing by 2 goals, would not launch a full-scale counterattack? Thus, boldly substituting the speedy Aubameyang for Yimbu, leveraging Yimbu's attributes as a central striker for high balls, ultimately leading to success. As a commentator, I genuinely feel my understanding of tactical knowledge is woefully insufficient. I must seek guidance from Pani in the future. On the field, Wenger found himself in an awkward position. If conceding 2 goals away could still be acceptable, with a chance to stage a comeback at home, conceding 3 was a different story. Wenger had no choice but to gamble. However, Arsenal's attacking prowess was undeniably lacking today. Under the relentless pressure of AC Milan's defense, they had hardly created any threatening opportunities. Therefore, Wenger resolved to make substitutions. Henry, Chamberlain, and Arshavin were all brought on. This was a decision born out of necessity, as those were the only cards he held. For instance, the Russian star Arshavin, known as the Tsar, had performed commendably upon his arrival at Arsenal in 2009, even scoring 4 goals against Liverpool. Yet now, he appeared fatigued, relegated to a substitute role. As for Chamberlain, his attacking attributes were merely average, though he did possess youthful energy. At that moment, Milan also made substitutions. Pani brought on Seedorf and Boateng, presumably to replace Gattuso and Ambrosini. What was Milan up to? Jean Jun exclaimed. What is Pani planning? Is he intending to further strengthen the attack? Chapter 74. I lost in the stands, within the VIP box. Milan's director Galliani was intently observing the field. Beside him stood a tall Italian man, the club's president and actual owner, Berlusconi. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the San Siro crowd. Curiously, Berlusconi leaned forward to see that Milan was indeed making substitutions, swapping out Gattuso and Ambrosini for Seedorf and Boateng. Recently, Milan's style of play has become increasingly audacious, Galliani remarked. So, the coaching staff is not satisfied with a 3-goal lead. Berlusconi squinted at the field. Galliani nodded. That seems to be the case. The substitution of Boateng makes sense, given that the 2 veterans have likely exhausted their stamina by now. However, bringing on the more offensively inclined Seedorf can only be interpreted as a desire to score even more goals. I always thought Allegri was a rather conservative coach. It appears I misjudged him, Berlusconi praised. This is excellent. I have always hoped our Milan would not only win but win convincingly and attractively. Perhaps it is the new coach from the Dragon Country who has influenced him. Galliani added, to my knowledge, Allegri currently places great trust in Pan-E, essentially accepting and implementing any suggestions proposed by him. Is that so? Berlusconi leaned forward slightly, seemingly eager to grasp the situation on the field more clearly. Indeed, he noticed Pani standing beside the 4th official, briefing Seedorf and Boateng on something. Seedorf and Boateng listened attentively. Nodding frequently, despite his youth, he displayed great acumen in personnel choices and tactics. Galliani continued. For instance, now that the Arsenal players are fatigued and demoralized after conceding goals, I feel it is an opportune moment to press forward and further extend the lead. Pani evidently sensed this and promptly suggested substitutions for an offensive push. Excellent. I appreciate this, young man. Berlusconi smiled broadly. Today's youth exudes confidence and vigor, Galliani added. Recently, some clubs have been eyeing Pani. It is said that Hamburg in Germany has already sent scouts to assess him. Poaching our coach? Berlusconi frowned. That would not do. Since Allegri trusts him, we must keep him. You should talk to him when you have the chance. To gauge his intentions, certainly, Mr. President, on the field, Wenger realized that his all-or-nothing substitutions had not yielded the desired effect. He had initially believed that Milan, with a 3-goal lead, would adopt a more reserved approach and slightly retreat to defend. This would allow Arsenal's multi-forward strategy to exert its influence. However, Wenger was taken aback by the coaching staff's decision to continue pressing forward. The introduction of Seedorf was a clear signal. After the Dutch midfielder entered the game, he positioned himself behind Yimbu, assuming the role of an attacking playmaker to supply Yimbu with more opportunities. Occasionally, Seedorf would even infiltrate the penalty area, lurking alongside Yimbu like a shadow striker, poised to shoot. This tactical adjustment provided Milan with an additional attacking outlet beyond the wing play, making their offense multifaceted and leaving Arsenal's defense in disarray. Well, in truth, Arsenal was currently incapable of mounting any defense. Many players, having battled for over 80 minutes, were utterly exhausted, and with defensive players substituted for attackers, where would their defensive capabilities come from? The back-and-forth exchanges soon yielded a decisive advantage. Following several aggressive advances, Milan swiftly created another promising opportunity. Center-back Van Dijk intercepted Henry's dribble and diagonally passed to the advancing Zambrotta. Zambrotta surged forward with the ball, passing it to Sulla ahead. Confronting Arsenal's flank defender Sagna, Sulla executed a deft dribble, using his speed to shake him off, then descended into the left side of the penalty area to deliver a cross, in the center of the box. Yimbu had already arrived, overpowering Koscielny and Vermaelen to launch a header. The force behind the header was substantial, yet the angle was slightly too direct. Sczsny instinctively reached out to deflect it. Although he could not secure the ball, he managed to redirect it. The ball bounced on the ground and Koscielny, quick on his feet, kicked it out of the penalty area. However, just outside the box, a dark wind suddenly swept in. It was Seedorf. Donning the number 10 jersey, he drew back his bow, meeting the bouncing ball with an audacious volley. The strike was impeccably executed, akin to a cannonball fired from a cannon, and it soared straight into Arsenal's net. At that moment, Sczsny remained frozen in the action of deflecting the prior shot, helplessly watching the ball find the back of the net. Another goal. Milan 4 o'clock Arsenal. He had just been substituted onto the field and had already scored a stunning world-class goal in his signature style. As the referee's final whistle sounded, signaling the end of the match, the entire San Siro stadium erupted once more. All the fans were exuberantly expressing their passion and excitement. They could never have anticipated that the outcome of tonight's match would be so outrageous. 4-0. A resounding victory over Arsenal. Achieving such a scoreline in the knockout stages of the Champions League, triumphing over formidable opponents, instills a profound sense of confidence among the Milan supporters, igniting even greater ambitions. Who knows what miracles this youthful Milan, under the guidance of an equally young coaching staff, may yet conjure. On the pitch, Milan's players were equally euphoric, with those on the substitutes bench having already surged onto the field to join in the exuberant celebrations. Soon after, one by one, the coaches were lifted into the air, Allegri, Tassati, and of course, Pani. The players understood that this victory signified they had nearly secured a place among the top 8 in the Champions League. They also recognized that the resounding nature of their win was largely attributable to the brilliance of their coaching staff. The opposing tactics and personnel arrangements had been meticulously analyzed by the coaches prior to the match, rendering them completely vulnerable, thus allowing the players to perform with such ease. Just as Pani finally squeezed through the jubilant crowd, Wenger stood before him, wearing a wry smile and extending his hand. Now I understand why you didn't start Yimbu. I concede defeat. Chapter 75. Targeted by many teams as a tactical mastermind renowned worldwide, today's tactical confrontation resulted in a complete defeat for the professor, a reality he found difficult to accept. This victory, however, did not guarantee their advancement to the quarterfinals. They must maintain a mindset of starting from scratch as they prepare for the challenges at the Emirates Stadium. Can we claim that our strength surpasses Arsenal's? Such a statement would be imprudent. Our players are still quite young and require high-level matches to hone their skills and continually improve. Champions of the Champions League. It is rather premature to discuss that. Europe is replete with formidable adversaries, each a tough nut to crack. Allegri wore a broad smile, yet remained modest. He also took a moment to commend Pan-E. The players performed admirably today. And this is largely thanks to Pan-E's tactical suggestions. He positioned each player in their most suitable roles and exploited Arsenal's vulnerabilities to execute effective combinations. The following day, various media outlets were abuzz with praise for AC Milan, particularly the Italian press, which elevated Milan to celestial heights. Consequently, nearly every newspaper and television channel in Italy was recounting the remarkable victory from the previous night. Goodness, this is excessively exaggerated. I can't find any other news. Panning reclined on the sofa, her television remote busily flipping through channels. After all, this is Italy, a country shaped on the map like a foot poised to kick a soccer ball. Panny chuckled. The football culture here is certainly unparalleled compared to our homeland. Then let's wait for you to win the championship. I've heard that the celebrations after winning are particularly grand. I want to experience it firsthand. Panning pouted. Don't tell me you can't make that happen. After saying this, she fixed her gaze on the television screen. Your victory is generating quite the buzz. I've been inundated all day with images of your coach's bewildered face. It's dizzying. Panny shrugged. Of course, besides the star players who scored, the head coach garners the most attention. And what about you? I suddenly find myself eager for the day you become the head coach. Me? That day is approaching. Did you catch the press conference? Our coach and players sing my praises daily. It's hard not to attract attention from other clubs. Panning abruptly sat up on the sofa. Really? Which clubs have reached out to you? Share so I can help you strategize. Panning scoffed. Do you really want to leave Milan? I quite enjoy this fashion capital. But a second later, her face lit up. Why not go to France? To Paris? It's an even more romantic city. I've longed to visit. Panny shook his head with a smile. This sister of his wasn't offering any real advice. She was merely choosing which city to explore. However, speaking of Paris, last summer Paris Saint-Germain had just been acquired by a Qatari consortium, ushering in a new era of financial prowess for the French club. Thus, they were unlikely to consider a coach without a significant track record. Regardless of where you end up, make sure to learn French, German, and Spanish to prepare yourself, Panny advised, patting Panning on the head. Your agent certification has arrived, right? Once I become the head coach, I plan to establish a management agency, and you can take the helm. Panning grimaced. I have to learn languages too. I've just completed my agent course. And now I have to study again. Have a little compassion, she continued. Is going to England a better option? That way, I won't have to learn anything. Honestly, don't you want to make big money? Think about it, of course I do. Then be a good sport and study. All right, my dear brother. Indeed, Panny was already being courted by several clubs. This season, AC Milan's tactical approach and player performances had significantly evolved compared to the previous year. Even if the Milan coaches and players did not extol Panny's contributions, analysts would inevitably arrive at the correct conclusion. Panny's influence was paramount, apart from Italy's Lecce and Germany's Hamburg. Even Zaragoza, currently languishing at the bottom of La Liga, was keeping an eye on Pan-E. Historically, this team had enjoyed respectable achievements, having won the Copa del Rey 6 times and the European Cup Winners' Cup. While they may not rival the affluent Hamburg, they had their merits. Many renowned players had graced Zaragoza, including the Brazilian right-back Cafu and Paraguayan goalkeeper Chilavert. Consequently, both their fans and management were dissatisfied with the current lackluster squad. Panny's displayed vigor at Milan was precisely what they valued. Moreover, Wigan Athletic from the Premier League and Cannes from League One had also made inquiries regarding Pan-E. They shared a common trait. All were currently struggling. This was evident. Prestigious clubs were disinterested in a coach who had yet to prove himself in a head coaching role, while teams enjoying successful seasons had no reason to replace their managers. Thus, the clubs courting Pan-E were those willing to gamble on a long shot. After all, this fellow was reasonably priced and offered considerable potential. Taking a chance posed no risk. However, Pan-E's demands were quite high, at least in the eyes of these clubs, as he sought substantial authority over player training and transfers. This insistence led to many negotiations reaching an impasse. Some smaller clubs lacked even a sporting director, with player transactions often handled directly by the owner. When it comes to matters pertaining to finances, how could a head coach be allowed to intervene? Thus, Panny had yet to confirm a new position. In fact, he had another choice: to remain at Milan and continue as an assistant coach. Galliani had approached him after the match yesterday, expressing the club's desire to retain him. Yet, Panny graciously declined Galliani's offer. After all, Fulfilling his dream of becoming a head coach and leading a team he had personally crafted into battle was his true aspiration. To achieve this dream, he must exercise patience and carefully select a suitable club. As the saying goes, haste makes waste. When the time comes, he would have his pick of opportunities. Chapter 76. Ledger of events following their resounding 4-0 victory over Arsenal at home, the morale of AC Milan's players soared. Upon returning to the Italian league, they first defeated Cesena 3-1 away, followed by a clean 4-0 victory over Palermo. Then came a grueling fixture schedule. These two significant matches were only 3 days apart, making it challenging to choose a strategy. Historically, many teams have found themselves lost in such dilemmas, ultimately ending up empty-handed. However, Milan's choice was straightforward: to go all out against Juventus, then comfortably prepare for the challenge against Arsenal in London. The final outcome aligned perfectly with the aspirations of the entire Milan camp. They edged past Juventus 1-0 at home, securing a critical victory in the title race. The match was fiercely contested, with Conte clearly having learned from his previous defeat to Milan, playing with heightened caution and denying Milan's attacking unit any opportunities. Yet, this year, Milan seemed blessed with championship fortune in the 81st minute. Juventus defender Bonucci, under no significant duress, committed a handball in the penalty area, gifting Milan a penalty. Imbu stepped up and decisively converted, solidifying their victory. Following this match, AC Milan stood at 21 wins, 4 draws and 67 points, leaving Juventus a staggering 15 points adrift in second place. With 13 rounds remaining, while Juventus theoretically could catch up, no one harbored such illusions. Everyone believed AC Milan would maintain this momentum and secure an undefeated championship season. 3 days later, the entire Milan squad arrived in London with a relaxed mindset to face Arsenal. However, perhaps due to their excessive relaxation or the unpalatable nature of British cuisine, Milan struggled to perform, suffering a 0-1 defeat. Yet, it mattered little, for they had advanced to the quarterfinals of the Champions League. That outcome was the only thing of true significance in the other matches of the round of 16. The results were as follows: Bayer Leverkusen 2-10 Barcelona. Barcelona executed a double victory, mercilessly obliterating the pharmaceutical giants, showcasing the terrifying prowess of their cosmic team. Zenit St. Petersburg 3-4 Benfica. CSKA Moscow 2-5 Real Madrid. Napoli 4-4 Chelsea, where both teams exchanged blows to a 3-1 scoreline, ultimately leading to Chelsea's triumph in extra time. Basel 1-7 Bayern Munich. This was yet another massacre. The Swiss powerhouse Basel stood no chance against the Southern Kings. The final encounter saw Marseille 2-2 Inter Milan, with Marseille advancing on the away goals rule. Thus, by the quarterfinals of this season's Champions League, AC Milan emerged as the sole surviving team from Italy. Naturally, Italian media rallied behind Milan's performance in the Champions League, believing they could progress further and better represent the grandeur of Italian football. However, just a day later, the media's tone seemed to shift to a more cautious stance. As the draw for the quarterfinals was revealed, AC Milan's opponent was none other than Real Madrid. Under the leadership of Mourinho, this galactic fleet boasts stars such as Ronaldo, Benzema, Casillas, Ramos, and the Brazilian superstar Kaká, who was poached from Milan 2 years prior. This Real Madrid has even outperformed the cosmic team of Barcelona in this year's La Liga, currently leading them by 10 points and poised to seize the championship. In the face of such formidable opponents, it is understandable that the Italian media perceives the young Milan's chances as scarce. However, the encounter with Madrid was still 20 days away. They consecutively triumphed over Chievo and Parma, continually solidifying their lead on the points table. Meanwhile, the entire team was also assisting Imbu in boosting his statistics. Whenever a player had possession of the ball, if Imbu was in a favorable position, they would endeavor to pass it to him, allowing him to take the shot. Imbu, living up to expectations, frequently found the back of the net. During the match against Chievo, Imbu scored with a powerful header from a Bates cross. While in the encounter with Parma, Imbu displayed his footwork, dribbling past 3 defenders before effortlessly slotting the ball home. After 27 rounds, he had already amassed 25 goals, leaving behind the likes of Milito, Di Natale, and Cavani. Imbu's contributions extended beyond mere goals. His pivotal role in the front line also provided numerous opportunities for his teammates to score. Consequently, he even found himself among the assist leaders, ranking third, only behind Micolai of Palermo and Pirlo of Juventus. If this trend continues, it would not be surprising for Imbu to clinch both the Golden Boot and the title of Best Player this season. They astonishingly ended up drawing 1-1 Once again, in extra time, neither side could find the net, leading to a penalty shootout. Ultimately, for AC Milan, Yimbu, Thiago Silva, Sulla, Seedorf, and Main all converted their penalties flawlessly, while Ederson saved Cavani's attempt, allowing Milan to emerge victorious and secure a place in the Coppa Italia final. Milan's opponent in the final would be Juventus, who also drew 3-3 with Inter Milan and triumphed in the penalty shootout. The final is set to take place at the Stadio Olimpico in Rome on May 20. On March 24, AC Milan narrowly defeated Roma 2-1 at home. This victory was hard-fought. Roma's forward Osvaldo was brought down by Thiago Silva in the penalty area in the 21st minute, resulting in a penalty awarded by the referee. Roma's captain Totti converted the penalty, putting them ahead 1 o'clock away from home. It wasn't until the second half that Milan awakened from their slumber and began their counterattack. In the 76th minute, Yimbu's powerful shot broke through Roma's defense, leveling the score. Milan fortuitously secured a 2-1 victory, claiming all 3 points. The reason for Milan's lackluster performance in this match, with players seemingly distracted, was primarily due to the looming clash against their formidable opponent, Real Madrid, in the Champions League quarterfinals just 4 days later. Chapter 77. Verbal duel. Real Madrid, a name of unparalleled prominence in the world of football, has been recognized as the greatest team of the 20th century by FIFA and deemed the best European club by the International Federation of Football History Statistics. Prior to this year, they had claimed the La Liga title 31 times and the Copa del Rey 18 times, establishing themselves as the undisputed dominators of Spanish football. However, their global recognition stems from their illustrious record in European competitions. They have won the Champions League 9 times, the highest in history. Of course, in Pani's previous life, Real Madrid went on to win 5 more Champions League titles, further distancing themselves from their pursuers. The second on the Champions League winners list is none other than AC Milan, who have triumphed 7 times. Therefore, this season's quarterfinal clash in the Champions League is a direct confrontation between the titans of Europe, the first and second giants. Even Real Madrid's president, Florentino, has stated in interviews that Madrid's greatest rival is not Barcelona, but Milan. Furthermore, with Seedorf from Milan and Kaká from Real Madrid facing their former clubs, this match is brimming with intrigue. Naturally, Mourinho, known for his flamboyant personality, heightened the anticipation for this marquee clash with his pre-match remarks. "We will undoubtedly claim victory. AC Milan, I'm afraid there is only one team in Milan, and that is Inter Milan, the one I coached. Serie A's best against La Liga's finest? Forgive my candor, but since I left Inter Milan, there has been no competitive team from Serie A on the European stage. This top ranking merely serves to comfort themselves. Allegri is a decent coach, but does he possess a Champions League title? I have too, and with different teams I have proven myself in Portugal, England, Italy, and Spain, and I cannot even count how many times I have been named UEFA's best coach. You cannot compare Allegri to me." Pani? Who? I don't know him. That I am the best coach in the world, so I only pay attention to those who can somewhat approach my level. Allegri, of course, did not wish to engage in a verbal duel with Mourinho, likely because he knew he would not come out on top. Few can emerge unscathed from a verbal spar with Mourinho. Furthermore, Pani had his own agenda. He could leverage Mourinho's immense global profile to garner exposure for himself, drawing the attention of more club management. Additionally, he had his tactical objectives. Though you think that pre-match verbal exchanges among coaches are merely for show, coaches of Mourinho's caliber are psychological masters, and most of the time, they have ulterior motives. It could be to apply pressure on the opponent, influence the referee, or bolster the confidence of their players while undermining the morale of their rivals. Thus, Pani aimed to return the favor and launch a psychological assault on Mourinho. He proactively volunteered to replace Allegri at the pre-match press conference. While Mourinho may not recognize me now, I am confident he will after the match. I generally seek out the opposing coach for a handshake after my team's victory. I have certainly watched Mourinho's Real Madrid matches. He has clung to his 4-2-3-1 formation for far too long. This outdated tactic, to be frank, offers little for analysis. If you insist on my evaluation, his obsession with dual-holding midfielders, a fixation on solidifying midfield defense, has permeated his entire coaching career. Thus, his teams bear a profound defensive counterattack imprint. In truth, if he were coaching a mid-table team, I wouldn't say much. But he is at the helm of Real Madrid, a team loaded with attacking talents like Ronaldo, Kaká, Benzema, and Di Maria, yet he opts to retreat and play defensively. I can only conclude that Mourinho may indeed be limited to this style of play. Expecting him to adopt a possession-based approach akin to Guardiola would be asking too much. Consequently, tomorrow's match holds little intrigue. It will undoubtedly be us, Milan, on the offensive, while they, Real Madrid, will play defensively. What will the outcome be? The result is inconsequential. Even if we dominate a team like Real Madrid throughout the match and ultimately lose, the experience would still be quite satisfying, wouldn't it? In Madrid, Spain, at the Valdebebas training complex. Mourinho and his coaching staff were engaged in a crucial meeting, deliberating on strategies to counter Milan's tactics. The special one is indeed serious about every match. Despite his bombastic rhetoric, he does not genuinely underestimate AC Milan, nor is he unaware of Pani. After all, he is fully cognizant of Milan's formidable attacking prowess and solid defense this season. He has scrutinized their two Champions League group stage matches against Guardiola's Barcelona multiple times, aware of the interaction between Guardiola and Pani. Mourinho recognizes Guardiola's high level of insight. Thus, it is evident that if a young coach commands the respect of Guardiola, Mourinho certainly recognizes their significance as well. Consequently, he does not underestimate AC Milan. Rather, he places even greater emphasis on this assembly of youthful talents, both players and coaching staff alike. He inquires of his assistant coach, "What do you think our chances are if we engage them in an open exchange at San Siro?" This season, Real Madrid's attacking prowess is indeed astonishing. From the 6th to the 15th round of La Liga, the white-clad army secured an impressive 10 consecutive victories, and from the 7th to the 27th round, they achieved an enviable record of 10 away wins in La Liga. In fact, by the conclusion of this season, they are poised to amass 100 points, thereby becoming the highest-scoring team in a single La Liga season, surpassing Barcelona's record of 99 points set by the legendary 2009-10 squad. Furthermore, Real Madrid has set a new benchmark by scoring 121 goals, eclipsing the previous record of 107 goals established by Toshak's Real Madrid. Thus, engaging Milan in an open confrontation poses no technical issue whatsoever. However, the assistant coach contemplates the prospect of facing Milan's equally formidable youthful brigade away from home, suggesting a prudent approach of first establishing a defensive formation before contemplating a shift in strategy. After all, this is the UEFA Champions League knockout stage, which leaves no room for error, making a more cautious approach evidently more secure. Let us catch them off guard and engage in an open battle. Let us see whose offensive capabilities reign supreme, Mourinho asserted with unwavering conviction. Chapter 78. The atmosphere is set. Milan, Italy, at the Milanello training complex, the AC Milan coaching staff convenes to conduct a final tactical briefing with the players, particularly focusing on marking Cristiano Ronaldo. This Ballon d'Or recipient is now regarded as one of the two finest players in the current football landscape, alongside Messi, and has also won the European Golden Shoe twice, serving as the sharpest blade in Real Madrid's attacking arsenal. Technically, Ronaldo possesses remarkable agility, speed, powerful shooting, and exceptional skills, coupled with formidable heading ability. It is fair to say that he is synonymous with goals. As long as he is on the pitch, any movement he makes near the opponent's penalty area could potentially culminate in a goal. Thus, if they can successfully neutralize Ronaldo, they can significantly diminish Real Madrid's attacking threat. Allegri's defensive strategy against Ronaldo is meticulous. For instance, he instructs Abate on how to closely mark Ronaldo when he occupies his preferred left-wing position, while Van Dijk is tasked with keeping close tabs as well. Of course, attention is not solely directed at Ronaldo. Other key players such as Benzema, Di Maria, and Kaká also require vigilant defensive arrangements. Allegri has devised specific strategies to ensure that the relevant players focus on disrupting their movements and passing lines. Having concluded the individual defensive assignments for Real Madrid stars, Allegri turns to Pani and says, "It's your turn." At this juncture, the overarching team tactics, especially the offensive strategies, have been entrusted to Pani. The players are well aware that any seemingly peculiar tactical approaches or innovative ideas are likely to have originated from Pani, making it more efficient for him to present them directly. Nodding in agreement, Pani begins sketching on the tactical board, stating, "This is Real Madrid's most frequently utilized 4-2-3-1 formation this season, which is also Mourinho's preferred setup. The defining characteristic of this formation lies in the dual defensive midfielders and the single attacking midfielder. Currently, their starting lineup typically features a dynamic duo of Alonso and Khedira, while Kaká is likely to occupy the attacking midfield role. Such a midfield, complemented by their attacking trident, poses a significant challenge for our defensive counterattacks. Frankly, I feel somewhat overwhelmed." Upon hearing this, both Allegri and Tassati glance at Pani. curious about the unusual sentiment of defeatism. However, Pani quickly reassures the slightly bewildered Milan players with a smile, adding, "Fortunately, I believe Mourinho is inclined to engage us in an open confrontation, which presents us with an opportunity." Gattuso raises his hand. "How do you know he will choose to attack us? Doesn't Mourinho often park the bus?" Pani responds, "He may personally prefer a defensive counterattack, but he is coaching Real Madrid. The pressure from the fans, media, and club hierarchy might compel him to alter his approach." Pani notes that his recent verbal exchanges with Mourinho are beginning to have an effect. Both Marca and AS, the two major mouthpieces for Real Madrid, have been fervently rallying support, with fans expressing a strong desire for the team not only to win at San Siro but to do so emphatically. Sources indicate that club president Florentino Perez has also reached out to Mourinho, although the specifics of their conversation remain unconfirmed. Nonetheless, it is widely understood that since Real Madrid is considered the best club in the world, they ought to play like one, eschewing a conservative style. With superstars like Ronaldo, Di Maria, and Kaká at their disposal, there is no justification for fearing any opponent. That would be a gross misallocation of talent. Moreover, based on Pani's understanding of Mourinho, even if the special one disregards the clamor of the media and fans, deep down, he aspires to dispel the rigid image he has cultivated in the eyes of the public through a convincing victory. Thus, with the atmosphere set as it is, would it not be a disservice to the spectators if both teams did not engage in a thrilling spectacle of attacking football? In fact, in recent La Liga matches, Real Madrid has been playing an offensive brand of football, seemingly preparing for this UEFA Champions League showdown. Central to Real Madrid's attacking framework is this very aspect. Pani continues to elucidate the tactics, directing attention to the attacking midfielder's position on the tactical board. As one of the most astute coaches regarding the value of an attacking midfielder, Mourinho has been diligently exploring this role's potential. Even upon receiving the ball in the midfield area, multiple reasonable options for ball distribution become available to him. For instance, when unmarked, he can utilize his skill to evade defenders and advance centrally with the ball. Therefore, we must restrict their attacking midfielders' movement. And in our offensive plays, we must also be wary of targeting their attacking midfielder, namely Kaká. Pani elaborates on the tactics while the team listens attentively. His tactical analyses have become akin to a masterclass, captivating the audience, especially professional coaches like Allegri and Tassati, who consistently glean new insights from his presentations. For players like Inzaghi, who are contemplating a transition to coaching, this is particularly relevant. Upon concluding the tactical discussion, Allegri and Pani depart. Allegri inquires, "Pani, I sense something unique about you. Whether facing Barcelona or Real Madrid, I do not perceive any signs of nervousness." Pani shrugs, "I am not a player, so what is there to be nervous about? Most fears stem from the unknown. Thanks to the structured curriculum, I have an intimate understanding of each opponent. How could I possibly feel anxious? Galliani mentioned to me that you wish to depart at the end of the season." Allegri suddenly shifts the topic. "You know, I do not wish to remain an assistant coach indefinitely." Pani replies with a smile. "You wouldn't want me to usurp your position, would you?" Allegri chuckles, fully aware of Pani's considerable ambitions. He recognizes Pani as an excellent assistant, having provided substantial support. However, if this situation persists for one season, 2 seasons, it is conceivable that the higher-ups might genuinely consider replacing him with Pani as the head coach. After all, if Pani is proficient in all aspects, what purpose would Allegri serve? Thus, Allegri finds himself somewhat supportive of Pani's desire to leave. "I will wish you well," Allegri states. Pani smiles in response, "It is still early. We have many championships yet to claim. Let us successfully complete this season together." Chapter 79. Directly devour Milan. On the evening of March 28, the San Siro Stadium is undoubtedly packed to capacity. Setting aside the significance of tonight's crucial UEFA Champions League quarterfinal against a formidable opponent like Real Madrid, every home match for Milan this season has drawn such throngs. With commendable performance and captivating play, they have garnered the adoration of the fans. Moreover, the presence of Pani, a young coach highly regarded by the fans from Longwa, has attracted countless supporters from his homeland to pay homage. Consequently, whenever Milan plays, the San Siro is inundated with spectators. Pani has long since acclimatized to this vibrant atmosphere as he follows Allegri into the stadium, enveloped in the resounding cheers of the crowd, and approaches the opposing coaching staff to extend greetings. Upon shaking hands with Mourinho, Pani distinctly feels the latter's firm grip. Looking up, he encounters Mourinho's enigmatic smile, which is devoid of words. This, too, is a facet of Mourinho's psychological warfare, perhaps. Unfortunately for Pan-E, who possesses an almost omniscient perspective, it proves ineffectual. He is acutely aware of one truth. Today, Mourinho is unequivocally intent on vanquishing Milan, and he aims to do so by employing a distinctly Milanese approach. Yet, Pan-E harbors the same sentiment. He is already seated, observing the starting lineups of both teams on the pitch. Mourinho's 4-2-3-1 formation features the French forward Benzema as the central striker, flanked by the attacking midfielder Kak, and the wingers Cristiano Ronaldo and Di Maria. The double pivot consists of Alonso and Khedira, while the defense is anchored by Marcelo, Ramos, Pepe, and Arbeloa, with Casillas guarding the goal. This setup closely aligns with Pan-E's predictions. Notably, Mourinho's choice of the more offensively capable Brazilian defender Marcelo over the more balanced Portuguese defender Coentrão reflects his tactical intent for the match. Consequently, Pan-E's pre-match strategy may yield favorable results. On the other hand, AC Milan maintains its customary 4-3-3 formation, utilizing its regular starters: forwards Man, Yimbu, and Sulla, midfielders Kant, Boateng, and Gattuso, defenders Zambrotta, Thiago Silva, Van Dijk, and Abate, with Ederson in goal. In the left-back position, the coaching staff has opted for the seasoned Zambrotta, primarily due to the recent fluctuations in the form of the younger De Cilio, which may be attributed to the pressures of being a first-team regular at such a young age. Furthermore, Zambrotta's past experience with Barcelona and participation in the Spanish El Clasico render him somewhat familiar with Real Madrid, allowing him to adapt quickly to the game's tempo. Thus, in this crucial match, Zambrotta's presence serves as a precautionary measure against unforeseen circumstances. As the television broadcast shifts to an aerial view of the pitch, Benzema and Kak prepare for the kickoff at the center circle. Meanwhile, Cristiano Ronaldo and Di Maria position themselves on the flanks, poised to advance into Milan's half. The highly anticipated quarterfinal clash of the Champions League is about to commence, accompanied by the commentary of Jean June, who notes that the market value of Real Madrid's squad far surpasses that of Milan. For instance, Ronaldo's transfer from Manchester United cost the club a staggering $80 million, while Kak's valuation reached $65 million. In contrast, even Yimbu's worth is a mere $24 million, and the other key players like Sulla, Man, Kant, and Van Dijk, along with the recently acquired Brazilian goalkeeper Ederson, seem as if they were purchased at bargain prices. Yet, this ostensibly low-valued team has delivered stellar performances this season, leading Serie A with an impressive record of 24 wins and 4 draws, virtually securing the championship. Meanwhile, Real Madrid's achievements in La Liga are equally commendable, with 25 wins, 3 draws, and 2 losses, placing them atop the standings ahead of arch-rivals Barcelona. Now, these two top-performing teams in their respective leagues meet in the knockout stage, and the pre-match banter between the coaches leaves one wondering which side will ultimately prevail. As the referee's whistle pierces the air amidst the cheers of Milan supporters, the match officially begins. Milan's trident swiftly crosses the halfway line, directing pressure towards Real Madrid's double pivot. Alonso controls the ball and passes it to the right, where Arbeloa makes an advancing run. Man immediately applies pressure, prompting Arbeloa to pass to Ronaldo along the sideline. Unlike Milan's wingers, who favor their weaker foot, Real Madrid's flanks are operated by right-footed Cristiano and left-footed Di Maria. This strategic choice aligns with Mourinho's 4-2-3-1 system, which emphasizes a considerable distance between the midfield and defensive lines, while also restricting the opposing fullbacks from tucking in to safeguard the center. Consequently, Mourinho instructs his wingers and fullbacks to stretch the play wide, allowing for greater tactical flexibility. When the wingers receive the ball, they are granted the freedom to decide whether to cross, cut inside for a shot, or swap positions with the opposite winger, thereby enhancing Real Madrid's offensive dynamism and preventing stifling by the opposition. Moreover, the positioning of Real Madrid's forwards, exhibiting remarkable offside awareness, prevents the opposing defense from pushing forward and complicates the maintenance of spatial relationships with the midfielders. This creates expansive gaps in the midfield, facilitating quick transitions from the center-backs to the attacking midfielder, which has increasingly characterized Real Madrid's play this season. Mourinho's approach to advancing the ball from defense to attack maximizes the potential of his offensive players, enabling the formation of a 5-man attacking unit that can exert pressure on the opposition. As the play unfolds, when Ronaldo receives the ball, his closest teammates, Benzema and Kak, move in to support him. As Kant closes in on Ronaldo, the latter deftly passes to Kak before surging forward. Kak, not lingering on the ball, delicately nudges it to Benzema. although Benzema receives the ball with his back to goal. He expertly directs a pass to the right flank. Through this seamless exchange, Real Madrid's line advances by over 20 meters. Zambrata, the left back, reacts promptly, executing a sliding tackle to intercept the ball and inadvertently bringing Ronaldo down, thus momentarily halting the attack. Within a mere 10 seconds of the match, Real Madrid has already signaled its intent to dominate Milan. Chapter 80. The pressing machine Mourinho's team appears to have truly unleashed its attacking prowess today. Jean Jun's voice resonates. Could the pre-match verbal sparring have influenced the players? At the press conference, our coach Pandy rarely mocked Mourinho's counter-attacking style. Could this have been an effective tactic? It is well known that Mourinho is a man of passion, and perhaps Pandy aimed to exploit this trait, enticing Mourinho into a more open contest. Based on our understanding of Pandy, once the opponent falls into his trap, the consequences may be dire. Currently, Real Madrid seems to have seized control of the match. Their players are actively moving, particularly the stars in midfield and attack, who press high into Milan's half, applying significant pressure on Milan's midfield and defense. However, Milan's players appear unperturbed, skillfully circulating the ball, not merely side to side, but with purposeful verticality. When Real Madrid's forwards press, Milan's center-backs are adept at distributing the ball diagonally to the opposite flank, targeting areas where Real Madrid's defense is relatively vulnerable. At this juncture, Milan's midfielders begin to coordinate with the wingers, seeking opportunities to launch an attack. The sole exception is Kant, who today seems to transcend his designated role as a deep-lying midfielder. Transforming into a relentless ball-winning machine, he tirelessly patrols the midfield, intercepting passing lanes and applying tight pressure on the ball carrier, especially targeting Kak. Whenever Kak receives the ball, Kant swiftly moves to block his path, making it exceedingly difficult for Kak to turn and deliver an accurate pass, let alone create space to advance, something that is typically his forte. Why do I always feel that while we appear to be controlling the game, Milan is actually hoping for just that? On the sidelines, Real Madrid's assistant coach expresses his concerns, suggesting they observe the situation a little longer. Mourinho, too, furrows his brow, acutely aware that despite Real Madrid's higher possession, their attacking cohesion in the final third remains fragmented, impeding the creation of effective scoring opportunities. The primary issue lies in the severed connection between the attacking midfielder and the wingers. According to Mourinho's strategy, countering Milan's defensive setup hinged on a tactical plan centered around Kak. When the wingers possess the ball on the flanks, Kak is expected to advance to the height parallel to the striker, forming a dual forward pivot. Together, they would tilt towards the ball side, disrupting the lateral balance of the opposing defense. Kak's forward movement would draw the ball side center back further towards the flank, compressing the spatial relationship between the ball side center back and the fullback. Following a triangular exchange between the winger and the supporting striker and defensive midfielder, they would swiftly cut inside into the gaps between the opponent's center backs or exploit the spaces behind the weaker side center back, receiving a through ball or a lofted pass to execute the attack. However, the current predicament is that whenever Kak has the ball or makes runs without it, he is relentlessly shadowed by a tenacious defender, hindering his ability to fulfill tactical instructions, thus rendering subsequent actions moot. At last, Real Madrid seizes an opportunity. After Khedira intercepts the ball in midfield, they swiftly launch a counterattack, exploiting the moment when Kant is not nearby. Kak makes a sudden advance with the ball, covering 10 meters before distributing it to the right. Ronaldo, facing Zambrata, feints with a step over and accelerates towards the byline, delivering a cross into the penalty area. Benzema rises to meet the ball with a header, but Ederson makes a side dive to secure the ball. Inside the San Siro stadium, the air was filled with applause, undoubtedly dedicated to the Milan goalkeeper. If only that ball had gone in, Mourinho exhaled softly. Indeed, Real Madrid was dominating the game, and if they could score first, they would have a firmer grip on the match. The assistant coach nodded in agreement, yet refrained from voicing a particular thought. This attacking opportunity arose precisely from Milan's forte, counterattacking. Although Kanté had been vigilant against Kak, he had to adjust his positioning based on the ball's movement. It was this moment of vulnerability that allowed Kak to comfortably seize the ball and orchestrate a potent attack. The assistant coach understood that Mourinho was intent on dismantling Milan through offensive maneuvers, making any suggestion of defensive counterplay seem rather untimely. He even feared that it might provoke Mourinho's wrath, as the fiery coach was known to express his frustrations towards his own staff, including coaches and medical personnel. Nevertheless, as merely an assistant coach, he chose to trust Mourinho's judgment, believing that Real Madrid's attacking strategy would ultimately yield scoring opportunities. The match swiftly progressed to the 20th minute. We should consider a concentrated attack on Cristiano's side, Pani suddenly suggested to Allegri. Allegri squinted at the unfolding situation on the pitch and nodded in agreement. Currently, CAC was being effectively neutralized by Candy, which made it difficult for Cristiano to receive any comfortable passes. Furthermore, Milan's defenders were tightly marking Cristiano's attempts to cut in from the flank, rendering his efforts increasingly futile. After a few unsuccessful attempts to break through on the wing, Cristiano began to consciously drift towards the central areas to receive the ball. As he moved inward, Real Madrid's right back, Arbeloa, followed suit, seeking a combination play with Cristiano, which inadvertently left their entire right flank exposed. With Allegri's approval, Pani stood up. Seizing the opportunity of a throw-in, he communicated the coaching staff's directives onto the field. In the 25th minute, Cristiano received the ball in the center. He maneuvered in the opposite direction, diagonally approaching Milan's penalty area. This was his signature move, cutting in to unleash a shot. However, Gattuso had anticipated this, positioning himself to intercept the ball with a well-timed challenge. Upon losing possession, all Real Madrid players swiftly switched to defensive mode, settling into their positions. Yet at that moment, both Cristiano and Arbeloa found themselves somewhat distant from their defensive line. Gattuso wasted no time in passing the ball to left-winger Man, who surged forward with remarkable ease, advancing straight to the edge of Real Madrid's penalty area. Ramos, the central defender, hurried to provide support, but it was already too late. Man took a few lateral steps before unleashing a powerful shot. Chapter 81. Not taking me seriously, the ball arced beautifully, hurtling towards the upper right corner of the goal. Just as it was about to cross the line, a blue figure flashed in front of the net, extending a hand to deflect the ball away. His save was executed with such grace, reminiscent of a leaping cheetah. It was none other than Real Madrid's goalkeeper, Casillas. This dashing figure, renowned for his lightning-fast reflexes and explosive power, was affectionately dubbed Saint Casillas by Madrid fans. Though not the tallest among goalkeepers, he possessed an excellent sense of positioning and an unflappable demeanor that compensated for his lack of aerial prowess. Casillas had anticipated Man's shot, reading the trajectory based on the forward's body language, and leapt to make the save. The ball was deflected outside the penalty area, landing at the feet of Milan's midfielder. Boateng, he gently cushioned the ball with the instep of his foot before pushing it back to Man this time. However, Man was unable to shoot, as Ramos was tightly marking him. Pepe, the monk-like defender, was also ready to assist in thwarting Man's advance. Man raised his right hand, gesturing as if to deliver a cross into the box. Meanwhile, Younes and Sulla were poised to respond in the middle and right sides of the area. Yet, Ramos and Pepe showed no inclination to abandon Man to defend against the two forwards. However, Man did not cross. Instead, he gently nudged the ball forward with his left foot. Suddenly, a sprinting figure emerged behind Man, chasing the ball and gaining control. It was Milan's left back, Zambrotta. This was yet another classic Milan move, combining width and depth. With everyone focused on Man and the Milan forwards in the box, Zambrotta found himself unmarked. Reluctantly, Pepe had no choice but to leave Man to intercept Zambrotta's path. Otherwise, Zambrotta could potentially advance along the baseline, posing an even greater threat. Yet Zambrotta chose not to continue his run. Instead, he delivered a cross. Casillas had already observed Younes and Sulla behind him, knowing that if the ball were delivered to the small box, it could spell danger. He moved toward the near post, prepared to intercept the cross. To his surprise, Zambrotta's delivery was not aimed towards the goal. He opted for a backward triangle pass. The ball skimmed along the grass, arriving near the penalty spot. There, Boateng found himself unmarked. Representing the essence of brutal beauty, Boateng executed a deft push with the inside of his foot into the far corner, opposite to Casillas' current position. No matter how swift Casillas' reaction, he could only turn his head and watch helplessly as the ball rolled gently into the net. As Boateng completed his shot, he immediately turned to celebrate, executing a somersault before striking a pose akin to a sculpture at the sidelines. He then raised his arms and roared towards the fans, expressing his exhilaration. The goal was scored. In the 26th minute, Boateng had put Milan ahead. The score now stood at 1-0. Milan continued their offensive on the left flank, and after Casillas saved Man's initial shot, they quickly organized another effective assault. It was a splendid display of attacking synergy. Man's perceptive through ball, Zambrata's overlapping run, and the unmarked Boateng's effortless finish demonstrated a well-coordinated effort. The situation now appeared unfavorable for Real Madrid. Having failed to capitalize on their early pressure, they found themselves trailing to Milan. What changes would Mourinho implement now? Pani leaped up in excitement upon witnessing Boateng's goal, joining the coaching staff and substitutes in celebration. Although he had anticipated this goal, its arrival still thrilled him immensely. After all, this was Real Madrid, and this was the quarter-finals of the Champions League. Securing the lead provided a crucial advantage in this decisive battle. Moreover, if the current trend continued, Milan could very well score again. The crux of the issue lay in the fact that Real Madrid's attacking linchpin, CAC, was thoroughly neutralized. With CAC unable to orchestrate effective attacks, Cristiano's opportunities diminished, compelling him to focus on ball possession. The same could be said for Di Maria on the opposite flank. Consequently, while Real Madrid's high-pressing strategy appeared formidable, it struggled to exert genuine pressure on Milan. Conversely, as Cristiano frequently sought the ball in central areas, the defensive gaps on the flanks became glaringly apparent to Milan's players. This chain of events revealed how seemingly simple goals could be preordained. From Milan's perspective, the players had been together for over half a season, growing intimately familiar with their tactics, resulting in seamless coordination. Zambrata, upon receiving the ball, knew precisely where his teammates would position themselves in the box. Typically, Younes would occupy the center of the small box. Sulla would be at the far post. Boateng would linger near the penalty spot, and Gattuso, Kanté, and even Abate would be positioned further out. AS Zambrata prepared to pass. He only needed to be mindful of the opposing defender's locations, allowing him to comfortably deliver the ball to his teammates in space. This stark contrast between Milan's offensive advantages and Real Madrid's defensive shortcomings ultimately led to Boateng's goal. Well done, team. Keep up the effort. As the players concluded their celebrations, Allegri stood on the sidelines, clapping vigorously to encourage everyone. Pani shouted enthusiastically, "Yes, continue to engage them in attack, and let's aim for another goal." His voice resonated loudly, even reaching Mourinho on the other side. Mourinho shot him an irritated glance, feeling a surge of frustration. Damn it, does this kid truly not regard me? Chapter 82. A new vulnerability. He remained on the sidelines, directing the match, incessantly signaling and vocally instructing his players. Mourinho's inner turmoil was palpable in his mind. While a draw was acceptable, a loss was simply intolerable. In a scenario where both sides are fiercely attacking, achieving a stunning draw, such as 2-2, would typically suffice, with all aspects accounted for. However, the current progression of the match is not aligning with his expectations. How to turn the tide? The answer is undoubtedly to intensify the offensive efforts. When trailing, transitioning to a defensive counterattack is utterly futile. Moreover, that young lad from the Dragon Country is blatantly mocking him. How could he possibly swallow that indignation? Yet, at this moment, Mourinho's anxious demeanor appears to have permeated the pitch. Under the relentless pressing of Milan, Real Madrid finds it increasingly difficult to maintain possession. The players are plagued by numerous passing errors, and their dribbling attempts prove ineffective, which significantly hampers their offensive efficiency. This is particularly true for their attacking linchpin, CAC. Under Kant's meticulous watch, CAC struggles to exert any pressure on Milan's defense. His trademark long runs and exquisite through balls are rendered ineffective. Defensively, he offers little contribution. Leaving Mourinho in a state of vexation, on the Real Madrid bench sits the Turkish international Ahin, acquired from Dortmund. Substituting CAC for Ahin could slightly compress their formation to a 4-3-3, potentially altering the dynamics on the field. However, the match is still in its first half, making such a change seem somewhat premature. Furthermore, the player who thrived in the Bundesliga appears to be out of sorts at Real Madrid, displaying a rather mediocre form. If he were to be brought on, it remains uncertain whether it would yield a positive outcome. After a moment of contemplation, Mourinho considers that this is also a contributing factor to the vulnerability of Real Madrid's flanks. But what if Cristiano Ronaldo and Di Maria were to swap positions? Both would then play on their weaker foot, allowing Ronaldo to reduce his running range. After all, as a right-footed player, he finds it awkward to shoot from a right-sided position, necessitating a longer run to achieve a favorable angle. Conversely, shifting Ronaldo to the left would enable him to cut inside and shoot with greater ease, mirroring the tactics employed by Milan's wingers. However, such a change would render Real Madrid's pre-match strategy of utilizing wingers to cross for Benzema less effective. Mourinho hesitated briefly but ultimately decided to implement this adjustment. If he failed to initiate proactive changes promptly, Real Madrid's midfield would soon be suffocated by Milan's pressure. True to his reputation, after Ronaldo and Di Maria exchanged positions, Real Madrid's attacking performance indeed improved. Although the central playmaker remained tightly marked, the flanks began to flourish. Left-back Marcelo frequently surged forward, seeking synergy with left-winger Ronaldo. Upon receiving the ball, Ronaldo began to drift into Milan's defensive channels. Attempting shots on goal in the 35th minute, Real Madrid's midfielder Alonso executed a long pass to Ronaldo, who, after a couple of touches, spotted the overlapping Marcelo and discreetly backheeled the ball to him. Marcelo, without taking a touch, delivered a left-footed cross toward the center for Benzema. However, Benzema was effectively neutralized by Van Dijk, unable to make a direct header on goal. Van Dijk's intervention deflected the ball out of the penalty area. Mourinho clapped vigorously, encouraging his players. Although this attack failed, the promising tactics were evident. Coincidentally, this offensive maneuver mirrored Milan's earlier goal. Both featured a winger in possession, a pass to an overlapping fullback, followed by a cross. The only difference was that Real Madrid had fewer supporting options, compelling Marcelo to deliver a high cross. This exemplifies the impact of Mourinho's adjustments. What if their approach resembled Milan's? The individual capabilities of Real Madrid's players surpassed those of Milan, and the outcome remains uncertain. Indeed, merely 3 minutes later, Real Madrid crafted another opportunity. Marcelo, upon noticing Ronaldo marked by a bait, opted not to pass, but instead, he surged forward with the ball. Thiago Silva's sliding tackle deflected the ball out for a corner. Kak took the corner, and Ramos attempted a header, but his effort was too central, allowing Ederson to make the save. Kant seized the second ball, intending to initiate a swift counterattack. However, just as he was about to pass to the already accelerating Sulla, he was intercepted by Khedira, who promptly unleashed a long-range shot that sailed just over the crossbar. Despite this, the attack sent shivers down the spines of Milan's supporters. The atmosphere in the San Siro shifted. No longer buoyant. Everyone understood that a one-goal lead against a team like Real Madrid was hardly secure. Pani rose from his seat, joining Allegri at the sidelines. He recognized Mourinho's astute tactical adjustments. However, he also identified a new vulnerability for Real Madrid: the massive gap left by Marcelo and Ronaldo's forward forays. Thus, he sought to alert Milan's players. Yet, the pace of the match often outstripped such reminders. After a tussle in midfield, the ball found its way back to Ronaldo. Marcelo, still in close proximity, engaged in a clever 1-2 with Ronaldo, pushing the line deep into Milan's territory. Yet Kant, seemingly anticipating this passing route, abandoned Kak and swiftly positioned himself beside Ronaldo, executing a deft, sliding tackle to regain control of the ball. This maneuver was executed with such finesse that it caught everyone off guard. The ball slipped through the gap between Ronaldo and Marcelo, gliding toward Milan's right flank. At this moment, Sulla, previously adhering to the right side and seemingly uninvolved in the skirmish, suddenly made a dash forward. He accelerated into space, receiving the ball and charging into Real Madrid's penalty area. It was a wide-open opportunity. Pepe rushed to cover, but Sulla had already adjusted his body into the most advantageous position, unleashing a curling shot. As Sulla surged into the box, Casillas was already on high alert. However, with Pepe closing in for a defensive block, Casillas opted not to rush off his line, instead remaining on the goal line. Intently observing the rolling ball, as Sulla struck, Casillas leapt, attempting to reach the ball with his fingertips. Yet he was a fraction too late. Pepe's presence slightly obstructed Casillas' vision, causing his jump to be delayed by a mere fraction of a second, perhaps just 0.1 seconds. In the realm of elite competition, that minuscule difference can prove fatal. As Casillas' fingers neared the spinning ball, a weighty realization sank in. He would not reach it in time. Sulla's curled shot perfectly evaded Casillas' fingertips and thundered into the net. As Casillas crashed back to the ground, he heard the unmistakable sound of the ball hitting the net. Another goal. The Egyptian, Sulla. The voice of Jean June echoed through the stadium in the 42nd minute. Just before halftime, Milan scored again. It was a beautiful curling shot. It sailed past Real Madrid's guardian, Casillas, 2-0. Who could have imagined that Milan would take a 2-goal lead over Real Madrid by halftime? Although the goal was scored by Sulla, I would attribute a significant portion of the credit to the young Frenchman, Kant. After winning the ball, he, despite losing his balance, keenly spotted the open space and accurately nudged the ball to Sulla's feet. We can also observe that this was a consequence of Real Madrid's urgent desire to equalize after conceding. Their defensive line pushed too high up the pitch, particularly on the flanks where they focused their attack. Milan's players seized on this vulnerability, executing a clever and discreet pass that tore through Real Madrid's defense. Now, trailing by 2 goals, does Real Madrid possess the means to reverse this predicament? After scoring, Sulla ran to the sidelines, striking a pose reminiscent of a pharaoh, standing on one leg with hands clasped in celebration of his crucial goal. The Milan players trailing behind him, however, were not so composed. They pounced on Sulla, disrupting his celebratory stance. Captain Gattuso shouted fervently at the cameras, unleashing his exuberance. The Milan fans in the stands erupted in celebration, with some even igniting red flares in an instant. The San Siro was shrouded in smoke, alive with excitement. Meanwhile, Pani refrained from joining the jubilant throng. The moment Kant made his pass, he was momentarily stunned, and even after Sulla's goal, he had yet to fully process the event. This kid, Kant? Quite impressive. Pani hadn't even had the chance to remind them about the gaps on the flanks before Kant had already identified them. Moreover, the pass was executed with finesse. Sulla received the ball comfortably, taking a touch before entering the box, thus setting the stage for his powerful shot. This divine perspective, coupled with the precision in passing, is something that Pani might have only glimpsed in the likes of Pirlo or the future De Bruyne. His gaze shifted towards the cluster of Milan players huddled near the corner flag. Pani, unable to squeeze in, stood at the periphery, grinning broadly as he applauded the fans. This aspect, indeed, had remained unchanged. Pani recalled that in the early stages of Kandi's career, he emerged as a purely defensive midfielder, even during the 2015-16 season, when he aided Leicester City in clinching the Premier League title. He was crowned the king of interceptions in the league. Consequently, Pani had designed Milan's tactics with Kanti as a formidable shield in front of the defense. To his surprise, within just one season, Kanti's offensive attributes had been unearthed in Pani's previous life. After winning the title with Leicester City, Kanti transferred to Chelsea for a fee of £35.8 million. Initially, he still presented himself as an unyielding ball-winning machine. Yet under Coach Sarri's guidance at Stamford Bridge, Kanti was gradually transformed into an attacking midfielder. Although he appeared somewhat out of sorts in this new role, it simultaneously allowed for a more balanced display on both ends of the pitch. Eventually, Kanti was perceived as a versatile midfielder, adept in both attack and defense, and through his proactive performances, he once again assisted Chelsea in securing both the Premier League and Champions League titles. Was it because I had thrust him into such high-stakes matches early on, thereby awakening his offensive potential? Pani mused. This indeed seemed plausible. Different environments, varied training standards, and levels of competition could alter a player's developmental trajectory. For instance, had the prodigious Cristiano Ronaldo not encountered Ferguson's meticulous mentorship, he might have ended up as just another Denilson-like trickster. Alternatively, if we swapped Vardy, who only entered the Premier League at 27, with Ronaldo, and had Vardy received elite coaching in his youth, perhaps his achievements would have surpassed those of the present. Regardless, Kanti's vision and passing ability had evolved earlier than expected, which boded well for Milan. This indicated that their tactical approach could become even more diverse and intricate in the future. Naturally, Milan's ability to score these 2 goals was not solely a result of their own efforts. At least, tonight's match would not have unfolded so smoothly without the opponent's cooperation. If it weren't for Mourinho's insistence on engaging in an attacking bout with AC Milan at San Siro, Milan players would not have easily exploited so many gaps in Real Madrid's defense. After all, those familiar with Mourinho's counter-attacking prowess understand its might. This thought, Pani couldn't help but turn his head to glance at the opposing team's bench, only to find that Mourinho was no longer standing at the sidelines. Perhaps he was already preparing for the second half? Yet, one thing Pani was certain of was that Mourinho must be feeling quite vexed. In this attacking clash, Real Madrid was clearly at a disadvantage, leaving Mourinho's pre-match bravado feeling somewhat like a slap in the face. Simultaneously, being 2 goals down only heightened the players' anxiety. During one instance when Inbu was in possession, the formidable Pepe lunged in with a whirlwind kick, sending Inbu crashing to the ground along with the ball. Naturally, Inbu was not one to back down. Upon rising, he seized Pepe by the collar. Players from both sides converged, prompting the referee to rush over to defuse the situation. Pepe, predictably, received a yellow card, and the first half concluded amidst this chaotic atmosphere. Chapter 84. A villain requires a villain's forging today. Everyone played exceptionally well, and I am thoroughly satisfied. In the home team's locker room, head coach Allegri lauded his players. Throughout the first half, our performance had overshadowed the formidable Real Madrid, and the two-goal lead attested to this fact. Whether it was the scorers Boateng and Sulla, or the assist providers Zambrata, Kanté, and Main, or Inbu, your performances were commendable. Let us applaud our splendid display. A wave of enthusiastic applause erupted in the locker room, particularly for Kanté. Pani, smiling, shifted his gaze to Kanté, who was wiping the sweat from his brow. Upon hearing his name mentioned by the coach, Kanté quickly looked up and shyly smiled. Gattuso, seated beside Kanté, playfully patted his head to express appreciation for the young man's efforts. Kanté's performance in the first half was apparent to all. He had completely neutralized Real Madrid's offensive linchpin CAC, rendering this midfield engine ineffective, which subsequently hampered Real Madrid's attacking capabilities. Furthermore, Kanté managed to fulfill his defensive duties while also facilitating ball transitions and executing key passes. Sulla's goal had stemmed from his direct assist. If there were to be a vote for the best player of the first half, Kanté would undoubtedly claim that title. Due to your stellar performance, Mourinho will likely substitute CAC in the second half, Pani remarked, looking at Kanté with a grin. So you won't have to exhaust yourself following him around anymore. Laughter erupted among the players. During the pre-match briefing, Pani had explicitly instructed Kanté. In this match, your sole responsibility is to tightly mark CAC. Wherever he goes, you follow. Even if he heads to the restroom, you must go with him. Kanté had undoubtedly executed this task flawlessly. Pani even suspected that if he didn't remind Kanté that he could stop shadowing CAC, the earnest Kanté might very well follow him to the opposing bench once CAC was substituted. However, the team could not afford to relax. Pani continued, Mourinho may well bring on Sahin, deploying him alongside Alonso and Khedira in a three-man midfield, or perhaps as three defensive midfielders. We must also sever their connection to the front line. This assessment was based on the dynamics observed in the first half. With CAC being restricted in the attacking midfielder position, Real Madrid effectively lost a player in the midfield, resulting in a complete lack of control over the contest. Hence, it was likely that Mourinho would amend his tactics. Although Sahin could also play as an attacking midfielder, his higher likelihood upon entering would be to assume a defensive midfield role, bolstering their midfield defense. While this would signal Mourinho's repudiation of his starting lineup and tactics, at this point, losing was of greater concern than such considerations. Moreover, strengthening the midfield defense did not equate to abandoning the attack. On the contrary, by shoring up the midfield vulnerabilities, Mourinho could allow the front three to unleash their attacking potential more freely. This season, Sahin had not seen much playing time, and his familiarity with his Real Madrid teammates was insufficient. Therefore, once he took the field, we needed to capitalize on their unsteadiness, launching a surprise counterattack to catch them off guard. Let us net another goal and plunge them into despair. Good. Let us go after them a few more times. Engaging us in an attacking duel at San Siro? They must be tired of living. We'll show them our strength. As the halftime interval drew to a close and players began to exit the locker room, Pani pulled Inbu aside. That Pepe has always had poor emotional control. You don't understand what I mean, right? Inbu winked at Pani. I get it. Pani patted Inbu's shoulder. Just be mindful of your own emotions. Don't let yourself get caught up in it. Inbu chuckled. I understand even better. We're not the ones trailing. Why should I rush? Not long after the second half commenced, Mourinho indeed made substitutions. However, he not only replaced CAC with Sahin but also substituted Benzema for Higuain. Perhaps Mourinho was somewhat dissatisfied with how Van Dijk had completely shackled Benzema in the first half. As CAC exited, the San Siro crowd rose to their feet, offering a prolonged ovation to the former Milan Golden Boy. CAC had transferred from São Paulo in Brazil to Milan in 2003 at the tender age of 21. And during his 6-year tenure, he amassed 5 trophies, including the 2004 Serie A title and the 2007 Champions League title. Individually, he received accolades such as the 2007 Ballon d'Or and the FIFA World Player of the Year. He is, without a doubt, a deity in the hearts of Milan fans, inspiring countless supporters to fall in love with the club. Following CAC's departure, Real Madrid indeed transitioned to a 4-3-3 formation, with Sahin assuming the defensive midfield role. Milan then initiated a counterattack as planned during halftime. Thiago Silva delivered the ball to the center, where Kanté received it and promptly passed to Sulla on the right. Sulla surged forward, evading the challenge from Marcelo, and attempted to cut in for a shot. At this moment, the advantages of Real Madrid's three defensive midfielders became apparent, although the two center-backs had yet to position themselves for defense. One of the defensive midfielders, Sahin, was already in place to block Sulla's shooting lane. Consequently, Sulla executed a feint shot, maneuvering slightly to create an angle before delivering a half-high cross with his right foot. In the center of the small penalty area, Inbu was entangled with Pepe. Suddenly, Inbu let out a cry, clutching his face as he fell. The whistle blew, while Pepe, feigning innocence, raised his hands in a gesture of "not my fault." The assistant referee, however, firmly indicated that Pepe had indeed brought Inbu down and had struck him with his elbow. Thus, the referee's whistle sounded once more, directing his hand towards the penalty spot. Milan was awarded a penalty. Furthermore, it didn't end there. The referee also showed Pepe a yellow card. 2 yellows equated to a red, and Pepe was sent off. Standing at the sidelines, Pani displayed a barely perceptible smile upon his face. He observed the unfolding conflict with great clarity. Initially, Inbu and Pepe were entwined in an embrace, yet both engaged in mutual actions, making it justifiable to penalize either side. However, as Sulla made the pass, Inbu decisively seized Pepe's hand and brought it to his face, then theatrically fell to the ground. This maneuver deceived both the main referee and the assistant, resulting in Real Madrid being awarded a penalty. For many years, the renowned warrior Pepe had been the one inflicting such tactics upon others, but today he was outsmarted by the more cunning Inbu. This penalty was to be taken by Inbu, who, of course, was unscathed. Following Pepe's resentful exit from the field, Inbu swiftly rose from the ground, forgoing any medical attention. He merely feigned rubbing his face to indicate he was unharmed, then positioned himself at the penalty spot with the ball in his arms. A run-up, a strike. It was a powerful shot. The confident Inbu struck the ball emphatically towards the upper right corner of the goal. Though Casillas anticipated the direction, he was powerless against such a fierce shot. The score was now 3-0. Inbu converted the penalty, and AC Milan led by 3 goals. The last time Inbu scored against Real Madrid was in November 2009 during the Spanish Clásico, where Barcelona triumphed 1-0 at home, thanks to Inbu's goal. This time, he similarly breached Real Madrid's defenses while representing AC Milan. He was already sliding on his knees in celebration, exuding dominance, with the wind at his back. Inbu Ibrahimovic was indeed in high spirits. What an astonishing outcome! As the second half commenced, Real Madrid appeared stunned. Shortly after the substitution of Sahin, Milan launched a fierce offensive, scoring a goal and simultaneously sending Pepe off with a red card. With 40 minutes remaining and Real Madrid trailing by 3 goals, now reduced to 10 men, could anyone have anticipated such a turn of events before the match? Mourinho sat in stunned silence on the sidelines, utterly unprepared for the fact that this substitution not only failed to yield positive results, but also dealt him a staggering blow. Now, they were down a player. This predicament placed him in an exceedingly awkward position. What was to be done? An offensive strategy was no longer viable. Yet, could they maintain their defense? Milan's morale surged, their attacks relentless, while the faces of Real Madrid's players betrayed their confusion and bewilderment. Another pressing issue faced Mourinho. With one less center-back, how was he to adjust? The conventional approach would dictate replacing an attacker with a defender to ensure defensive stability. Yet, having just introduced Higuain, it seemed improbable to withdraw him immediately. Mourinho felt as though the strain of this match would turn his hair white. However, failing to make adjustments was not an option. Di Maria off, Varane on. This configuration kept the midfield and defense intact, while the forward trio was now diminished, necessitating Ronaldo to drift centrally alongside Higuain to form a dual strike force. Within mere minutes, Mourinho was compelled to alter his formation twice, exhausting all 3 of his substitution opportunities in the process. This meant that for the remaining 30-plus minutes of the match, he possessed no further tactical options. The once mighty Special One now faced a humbling reality at San Siro. As we observed, Real Madrid, now a man down, began adopting a more defensive posture, lacking the capacity to engage Milan in a battle of attrition. Milan had effectively besieged Real Madrid. Under the commentary of Jean June, AC Milan launched attack after attack against their opponents. In the 58th minute, Boateng delivered a pass from the top of the box to Main on the left, whose sharp angle shot struck the post, followed closely by Sulla's follow-up being saved by Casillas in the 65th minute. Ramos fouled Gattuso in the backfield, receiving a yellow card for his efforts. Gattuso, incensed by the foul, engaged in a heated exchange with Ramos. Also earning a yellow card for his troubles, in the 70th minute, Gattuso was substituted for Seedorf as Milan continued to ramp up their offensive. In the 76th minute, Canty intercepted the ball in defense and passed it to Seedorf, whose long-range shot was once again thwarted by Casillas. In the 78th minute, Milan made another substitution. With N'Buoff and Aubameyang in the 80th minute, Milan struck again. Sulla, from the edge of the box, fed the advancing Abate on the right, whose cross found Aubameyang, who deftly slotted home. AC Milan led 4-0 against Real Madrid. This goal was a foregone conclusion, given that for the past 20 to 30 minutes, Milan had been on the offensive while Real Madrid struggled to keep up defensively. Had it not been for Casillas' stellar performance, the scoreline could have been far more lopsided. Milan's familiar style shone through, combining wing play with central attacks to secure victory. Now, with 4 goals to their name, it was truly a spectacular match. Yet, this was undoubtedly not the spectacle desired by Real Madrid supporters. We now see from the broadcast that Mourinho has vacated the substitutes bench, making his way directly to the players' tunnel. He appears to be leaving prematurely. Perhaps he is genuinely incensed, possibly frustrated with his players' performances today or frustrated with his strategies being thwarted at every turn. Nevertheless, expressing his dissatisfaction in such a manner is quintessentially Mourinho. Finally, the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the match. The score stood at 4-0. As Jean-June remarked, had it not been for a stroke of bad luck, Milan could have secured an even more commanding victory. Yet, this result was already commendable. Following their previous 4-0 triumph over Arsenal, AC Milan had once again swept a formidable opponent at San Siro with the same scoreline. This victory had cleared their path to the Champions League semi-finals this season. As the final whistle blew, Milan's coach and substitute players surged onto the pitch, embracing and celebrating together. Although it was merely a quarter-final match, vanquishing Real Madrid was a significant achievement, particularly with such a decisive margin. It is well known that in European football, Real Madrid holds a unique status. Defeating them is a source of pride for any team. At this moment, the entirety of San Siro reverberated with the cheers of Milan supporters. Over 80,000 fans stood in unison, singing and offering the most fervent applause for their team. Canty joined the players and coaching staff, hand in hand, waving an acknowledgement to the loyal fans in the southern stand. Suddenly, he felt a tap on his shoulder. Turning, he was met by Mourinho. "I admit it, you have won this time," Mourinho stated. "I fell for your tactics. I should not have engaged in a battle of wits with you." Canty smiled humbly, replying, "We were fortunate. Had Pepe not been sent off, the outcome might have been quite different." "Ha ha," Mourinho chuckled, then turned serious. "I truly admire a young man like you. So, have you considered coming to help me at Real Madrid?" To his astonishment, Mourinho was indeed fishing for players. The legendary coach was as direct as ever, indicating his acknowledgement of Canty's capabilities. Yet Canty shook his head. "Not at the moment. Of course, if you find yourself dismissed, I would certainly consider the Madrid position." Chapter 86. The so-called genius coach in the aftermath. Media outlets and fans across the globe were left in a state of shock at the result. They were equally astonished by the exceptionally high level of performance displayed by Milan during the match. Consequently, within 10 minutes of the final whistle, reports and discussions surrounding this pivotal Champions League encounter had propelled Milan's players and coaching staff into the spotlight. From the match statistics, it was evident that AC Milan boasted a possession rate of 70, effectively dominating Real Madrid. While this was influenced by Pepe's expulsion early in the second half, Milan had also outperformed Real Madrid in possession during the first half. The other statistics were equally staggering. Milan registered 18 shots compared to Real Madrid's 5. Milan had 10 shots on target, while Real Madrid managed only 2. And alarmingly, Milan's passing accuracy reached 91, while Real Madrid languished at a mere 72. What began as a purported offensive clash ultimately devolved into a one-man show for Milan. The headlines from various media sources reflected a unanimous sentiment regarding the match. Real Madrid crumbles before Milan. Milan's tactical mastery prevails over Real Madrid. Control of midfield is key. Kaká lost amongst his former allies. Invisible throughout the match, Mourinho's bravado becomes a subject of mockery, and in the exchange of verbal barbs, Canty emerges victorious. In Madrid, Spain, executives at Real Madrid were also engaged in discussions regarding the match. In the office, club president Florentino Pérez, honorary president Di Stéfano, and head of public relations Buitrago were all riveted by the footage of the game on the screen. This loss was utterly devoid of dignity. Florentino shook his head. Thus, he extravagantly spent €250 million that year to acquire star players, forging the second generation of the Galacticos. This roster included the Ballon d'Or winner Cristiano Ronaldo, and the French Footballer of the Year Karim Benzema, among others. With such a constellation of superstars, it was only natural for Florentino to expect an improvement in the team's performance. However, in the inaugural year, Real Madrid, despite boasting numerous stars, did not enjoy a smooth sailing season. They faced a shocking exit from the Copa del Rey, and in La Liga, despite a record haul of 96 points, they still finished as runners-up to Barcelona, the cosmic team. Even more intolerable for Florentino was the embarrassment of being sunk by Lyon in the Champions League, relegating them to the unwanted status of a last 16 joke. A staggering 6 consecutive years without reaching the Champions League quarterfinals was an unbearable outcome for Real Madrid. Therefore, at the end of the season, coach Manuel Pellegrini, the Chilean engineer, quietly departed, making way for the arrival of the special one, Jose Mourinho. Under the guidance of the charismatic Mourinho, Real Madrid gradually began to regain its vigor. They continued to struggle against Barcelona in the league, yet in the Champions League, they finally made a breakthrough, defeating Lyon in the round of 16 and ultimately advancing to the semi-finals. Although they were again vanquished by Barcelona in the semi-final El Clásico, this marked Real Madrid's best performance in the Champions League in recent years, securing Mourinho's position for another season in pursuit of the coveted title. Yet now, Real Madrid was soaring in the league, only to falter in the Champions League, a competition that Florentino held in the highest regard. The performances were dismal, reminiscent of Real Madrid's ruthless dismantling of lesser teams in the league. Consequently, Florentino summoned 2 club legends to discuss the match and the future of Real Madrid. Would our squad be weaker than theirs? With a thunderous countenance, Florentino pointed at the television screen. See. Ronaldo, Kaká, Benzema, Xabi Alonso. Which of them was not superior to their relatively unknown counterparts? Why were we performing so poorly? Buitrago, the Spanish prodigy of the 80s and 90s, responded with a bittersweet smile, stating, under Milan's pressure, our passing accuracy was woefully inadequate. Florentino shook his head. They apply pressure. Do we not also apply pressure? Our players possess superior skills, so why are we unable to pass past them? Stefano, the legendary forward who contributed to Real Madrid's 5 consecutive European Cup victories, known as the Blonde Arrow, cautiously remarked, perhaps Allegri's approach to player offensive training indeed surpasses Mourinho's, at least in this match. Buitrago nodded in agreement. Indeed, Milan's attacking prowess this season has been formidable. Allegri's players are adept at both offense and defense. Particularly in countering our tactics and players, I feel that Milan's tactics are somewhat advanced, as if they belong to a different era. Indeed, their style of play is quite progressive. Stefano concurred with Buitrago, adding, in terms of targeting, our midfield linchpin Kaká seemed to vanish in this match. Allegri's tactics were remarkably effective. Listening to the words of the 2 esteemed veterans, Florentino began to pace in his office. Suddenly, he looked up and said, if I were to invite Allegri to coach Real Madrid, could that resolve our offensive issues? Buitrago and Stefano exchanged glances. Indeed, Buitrago added, I've heard that Milan's tactics are not solely devised by Allegri. Their assistant coach from Dragon Country has played a significant role as well. I have heard similar accounts. Stefano nodded. Allegri even referred to him as a genius. Dragon Country coach? A genius? Florentino pondered, recalling the recent verbal exchanges between Mourinho and this individual. What was his name? Pania. But we cannot possibly appoint such a young individual as the head coach of Real Madrid. That would be utterly absurd. He has yet to prove himself in a managerial role, has he not? We might consider reaching out to him, perhaps to serve as an assistant coach, Buitrago suggested, allowing us to observe him closely and ascertain whether he truly possesses the talent as rumored. Stefano concurred. Moreover, I've heard that Mourinho is also interested in him. This could indeed be a win-win situation, as it avoids dismissing the head coach while potentially enriching the team's offensive tactics. I will arrange for contact with this so-called genius coach. Chapter 87. Let us forget about the national team 2 days later. Pani received a call from an unfamiliar number at home. Hello, is this Mr. Pani? It was in Mandarin. Yes, this is he. May I ask who is calling? I am from the national football team office. Pani abruptly hung up the phone. Since February 2012, after the national team concluded their World Cup qualifying matches in the Asian region with a record of 3 wins and 3 losses, Accumulating 9 points with 10 goals scored and 6 conceded, the position of head coach Camacho had been precarious. Almost everyone was calling for Camacho's dismissal in favor of a truly talented coach. It was evident to all that in Europe, particularly in Milan, there was a young coach hailed as a genius, and he was from their own dragon country. Thus, the clamor for Pan-E to coach the national team grew louder by the day. Under pressure from fans and media, the Football Association frequently called to gauge Pan-E's interest. After AC Milan's resounding victories over Arsenal and Real Madrid in the Champions League, calls from the Dragon Country Football Association became increasingly frequent. Yet, regrettably, Pan-E had his own career aspirations. He was thriving in Milan, establishing his reputation, and clubs were beginning to approach him. His current goal was to secure a position as a head coach at a reputable club, where he could truly showcase his abilities and make a mark in European football. Accepting a role with the national team at this juncture, only to become embroiled in the Football Association's chaotic internal politics, leading to a disastrous outcome, would be unwise. Moreover, even if he were to join and introduce the most advanced tactics, could the current national team execute them effectively? They simply lack the capability. Just consider an all-out pressing strategy. It is likely that after half a match, the national team players would complain of fatigue, resulting in internal discord and potential humiliating defeats to teams like Thailand or Vietnam, leading to his dismissal and tarnishing his reputation. The situation was too precarious. Pan-E believed he was not yet equipped to handle it. There was, in fact, an even more pressing issue. His coaching system had only been activated after he was rejected by the national team. If he were to join, it might cause the system to disappear, which would be catastrophic. Thus, he refrained from answering any calls from the national team. Standing by Pan-E's side, his sister Pan-E noticed him hang up the phone and inquired, "Was that another call from the national team?" Pan-E nodded. "You only care about making money." He attempted to playfully poke her nose, but she deftly dodged. As he continued to tease her, he added, "By the way, why did you also decline that invitation from Real Madrid yesterday? I quite like Madrid, and Real Madrid is such a prestigious club. They merely wanted an assistant coach. If I went to Real Madrid, I might as well stay in Milan, where we are more familiar with the environment." Fair enough. You make a valid point. If it's just for an assistant role, the financial compensation would likely be minimal. Before Pan-E could finish her sentence, Pan-E's phone rang again. He placed a finger to his lips, signaling her to be quiet, and answered the call. "Hello, is this Mr. Pan-E?" "Yes, this is he. May I ask who is calling?" "I am Jachov, the chairman of Hamburger SV. Do you have a moment to talk?" "Oh, hello, I have time. Please, go ahead." Pan-E squinted his eyes. Among the various clubs that had contacted him recently, Hamburger SV from Germany appeared to be the most sincere. Their salary and transfer budget were the highest among all the clubs, second only to Real Madrid. However, they were hesitant regarding Pan-E's demands for authority within the management, including input and even decision-making power in transfers, which made it challenging for them to reach a conclusion. But the fact that the chairman himself was calling indicated that there might be some flexibility on that front. Furthermore, Hamburger's precarious position in the Bundesliga was likely a motivating factor for Chairman Jachov to seek change. As of today, after 28 rounds of the Bundesliga, Hamburger's record stood at 7 wins, 9 draws, and 12 losses, accumulating 30 points, placing them 15th in the standings, just 2 points above the relegation zone. Not only that, their goal difference was a dismal 32-50, indicating a complete shambles in both offense and defense. Hamburg is acutely aware that many clubs are currently vying for Pan-E's signature. Consequently, if they wish to win his favor, they must indeed make the requisite concessions. In recent days, we have conducted a thorough analysis and concluded that your previous demands were quite reasonable, as anticipated. On the other end of the line, Yahov has adopted a notably humble stance. We are willing to grant you authority, but with one stipulation. It must not exceed our budget. Upon hearing this, Pan-E felt a surge of excitement within. This was the first time a club had acquiesced to his request. To be frank, Hamburg aligns quite well with his aspirations. Firstly, it is a German club, free from the restrictions of non-European slots like those in Serie A, and devoid of the labor certificate complications found in the Premier League. In other words, provided there is sufficient budget, Pan-E could theoretically recruit any player on this planet to Hamburg. For instance, someone like Wule. This would allow him to conveniently realize his vision for rebuilding the team. Moreover, while the current perception is that Hamburg is a struggling team, fighting merely for survival in the Bundesliga, Pan-E holds a different view. After all, it is a club with a glorious history, boasting comprehensive facilities and a stadium, People's Park Stadium, that accommodates 57,000 spectators, something not every club can claim. Their youth training system is also exceptionally robust, having produced world-class talent such as De Jong, Kompany, and the younger Boateng in recent years. Currently, they even have the future Asian king, South Korean star Son Heung-min, in their ranks. Additionally, in the youth squad, there is the talented Al Hanolu. A club with a sound youth academy and some financial muscle can indeed rise swiftly. In Pani's past life, Hamburg only faced relegation from the Bundesliga in 2018, although they subsequently became reluctant to leave the second division. Regardless, the current Hamburg is truly Pani's top choice. Mr. Pani, are you still listening? Yahav's voice broke through. Oh, yes, I'm here. You can just call me Pani, he replied with a smile. That I am indeed very interested in joining your esteemed team. Chapter 88. Going to Hamburg for a hamburger, is that so? Yahav responded, clearly exhilarated. When shall we meet to discuss the specifics of the contract? We could start with a 3-year agreement. Oh, Mr. Yahav, you may have misunderstood. Pani explained. What I meant by interest is the possibility of coaching Hamburg next season. However, this season, I still hope to remain with AC Milan until all matches are completed. Currently, AC Milan is excelling on 3 fronts. Nearing the Champions League semi-finals, having reached the Coppa Italia final, and with the Serie A title virtually secured. Pani wishes for a fitting conclusion to his inaugural season in his professional career. Furthermore, moving to Hamburg as a firefighting coach seems rather unappealing. In an unfamiliar environment, he would be unable to buy or sell players, thus failing to create any significant impact. Yahav momentarily faltered. But if we fail to avoid relegation this year? You mentioned you would prioritize teams in the top leagues. Rest assured, you will successfully avoid relegation, Pani replied confidently. This conviction stemmed from his understanding of events along the normal timeline. His time travel has indeed begun altering the course of football history. Though so far, only within Serie A or the Champions League. As for a relegation-threatened team like Hamburg, even with the butterfly effect, the impact would be negligible. Therefore, Hamburg should indeed secure their place in the league this year, ultimately finishing 5 points clear of the relegation zone, thus allowing for a margin of error. Then I can only hope for your good fortune, Yahav said with a wry smile. As for what I mentioned about not exceeding the budget, that is not an issue, Pani quickly responded. The transfer budget, discussed during Hamburg's previous call, is set at 20 million euros. Yahav believes that, given Pani's current position at a club like AC Milan, this sum might be insufficient for his rebuilding plans. However, for Pani, it is more than adequate. This is one of the advantages of joining Hamburg in Germany. 20 million euros is already a considerable amount. Many clubs have pitifully small transfer budgets in the summer window, often just a few €100,000, or even less. It can be said that in the Bundesliga, only a handful of teams, such as Bayern and Dortmund, can match Hamburg's financial offerings. From Pani's recollection, a significant portion of Hamburg's budget was previously allocated to acquire the past prime Dutch star Van der Vaart. Yet, with 20 million euros at his disposal, the possibilities are vast. He recalls how much he spent at Milan to acquire Kant, Van Dijk, Sulla, and man armed with the foresight of a time traveler, he could outsmart any scout on this planet. Furthermore, with Hamburg entrusting him with the power to buy and sell players, he could indeed wield considerable influence. Moreover, Pani could also undertake a player purge, freeing up additional funds and salary cap space, making it feasible to acquire some already established high-caliber players. All right then, we can discuss the specifics at the end of the season, Yahav said, pausing briefly before adding with a hint of concern. If other teams approach you for a contract, could you prioritize Hamburg? Don't worry, as long as it's not Milan wanting me as head coach, I will give you priority, Pani reassured him. In truth, another advantage of moving to Germany is that he would not have to compete against Milan. After nearly a year spent there, he has developed some affection for the club, and he genuinely does not wish to scheme against Allegri and Sulla. As for a potential future encounter in the Champions League or Europa League, that can be dealt with later. Thus, Pani offered Yahav a comforting assurance. Yahav smiled back, very well, then I wish you the best of luck in achieving a treble with Milan. Oh, make that a quadruple. The Champions League, Serie A, the Coppa Italia, and the Italian Super Cup, exactly 4 titles. May your words prove prophetic. After hanging up the phone, Pan-ing, who had been listening intently, could no longer contain her excitement and jumped in front of him. Hamburg? Are you really going to Hamburg? Pani nodded slightly. For the time being, that's the plan. Their offer is the most suitable at present. Is that so? What is the salary? Pani frowned. You only care about that. We will negotiate that after I secure the championship. It will undoubtedly be higher. Alas, hamburgers are my least favorite food. Who says Hamburg can only serve hamburgers? Pani chuckled. By the way, we should establish a sports agency in Hamburg. I want you to represent the players I wish to acquire. This way, we can mirror the legendary Qin Shi Huang gazing into a mirror. How do you say? A win-win. The following day, a Serie A match unfolded, with AC Milan facing Catania. This match was sandwiched between two Champions League quarterfinals, leading to a lackluster performance from the players. Allegri opted for a majority rotation, even substituting the goalkeeper for Abbiati. The match concluded with a 1-1 draw, with Aubameyang scoring Milan's solitary goal. Although they did not secure a victory, it did not dampen the team's spirits. After the match, everyone gathered in the conference hall to watch the La Liga match between Real Madrid and Osasuna. Consequently, Allegri arranged for all coaches and players to watch the live broadcast together to better analyze their upcoming opponents and strategize. However, what they did not expect was to witness a chaotic spectacle. Despite Real Madrid's top position in La Liga, their lead was not as pronounced as Milan's. Therefore, they fielded most of their main players. The result was a one-sided affair, with Real Madrid leading 5-0 by the 70th minute. This left the home team, Osasuna, in a state of urgency. During a tussle, forward Raul Garca pushed Pepe. Frustrated by his recent Champions League suspension, Pepe retaliated and swept Garca to the ground. The match's defensive actions were already intense, with various pushes and shoves exchanged. Coupled with Osasuna's recent 0-4 loss to Milan, both sides were filled with pent-up frustration, leading to an all-out brawl. Amidst the chaos, Pepe executed a flying kick that struck Osasuna midfielder Keenan in the chest, while someone else landed a blow to Di Maria's head, causing an injury and bleeding. As a result, the referee brandished red and yellow cards liberally, and the match concluded in disarray. Observing such a spectacle, the AC Milan players were thoroughly entertained. After all, schadenfreude is a source of joy, especially when it pertains to an upcoming opponent. Allegri turned off the television and took the stage, using both teams as case studies of what not to emulate. When we play, we must remember to control our emotions. Losing results in injuries, while winning leads to penalties. It's a loss either way. Understood? Everyone nodded in agreement. In this regard, Milan has been commendable. As long as Gattuso and Ginu do not instigate trouble, there is generally no issue. As for players like Pepe, Pani could only shake his head in disbelief. Why must they warm up with a game before throwing punches? PS2. Thanks to Wuma Weiyang for the generous reward. Chapter 89. The ones you care about may not care for you in this match. It was evident that Real Madrid was significantly impacted by their recent performances. Pepe was suspended and unable to play, Di Maria was injured, and Ramos felt unwell during the pre-match warm-up, leading to his withdrawal from the starting lineup. Essentially, Real Madrid took to the field with a depleted squad, devoid of the spirited determination necessary for a comeback. Ultimately, AC Milan triumphed with a score of 2-1, successfully advancing to the Champions League semi-finals. In the match, Candy opened the scoring with a long-range shot, while Cristiano Ronaldo equalized with a header before halftime. In the second half, Inzaghi, who came on as a substitute, scored the decisive goal. In other quarter-final encounters, there were also many one-sided affairs. Barcelona swept Olympiacos with an aggregate score of 8-2, Bayern Munich secured a resounding 4-0 victory over Marseille, and Chelsea defeated Benfica 3-1, achieving a double victory. This season's Champions League has been rife with surprises from the group stage to the round of 16, resulting in the presence of relatively weaker teams among the final 8. Strictly speaking, only the match between AC Milan and Real Madrid could be classified as a clash of titans. However, the dynamics changed significantly in the semi-finals, with AC Milan, Barcelona, Bayern Munich, and Chelsea each being formidable opponents. If one were to select a team that Pani least desired to face among these giants, it would undoubtedly be the illustrious Barcelona. Containing the likes of Messi, Neymar, and Suarez is an arduous task indeed. It is only against Barcelona that Milan has struggled to showcase the beautiful football that everyone yearns to witness. Nevertheless, the final draw brought a sigh of relief to Pani. AC Milan versus Chelsea. Barcelona versus Bayern Munich. At least the pressure of facing Chelsea would not be overwhelming. Returning to Serie A, AC Milan first drew 2-2 at home against Fiorentina, followed by a resounding 5-1 victory away against Chievo. In the home match against Bologna, a victory would have enabled Milan to clinch the Serie A title early, But with the crucial Champions League semi-final looming shortly after, they opted to field a majority of substitutes. Ultimately, Milan was held to a 1-1 draw. Even so, after 33 rounds of Serie A, AC Milan remained at the top with an impressive record of 26 wins, 7 draws, and 85 points, leading second-placed Juventus by a significant 14 points. Juventus has also performed admirably this season, remaining unbeaten against all opponents except for their 2 losses to Milan. With a record of 20 wins, 11 draws, and 2 losses, totaling 71 points, they would have topped the table in most other seasons. However, it is not that Juventus has faltered. Rather, Milan's dominance has been extraordinary. With just 5 rounds remaining in the league and a 14-point deficit, the suspense surrounding the championship has long dissipated. Nonetheless, there remains one team unwilling to acknowledge this reality, or rather, one that refuses to accept that Milan is stepping onto the championship podium at their expense. Their city rivals, Inter Milan. They exited the title race early this season, sitting 6th with 15 wins, 6 draws, and 12 losses, totaling 51 points after 33 rounds. Though they stand 6th, they are only 3 points adrift of third-place Lazio. Indeed, this season Serie A has seen a significant point gap. Milan leads the first tier, Juventus occupies the second tier, while 3rd through 8th places are tightly contested, with only a 5-point difference separating them. In other words, from Lazio in 3rd place with 54 points to Napoli. Udinese, Inter Milan, Roma, and Atlanta in 8th with 49 points, all still have a chance to vie for a top 4 finish and a Champions League berth. Thus, both to thwart their city rivals from claiming the title and to seize a coveted Champions League spot. Inter Milan is determined to fight tooth and nail against AC Milan. A sage from the Dragon Kingdom once remarked, "There exists a sorrow in this world, where one cares deeply for another who does not reciprocate that sentiment." Currently, Inter Milan finds itself in such a predicament. All eyes in AC Milan are fixed upon their Champions League semi-final opponent, Chelsea. In preparation for this critical battle in 3 days, the Milan coaching staff convened a routine tactical meeting with the players. Their form this season has not been particularly strong. Allegri, with a commanding presence at the podium, articulated. Currently, they sit 6th in the Premier League and must battle for a Champions League spot for next season. Just last month, they dismissed their head coach Villas-Boas due to unsatisfactory results, and the reins have now been handed to assistant coach Di Matteo on an interim basis. Thus, it is fair to say that Chelsea is currently grappling with both internal and external challenges. We must seize this opportunity to eliminate them and advance to the final. Allegri, no longer the cautious figure he was at the start of the season, feels emboldened by Milan's impressive record and envisions a brighter future. However, Pani, standing nearby, is acutely aware that this Chelsea side is not to be underestimated. Di Matteo has solidified his position with his recent successes. Subsequently, Chelsea achieved a double victory over Benfica in the Champions League quarterfinals, progressing to the semi-finals. Had it not been for Pani's interference with the normal timeline, Chelsea would have faced their adversary Barcelona in the semi-finals, and with an aggregate score of 3-2. They would have eliminated the formidable Barcelona, avenging their defeat in 2009. Ultimately, in the final, Chelsea, despite being largely on the back foot, triumphed by relying on Cech's save against Robben's penalty and Drogba's equalizing header, forcing the match into a penalty shootout where they emerged victorious. This marked Chelsea's first-ever Champions League title. Yet now, standing in Chelsea's way is AC Milan, the team Pani represents. Will history change as a result? Pani does not know. However, he is certain that this Chelsea, following their managerial change, is certainly not a lamb to the slaughter. Eschen, as Pani stood before the tactical board, he pointedly identified the one player Chelsea most needed to watch out for. Chelsea's players are notably vigorous in their movements, and a player like Eschen, with his robust physique and fierce tackling abilities, poses a significant threat. Lampard is primarily responsible for passing and orchestrating play, but the space he often enjoys is frequently created by Eschen. Therefore, when facing Chelsea, we must deny them ample space, specifically by limiting Eschen's influence, much like we did against CAC when facing Real Madrid. Despite their differing positions, if we can stifle Eschen, their options will diminish, and our advantage will solidify. Both Allegri and Tassati nodded in agreement. Allegri inquired, "Should we continue to assign Candy to mark Eschen?" "No," Pani replied. "Eschen is not a technical player like Kak. As long as our midfield and defensive lines maintain a meticulous positioning and keep an appropriate distance, we can support one another and keep an eye on Eschen. The player we need to specifically assign to mark closely is someone else." Who? Came the question. Didier Drogba. The Ivorian forward possesses the ability to hold up play, engage in one-on-one battles, win aerial duels, and shoot from distance, coupled with relentless movement off the ball. His comprehensive skill set has earned him the moniker the Beast. Among fans in the Dragon Kingdom, he is affectionately referred to as Africa's Andy Lau. This nickname speaks volumes about Drogba's fame and striking appearance that, of course, if one were to amend striking to overbearing, it might be more fitting. His signature sliding kneel celebration is undoubtedly the pinnacle of such displays. When it comes to intimidating opposing defenses, few in the era of Drogba's peak could rival his prowess. Facing such a powerhouse, any defender would inevitably feel a sense of trepidation. A quintessential example is young Arsenal defender Senderos, whom Wenger regarded as a prodigious talent and the backbone of the Gunners' defense. However, in several direct encounters with Drogba, he was utterly overpowered, akin to a sapling crushed beneath a heavy tank, leaving him with no chance. A rising star in the football world was thus left with a psychological scar inflicted by Drogba, leading to a decline in his career. This is not mere conjecture from fans or media. Some former Arsenal players have recounted how Senderos would incessantly chatter to relieve pressure before facing Chelsea, visibly sweating and trembling at the prospect of facing Drogba. Remarkably, he seemed to lose his ability to play, performing poorly in matches yet displaying a stark contrast during training sessions. This illustrates just how formidable the Beast truly is. Thus, when Pani proposed assigning a dedicated marker for Drogba, skepticism lingered among the group. Can we genuinely neutralize Drogba? Many Premier League teams have attempted this over the years, only to fail. Does Milan possess a player capable of containing Drogba? Were they from the Dragon Kingdom, one might hear a wise sage's words echo. Really? I don't believe it is undoubtedly a challenge, but we have two world-class centre-backs. Pani smiled as he glanced at Van Dijk and Thiago Silva, asserting that as long as they focus on curbing Drogba's strengths, it is not an impossible task. With that, Pani began to showcase a compilation of Drogba's performances he had gathered, occasionally pausing to provide commentary. First, let's examine his dribbling. Drogba may not possess exceptional speed, but his robust physique generates considerable momentum when he runs. To illustrate, when Messi sprints, he resembles a Ferrari, leaving you unable to keep pace. Whereas when Drogba charges forward, he is akin to a massive truck, unstoppable in his momentum. Thus, the simplest defensive technique is to apply close marking, ensuring he is perpetually burdened, that no matter how powerful a truck may be, it cannot accelerate swiftly when laden with cargo. Tackling serves as an effective method to thwart Drogba's advance, akin to laying speed bumps on the road. His other formidable weapon, of course, is his heading ability and knack for opportunistic strikes. As a powerful center forward, Drogba's aerial prowess and positioning are world-class. It is utterly impossible for a solitary defender to withstand Drogba's incisive strikes. In terms of sheer physicality, there is likely no one in the world who can rival him. Therefore, when Chelsea earns a set piece or corner in the attacking third, both of you must position yourselves closely in front of and behind him. If necessary, a little nudge after he leaps might be warranted. There is no alternative. After all, he is a beast on the pitch, and conventional techniques simply cannot contain him. His ability to receive the ball with his back to goal is also remarkable, so you must. Drogba possesses astonishing strength, often delivering breathtaking long-range shots, and to prevent him, Drogba is not merely a brute force center forward. He frequently provides assists to teammates, creating opportunities. Hence, you must sever. Pani speaks with meticulous detail, and everyone listens attentively. This has become the norm. Whenever facing formidable opponents or players requiring special attention, Pani gathers extensive information, followed by an exceptionally thorough analysis. This was true when confronting Messi and Kak, and it remains so in facing Drogba now. Such lessons leave both coaches and players, particularly those with specific assignments, with a crystal-clear understanding of their forthcoming tasks, undoubtedly benefiting their performance in the match. Furthermore, setting aside the technical aspects, when players observe their coach's meticulous pre-match preparations, their confidence for the impending game soars. Much like soldiers preparing for battle, witnessing their commanders exude confidence and possessing intimate knowledge of the enemy's strategies naturally instills a resolute belief in victory and a desire to engage the foe. Thus, following the conclusion of this tactical meeting, all were filled with anticipation for the decisive clash against Chelsea. In late April in London, the weather remained splendid. That evening, a highly anticipated UEFA Champions League semi-final is about to commence at Stamford Bridge. The starting lineups for both teams have been announced. The home team, Chelsea, features forwards, Drogba, midfielders, Mata, Lampard, Mikel, Essien, Ramirez, defenders, Ashley Cole, Terry, Gary Cahill, Ivanovi, goalkeeper, Czech. This formation appears somewhat like a 4-2-3-1, yet in reality, due to the parallel positioning of Lampard, Mikel, and Essien, there is no traditional attacking midfielder. Additionally, the positioning of Mata and Ramirez leans more towards conventional wingers, thus it should be classified as a 4-5-1 formation. The visiting team, AC Milan, also fields a full-strength lineup. Forwards, Mann, Ings, Sulla, midfielders, Kant, Boateng, Gattuso, defenders, Zambrotta, Thiago Silva, Van Dijk, Abate, goalkeeper, Ederson. This lineup has been perfectly honed. Especially after Ederson's arrival, ball distribution from the back has become increasingly fluid, even unlocking the new skill of the goalkeeper launching long balls directly to forwards, resulting in a more varied style of play. Consequently, the coaching staff at Milan seldom alters this starting lineup. The only slight regret for Pani is that De Cilio still faces certain issues and has yet to develop into a world-class fullback. However, he is still young, and serving as a substitute might benefit his growth. For now, Zambrotta's experience and passing skills provide greater assistance to Milan. The match is about to begin. Chapter 91. Sliding Knees Ranking. After the kickoff, Milan continues to implement their high-pressing tactic. The rationale behind this is straightforward. Chelsea has deployed 5 midfielders, clearly aiming to contest control of the midfield and create space. In contrast, Milan has only 3 genuine midfield players. Although each of them is a powerhouse, excelling in running coverage, pressing, and physical confrontations, the sheer number of opponents means they will struggle if the forwards do not provide support. Thus, right from the start, both Ings and Sulla, along with Mann, engage in vigorous running and pressing, by mounting pressure throughout the midfield and attack. They can effectively stifle Chelsea's midfield performance, constricting the passing options for Chelsea's players. During transitions from defense to attack, Milan's wingers will spread wide and collaborate with the fullbacks to launch fierce assaults on Chelsea's flanks. In the center, Kant now spearheads the offensive efforts. This puts Chelsea in a challenging position. Their control of the midfield has already diminished this season. Otherwise, they would not have considered bolstering their midfield numbers as a remedy. Faced with AC Milan's relentless high pressing and sudden flanking attacks, Chelsea finds it hard to breathe. Particularly, the connections between Lampard, Essien, and Mikel in the midfield appear fragmented, lacking cohesion and frequently resulting in misplaced passes. Notably, Essien, despite his passing organization skills not matching those of technical players like Messi or Kak, has developed some capability over the past 2 years and has competently utilized it in various matches. Yet in this game, he seems reduced to a mere brute, continually hitting walls on the sidelines. Chelsea's interim manager Di Matteo furrows his brow. This former Italian midfielder, sporting a hairstyle reminiscent of Zidane, is not considered a top-tier figure in coaching. Following a dismal record of 13 losses in 18 matches in the Premier League, Di Matteo was forced out. After the dismissal of Villas-Boas this season, Di Matteo took the helm at Chelsea, yet he has not yet garnered the immediate trust of the higher-ups, remaining unofficial in his role. In fact, in Pani's past life, Di Matteo only secured his position as Chelsea's permanent manager after an unexpected double victory in the FA Cup and Champions League later that season. However, he did not remain in this position for long, ultimately being dismissed again in the ensuing years. He wandered through clubs such as Schalke 04 and Aston Villa, but was released due to poor performance, leading to a quiet exit from coaching, never again taking up a head coach position. This itself illustrates that Di Matteo's coaching capabilities are indeed limited. His success as Chelsea's interim manager this year is primarily attributed to his status as a club legend and his affable style, which rejuvenated veterans like Drogba, fostering a harmonious atmosphere in the locker room. Following this morale boost, Chelsea developed a tenacity that made them a formidable opponent, unafraid of difficulties or deficits. Now, Di Matteo faces the tactical challenge posed by Milan. Given that Chelsea's space is locked down and the midfield is struggling to create penetrating combinations, how can they break through? Di Matteo swiftly pins his answer. Focus on the Drogba option. This represents Chelsea's optimal solution when the situation is stagnant, and it is one of the few tactical configurations in Di Matteo's arsenal. Hand the ball to Drogba, leveraging his height and strength to create opportunities in the final third and forcibly tear apart the opponent's defense. However, just minutes after Di Matteo submits his answer, Pagni's grading begins, 50 points. A failing marked on the field. AC Milan's two central defenders remain glued to Drogba, particularly the towering Van Dijk. Though Drogba is a beast, he is already 33 years old this year. Meanwhile, Van Dijk, still under 21, is at the peak of his physical prowess. In this contest of strength, Van Dijk holds his ground against Drogba. Furthermore, with the experienced and astute Thiago Silva offering support, Drogba finds himself in a most uncomfortable position. Chelsea's attempts to cross from the flanks are often intercepted by Milan center-backs. Even if Drogba manages to win the initial aerial duel, he struggles to find a favorable shooting position, rendering him ineffective. Chelsea's strategy of delivering the ball to Drogba for a breakthrough proves futile, as Van Dijk matches him in both strength and speed, leaving Drogba at a disadvantage. When Drogba receives the ball on the edge of the penalty area, attempting to turn and shoot, Van Dijk sticks to him like glue, preventing any chance of maneuvering, and consequently, a shot on goal. On the sidelines, Di Matteo sadly realizes that the teacher's grading may have been generous. This is not a score of 50. It should be a resounding 0. Drogba, previously a reliable solution, now finds himself marked with a bold cross in this tactical examination. The battle on the field has reached the 30-minute mark. Milan's high-pressure tactics continue unabated. Lampard passes the ball to Eschen, who is immediately pressured by Gattuso. In a panic, Eschen can only shift the ball to the flanks, where Ramirez awaits. However, the pass lacks sufficient power. Kanté emerged from behind Ramirez, swiftly intercepting the ball with a decisive touch. He advanced with the ball, while Milan's players on both flanks began to sprint forward in rapid succession. Yet, Kanté chose not to pass. Instead, he continued his forward march. Chelsea's central defender and captain, Terry, hurriedly approached to intercept. At that moment, Kanté had already spotted Yimbu, who was lurking between Terry and Cahill. As Terry lunged to challenge, Yimbu made a clever run, evading Cahill's defense. It was then that Kanté delivered the ball forward, perfectly placing it at Yimbu's feet. Upon receiving the ball, Yimbu took a single, measured step before unleashing a powerful shot. He was now less than 10 meters from Chelsea's goal, and the speed and angle of his strike were remarkably acute, the ball grazing the post as it found the net. Chelsea's goalkeeper, Cech, could only reflexively reach out, but there was no way to thwart that goal. The ball had crossed the line. Once again, it was Yimbu, the great hero. This exquisite interplay of pass and shot was nothing short of sublime. Chelsea's two central defenders had barely registered what transpired before the ball was in the net. Milan's high-pressing strategy had once again borne fruit, and Chelsea seemed utterly helpless against it. Stamford Bridge fell into a hushed silence, broken only by the jubilant cheers of a small contingent of away fans. Yimbu, in a moment of elation, sprinted towards the Milan supporters section and slid to his knees before them. If the top two in the art of sliding knee celebrations were Henry and Drogba, then Yimbu undoubtedly deserved a spot in the top three. Chapter 92. The 442 explosion. The halftime score stood at 1-0. As the second half commenced, Di Matteo sought to make a change. In the 60th minute, he made a substitution. Mikel off, Torres on. Replacing a midfielder with a forward was a clear signal to intensify the attack. Clearly, Di Matteo, playing at home, was not keen on suffering a defeat. With Torres' introduction, Chelsea's formation shifted to a 4-4-2. Although they sacrificed one midfielder, potentially diminishing their control in the center, Di Matteo was willing to take that risk. After all, if they couldn't match Milan's midfield strength, it was better to bolster their forward line. Even if Milan's two central defenders could mark Drogba, they couldn't possibly contain both forwards. This tactical adjustment saw Chelsea's attacking outlets shift towards the flanks, with the fullbacks and wide midfielders increasingly involved, searching for openings to feed the two strikers. Milan responded promptly. Allegri stood up, gesturing fervently for Sulla and Man to tighten their grip on the flanks. This approach would not only apply pressure on Chelsea's wide areas but also instill caution in their attacking maneuvers. Coupled with the midfield trio's support for the flanks, Chelsea's attempts to attack down the sides became increasingly cumbersome. Nonetheless, the combination of Torres and Drogba remained a formidable threat. In the 65th minute, their synergy posed a genuine threat to Milan's goal. Drogba received a long pass from the back, expertly controlling it with his chest, setting up a quick shot from the alert Torres, but Ederson was quick to react, securing the ball with a firm grip. In the 70th minute, Milan also made substitutions, bringing on Seedorf and Aubameyang for Sulla and Man. This change puzzled many fans and media commentators alike. Commentator Jean June remarked, Milan's substitutions seem rather perplexing. Seedorf typically occupied a central midfield role, while Aubameyang was more often deployed as a striker. The decision to replace two well-performing wingers raised eyebrows. What was Allegri thinking? We could only await their positioning on the field to gain clarity. This was a suggestion from Pan-E to Allegri. Over the past 10 minutes, Pan-E had observed a vulnerability at the edge of Chelsea's penalty area. Following Torres' introduction, while Milan's attacking play had shown signs of improvement, it came at the expense of their defensive solidity around the box. With Mikel off, Chelsea's midfield now consisted solely of Lampard and Eschen, with Lampard leaning more towards an attacking role, significantly weakening their defensive capabilities. Thus, Pan-E's decision to introduce Seedorf and Aubameyang, both adept at central attacking play, aimed to exploit Chelsea's weaknesses with a vigorous assault. Additionally, after 70 minutes of high-intensity pressing, Sulla and Mann had exhausted much of their stamina in physical duels, making way for two fresh legs to further restrict the opponent's space. With their introduction, Milan's formation morphed into a somewhat unconventional 43-12. While it bore the same name as Allegri's preferred 43-12 from the previous season, the execution was different. Aubameyang and Seedorf positioned themselves behind Yimbu. With Aubameyang closer to a second striker role and Seedorf slightly skewed to the left, it could also be described as a 43-21 Christmas tree formation. However, Pan-E was not particularly concerned with the specifics of the formation. Formations serve tactical purposes, and as long as the tactics are sound, even a 10-0-0 setup would suffice. The substitutions quickly bore fruit, creating a threatening opportunity. Aubameyang, upon receiving the ball, faced Ivanovic in a one-on-one duel. And as Terry approached to assist, he shifted the ball to Seedorf on the other side. Seedorf, seizing the moment before Cahill could close him down, took a shot from distance, but it sailed over the crossbar. Kanté, surprisingly, felt a slight fatigue today on one hand. The match had indeed been fiercely contested, requiring him to frequently assist the two central defenders in grappling with the formidable Drogba, which consumed much of his energy. On the other hand, after the match against Real Madrid, Pan-E had specifically approached him, urging him to focus more on offensive training. In recent weeks of tactical drills, it seemed Pan-E had been intentionally cultivating him to become the fulcrum of Milan's midfield, responsible not only for solid defensive duties but also for initiating attacks. This undoubtedly placed greater demands on his stamina and focus. Otherwise, even if he were to run the entire match without pause, he wouldn't feel fatigued. A sage from the Dragon Kingdom once said, "With great power comes great responsibility." Kanté recalled Pan-E mentioning this to him. Although he had a vague memory of hearing this quote in a film, he trusted his coach's wisdom. Thus, he felt both honored and astonished. Originally just a boy from the slums, scavenging for a living, he now found himself inexplicably selected by Pan-E to play for Milan, even earning a starting position. Not only that, but Pan-E also expected him to perform the gritty tasks on the field while evolving into a playmaker akin to Xavi or Zidane. Developing into a versatile midfielder. Trust me, you have this ability. Kanté certainly believed in Pan-E's judgment and in his own capacity to meet these expectations. A soldier fights for those who understand him. Hence, he diligently adapted to this new role while training his body to withstand the heightened intensity. Persevere, endure. He understood that once he surpassed this small limit, he would reach a new pinnacle. The ball came his way again. Thiago Silva assisted Van Dijk in reclaiming the ball from Torres' feet, promptly passing it to Kanté. This had become a habit. As long as Kanté's surroundings were clear of opposing defenders, or there were no outstanding long pass opportunities up front, the center-backs would generally entrust the ball to Kanté for processing. They all trusted this unassuming French lad, who, despite his modest stature, excelled at creating space for himself while effectively sealing off opponents. As Kanté received the ball with his back turned, Chelsea's midfielder Lampard rushed over to defend. However, Kanté shielded the ball, executed a deft left feint, and then nudged it to the right. This maneuver left Lampard momentarily bewildered. And Kanté turned to face Chelsea's goal, advancing with the ball. Glancing up, he noticed Aubameyang extending his hand in the right flank's open space. Meanwhile, Seedorf stood ready on the left, sprinting towards Kanté as he preferred to drift centrally to receive. In a matter of moments, Kanté determined the most logical passing route and delivered the ball to Seedorf. Given Chelsea's tight defensive structure on the flanks, Ashley Cole had already closed in on Aubameyang's position. However, a vast expanse of space opened up in the center. "Danger!" Terry exclaimed in alarm, but at that moment, Kanté had already struck the ball. It was a goal. Chapter 93. always seeking headlines. In the 85th minute, Canty found the net, extending the score to 2-0, with AC Milan leading by 2 goals away from home. Canty's performance today had been nothing short of exceptional. He had already achieved a goal and an assist. This young French talent radiated energy throughout the match. He tirelessly ran and defended, even managing to penetrate Chelsea's penalty area to execute a shot as the game neared its conclusion. Truly remarkable. It was evident that Milan had fully unleashed Canty's attacking prowess. He had become a competent, six-sided warrior. After Canty scored, he had barely taken 2 steps when Aubameyang, who was trailing behind, pulled him back. And then Seedorf rushed over point one by one. The AC Milan players chased after them, embracing each other in celebration of the goal. They quickly concluded their revelry, mindful that it was an away game. If one is not named Inbu, it is prudent to keep the goal celebration understated. Meanwhile, Jean-June was analyzing the goal. This play, involving Seedorf, who had just been substituted in, was pivotal. His backheel pass effectively set up a 1-2 with Canty, tearing through Chelsea's central defense. This also highlights Chelsea's current vulnerability in the area directly in front of the penalty box. Now, I should comprehend the rationale behind Milan's recent substitution. They evidently identified the central gaps exposed following Michael's departure and aimed to bolster their midfield attacking prowess. Although Aubameyang did not directly contribute to this attack, his movement stretched Chelsea's defense, leaving them even more exposed. This substitution once again showcased the tactical acumen of the Milan coaching staff. It can be said that Di Matteo, the interim manager, was thoroughly outmatched in this tactical duel. As the match concluded, AC Milan, with Canty's assist and goal, secured a 2-0 victory against Chelsea on their turf, seizing the initiative. Naturally, during the post-match press conference, Di Matteo and the Chelsea players did not concede defeat easily. They believed that their lackluster performance merely allowed Milan to capitalize on their mistakes. Meanwhile, the Milan coaching staff and players, amidst their exhilaration, expressed their intent not to underestimate the upcoming match. Allegri still referenced the 03-04 season. Back then, we triumphed over Deportivo La Coruña 4-1, only to later suffer a 0-4 elimination. Chelsea is a formidable team. We must maintain a spirit of vigilance and cannot afford any complacency until we have eliminated our opponent. Allegri also offered evaluations of the players from this match. As expected, Canty was lauded for his performance. While he specifically praised Van Dijk. In the post-match player ratings, Canty rightfully received the highest score of 9 and was named the best player of the match. The second highest score went to centre-back Van Dijk, who earned 8.5. The lowest score was awarded to Chelsea striker Drogba, who received a mere 5.5. This contrast in ratings clearly illustrated the performances of both players throughout the match. Despite Drogba's earnest efforts to evade and sprint, he could not shake off Van Dijk's defense, rendering him ineffective in attack. Conversely, Van Dijk's steady performance completely neutralized the Ivorian striker. This match undoubtedly elevated Van Dijk's reputation. After all, since Drogba's rise to fame, few have managed to contain him effectively, Allegri remarked. I believe Van Dijk is just beginning to shine. Yet today marked his moment of glory. I am confident he will soon dominate the entire pitch. Becoming the finest defender in European and even global football, I am immensely grateful to Canty for recommending Van Dijk to me at the start of the season. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss on how to handle a monster like Drogba. Laughter erupted among the reporters. As one of the most popular assistant coaches in Europe, Canty also attended the press conference, becoming a sought-after figure for interviews. One reporter inquired, after Chelsea made substitutions in the second half. Milan also followed suit. At the time, this move seemed perplexing, yet the outcome proved it to be highly successful. Was this your strategy? Canty emphasized the collective effort of the coaching staff, making it clear that unity was vital at this critical juncture of the season. One must not engage in any self-aggrandizing antics. Allegri's comfort translated to the rest of the team. However, another reporter pressed on, Coach Canty, some media and fans believe that the exceptional performance of Milan this season is primarily due to your involvement. What are your thoughts? These reporters are always eager to uncover a sensational story. After some contemplation, he responded, my presence has undoubtedly benefited the team. The reporter beamed, as this was precisely the affirmation he sought. Yet Canty continued, football is a team sport. Within our united squad, every individual plays a role and contributes to the team's success. The goals are scored by the players and as a coach. I cannot step onto the pitch, so the players' contributions are paramount. He emphasized the importance of teamwork while subtly praising the players, leaving the reporter with no further inquiries. Another journalist asked, AC Milan has one foot firmly planted in the UEFA Champions League final at Munich's Allianz Arena. If you could choose your opponent for the final, who would you prefer? Piani shrugged. First and foremost, we have not yet reached the final, as Mr. Allegri mentioned. We cannot afford any complacency until we have eliminated our opponent. Secondly, whether it be Bayern Munich or Barcelona, both are formidable and respected adversaries. Once we arrive at the final, many factors will influence the outcome, and we shall see then. Moreover, although our season has progressed smoothly thus far, we have yet to secure any titles. Thus, we must continue to fight for every match, striving for a favorable result by the end of the season. The wise sage from our Dragon Nation once said, "In victory, do not exult. In defeat, do not despair." Those who possess the thunderous heart yet maintain a placid demeanor may be worthy of the general's respect. I too hope we can attain such a state. Facing all future challenges with composure. Chapter 94. He is stronger than Piani. At the Pintina training base, the newly appointed head coach of Inter Milan, Stramaccioni, was engaged in discussions with the club's coaching staff regarding the upcoming league derby against AC Milan. Indeed, Inter Milan had once again changed coaches. At the beginning of the 2011 to 2012 season, the coach was Gasperini, who had led Inter against Milan in the Italian Super Cup at the Bird's Nest. However, not long after, Inter's performance faltered with 1 draw and 3 losses across competitions, culminating in a 1-3 defeat to Novara on September 21, prompting the club to dismiss Gasperini and appoint the interim coach Ranieri. Yet, facing an aging team and financial difficulties that hindered timely rejuvenation, the league standings plummeted. Although they advanced as group leaders in the UEFA Champions League, they still faced elimination in the round of 16 against Marseille. On March 25, 2012, Inter suffered their 12th league defeat of the season in the Italian Derby, losing 0-2 to Juventus. Thus, Ranieri's interim tenure ended in failure, and he was relieved of his duties the following day. Stramaccioni, who had just led the U19 youth team to victory in the Next Generation series, was appointed as the new head coach, a third coaching change within a single season for Inter. At only 35 years of age, Stramaccioni had no prior experience managing a senior team, prompting the club's higher-ups to enlist several veteran players to support him. This included Giuseppe Baresi, who had served Inter for 16 years, and Luis Figo, who had recently retired in 2009. The upcoming match would be of utmost importance for Stramaccioni's tenure. The significance of the Milan Derby, the pressure on Inter to secure a Champions League spot, and the humiliation of Milan potentially clinching the Serie A title at Inter's expense. From any perspective, this was a match that Inter could not afford to lose. Although Milan was thriving on various fronts, making it seem difficult for Inter to halt their momentum, there was a glimmer of hope. AC Milan's head coach Allegri had fallen ill. Although it was not serious, he would definitely miss the derby. Consequently, the tactical reins for this match would likely fall to their assistant coach, Piani. Thus, within Inter's coaching staff, this offered a potential tactical advantage against Milan. After all, facing a young strategist like Piani should theoretically be less challenging than contending with a cunning veteran like Allegri, right? Following their clash with us, they would host Chelsea just 3 days later, a match they could not afford to lose. Figo remarked, but the concern is that if it is indeed Piani who takes charge, he might field his strongest lineup to prove his capabilities against us. After all, a victory would mean clinching the Serie A title under his guidance. Since Figo's retirement, he had served as Inter Milan's ambassador and held a position within the club. While he typically refrained from interfering in specific tactical designs, he would offer his insights on strategic directions. Head coach Stramaccioni nodded. I have heard that several clubs are interested in him and have extended invitations. It seems he has also expressed a desire to leave Milan and coach independently. So Figo's observations are likely accurate. There was one thing he did not mention. Recently, there have even been rumors that Inter Milan's president, Moratti, has developed an interest in that young coach from the Dragon Kingdom. This has instilled a sense of crisis in Stramaccioni, prompting him to seize the opportunity of this direct confrontation to engage in a true contest with Piani. From the various data we have collected, it appears that Piani's tactical approach is fundamentally aligned with Allegri's. Giuseppe Baresi pointed to the tactical board, indicating that they typically employ a 4-3-3 formation, with left-back Zambrotta, right-back Abate, and center-backs Van Dijk and Silva, forming an almost unyielding defensive line. Giuseppe Baresi is the elder brother of Milan's legendary captain, Franco Baresi. The two brothers have long served as captains for rival teams in Milan. After his retirement, he has been responsible for youth training at Inter Milan, essentially acting as the head coach for all youth levels. Since the 2008-09 season, he has also assisted Mourinho as an assistant coach for the first team, primarily providing tactical advice and suggestions to the head coach. The core of their tactical system lies in the midfield and forward positions, whether in attack or defense. Giuseppe Baresi pointed to the upper section of the tactical board. Their front three will undoubtedly exert relentless pressure on our defense. And among the three midfielders, special attention must be paid to the French defensive midfielder Kanté, who is essentially the linchpin of Milan's current transition between offense and defense. To be honest, I have recently been using the Yegua reading app for reading and updates, which offers various voice options and is available on both Android and iOS. When facing stronger teams, they sometimes compress their formation to play defensively and counterattack. However, being a young coach, Pani is certainly inclined to push forward and attack, especially since this match provides him with a rare opportunity to fully showcase his abilities. Moreover, Milan's recent fixtures have been quite demanding, and they have shown signs of fatigue, even failing to secure a victory against Bologna. Their high-pressing style of play places significant physical demands on the players. Thus, Stramaccioni raised his head and declared, "Hence, this is our opportunity. If we can withstand their early attacks, once the Milan players tire, we can strike hard against them." Indeed, Giuseppe Baresi concurred, suggesting that they first adopt a 5-4-1 defensive formation to endure the initial 30 minutes of onslaught. Furthermore, he recommended assigning Guarin to closely monitor Kanté, thereby disrupting their midfield operations. Stramaccioni nodded in agreement, fully comprehending Giuseppe Baresi's intentions. The fatigue of AC Milan's players and the absence of their coach due to illness present a golden opportunity for Inter Milan. Under such circumstances, Inter Milan must seize the moment, and Stramaccioni, in particular, must capitalize on this chance. After all, as a coach who has just ascended from the youth ranks, he needs a significant victory to prove himself and solidify his position. He aims to demonstrate to the world that he is superior to Pan E. Chapter 95. Are they beginning to show weakness? Milanello, on the training ground, AC Milan is divided into two teams for a practice match. One side consists of the starting lineup led by Inzaghi, while the other comprises substitute players. Pani sits on the sidelines, intently observing the players on the field. The starting team as Sulla breaks down the wing and delivers a cross, as Inzaghi leaps high in an attempt to score with a header, only to be tightly marked by the substitute team's Nesta. This restricts Inzaghi's power, allowing goalkeeper Abbiati to easily gather the ball. Pani nods slightly. At 36 years old, Nesta has long surpassed his peak professional years. In fact, in Pani's previous life, Nesta was set to retire to the Major League Soccer after this season, before announcing his retirement. Nevertheless, he continues to maintain commendable physical condition and can step up when the team requires him. More importantly, his professionalism grants him a significant role in the locker room, serving as a role model for the younger players. Last season, Nesta was a key player. However, with the arrival of Van Dijk this season, he has had to assume the role of a third center-back. Yet, Nesta remains unfazed, diligently training and generously offering his insights to Van Dijk. It is precisely alongside world-class center-backs like Nesta and Thiago Silva that Van Dijk has experienced such rapid growth. At that moment, the starting team gained another attacking opportunity. Van Dijk delivered a long pass from the back to the forward Main. Substitute defender Mexes charged in but was deftly evaded by Main, who then surged into the penalty area and scored. Pani furrowed his brow. In the substitute team, he has paired Nesta and Mexes together, with Mexes responsible for pressing and Nesta providing cover. However, since this pairing has not frequently appeared in official matches, they lack a certain degree of synergy. Particularly with Mexes, although this French centre-back possesses good physicality and tenacity, he can sometimes be rash and misjudge the ball's trajectory, leading to errors. Just like the previous play, Mexes could have held his position first, waiting for Nesta to arrive for support before attempting to intercept the ball's path. Pausing for a moment, Pani blew his whistle and called out to the players. He then summoned Mexes and Nesta to discuss the issues that had arisen in the current AC Milan setup. Pani serves as the first assistant coach, with Allegri absent due to illness. Pani naturally steps into the role of interim head coach. Both the other assistant coach, Tassati, and all the Milan players seamlessly accept this arrangement, with no one feeling it amiss. This is a testament to the foundation Pani has laid over the past year, earning the trust of everyone involved. After the players left the field for a water break, Pani took the opportunity to emphasize, "You must maintain a synchronized rhythm in your cooperation and establish sufficient understanding. Mexes, sometimes you press too quickly. Nesta, you can see better from the back. so be sure to communicate with him. More dialogue, more interaction. Here, there are no absolute starters or substitutes. Whoever is in good form will play. Nesta and Mexes nodded earnestly, as if listening to the guidance of an elder. If an unfamiliar person were to observe, who would have thought that Nesta is actually over a decade older than Pan-E? In the distance, a man lowered his binoculars, furtively tidying up before climbing down from a tree. Once on the ground, he took out his phone and dialed a number. "It's me, coach. Their training match has been underway for 30 minutes, and they are currently taking a break. Based on my observations, their starting lineup has not changed at all. Yes, it is identical to the starting 11 against Chelsea. Correct, there is no change in tactics. They still look to Canty after gaining possession. All right, thank you. Coach Dye will continue to work hard." After hanging up, the man beamed with delight, glanced around, and then got into a car parked nearby, heading towards the Pintina training facility. During the pre-match press conference, although Pani expressed aspirations for the championship, he maintained a low profile. Compared to our previous encounters with Inter Milan, they have changed their coach, and their starting lineup has undergone significant changes. So I cannot predict what will transpire in tomorrow's match. Regardless, Inter Milan is undoubtedly a strong team in Serie A. They possess players capable of altering the course of a match. That much is indisputable. Indeed, we respect Inter Milan, but we still hope to defeat them and ultimately secure the Serie A championship this season. The absence of our coach Allegri will undoubtedly impact us. However, we will continue to execute our established tactical principles and showcase our performance. I have reiterated many times that our coaching staff at Milan operates with a high degree of internal unity. As for his health, he is recovering well, and he has stopped coughing. On the other side, Stramaccioni evidently displayed a stronger desire to win than Pani. This match at Miazza is my first Milan Derby since taking charge of Inter Milan, and it directly affects our standings in Serie A, determining our eligibility for next season's UEFA Champions League. Therefore, we will not allow Milan to leave Miazza with the championship trophy. Milan may claim the Serie A title, but it will not be at Miazza. Not tomorrow. Stramaccioni's emphatic words resonate with the determination of both himself and Inter Milan. It is evident that Stramaccioni possesses confidence in defeating Milan, feeling that victory is well within reach, especially in contrast to Pani. From Pani's understated remarks, it appears he lacks absolute confidence regarding this match. Is he beginning to show signs of apprehension as he assumes command of AC Milan, albeit temporarily? Thus, media outlets and football enthusiasts across the globe are abuzz with anticipation for tomorrow's Milan Derby. In this contest of youthful coaches, who will ultimately emerge victorious? Chapter 96, Champions League takes precedence over League, San Siro Stadium. Inter Milan is set to host AC Milan. The players from both teams are making their way onto the pitch. Inter Milan has opted for a 5-4-1 formation today. Forwards, Milito. Midfielders, Sneijder, Cambiaso, Guarin, Alvarez. Defenders, Nagatomo, Lucio, Samuel, Zanetti, Maicon. Goalkeeper, Caesar. Compared to the Super Cup match against AC Milan, this starting lineup has undergone significant changes, with over half of the players swapped out. The formation has also shifted. Clearly, Stramaccioni harbors considerable apprehension regarding AC Milan's formidable attacking combination, hence the decision to deploy a 5-defender setup, prioritizing defense before launching counterattacks. This strategy aligns perfectly with their pre-match tactical plan. Captain Zanetti is filling in as a right center-back, and once AC Milan's relentless assaults yield no results and fatigue sets in, Stramaccioni can tactically adjust without any substitutions, shifting Maicon to the midfield, Zanetti to right back, and transitioning to a more offensive 4-5-1 or 4-2-3-1 formation, thus signaling the commencement of their offensive push. The current midfield configuration is also designed to stifle Milan's midfield operations. Particularly, having Guarin closely monitor Canty is a crucial aspect of this approach. Stramaccioni has diligently briefed Guarin on this task, and they have thoroughly analyzed Canty's technical attributes, crafting a comprehensive strategy. However, at this moment, Stramaccioni stands before the home team bench, staring vacantly at the AC Milan players on the field. Where is Canty? Sulla, Main, Younes? The lineup presented by Pani shockingly features none of the regular starters. Forwards, Inzaghi. Attacking midfielders, Seedorf, Aubameyang. Defensive midfielders, Van Bommel, Ambrosini, Flamini. Defenders, Antonini, Nesta, Mexes, De Cilio. Goalkeeper, Abbiati. A multitude of question marks flood Stramaccioni's mind. It appears the intelligence he gathered from the Milan training ground was entirely fabricated. Was Pan-E deliberately staging a ruse? No, that cannot be right. The starting lineup of Milan is, in fact, a complete reflection of what they practiced against another team at their training facility. The only discrepancy lies in Stramaccioni's confusion over which side constitutes the starters and which the substitutes. Stramaccioni is left astounded by Pan-E's audacious decisions in such a crucial derby that could determine the championship. Pan-E has opted for a completely rotated squad. Equally perplexing to Stramaccioni is the tactical approach Milan has adopted today. Pan-E has astonishingly arranged his team in a 4-3-2-1 formation, the so-called Christmas tree. This was a tactic frequently employed by Ancelotti during his tenure at Milan. However, back then, Ancelotti's use of this formation was born out of necessity. With a surplus of players like Pirlo, Seedorf, Rivaldo, and Rui Costa, each a quintessential number 10, Ancelotti devised this strategy, which yielded remarkable results. This formation allows for the accumulation of personnel in the midfield and defense, creating a tightly knit system that is difficult for opponents to penetrate through the center. Under stable defensive conditions, it also facilitates effective midfield control, enabling rapid counterattacks through the individual prowess of forward players. Nevertheless, it is not without its flaws. Otherwise, it would have become widely popular. For instance, the lack of wingers can lead to situations where fewer players are defending against more attacking opponents, if the adversary is adept at exploiting space. The activity range of the three midfielders may expand during frequent transitions, leading to instability in the system or allowing opponents to easily advance into the heart of their territory, in the contemporary football landscape. Most teams place great importance on the role of wingers, with frequent breakthroughs and crosses from the flanks, making the 4-3-2-1 Christmas tree formation laborious against such opponents, which limits its practical application. Yet now, Pan-E chooses to utilize this formation against Stramaccioni's Inter. Given that the 4-3-2-1 Christmas tree is fundamentally a counter-attacking strategy skewed towards the center, Stramaccioni's pre-match predictions have completely unraveled, rendering his tactical preparations against Milan moot. As for marking Canty, he can only watch that silly face from the substitutes, but, in summary, Stramaccioni is utterly bewildered. This astonishment also breeds a sense of foreboding within him. Pan-E, with such audacity, seems to be a formidable opponent. If he were in the role of an assistant coach, having finally acquired the opportunity to directly lead a team to a league title, he would certainly not dare to take any risks. Yet Pan-E has embraced every possible risk. While the attacking players may be somewhat interchangeable, AC Milan frequently rotates them. However, in the defensive line, particularly at center-back, due to Van Dijk and Thiago Silva's stable performances and lack of injury concerns, Nesta and Mexes have had limited opportunities to play. It can be asserted that, within a stable team, aside from the goalkeeper position, center-backs are the least likely to require rotation. Thus, to field both of them simultaneously in such a critical match is truly bewildering. Consequently, Stramaccioni occasionally glances towards Pan-E, eager to ascertain what thoughts occupy the mind of this young strategist from the Dragon Kingdom. Pan-E's reasoning is quite straightforward. To prioritize the Champions League. In his view, the Champions League always supersedes the league. Furthermore, the league title is practically within their grasp. The timing of its acquisition is of little consequence. He has already received offers from other teams and does not feel compelled to prove himself in just one or two matches. Knowing that deploying the existing substitutes against Inter's first team would inevitably reveal disparities in physical prowess and overall cohesion, Pan-E decided to employ the Christmas tree formation. This tactical choice is predicated on the characteristics of the players available within the team, embodying a defensive counter-attacking stance befitting a weaker side. This is also why Pan-E appeared somewhat understated during pre-match interviews. However, he did not anticipate that Inter would field a defensive setup as well, lacking genuine wingers. Given this perspective, could there be an opportunity for a breakthrough? Pan-E turned his head to glance at Stramaccioni, deep in thought. Chapter 97. The ancestral Christmas tree. The moment the referee's whistle signaled the start of the match, Milito, positioned at the center circle, promptly passed the ball to Sneijder and then darted towards AC Milan's half. The San Siro erupted with thunderous applause. The highly anticipated Milan Derby officially commenced. At this juncture, Milan's formation began to advance. However, Milan's frontline consisted solely of the veteran Inzaghi, and with Seedorf behind him, not particularly known for his defensive skills, they did not apply significant pressure on Inter's ball-holding players. merely offering a token interference. The Brazilian defender paused to assess the situation and, noticing Inzaghi leisurely approaching, gently lifted the ball to Nagatomo on the left flank. Thus, the Inter players commenced the match by passing the ball among themselves in their defensive third, seemingly in no rush to attack. This was primarily due to their tactical plan being rendered ineffective, leaving the players uncertain of how to execute the coach's intentions, engaged in a process of self-adjustment. Concurrently, this provided Inter's coaching staff the opportunity to devise a temporary response. After all, Milan's lineup and tactics not only left Stramaccioni perplexed but also left the Inter players somewhat disoriented. Where was the anticipated aggressive pressing from the Milan players? Where were the incisive runs down the flanks? Now, none of that was present. Experienced Inter players, therefore, refrained from hastily moving the ball forward, avoiding disarray amidst the fierce competition for possession. They needed to ascertain Milan's true intentions before the coaching staff and players could effectively adapt and implement an appropriate strategy. Observing this scene, Pani felt increasingly assured of Inter's approach. It seemed Stramaccioni truly feared his frontline pressing 4-3-3 tactic, even to the extent of clustering a significant number of players in the backline to constrict the space for Milan's forwards to exploit. Unfortunately, Milan's current strategy was one of patience and gradual advancement, showing no trepidation towards such a response. If you are hoarding troops for defense, I too have a substantial presence in the midfield. Let us compete and see which side possesses greater adaptability. At this moment, after several passes in their defensive third, the ball found its way back to Nagatomo's control. This time, he chose not to pass back to the center-backs. Instead, Guarin had moved to the flank to offer support. With no Milan players pressing him, Nagatomo sent a forward pass. Guarin received the ball and advanced a few paces before crossing the halfway line. This marked the first instance in the match where Inter Milan had carried the ball past the midfield, eliciting a spontaneous roar of approval from the fans in the Miazza Stadium. However, this cheer was short-lived. Just as Guarin had taken a few more steps, Milan's defensive midfielder Van Bommel and attacking midfielder Aubameyang lunged at him with fierce intent, effectively sandwiching him. This was the defensive strategy devised by Coach Pani for Milan's formation in this match. He instructed the majority of his players to position themselves defensively within their own half, eschewing a full-pitch press. Thus, when Inter's players advanced, Milan had 5 men, comprising both midfielders, to defend, effectively sealing off space. This approach also aimed to minimize the defensive gaps on the flanks caused by the absence of wingers, thereby mitigating the weaknesses inherent in the Christmas tree formation. After all, the numbers involved in localized defense were not as dispersed as they would be in a high-press situation, thereby naturally reducing the exposed vulnerabilities. Consequently, the match momentarily entered a stalemate. Inter maintained possession in their own half, while Milan's players leisurely trailed behind the ball. Inter continued to control the game from the back. It was an exceedingly tedious affair. The Milan fans in the south stand began to emit a cacophony of boos. Even some Inter fans joined in the derision, despite the fact that the majority of the possession was with their team. Stramaccioni began to feel restless. From the outset, he had a nagging feeling that perhaps Milan was aiming for a 0-0 draw in this match. Yet, considering Pani's need for a victory to validate his managerial prowess, he pondered if there might be other intentions at play. As the match progressed, Stramaccioni's suspicions intensified. Perhaps Pani truly did not wish to win. After all, AC Milan currently held a staggering 14-point lead over second-placed Juventus, and a mere draw would virtually secure their title. Moreover, they were at a critical juncture in the Champions League semi-finals, and fielding an entirely substitute lineup to aim for a draw against Inter seemed to make perfect sense. It was possible that Pani did not value victory in this match as much as Stramaccioni had originally anticipated. Alternatively, he might have received directives from Milan's upper management or Allegri to merely secure a point away from home. In any case, if Inter failed to seize the moment, they might truly fall prey to Milan. After all, Milan could afford to accept a point, but Inter could not. They were already at a disadvantage in the battle for a Champions League spot. Currently languishing in 6th place, with no safety net in sight, should Inter fail to qualify for the Champions League this season, Stramaccioni's position as manager would likely be untenable. Since the 2001-2002 season, Inter Milan had not missed a single Champions League campaign. Additionally, since the 2005-2006 season, they had secured 5 consecutive Serie A titles, only to see their monopoly shattered by AC Milan last year. If they were to finish this season in 5th or 6th place, it would undoubtedly be unacceptable to the club's hierarchy and fans. With these thoughts in mind, Stramaccioni rose to his feet. He approached the sidelines and began issuing directives to Sneijder. He continued to gesture towards the players on the field, signaling them to push the formation forward. Meanwhile, Pani, seated on the substitutes bench, observed Stramaccioni's actions with a subtle smile gracing his face. His opponent could no longer restrain himself from launching an attack. This was precisely the moment Pani had been awaiting. Once Inter pushed their formation forward, creating more space in the back, he would showcase the potency of Milan's time-honored Christmas tree formation. Chapter 98. A stroke of genius on the field. Sneijder received the ball at the edge of the midfield arc. Ambrosini immediately closed in, preventing Sneijder from turning. The engine of Inter's midfield had no choice but to pass the ball to the side to Alvarez. As the pressure intensified in Milan's half, Inter could only distribute the ball to the flanks, attempting to evade the encirclement. As Alvarez received the ball, Milito began to make a diagonal run toward him. Alvarez, understanding the signal, promptly passed the ball to the space where Milito was heading. However, just as the Argentine striker was about to receive the pass, he discovered that Nesta had swiftly turned and was bearing down on him. At the same time, Mexes was nearby to provide support, with Flamini lurking ominously in the vicinity. Milito realized that, given his individual prowess, it would be impossible to breach the defenses of the three players. It was prudent to leave the ball in the hands of the Dutch commander. Yet, Milito failed to execute the pass. Nesta, having anticipated the move, disrupted Milito's attempt, causing the ball to veer behind Sneijder. Fortunately for Milan, Van Bommel was perfectly positioned to intercept in that fleeting moment. Inzaghi on Milan's frontline sprang into action. Without hesitation, Van Bommel sent a direct pass before Guarin could close in. Inzaghi received the ball just at the edge of the penalty arc. However, with Inter's defensive line not fully advanced, Lucio and Samuel lingered behind. Surrounded by Inter's two center-backs, Inzaghi quickly opted to pass laterally. He had never been one to excel in dribbling, so he naturally avoided a headlong charge. At that moment, Seedorf made a rapid diagonal run into the left flank, intercepting the ball ahead of Maicon. And with a deft touch of his right foot, he unleashed a shot. Seedorf's sudden strike was executed with remarkable decisiveness, but within the penalty area, Inter's other center-back, Zanetti, had already rushed forward to block the shot with his body. The ball ricocheted and soared high out of the box. Outside, Van Bommel was waiting. He prepared to unleash a powerful shot. But in a split second, Inter's left-back, Yuto Nagatomo, charged in from the side. Seeing Van Bommel poised to shoot, Nagatomo slid in desperation, toppling both Van Bommel and the ball to the ground. The referee's whistle sounded, signaling a free kick and brandishing a yellow card for Nagatomo. Stramaccioni on the sidelines furrowed his brow. This foul seemed entirely unnecessary. Although Van Bommel's position was nearly aligned with the goal, he was still approximately 30 to 40 meters away. Even if Van Bommel were to attempt a long-range shot, Inter's Brazilian goalkeeper, Caesar, would likely manage to block it. Now, however, a free kick opportunity had arisen, which could potentially benefit AC Milan. After all, they had a capable long-range shooter in Seedorf. Sure enough, as Inter players set up their wall, Seedorf stood alone in front of the ball. Meanwhile, Pani was vigorously gesturing for more players to join. Nesta, Mexes point one by one, they dashed into Inter's penalty area. Pani understood that Milan was positioned as the weaker side in this match. With the current lineup, breaching Inter's defense directly posed a challenge. Set pieces, whether corners or free kicks, had always been a weapon for the weaker side to exploit. Therefore, Pani had emphasized rehearsing set-piece tactics before the match. Finally, with such an opportunity at hand, he naturally hoped his players would seize it. This moment, the whistle blew, and Seedorf began his run-up. His eyes fixed on the goal guarded by Caesar, he did not shoot directly. Instead, he curled the ball towards the upper right corner of the penalty area, where the penalty arc intersects. Most players congregated in the central area of the box, leaving only Mexes unmarked. The nearest Nagatomo hurried over to defend him. As the ball began its descent, Mexes, with his back to the goal and at a considerable distance, seemed unlikely to pose a threat. Suddenly, Mexes took a step toward the ball, meeting it with his chest. The ball rebounded off his torso and fell straight down in front of him. Although he remained with his back to the goal, Mexes executed an unexpected maneuver that no one could have anticipated. He opted for an acrobatic overhead kick. The ball hurtled toward the goal with remarkable force and a significant curve, and most crucially, the timing of the shot was utterly surprising. Caesar, who had been intently focused on intercepting the incoming cross, found himself caught off guard, unable to do anything but watch helplessly as the ball sailed over his head and into the net. Goal. Mexes. It's Mexes. He has scored his first goal since joining Milan. Seizing this rare starting opportunity, he made a pivotal contribution in this crucial Milan Derby. This is an incredible goal. From such a distance, as a center-back, he chose to execute an overhead kick. I suspect this goal may very well compete for the Pusk S award for the best goal of the year. Pani, who had been observing the free kick develop intently from the sidelines, was momentarily stunned when Mexes found the back of the net. For in his tactical design, this free kick was intended for Seedorf to deliver to Mexes, who would then head the ball down for either Nesta or Inzaghi to capitalize on the second ball and shoot. However, Seedorf's execution may have lacked a bit of power, causing the ball to land slightly farther away from Mexes than intended, preventing him from making a direct header. To Pani's astonishment, Mexes, known for his unpredictable nature, opted for a direct shot, and it went in. How extraordinary! In Pani's recollections from his past life, Mexes was indeed a defender capable of scoring stunning goals. The current goal reminded him of a similar one Mexes scored in a UEFA Champions League match. Surprisingly, even in this timeline influenced by Pani's presence, Mexes managed to net such a remarkable goal. It can only be described as a stroke of genius. This individual's spontaneous brilliance is truly imperishable across any realm. All Milan players, whether on the pitch or on the bench, were undeniably exhilarated by such a splendid goal. Surging towards Mexes to celebrate exuberantly, the Milan fans in the South Stand waved their red and black flags, cheering with fervor. Witnessing such a spectacular overhead kick in the Milan Derby undoubtedly sent everyone into a frenzy. Chapter 99. Once the world's greatest defender as the match progressed to the 24th minute, Milan capitalized on a free kick opportunity, with defender Mexes executing a breathtaking overhead kick from the edge of the penalty area, taking the lead. This remarkable goal stirred immense excitement among all Milan supporters, breaking the monotony that had characterized the previous 20 minutes. It is noteworthy that this free kick arose from a swift counterattack initiated following a successful interception in Milan's half. After gaining possession, Milan's midfielder decisively threaded a pass to Inzaghi, leading to a cross and a shot. Subsequently, Yuto Nagatomo's reckless foul on Van Bommel ensued. This sequence reveals that AC Milan had meticulously prepared for the match, enticing Inter Milan to attack, only to exploit their defensive numerical advantage for a counter. Furthermore, Milan's counterattack was robust, displaying clear structure, which left Inter's defense somewhat strained. The coordination during the free kick was evidently orchestrated. Otherwise, Seedorf would not have sought out Mexes in that peculiar position. However, it remains uncertain whether the final strike was part of the design. Is it common for coaches to train players for overhead kicks from outside the box? Haha. Stramaccioni had just urged Inter's players to intensify their offensive efforts, likely desiring a goal more than Pani. Yet, unexpectedly, they were struck with a heavy blow. Now, it remains to be seen how Stramaccioni will rectify this unfavorable situation. Stramaccioni stood on the sideline, his face etched with severity. He certainly did not anticipate that AC Milan would breach Inter's defense in such a manner. He lamented his misfortune, pondering if one might witness such a miraculous goal even once in a lifetime. Today, he had indeed witnessed it. If the goal had been scored by Iluin, Stramaccioni might have felt slightly better. However, it was Mexes, a player who could only rank as Milan's fourth-choice center-back. Stramaccioni could only resign himself to bad luck. Thus, he saw no fault in his aggressive tactics. The goddess of fortune merely favored AC Milan for the time being. If they persisted in their assault, he believed he could eventually lure the goddess of fortune to the other side of Milan. Shedding her red and black gown and donning blue and black instead, on the pitch, the match resumed. Milan employed the same tactics, rendering Inter's offensive efforts somewhat awkward. Merely passing the ball on the backline would not yield goals. Moreover, Inter was not renowned for their ball control, and generating sudden bursts of speed from frequent back passes was beyond their capabilities. Currently, Inter's primary striker, Milito, despite his physicality, technique, and speed, was not in peak form, limiting his effectiveness. His long-standing high goal-scoring efficiency and status among elite forwards stemmed mainly from his keen instinct in the penalty area. Of course, his physical attributes, coupled with the innate finesse of Argentine players, allowed him to play a crucial role during Inter's treble-winning season. However, with Inter struggling to deliver the ball accurately into the penalty area, Milito found it challenging to utilize his strengths. Inter's defense began passing the ball to him, attempting to use him as a pivot while seeking collaboration with other teammates. Yet, Ambrosini remained tightly glued to Milito. Guarin swiftly distributed the ball to the left flank, delivering it to Sneijder, faced with D'Silio. Sneijder feinted repeatedly, attempting to bypass the young defender. However, D'Silio remained unfazed, closing in just as Sneijder prepared to accelerate, denying him a comfortable breakthrough. In desperation, Sneijder opted for a cross. Yet, behind Milito, Mexes had already marked him closely, making it difficult for Milito to turn. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Milan's other center-back, Nesta, anticipated the play and swiftly intervened, using the outside of his right foot to bring the ball down. Milito's attempt merely resulted in a futile swing. After taking 2 steps forward, Nesta quickly advanced the ball, passing it to the unmarked Flamini. This defensive effort showcased Nesta's technical prowess. Elegant movements, precise positioning, exceptional anticipation, and exquisite technique. Consequently, AC Milan initiated another rapid counterattack. A truly splendid defensive display. The commentator could not help but praise in his prime. Nesta was often hailed by his admirers as the world's greatest defender and was regarded by Ronaldo as the most challenging defender in Serie A. Had his career not been marred by numerous injuries, I believe his achievements would have surpassed even those he currently holds. From that recent defensive play, it is evident that he remains as formidable as ever. He exhibited remarkable elegance, exuding the demeanor of a seasoned general with every gesture. His tackles were clean and decisive, and his ability to extricate the ball from dangerous zones demonstrated his calm intellect and superb technique. While fortifying Milan's defensive line, he also took on the role of initiator for counterattacks. Observing his partnership with Mexes, their synergy was evident, effortlessly dispossessing Milito of the ball. Who would believe that this season these two center-backs had rarely played together? Considering that Mexes had just scored from a set-piece opportunity, one cannot help but marvel at Pagni's coaching prowess. Even as perennial substitutes, when called upon, they unleash astonishing energy. Perhaps this explains Pagni's audacity to field an entirely substitute lineup in such a crucial Milan derby. It stems from his trust in the players and their trust in him. Chapter 100. Signing Pagni. Why is AC Milan's substitute lineup making it so arduous for us, even conceding a goal? In the stands, Inter Milan's president Moratti turned to Figo. Although Moratti often claims to be not very knowledgeable about football, even an ordinary fan can discern Inter's current predicament. Each time Inter advances into the attacking third, they encounter tremendous resistance, making it difficult to pass into threatening areas. AS Inter's lone striker, Milito, has been meticulously attended to by Nesta and Mexes. And as of now, he has yet to take a single decent shot. If this were against Milan's first-choice lineup, it might be understandable, given Milan's impressive form this year, dominating Serie A and advancing to the UEFA Champions League semi-finals with hopes of reaching the final. Yet today, with only substitutes on the pitch, Inter is still at a loss, leaving Moratti increasingly restless. What can he say? Should he claim that Inter's players are worthless? That is evidently not the case. Just 2 years ago, this same group achieved a treble. Does this imply that the coach is inadequate? That his tactics are completely stifled? That would be a grave disservice to Stramaccioni. While Figo could see that the current situation largely stemmed from a tactical battle between the two coaches, he had no solutions of his own and felt uncomfortable criticizing other coaches' abilities. At that moment, however, Moratti suddenly remarked, "Do you think if we sign this Pagni before next season, the team's performance could undergo a tremendous transformation?" This took Figo by surprise. He knew that Moratti had previously dispatched individuals to investigate Pagni's background. This season, Moratti had already dismissed 2 coaches, and it would be implausible not to have noticed this currently thriving assistant coach in Serie A. Even prior to sacking Ranieri, some in Inter's upper management had suggested reaching out to Pagni. However, considering Pagni's lack of experience directly managing a top club and his unfamiliarity with Inter, they ultimately appointed Stramaccioni. Yet today, witnessing Pagni lead a squad of substitutes from Milan to compete evenly with Inter's first team and even gain the upper hand would undoubtedly heighten Moratti's interest in Pagni. He might even feel a twinge of regret for not having brought Pagni in to coach Inter Milan sooner. Perhaps, had such a decision been made earlier, what we witness today might indeed be Inter Milan dominating AC Milan. It sounds a bit far-fetched, yet considering Pagni's profound understanding of Milan, it is not entirely implausible. Let us wait and see. Moratti, too, has ceased to speak, his gaze intensely fixed on the pitch. The match has progressed to the 40th minute. Stramaccioni grows increasingly anxious, fervently waving his arms at the sidelines. He yearns to level the score as swiftly as possible. If they could enter halftime at 1-1, both he and the players would experience a significant reduction in psychological pressure. Furthermore, it would allow for a more composed tactical arrangement for the second half. Thus, he has opted for a tactical shift. Inter Milan has abandoned their initial 5-4-1 formation in favor of a 4-2-3-1. Milito remains up front, with Sneijder positioned just behind him. Cambiasso and Guarin serve as the double pivots, while Alvarez and Maicon have been repositioned as wingers. On the defensive line, Zanetti has moved to right back, establishing a conventional four-man defense. This alteration has markedly enhanced Inter's attacking presence on the flanks, leaving Milan's defense struggling to keep pace. This time, Maicon receives the ball on the right, and with a burst of speed, he breaks past Antonini, reaching the byline. When Nesta arrives to provide support, Maicon swiftly delivers a cross aimed at Milito in the center. Mexes intervenes with a header just ahead of Milito, yet the ball spills to the edge of the area where Sneijder unleashes a shot, only for Abbiati to deflect it onto the crossbar. Applause erupts from the crowd as Inter Milan's supporters witness their team finally mounting an offensive. Sneijder takes the corner, but Nesta once again wins the first touch. Clearing the ball from the box, AS Van Bommel regains control. Cambiasso quickly closes in on him. Inter attempts to apply pressure to Milan in the attacking third. Van Bommel executes a sudden stop, aiming to advance, but Cambiasso's swift response forces him to sidestep and pass the ball to the other side, where De Cilio awaits. Alvarez immediately rushes towards De Cilio, embodying Stramaccioni's new tactic of forcing Milan's play to the flanks, followed by an attempt to reclaim possession. Particularly when the ball is on De Cilio's side, they can exploit the young player's relative inexperience and propensity for nervousness to snatch the ball away. Under Pagni's meticulous guidance, he has prepared for various scenarios, honing both his passing and ball handling skills through repeated practice. Consequently, when faced with Alvarez's pressure, he remains composed. AS De Cilio halts the ball and glances ahead. He notices Ambrosini positioned perfectly for a pass. This aspect of Pagni's strategy emphasizes the importance of midfielders supporting fullbacks, providing them with additional passing options. Without hesitation, De Cilio sends the ball toward Ambrosini, who controls it, turns, and realizes that numerous Inter players, having surged forward in the previous attack, are out of position. Notably, Inzaghi in the Milan front line finds himself with no defenders nearby. Ambrosini glances at Inzaghi, and before Guarin can close the gap, he delivers a precise long ball. The ball lands behind Inter's defense, just outside the penalty area on the left side, where Inzaghi, understanding the situation, sprints to pursue it. The referee does not blow the whistle, nor does the assistant raise the flag. This is a successful counter offside. Such an opportunity is one Inzaghi is sure to seize. He delicately controls the ball from the air, advancing into the penalty area, executing a feint to deceive the onrushing Caesar, and then calmly slots the ball into the open net. 2-0. Chapter 101. The Aliens Commentary 2-0, which is the score at halftime. During the intermission, the recently retired Brazilian superstar Ronaldo accepts an interview with a television station. The extraterrestrial who once graced both Milan clubs shares his insights on the first half of the match. Based on the performances of both teams tonight, I feel that AC Milan is distinctly superior to Inter Milan. Ronaldo's conclusion surprises the media reporters, as the Northern Trio has long been regarded as the premier echelon of Serie A, with championship contention typically confined to these three teams. Even when their performances fluctuate, they have been seen as evenly matched adversaries. Yet, in Ronaldo's view, it seems that Inter Milan currently ranks merely alongside teams like Palermo and Chievo when compared to AC Milan. Ronaldo confidently elaborates on his stance. Even last season, when AC Milan clinched the title, I would not have made such a statement. Last year's Inter Milan finished as runners-up and suffered a double defeat against AC Milan. Yet their performance was far superior to today's. AC Milan has made tremendous strides this year. I do not say this merely because of their current success. Observe how they have adopted a formation today that they scarcely employed in previous matches, perhaps resembling a 4-3-2-1 in the second half against Chelsea, yet they execute it with remarkable ease. This indicates that Milan's coaching staff has a profound grasp of various tactics, and the players are exceptionally well trained to adapt to diverse scenarios. This very formation has effectively subdued Inter Milan while netting 2 goals, leaving Inter with a sense of impotent frustration. As he speaks, Ronaldo timely reminds the journalists, Let us not forget that all the players AC Milan fields today are substitutes. None of the starters from their match against Chelsea are on the field. This underscores the confidence of Coach Pani in orchestrating this encounter. Moreover, this substitute lineup has managed to handle Inter Milan's full-strength side with such composure. Therefore, it is only natural that AC Milan finds itself enjoying an unbeaten streak in Serie A. With a strong starting 11 and equally formidable substitutes, such a team is destined for success. When a reporter inquires of Ronaldo how long he believes AC Milan can maintain this form, the extraterrestrial flashes a grin, revealing his trademark prominent teeth. The journalists are taken aback, particularly upon witnessing Ronaldo's confident demeanor. Although the competition in Serie A may not be as fierce as in the Premier League, it is nonetheless a battleground of formidable teams. Aside from the Northern Trio, Napoli and Lazio are also steadily enhancing their prowess each year. Moreover, teams like Atalanta and Udinese, once mid-table contenders, are now on the rise. For a team to emerge victorious among such a multitude is already a considerable feat, and achieving a dominative performance is even more challenging. Ronaldo chuckles. Do not forget the age composition of AC Milan's current squad. The majority of their starting players are under 25 years of age. Over the past nearly season, we have witnessed their development. Players like Kanté, Van Dijk, and Soledad, in other words. These young talents have yet to reach their peak performance. It is difficult to imagine the kind of prowess they will possess when they attain their utmost potential. Those slightly older, such as Thiago Silva and Inzaghi, are also in their prime and can serve as exemplary leaders for the younger players. Therefore, as long as they effectively manage the transition of veteran players, like Seedorf, Gattuso, and Inzaghi, and ensure a stable transition in the lineup, AC Milan will undoubtedly assert their dominance in Serie A. Upon hearing Ronaldo's words, the reporters nod in agreement. Indeed, the majority of players peak between the ages of 23 and 25, while many of the young talents in Milan's lineup are just beginning their 20s. This indicates that they will continue to improve. As the players advance, the entire team progresses as well, under the guidance of a competent coach and effective tactics. Such advancement is not merely a simple aggregation of each player's numerical values. It achieves an exponential effect. This means that the players will develop a chemical synergy, enhancing their cooperation. Particularly if this group of players can remain united over the long term, their relationships will deepen, fostering an extraordinary level of tacit understanding and trust. Assembling a collection of young prodigies and nurturing their growth together is a rare achievement. However, once realized, their power becomes unstoppable. The class of '92 from Manchester United exemplifies this, as does Barcelona's legendary Dream Team. You cannot win anything relying solely on a group of children. Should you utter such words, prepare to be smacked in the face. Naturally, the stability of the coaching staff is equally crucial. Ronaldo continues. Otherwise, if players finally adapt to and internalize the coaching staff's football philosophy, applying it effectively on the pitch, only to have a new coach come in, everything must start anew, which would deliver a devastating blow to the team's stability. The reporter responds, this should not be a concern. Given the team's excellent performance this year, head coach Allegri will undoubtedly remain. But what of the other coaches? Ronaldo smiled at the reporter, stating that Milan's current state is not solely attributable to the head coach. Oh, you mean Pani? The reporter realized, acknowledging the rumors of several clubs already in contact with him, including Real Madrid. It seems he might indeed not remain at Milan next season. Ronaldo nodded. One might argue that the departure of an assistant coach wouldn't significantly impact the team. However, if you compare Milan's performance before and after Coach Pani's arrival, you might think otherwise. The reporter concurred. Today's match was entirely directed by Pani. Though I'm not as knowledgeable about football as you, leading with a full substitute lineup against Inter Milan certainly demonstrates some skill. Moreover, other clubs are neither blind nor foolish. Ronaldo added, if there weren't recognition of Pani's capabilities, so many would not be vying for his services. In conclusion, Ronaldo confidently remarked, just watch. I believe that wherever he goes, he will ultimately astound us all. Chapter 102. Inter Milan without forwards. Everyone, regardless of the outcome of this match, we are highly likely to lift the Serie A championship trophy. In the locker room during halftime, Pani simply smiled and said a few words. To ensure our celebration is even more joyous, let us play the second half with utmost seriousness. There was indeed little more to emphasize. Tactically, it appeared that Stramaccioni was still somewhat inexperienced, lacking effective countermeasures against Milan's style of play. Morale-wise, facing Inter Milan, a victory meant securing the championship. For the substitutes, who had not seen much playing time. There was no need for extensive motivation or encouragement, AS anticipated. Right from the start of the second half, Milan seized the initiative in the tussles against Inter. Initially, there was an attack through the middle. Nesta, Mexes, and De Cilio exchanged passes in the backfield before swiftly transitioning to midfield, where Van Bommel, Ambrosini, and Flamini executed a series of quick passes, advancing rapidly to the outskirts of Inter's penalty area. Seedorf lifted the ball, and striker Inzaghi deftly controlled it with his foot while shielding Inter's defender Lucio, then turned and unleashed a powerful shot. Fortunately, Inter's goalkeeper Caesar remained vigilant and deflected the ball with his fists. However, Milan regained possession at the edge of the box, with Flamini taking a step sideways to create an angle for a fierce shot that narrowly missed the post. Although the ball did not find the net, this attack once again showcased Milan's dominance in the center. They had numerical superiority, fluid passing, and decisive shots, reflecting the players' increased confidence after leading by 2 goals. Clearly, Stramaccioni had implemented some strategies during halftime. After all, they were the trailing side, and to avoid witnessing their city rivals celebrate a championship at home, they had to go all out. The pace of attack and defense from both teams was exhilarating to behold. CCTV5 commentator Hiwei remarked, "This is the Milan Derby we adore." Zhang interjected, "Hey, while the match is visually appealing, it spells trouble for Inter." Hiwei questioned, "Oh, did Zhang have some insights?" Zhang cleared his throat, stating, "Pani's Christmas tree formation today concentrates strength in the center, with most ball distribution occurring in midfield. Consequently, Inter's players unconsciously gravitate towards the center, which plays right into Pani's hands, and no matter how hard they fight, they are at a structural and personnel disadvantage. If they can't reclaim the ball and their defense falters, Milan will exploit Inzaghi's position with precision. I believe Stramaccioni is simply too anxious. Having recently become Inter's head coach, he clearly aims to prove his capabilities by defeating Pani. However, falling behind at halftime only makes it harder for him to think calmly. This style of play is precisely what Milan relishes." Hiwei remarked, "If Zhang's assessment holds true, does that mean Inter has no chance at all?" Zhang responded, "Perhaps after 70 minutes, or even 60 minutes, when Milan's players tire, Inter may find some opportunities. Yet, the age of Inter's players cannot be overlooked. Thus, the outcome will depend on the adjustments made by both coaches." He chuckled. On the field, the situation unfolded just as Zhang had predicted. Despite Inter's fervent efforts, genuine scoring opportunities remained scarce. Milan established their formation along the midfield, utilizing their numerical advantage for continuous passing, rendering Inter's forward pressure ineffective. Inter often regained possession only because Milan's attacks were neutralized. When Inter attempted to advance, their forwards frequently faced layers of Milan's defense, finding it exceptionally challenging to progress. This was still rooted in Stramaccioni's early misjudgment of Milan's formation and tactics. Consequently, although Inter's formation was now a 4-2-3-1, the wingers Alvarez and Maicon were merely makeshift players, lacking genuine wing play and cutting-in ability. This reliance on Sneijder and Cambiaso for midfield orchestration, primarily through the center, made penetrating Milan's Christmas tree formation an arduous task. As the second half progressed for over 10 minutes, Inter was lively in appearance yet had not managed a single shot on goal. Furthermore, forward Milito was effectively contained by Nesta. While not entirely ineffectual, his impact was minimal. Often, Milito sought to evade Nesta and target Mexes instead, yet he gained little advantage. Without support from 2 wingers, he found himself isolated in attack. Eventually, Stramaccioni could no longer tolerate the situation and made a decisive substitution. Pizzini replaced Maicon. Introducing a forward while removing a winger, Pizzini teamed up with Milito in a dual striker setup. Pizzini is a competent domestic forward, but merely that. He still falls short of being top tier. This was a predicament for Stramaccioni, as Inter currently lacked any reliable forwards beyond Milito. The Cameroonian indomitable Lion Eto'o had transferred to Angers in Russia after the Italian Super Cup at the season's start, lured by a staggering salary. His replacement, Uruguayan forward Diego Forlan, struggled to adapt, managing only 2 goals in 20 appearances throughout the season and thus did not even make the matchday squad today. As for Cassano, acquired from Milan at the season's outset, his form had been commendable, but following a recent altercation with Stramaccioni during training, he found himself under internal suspension. Best left unmentioned. One could say, a good horse cannot be ridden without grass. Hence, Pizzini was the only option. Stramaccioni opted for this 4-4-2 formation, which had yielded decent results in earlier matches, intending to pressure Milan's defense in the closing stages of the game. Chapter 103. Milan is champion. Especially after Pizzini's introduction, he frequently exchanged positions and dragged the defense with Milanello, allowing the Nerazzurri some shooting opportunities. First, Sneijder's long-range effort was blocked by Nesta's body, followed by Guarin's powerful strike from 30 meters, which was saved by Abbiati. Subsequently, Pizzini executed a wall pass with Milanello on the right flank, cutting inside the penalty area for a delicate shot that, unfortunately, missed the target. Although they failed to score, Inter's momentum had indeed picked up, igniting hope among the home fans. The once quiet San Siro reverberated with songs and cheers. At the 70-minute mark, Pani began making substitutions. He had certainly noticed Inter's tactical shift and recognized his own team's challenges. Given the unique nature of this 4-3-2-1 Christmas tree formation, most of the opposition's pressure on the defense was intercepted in midfield. Such a strategy necessitated high physical demands from the midfielders. Additionally, with Inter introducing a fresh forward, this would further deplete Milan's players' stamina and energy. Given that Ambrosini and Van Bommel were both veterans in their mid-30s, their ability to sustain this intense pace was commendable. Thus, it was time to substitute to maintain midfield vitality. With a swift motion, Pani made a double substitution. Ambrosini and Van Bommel off, Kant and Boateng on. This move immediately restored and even enhanced AC Milan's midfield strength and control. Following the fortification of their defense, their attack became more incisive as AC Milan began to press Inter Milan once again. Stramaccioni's expression soured as he observed from the sidelines. Yet now, with a mere wave of his hand, Pani effortlessly unraveled the situation. It dawned on him just how vast the chasm was between the current Inter Milan and AC Milan. Despite having fielded an elite squad, Milan's bench boasted even greater talent. Today's match was a testament to the pressure felt by Stramaccioni, as the shifts in both teams' offensive and defensive dynamics offered him a more authentic and objective appreciation of Milan's true prowess. This strength manifested in various facets, particularly in the sense of helplessness that Stramaccioni occasionally experienced. Milan's press was not suffocating, nor was their defense impenetrable, yet they consistently managed to seize the ball from Inter at opportune moments. Launching commendable counterattacks, the match progressed into the 70th minute. With both teams' players' stamina waning, Milan was able to bolster their performance through substitutions, while Inter found themselves with scarcely any options left. Stramaccioni turned helplessly to glance at the bench, where Giuseppe Baresi also shook his head in resignation. Clearly, this seasoned assistant coach was at a loss for solutions. The tactics they had devised prior to the match were rendered ineffective, and adapting to the situation on the fly proved to be an insurmountable challenge, making it exceedingly difficult to conjure any brilliance. Upon Kane's introduction, he swiftly became the linchpin of the midfield. In truth, his positioning was consistently astute, always finding spaces where his teammates could easily deliver passes. Some have suggested that even if Kant were to forego his indefatigable defensive attributes to focus solely on his offensive capabilities, he could still serve as a pivotal playmaker in the lower tiers of the top 5 leagues, which is a commendable acknowledgement of his attacking qualities that, of course, Kane's relentless energy is equally beneficial in attack and cannot be overlooked. His willingness to run and his exceptional stamina are his greatest assets, making him feel like an additional player on the field. Now, thanks to Kane's dynamic movements in midfield, Milan's possession game became increasingly apparent. In contrast, Inter's midfielders began to lose their stamina, with defensive pressure mounting and fatigue setting in. This trend became even more pronounced as they approached the 80th minute. Possession of the midfield equated to dominance, and AC Milan began to seize complete control of the match. In the 85th minute, Kant advanced the ball near the center line, glancing ahead before swiftly executing a through pass. Inzaghi, quick to respond, surged forward, but Lucio was already prepared, closely marking Inzaghi to deny him a comfortable reception. After receiving the ball, Boateng assessed the situation, noticing each of his forward teammates was tightly guarded, and thus opted to pass back to Kant. At this juncture, Kant had drifted to the right side of the pitch, successfully evading Guarin, who had been tasked with marking him. Upon receiving the ball, Kant made a slight adjustment, drawing back his right foot to deliver a precise diagonal pass into the penalty area, sending the ball behind the defensive line. However, this was merely a feint, as Lucio momentarily relaxed his vigilance. Inzaghi abruptly halted at the edge of the penalty area, pivoted sharply, and sprinted forward. This unexpected shift caught Lucio off guard. Kant's diagonal pass landed perfectly in the penalty area just as Inzaghi was in full flight. He deftly controlled the incoming ball near the penalty spot, with only Cesar standing between him and the goal. Having been previously deceived by Inzaghi in a similar scenario, Cesar hesitated this time. Yet Inzaghi was resolute. He struck decisively, directing the ball toward the left side of the net. Cesar, positioned slightly to the right, launched himself in an attempt to intercept, but the angle was too acute for him to reach. The ball found the net again. Another goal by Inzaghi. He had once more breached Inter Milan's defenses in his signature style. Hiway's exuberant shout echoed throughout. Inzaghi truly defied age, having netted a brace in this match. The score now stood at 3-0. Milan's players enveloped Inzaghi in celebration. They were not merely rejoicing over the goal but also celebrating their impending victory. As time was swiftly running out, they were, indeed, celebrating the imminent Serie A championship. It was safe to declare that Milan was the champion. Chapter 104. A smooth advancement. The final whistle blew. Throughout the San Siro, only the Milan fans in the South Stand were engulfed in ecstasy, while the Inter contingent appeared utterly dejected and despondent. They had lost again, yet again to AC Milan. Moreover, they had not only succumbed in this derby but had also relinquished the title of Serie A champions to their city rivals. At the very moment the final whistle sounded, all AC Milan players and coaching staff erupted in jubilation. Those on the field dashed to the sidelines, while substitutes raced onto the pitch. Regardless, it was a time to run and celebrate. Pani first embraced Tassadi beside him before joining the throng of elated individuals rushing onto the field. However, as it was an away match, the Milan players ultimately gathered at the South Stand. Singing and dancing for the fans donned in red and black jerseys. The duration of this celebration was indeterminate. While the other stands emptied, the South Stand fans remained, bouncing and singing. "Everyone, come over here," Pani suddenly called out loudly. The players fell silent and slowly formed a circle around him, sensing that this young assistant coach had something to convey. "Indeed," Pani promptly asked, "can anyone tell me which round of Serie A we are in today?" "The 34th round," came the collective response, albeit with some confusion. Pani elongated his tone before shouting, "Then congratulations, everyone, for clinching this season's Serie A championship with 4 rounds to spare." Laughter erupted, followed by a resounding cheer. This marked their consecutive second Serie A title. "This is the result of our season's hard work, and it is the honor you all deserve. It is a privilege to share this dream season with you." The players leapt into joyous celebration, appearing as a pulsating red circle from afar. However, merely securing this championship was not particularly remarkable. Pani's tone shifted abruptly, quieting the players' exuberance, and the circle ceased its movement as they focused intently on him. "It is not that I do not value this championship, but rather that I yearn for more titles. The Coppa Italia, the UEFA Champions League. I want them all. Do you not desire the same?" When Pani posed his final question, a unified chorus of "Yes, we want it" resonated. Pani nodded in satisfaction, emphasizing, "I know that you, like me, desire more, wish to achieve greater victories. I can assure you. I am confident in our pursuit of additional trophies. For we are a formidable team, a united squad, an invincible side. In just a few days, we will face Chelsea here." As Pani spoke these words, every pair of eyes sparkled with anticipation. The UEFA Champions League title is a dream for countless professional players. Now, this dream was indeed within their grasp. By bringing this up at such a jubilant moment following their Serie A triumph, Pani sought to stoke the flames of motivation even higher. They could sense the unity and upward spirit displayed by this Milan team. Thus, they once more waved their scarves and sang the team anthem, "Milan, Milan." The day following the Milan Derby, news of AC Milan's early 4-round title clinch reverberated across Italy, Europe, and the world. Mex's astonishing bicycle kick, Inzaghi's brace. Milan easily overcomes Inter Allegri absent due to illness. Pani leads the team to Serie A championship. The Christmas tree formation reemerges. Stramaccioni bows and defeat shock. Milan's entire bench lineup achieves this. After witnessing Pani's miraculous tactics that led to Inter's defeat, the acclaim for this Chinese coach swept across Europe. Media requests for interviews flooded in, nearly overwhelming Pani's phone. However, he declined them all. With Chelsea looming on the horizon, there was no time to squander on such matters. Meanwhile, Allegri recovered from his illness, praising Pani's exceptional performance in the Milan Derby and resumed his role to prepare for the match against Chelsea. For Pani, this was of little concern. After all, he was still merely an assistant coach, focused on fulfilling his responsibilities. As the home match against Chelsea approached, with a 2-goal cushion and the team brimming with confidence, Pani advised Allegri to adopt an offensive strategy to maintain momentum. This was not solely to secure victory in this match, but also to build psychological fortitude for the 2 upcoming finals. If the final were to once again pit us against Barcelona, it would be exceedingly difficult to triumph over this La Liga powerhouse, which holds a distinct advantage both in technical prowess and experience in finals. Unless we possess an unwavering belief in victory and a resolute determination to fight. Allegri concurred with Pani's perspective. With AC Milan's key players all present, they engaged Chelsea in an all-out offensive using their favored 4-3-3 formation. In the 36th minute, Imbu skillfully opened the scoring for Chelsea with a stunning shot that resembled a dragon's tail flick. However, just before the end of the first half, Chelsea retaliated. Lampard took a corner, and Drogba's header leveled the score. As the second half commenced, Chelsea struck first, with Eschen unleashing a spectacular long-range shot to take the lead at 2-1. Yet, their hopes of a comeback were short-lived. During a counterattack, Sulla and Maine combined to nearly push the ball into an empty net, equalizing at 2-2. In a frantic final push, with Chelsea's goalkeeper Cech even joining the attack. AC Milan's Canty executed a midfield lob that sealed the match at 3-2. With this victory, AC Milan eliminated Chelsea with an aggregate score of 5-2, successfully advancing to the UEFA Champions League final. Chapter 105. Have we time-traveled again? Following their triumph in Serie A, neither the team nor the fans of AC Milan engaged in extravagant celebrations. They were all eagerly anticipating further glory. Would it not be exhilarating to celebrate together upon securing both the Coppa Italia and the Champions League? The day after their semi-final against Chelsea, the results of another match were revealed. Thus, they were compelled to endure a grueling penalty shootout. Ultimately, it was the more resolute Germans who emerged victorious, advancing to the Champions League final. For Milan and Pani, this news bore both good and bad tidings. The good news was that they would not face the cosmic team in the final again, relieving Pani of the headache of devising a strategy to counter Habibu May. The unfortunate news was that the final would take place at Allianz Arena, effectively making Bayern Munich the home team. This certainly posed a disadvantage for the visiting AC Milan squad. After all, the support of fans acts as the 12th player, significantly impacting the team's morale and performance. Nevertheless, Pani was undaunted. After all, no, in his previous life, during this very season, Chelsea had defeated Bayern in the final on their home turf to claim the title. If Milan could overcome Chelsea, they could undoubtedly conquer Bayern as well. Following their match against Chelsea, the entire Milan squad enjoyed a 2-day break. While 6 matches remained in the season, the last 2 were paramount for Milan. On May 17, they would face Juventus in the Coppa Italia final, followed by the Champions League final against Bayern Munich on May 26. Although they aspired to win all 4 remaining Serie A matches to approach the finals with a victorious spirit, the significance of these matches paled in comparison. It was crucial to relax when necessary, hence the coaching staff granted a respite. For Pani, indulging in a leisurely slumber was the ultimate form of relaxation. Thus, with this time at hand, he intended to enjoy a good sleep. However, before he had fully awakened, an unfamiliar phone call interrupted him. "Hello, this is Blanca, the technical director of Inter Milan. I have some good news for you." "What?" Pani, still groggy, struggled to comprehend. Was this a prank? Had he time-traveled again? Such a scenario seemed implausible. Receiving a call from someone claiming to be the director of Inter Milan early in the morning, heralding good news. But as Pani's awareness gradually returned, he realized the call was genuine. Blanca quickly clarified his purpose. "Our chairman Moratti is quite interested in you. Would you be willing to become the head coach of Inter Milan next season?" Pani sat up abruptly, astonished. Had he truly impressed Inter Milan with a single match? Moratti was interested in him? This marked the second prestigious club, after Real Madrid, to extend an invitation. Unlike Real Madrid, however, this position entailed a direct rivalry with Milan. Shaking his head, Pani inquired, "If I were willing, what would be the contract length?" "Oh," came the response, lacking in sincerity. 1 year as head coach is quite standard. "Isn't it? It's more of a transitional arrangement. If things don't go well, you could be dismissed without explanation." For Moratti, who could change coaches 3 times in a year, This did not present any reason for hesitation. Pani further asked, would I have decision-making power regarding signings, or at least the ability to make suggestions? As a prominent club, Pani was keen to test their limits in this regard. We will require a year to assess your capabilities, Blanca replied with a smile. As for signings, our management will discuss with you and make decisions collaboratively. From his tone, Pani detected a hint of disdain. As a young coach from Longwa, simply being appointed head coach of a club like Inter Milan was already a considerable opportunity. The notion that he could dictate signings was laughable. This left Pani feeling somewhat repulsed. And he had no desire to continue conversing with Blanca, who spoke with such condescension. All right, I understand, Pani stated. You understand? Blanca asked, surprised. So you're accepting our invitation? Blanca was momentarily taken aback. Refuse? Did you misunderstand? We are offering you the position of head coach, not your current role as an assistant at Milan. Are you content to remain an assistant forever? Haha, I won't be an assistant forever, but I have no interest in being the head coach of Inter Milan. Pani replied, you lack sincerity, and I believe we need not waste any more time. Blanca was rendered speechless. He had not anticipated that the other party would reject the offer. In his view, an invitation from a world-class club to a young coach from Longwa was akin to a stroke of luck, one that should not be bargained over, let alone declined. Yet Pani had audaciously put forth his own conditions and had truly turned them down. You will regret this, Blanca stammered, his composure faltering. Young man, do not be too arrogant. I believe you lack the leverage to choose your team. Blanca had assured Moratti of a successful outcome but now found himself in a predicament. Feeling the pressure, if there is nothing else, I shall hang up. Goodbye. Pani ended the call, dismissing Blanca's threats. Regardless of Inter's sincerity, even if they met all of Pani's requests, he would still need to contemplate the implications. If it were another Serie A club, he might ponder the feelings of facing Milan multiple times a year. However, jumping directly to their city rivals was a different matter altogether. Emotionally, it was difficult to accept, both for Milan fans and for Pani himself. Thus, it seemed highly unlikely that Pani would ever coach Inter Milan, rendering his relationship with Blanca inconsequential. In comparison, Hamburg appeared far more appealing now. Let us focus on finishing the remaining matches before discussing any specific contracts. Chapter 106, the conclusion of Serie A after the Milan Derby and the conclusion of the 34th round of Serie A. AC Milan stood atop the league with an impressive record of 27 wins, 7 draws, and 88 points, having secured the championship in advance. The final 4 matches posed no significant threats for Milan. In the 35th round, they narrowly defeated Genoa 1-0 at home, with Inbu netting the only goal. In the 36th round, Milan achieved a resounding 4-1 victory against Verona away, facing minimal resistance, though a late own goal by substitute Mexes added a touch of drama to the post-match discourse. The 37th round saw them triumph 2-0 against Atalanta at home, a match that was theoretically the most challenging of the final 4. However, with European aspirations dashed and relegation fears allayed, a somewhat disinterested Atalanta could not withstand Milan's performance. With Kanti and Inbu each scoring to secure the win. In the 38th and final round, Milan concluded their campaign with a 2-1 victory over Novara at home, perfectly capping off the season. This match was essentially a contest between the league leaders and the second-to-last placed team. Novara, having already confirmed their relegation before the match, played without pressure, surprisingly showcasing a high level of play that left Milan somewhat flustered. They initially took the lead in the first half, but Milan responded in the second half with goals from Sulla and Main to turn the tide. Ultimately, Milan secured the match without further complications, claiming all 3 points. The conclusion of this match marked the end of AC Milan's Serie A season. Their final 4 consecutive victories resulted in an impressive overall record of 31 wins, 7 draws, and a total of 100 points. This remarkable tally not only secured the championship but also shattered the previous record of 97 points set by Inter Milan during the 2006-2007 season. The 2011-2012 Serie A season has finally drawn to a close. The final standings bring both joy and sorrow to various clubs. AC Milan claimed the championship with an impressive performance, while Juventus, with a record of 23 wins, 13 draws, and 2 losses, secured the runner-up position with a total of 82 points. For Juventus, achieving such a commendable result upon their return to Serie A is indeed noteworthy. Udinese and Lazio finished in 3rd and 4th place with 64 and 62 points, respectively, both earning qualification for the upcoming UEFA Champions League. Napoli, with 61 points, ranked 5th, while Inter Milan followed closely in 6th place with 58 points. Both set to compete in the next season's UEFA Europa League. In the relegation zone, the underperforming teams of Lecce, Novara, and Cesena occupy the bottom 3 spots, destined for Serie B. Following the conclusion of the Serie A season, the awards for the best performances of the season were unveiled. The accolade for best coach was undoubtedly awarded to Massimiliano Allegri, the mastermind behind AC Milan's historic unbeaten championship run. While there were whispers that if there were a prize for best assistant coach, it would surely belong to Paolo Maldini, the absence of such an award rendered the conversation moot. Nevertheless, Maldini remains unconcerned. Accolades will come in due time. The titles of best scorer and best player were both claimed by the same individual, none other than Zlatan Ibrahimovic. His scoring prowess was unmatched, netting an astounding 35 goals, outpacing the second-place Milito by 11 goals. Ibrahimovic also showcased his playmaking abilities with 12 assists, trailing only behind Palermo's Micolai and Juventus Pirlo. With such stellar performances, Ibrahimovic was a clear favorite for the Best Player award, receiving it without contest. As for the Best 11, in goal stood Gianluigi Buffon. Although he was not the goalkeeper with the fewest conceded goals, that distinction belonged to AC Milan's players. This was primarily due to Buffon's consistent playing time. Milan's main goalkeeper in the first half of the season was Abbiati, while Ederson was brought in during the winter transfer window. Both showcased remarkable performances, particularly Ederson, who not only delivered spectacular saves but also led Serie A in pass attempts and completion rates, making him the most involved goalkeeper in matches. Overall, his performance ranked him slightly above Abbiati, yet Buffon's steadiness in both appearances and on-field conduct earned him the title of Best Goalkeeper. In defense, the left-back position was held by Balzaretti of Palermo, while the right-back was Maggio of Napoli. The two center-backs were Thiago Silva and Van Dijk from Milan, whose partnership rendered Milan's defense remarkably solid. Although Palermo finished low in the standings at 16th, Balzaretti's performances were nothing short of dazzling. Similarly, Maggio's versatility and attacking prowess were evident throughout the season, frequently delivering crucial assists. While Milan's Zambrotta and Abate performed admirably, they could not quite eclipse the impact of the aforementioned players. The midfield trio comprised AC Milan's Candy, Juventus Pirlo, and Marchisio. Candy's inclusion was unquestionable, as he was Milan's standout performer aside from Ibrahimovic. Meanwhile, Boateng's inconsistency and limited appearances prevented him from being selected. Pirlo and Marchisio's exceptional displays were pivotal in Juventus maintaining their second-place position in the standings. Up front, AC Milan dominated the selections, with Ibrahimovic, Sulla, and Mann all recognized. Ibrahimovic's selection was indisputable, but Sulla and Mann's goal tallies paled in comparison to strikers like Cavani and Di Natale. Their inclusion was justified by their overall contributions, which included successful dribbles, accurate passes, key assists, as well as interceptions and tackles, all of which placed them far ahead of other forwards in the league. Thus, within this 4-3-3 best 11, the selection of these two wingers was deemed more fitting than that of three center forwards. Consequently, AC Milan claimed a significant portion of the best 11, underscoring the strength of the championship-winning team and elucidating why they achieved a record-breaking title with such dominance. After a brief participation in the various award ceremonies, the AC Milan players turned their focus to their next challenge, the Coppa Italia final against Juventus, on the evening of May 17. At the Stadio Olimpico in Rome, the Coppa Italia final was held. Traditionally, this match occurs between May 21 and 25, but due to AC Milan's advancement to the UEFA Champions League final starting on May 26, the schedule was adjusted. Both AC Milan and Juventus regarded this match with utmost seriousness, as since the 2003-2004 season, these two teams had not faced each other in a Coppa Italia final, while Inter Milan and Roma frequently clashed in the finals over the years, alternating victories. This match served as a direct confrontation between the champions and runners-up of the recently concluded Serie A, its significance undeniable, thereby attracting considerable attention within the Italian football community. Numerous esteemed guests, including retired stars from both teams, high-ranking officials, and even members of the Italian Olympic Committee and the Italian Football Federation, were invited to witness this grand event. Milan entered the match with their preferred 4-3-3 formation, the one they had utilized most throughout the season. With a significant gap between this match and the Champions League final, the starting players had ample opportunity to rest, alleviating concerns about rotation. Allowing the first-team players to participate in such a decisive match would also aid in acclimatizing them to the atmosphere of finals and honing their optimal performance. Conversely, Juventus fielded a different lineup than that used in the league, with Conte opting for a 4-4-2 formation. Forwards Del Piero and Borriello, midfielders Marchisio, Pirlo, Vidal, and Estigarribia, defenders Caceres, Barzagli, Bonucci, and Lichtsteiner, and goalkeeper Storari. The moment Paolo Maldini glimpsed Juventus' starting lineup and player positions, he was taken aback. Nearly half of the players differed from those in the league's setup. While Maldini was aware that Conte often rotated players in the Coppa Italia to safeguard their league performance, he questioned whether such a strategy was prudent in the final, given the high stakes. Truly, one could not help but wonder if Conte was attempting to pull a surprise. Milan's coaching staff shared similar sentiments, with Tassati speculating that the introduction of unfamiliar players and a departure from the usual three-defender setup might leave them at a disadvantage. Allegri acknowledged that Juventus faced Milan's first team twice in the league, both times suffering defeat. However, Conte's 4-4-2 had proven successful in the Coppa Italia, propelling them to the final. Perhaps Conte intended to test his luck with this lineup? Maldini concurred with this perspective, recognizing that with the first team consistently losing, a change could be justified. Yet, the inclusion of players like Estigarribia, Caceres, and Borriello, who had seen limited action in the league, against a surging Milan raised questions about the efficacy of such decisions. As the match commenced, Milan took the initiative, implementing their pre-match tactical plan to launch an aggressive opening. With Juventus employing an unusual formation and featuring less familiar players, their cohesion was likely to be compromised. A vigorous assault at the outset might disrupt Juventus' rhythm, exposing vulnerabilities. However, Juventus appeared well prepared for Milan's early tactics, displaying solid defensive organization. After intercepting a diagonal pass from Milan's kickoff, Juventus quickly countered. Bonucci delivered the ball to Pirlo, who executed a long pass to the right flank. There, Del Piero deftly controlled the ball, only to find Milan's defender Van Dijk closing in. A brief, physical encounter ensued, resulting in Del Piero going to ground, prompting the referee to whistle for a free kick. This set piece was positioned just outside the penalty area on the right side, approximately 30 meters from goal. Del Piero and Pirlo stood over the ball, with Pirlo feigning a move before Del Piero struck a curling effort, which was valiantly parried by Milan's attentive goalkeeper Ederson, resulting in a corner for Juventus. AS Pirlo prepared to take the corner kick. The Juventus players initially congregated near the penalty spot, only dispersing as the ball soared into the air. Pirlo directed the ball towards the near post, where Marchisio nudged it with his head, allowing Bonucci, who had positioned himself in the center, to leap high and attempt a header. Regrettably, the effort soared over the crossbar, granting AC Milan a goal kick. At this juncture, Pani began to grasp Conte's intentions. Could it be that Conte, in an unexpected display of humility, sought victory through set pieces? This revelation caught Pani off guard. Clearly, both the free kicks and corner strategies employed by Juventus were meticulously orchestrated. They aimed to leverage the prowess of their two set-piece maestros, Pirlo and Del Piero, in a bid to breach Milan's defenses. To achieve this tactical objective, Juventus had opted to utilize a cadre of industrious players to safeguard their efforts while creating opportunities for set pieces in the attacking third. This approach was emblematic of how weaker teams in Serie A often confronted Milan in the latter stages of the league. After suffering 2 defeats to Milan in the league, Conte surprisingly positioned himself as the underdog in this Coppa Italia final. Attempting to counter Milan's youthful vigor, a testament to his adaptability. As for countering such a strategy, it was rather straightforward. Simply minimize the chances for set pieces, and they would be thwarted. Soon after, Allegri rose from his seat to whisper instructions to Captain Gattuso. After exchanging a few words with Pani, he understood the necessity of imposing certain demands on the players on the field. Thus, his whispered message was succinct. Everyone must pay close attention to their defensive actions and avoid granting Juventus excessive opportunities for set pieces in their own half. Chapter 108. You actually have your eyes on him. With the latest directives from the Milan coaching staff being executed on the pitch, Juventus indeed found their opportunities for set pieces significantly diminished. The Milan players displayed remarkable intelligence in their defensive approach, opting not to rush into tackles but rather to closely mark their opponents, preventing them from turning smoothly and then collaborating with teammates to regain possession. Even when Juventus attempted swift counterattacks, Milan players would tactically foul them before they crossed the halfway line, ensuring that Juventus' meticulously crafted set-piece strategies would remain ineffective, forcing them into a stalemate. However, Juventus's front line was hindered by the aging Del Piero, whose speed and impact had waned significantly, while the other forward, Borriello, a former Milan player recently loaned from Roma, had barely seen any action for Juventus and was consequently out of form. Therefore, deploying the league's finest center-back duo against them proved to be a straightforward task. With the forwards unable to penetrate effectively and the midfield struggling to provide support, their confidence dwindled with each passing moment. As the game progressed, Juventus players grew increasingly frantic, each fighting their own battles, resulting in a lack of cohesion and an inability to generate genuine threats. Consequently, from the 20th minute onward, the match fell entirely under AC Milan's control. In the 21st minute, Milan executed a series of short passes in the attacking third, with Main driving down the left flank before threading a through ball to Yimbu, whose tight-angle effort failed to materialize into a shot. In the 26th minute, Milan earned a corner on the right side. Sulla's delivery found Van Dijk at the near post, but his header narrowly sailed over the bar. In the 31st minute. Milan sent a diagonal cross from the left side into the box, where Sulla's header was flicked on, but Yimbu's attempt to connect was ruled offside. In the 35th minute, Canny advanced with the ball before releasing a through ball to Main, who, having evaded the offside trap, struck a low shot from a tight angle, beating Storari to make it 1-0. AC Milan had taken the lead. Juventus, now trailing, attempted a counteroffensive, yet they were swiftly subdued once more by AC Milan. The pattern remained, Milan attacking, Juventus defending. In the 38th minute, Storari's goal kick was disrupted by Main, leading to a fumble, and Sulla capitalized on the opportunity to score. However, the referee ruled it out for a foul on the goalkeeper. In the 39th minute, Boateng found space on the right and delivered a precise pass to Sulla, whose cross was met by Yimbu's header, narrowly missing the target. In the 43rd minute, Main broke down the left, delivering a cutback that went untouched by Milan players as the ball slid past the goal. As the first half concluded, AC Milan held a 1-0 advantage over Juventus. As the second half commenced, Canny substituted the underperforming Borriello with former Milan player Pato, hoping to harness Pato's speed to enhance their counterattacks. Yet, the substitution failed to alter the dynamics on the field. The disparity in individual skill, teamwork, tactical familiarity, and morale was glaringly evident. Collectively, these factors manifested in the flow of the game. Milan continued their relentless assault on Juventus. Once the match reached the 60-minute mark, another discrepancy emerged. Stamina, AC Milan, predominantly composed of youthful players and buoyed by their lead, thrived in their attacking rhythm, enjoying the game while minimizing energy expenditure through controlled possession. Conversely, Juventus, lacking confidence and spirit, found themselves increasingly fatigued under the pressure of defending their goal. In the 65th minute, a clever play from center forward Yimbu, who shielded Bonucci before providing an assist, set up Canny for a powerful strike, doubling Milan's lead to 2-0. At this juncture, the outcome of the match seemed all but decided. Milan had gained complete control, leaving Juventus with almost no chance to retaliate. The live commentator from Sky Italia remarked that Juventus fans might soon be facing disappointment, as the Bianconeri had failed to showcase the prowess of a seasoned powerhouse, appearing lacking in confidence and desire for victory. Meanwhile, the young AC Milan squad displayed exceptional tactical acumen, thoroughly dominating their opponents both in scoreline and gameplay. It seemed that the Stadio Olimpico in Rome was on the verge of witnessing the Milan players hoisting the Coppa Italia trophy. The last time AC Milan claimed the Coppa Italia title was in the distant 2002-03 season. In fact, their historical tally of Coppa Italia victories stands at just 5, with AC Milan set to secure both the Serie A and Coppa Italia titles this season. We have every reason to believe that Italian football is entering a new era, one that belongs to this youthful cohort. We eagerly anticipate the Champions League final on May 26th at the Allianz Arena in Munich, wondering if this AC Milan can emulate their predecessors and re-emerge as a formidable force in European football, claiming the coveted trophy they have been without for 5 years. In the VIP box, Juventus's technical director Marotta conversed amiably with Galliani. Although Juventus and AC Milan were rivals on the pitch, their off-field relationship had always been cordial. The exchanges between their executives were friendly, leading to numerous player and coaching transfers between the two clubs, earning them the moniker of a sacred alliance. Your young team is indeed intriguing, Marotta remarked. They exhibit remarkable cohesion and combativeness. With the broader outcome seemingly settled, Marotta's demeanor relaxed, shedding the tension he had displayed at the match's outset. Oh, not at all, Galliani modestly replied, though internally he was elated. Achieving a comprehensive victory over a direct competitor undoubtedly brought him pride among his peers. Your coach Allegri is impressive. Feel free to let him come to us." Murata quipped half-jokingly. Galliani hesitated before responding with a laugh. "Don't jest. Our contract with him has several years left. Besides, Conti is doing quite well." Murata then shifted the conversation. "What about your assistant coach? Pani? I hear his contract is nearing its end." "You actually have your eyes on him?" Galliani replied. "Unfortunately, he is determined to become a head coach and desires considerable authority, such as control over transfer decisions. Thus, we cannot retain him. I've heard Inter has also been turned down by him, so you needn't harbor hopes." "I see." Murata turned his gaze back to the field, falling silent. Transfer decisions were his domain as a director. If a coach sought to encroach upon his responsibilities, regardless of their prowess, Murata would have no qualms in making a decisive choice. Chapter 109. The King of Italy on the pitch. AC Milan's dominance over Juventus persisted. In the 70th minute, Boateng received the ball on the left flank, delivering a horizontal pass to Maine, who flicked it to the right, allowing Sulla to cut inside and unleash a low shot towards the near post, which deflected off the goalpost. In the 73rd minute, Sulla, having evaded multiple defenders on the right, attempted a tight-angle shot, narrowly missing the target. In the 77th minute, a bait crossed from the right, with Maine's header redirecting the ball, and Candy's subsequent 45-degree cross was met by Yimbu's header, albeit slightly off-target. Following this, both teams made substitutions. The formidable forces of Aubameyang, Ambrosini, and De Cilio all took to the field, maintaining relentless pressure on Juventus. In the 80th minute, Milan swiftly executed a corner kick, with Maine driving the ball into the penalty area. After a clever 1-2 with Yimbu, he delivered a low cross, but Thiago Silva's shot went astray. In the 83rd minute, Ambrosini advanced through the midfield, delivering a precise diagonal pass. Aubameyang, having evaded the offside trap, surged forward, shrugging off a defender before calmly slotting the ball past the goalkeeper to score. 3-0. AC Milan had effectively sealed their victory. The Milan fans erupted in premature celebrations for their team's triumph. Following this goal, Milan's offensive intensity slightly waned, allowing Juventus a moment to regroup and push into Milan's defensive territory. In the 90th minute, Juventus earned a corner kick. Pirlo took the kick, sending the ball over to the right side of the penalty area, landing in a central area just behind the box. 3-1. Shortly after this goal, the referee blew the final whistle. Ultimately, AC Milan triumphed over Juventus at the Stadio Olimpico in Rome, securing the 6th Coppa Italia title in the club's history. The moment the match concluded, all Milan supporters rose to their feet, cheering and applauding their team. Meanwhile, the players and coaches embraced one another in celebration before making their way around the pitch to express gratitude to the fans. Although this Coppa Italia title may not hold the same weight as the Serie A championship, it nonetheless represents a national title, and a double crown at that. This is more than enough to elate every Milanista. On the other side, Conti stood frozen on the sidelines, his gaze vacant as he stared ahead. Losing to the same team 3 times in a single season was difficult for him to accept. What was even more disheartening was that Juventus had only lost 3 matches across both competitions this season. All to Milan. In this match, he had sought to instigate change, attempting to catch his opponents off guard by adopting a strategy befitting an underdog to overcome Milan. However, Milan effortlessly countered his tactics and ultimately vanquished him with ease. On the pitch, Milan's players celebrated joyously, while Juventus's players trudged off like soulless figures, heads bowed in disappointment. Clearly, they shared their coach's dissatisfaction and confusion over the outcome. They had experienced defeats before, yet today's loss felt particularly deflating. Each player was anxious, yet powerless to change the situation. The despair was palpable. Who were these adversaries, after all? What a thrill! Everyone performed splendidly. Another championship secured. We are the Italian double champions. Though they had just celebrated fervently on the pitch, their excitement remained unabated, as they cheered and shouted, unable to contain their elation. After a brief respite, they would soon venture out to formally receive the Coppa Italia trophy. Following a passionate address from Allegri, Pani began to speak. "I want to tell you that this championship is well-deserved. It is the result of your blood, sweat, and determination on the pitch. This is the culmination of your collective effort. In this moment, I feel immense pride and joy for each of you. You are simply the best." The players responded with resounding applause, their voices united in praise. Before the season commenced, it seemed that no one believed we could achieve a double crown, as we were deemed too young. I am young, you are young. and so are you. Many among us are even making their debut in such a prestigious league, myself included. Yet the reality has proven that those who doubted us were entirely mistaken. We are now the rulers of Italy, the champions of both Serie A and the Coppa Italia. With a rallying cry from Pani, the players erupted into cheers that threatened to shake the very walls of the locker room. After nearly a minute, Pani raised his hand to signal for silence. But I wish to emphasize that these two championships are far from sufficient for us. We have another title to pursue, one that I desire most fervently. In just a few days, we will journey to Munich, to the Allianz Arena. There, we will face the hosts, and we must defeat Bayern to claim our 8th UEFA Champions League title. I ask you, do you have confidence? As he concluded, Pani slammed his hand on the table. Yes, we have confidence. The players were invigorated, bursting with excitement and fervor. Remember the hard work you've put in this season. Remember this unity. Remember this moment of emotion, and remember the feeling of victory. We must make it a habit. With this habit, we shall be unstoppable, whether against Juventus, Inter Milan, or even Real Madrid, Barcelona, or Bayern. Then, Imbu stepped forward, shouting, "Today, we are the kings of Italy. In just a few days, we shall become the kings of Europe. All teams will bow before us. We shall achieve the treble." With that, he dramatically slammed his fist on the table, overturning it entirely. The atmosphere in the locker room reached a fever pitch as everyone leaped and danced in celebration. In the corner, Canty, with a shy smile, timidly inquired, "Shouldn't we count the Italian Super Cup as well? Wouldn't that make it 4 titles?" Chapter 110. True love for Bayern. Since AC Milan advanced to this season's Champions League final, Pani has frequently taken the opportunity to study their opponents. Bayern Munich. More precisely, he is focused on Bayern's current head coach, Jupp Heynckes. In fact, Heynckes had previously managed Bayern from 1987 to 1991, leading the team to 2 Bundesliga titles before being dismissed midway through the 1990-91 season due to a loss of control over the players. However, his connection with Bayern did not end there. During the latter half of the 2008-09 season, the unemployed Heynckes was called upon to replace the dismissed Klinsmann as Bayern's interim coach. He helped the team secure a second-place finish in the league, but left after the season concluded. Now, he finds himself in a 3rd stint with the club, having stepped in to rescue the team after the dismissal of Dutch coach Van Gaal, guiding them to a DFB Pokal and Bundesliga runner-up finish. And now preparing to challenge for the Champions League title. In fact, after officially announcing his retirement in 2013, Heynckes made a return in 2017 to once again serve as Bayern's interim coach until the season's end. One could say that Heynckes' devotion to Bayern is indeed profound. Of course, Pani's research focuses more on the tactics employed by Heynckes during his tenure at Bayern. As the season progressed, Pani became involved in more high-level matches, gaining access to an increasing array of knowledge within the system. Consequently, the tactical approaches of this legendary Bayern coach were laid bare before him. Throughout this season, as well as during the peak 2012 to 2013 quintuple winning campaign, Heynckes employed his favored 4-2-3-1 formation. Although the personnel varied between the 2 seasons, the core framework of the starting lineup remained consistent. Goalkeeper Neuer, left-back Alaba, center-backs Badstuber, Dante, and Jerome Boateng, right-back Lahm, defensive midfielders Toni Kroos, Javi Martinez, and Schweinsteiger, attacking midfielders Ribery, Müller, Robben, and center-forward Mario Gomez, Mandzukic. In terms of specific tactics, Pani discovered that Heynckes' approach closely resembled the most advanced pressing tactics of 2022, bearing similarities to the style Pani currently implements at Milan. This may very well explain their invincibility across Europe during the 2012 to 2013 season. Even during the 2011 to 2012 season, in which Pani previously played, Bayern had completely dominated Chelsea in the Champions League final. However, due to unfortunate luck and Robben's missed penalty, they ultimately lost in the shootout. It is likely that the opponents at that time struggled to comprehend Heynckes' unconventional spatial movement-based defense. To quote Cruyff, Heynckes' tactical philosophy was, when your team has possession, the other players should position themselves as far from the ball as possible. When possession is lost, your players should converge near the ball. Leveraging this concept, the wingers under Heynckes flourished, maximizing their use of the pitch's length during offensive plays, while also contributing to midfield defense when required, akin to the flexibility of an accordion. Heynckes' defensive system emphasized the contribution of every player, utilizing every inch of the pitch to impede the ball's movement and employing collective efforts to stifle opponents' attacks. This resulted in very few teams managing to breach Hinks's defensive line, even if they were fortunate enough to do so. They would find Neuer, the sweeping goalkeeper, standing resolutely behind the defense, a significant tactical innovation for Bayern. In terms of each specific position within the team, their defensive strategy commences from the forward line, much like that of Milan. Upon losing possession in the attacking third, and in the absence of a rapid counterattack, Bayern's typical response is to apply pressure through the nearest attacking player, compelling the ball holder to relinquish possession under duress, thus leading to potential errors. At this juncture, the remaining attacking players, most often 3 in number, will vigilantly mark and press the short to medium passing options available to the ball holder, thus forming a protective barrier. For instance, if the opposing goalkeeper has possession, the striker Gomez will press forward, while the 3 attacking midfielders will closely monitor the defensive line. However, with only one attacking midfielder available, it is impossible to effectively mark both central defenders. The opposing goalkeeper may thus opt to pass to one of the center backs, perhaps the left center back. Moreover, regardless of whether it is Hama or Schweinsteiger pushing forward, there will invariably be another holding midfielder remaining behind. Anchoring between the midfield and defense, as the attacking players engage in pressing. Aside from the essential 3 protectors and interceptors, the remaining players, particularly the defenders, must swiftly return to their positions. Consequently, one rarely witnesses Bayern being outnumbered during a rapid counterattack. This is attributable to, first, a retreating center-back managing the ball behind, often Jerome Boateng. Second, Bayern's fullbacks, still in their prime, maintaining a competitive pace. And third, during one-on-one situations, Neuer will assess the situation before advancing, while the retreating center-back swiftly positions himself to mitigate any adverse effects from the goalkeeper's displacement. Therefore, when facing a counterattack, opponents invariably encounter a scenario where a defender holds the ball, the opposing striker presses, and the ball holder seeks to distribute, yet all short passing options are marked. This necessitates either some off-the-ball movement or waiting for a teammate to provide an outlet, or resorting to an imprecise long pass. Once a teammate receives the ball, they too will confront new challenges as their short passing targets are similarly marked, and as this cascade continues, by the time the ball advances into the opponent's half, they are met with a well-organized and vigilant defensive line. As Pan gradually assimilated Hinks's tactical framework, clarity began to dawn in his mind. If the previous encounters against other opponents had suggested that AC Milan's tactics were somewhat on a lower plane, then the matchup against Bayern was akin to a contest at an equal level. The two sides shared strikingly similar demands regarding pressing in the attacking third, the utilization of wingers, and the protection provided by the holding midfielders. Thus, to secure victory in such a pinnacle clash, meticulous attention must be paid to the arrangement of specific positions, the discipline to restrain, and the on-field command and coordination. Additionally, the unity, order, and tactical discipline of the team will prove crucial in determining the outcome. Chapter 111. The Love for Milan. On May 25, the day before the Champions League final, all members of AC Milan arrived in Munich and subsequently proceeded to Allianz Arena for acclimatization training. This session aimed to familiarize them with the match venue and constituted Milan's final official training ahead of the match the following evening. As customary, Tassadi oversaw the defensive drills, while Pan directed the attacking exercises, with Allegri coordinating and occasionally participating in routine set-piece and shooting practices. At this stage of the season, both teams possessed little in the way of secrets, and the training was conducted publicly, attracting numerous journalists and fans. However, at the conclusion of the training, Pani summoned the key players for additional penalty practice, which inevitably sparked speculation among the media. Was this preparation for a defensive strategy in the final? Was there an intention to prolong the match to a penalty shootout? After all, Bayern's attacking prowess was undeniably formidable, having eliminated the illustrious Barcelona in the semi-finals. Given that AC Milan had previously employed a defensive formation against Barcelona in the group stage, it was plausible that they might resort to similar tactics in the final. Ultimately, in the Champions League final, every team would opt for the approach that best suited their chances of victory. However, the true intent of Milan remained a question best posed to those directly involved, namely the coaches. Once the pre-match training concluded and Allegri attended the pre-final press conference, several reporters converged around Pani, eager to glean insights from him. After all, statements made in formal press conferences often veer into platitudes. In this less formal setting, the young assistant coach might divulge something substantial. Regarding the recent penalty practice, Pani stated, "We must prepare for every eventuality." He welcomed the journalists' inquiries and elaborated. This is the Champions League final, the pinnacle of European club competition. Both we and Bayern have endured arduous matches, overcoming formidable adversaries to reach this point. Thus, tomorrow's match will undoubtedly be challenging. We must be mentally prepared and ready to fight until the end. When asked if training penalties indicated a tactical inclination towards defense, Pani countered, I do not share that view. A match does not need to end 0-0 to proceed to penalties. A 4-4 draw is equally a stalemate, is it not? Naturally, we do not wish for the match to be decided by penalties, for we have confidence in resolving the contest within the 90 minutes. Another journalist inquired, will your young Milan side feel intimidated by Bayern, given their more seasoned roster and home advantage? Pani chuckled and gestured. Look here, this is 7. In this. We Milan have claimed the Champions League title 7 times, while Bayern has only 4. Moreover, their most recent triumph was in 2001. Hence, in terms of the Champions League, we Milan possess greater history and experience. Thus, despite Bayern's home advantage, it is their players and fans who should feel apprehensive about us. While internally, Pani consistently emphasized Bayern's strength and urged his players not to underestimate them in front of the media and public. He projected an image of confidence. This was crucial for the psychological state of the young players, especially those facing the pressure of a final. Younger players often experience greater emotional fluctuations, which can adversely affect their on-field performance. Should they succumb to anxiety and excessive reverence for their opponents, they risk becoming hesitant, ultimately resulting in dismal performances. Consequently, the coaching staff had previously agreed that leading up to this Champions League final, they needed to project an unwavering determination to win, thereby alleviating the tension of the young players as they approached this significant match. A reporter then asked, what formation and tactics is Milan planning to employ in this final? Have you studied Hank's tactics? Or do you have a specific game plan against Bayern? Pani smiled and replied, our starting lineups are practically transparent at this point. Do we even need to discuss that? As for tactics, you will know after the match. Tactics, after all, cannot be divulged before the game. Although the primary strategies of both teams are generally known, the specifics of targeted arrangements are infinitely variable, relying on a process of adaptation. The directness of the reporters' inquiries stemmed from their perception of Pani's youth. Had they encountered a manager like Mourinho or Guardiola, they would likely refrain from such queries. Wary of potential backlash, observing Pani's disinterest in engaging, the reporters fell silent. Another female journalist asked, first, thank you for remembering my birthday. I am not particularly invested in birthday celebrations, and I sometimes forget it altogether. However, tomorrow I will celebrate it properly, as I intend to toast my 26th birthday with the Champions League trophy alongside all my colleagues. The surrounding journalists chuckled and applauded gently, acknowledging Pani with nods of appreciation. Globally, it is customary to extend well wishes to those celebrating their birthdays, and Pani's aspiration for this special day felt particularly poignant. This past year, my 25th has been one spent with Milan, making it one of the most cherished memories of my life. Pani spoke with a touch of emotion, subtly acknowledging the whispers regarding his impending departure from Milan. In truth, it was common knowledge that he would be leaving the club next season, so this revelation would not significantly impact the players. Like many children, I have harbored a dream since childhood, to grace the pitch, score goals, and celebrate with the fans. Yet, lacking the talent to become a star player, I chose to become a coach, standing shoulder to shoulder with these great athletes, conquering adversaries and claiming honors together. Therefore, I must express my gratitude to Milan and to Coach Allegri, who have allowed me to realize my dream here and share a wonderful season with such an exceptional group of individuals. Now, we have one final match remaining. I firmly believe we will conclude this season with a perfect ending, lifting the trophy that symbolizes the highest honor in European club football. The room erupted into a round of enthusiastic applause. Chapter 112, Trust and Confidence. The following day, May 26, was the day of the Champions League final. In the early morning, after rising from his slumber, Pani sat in his hotel room, engrossed in the video of yesterday's press conference. He chose to forego watching Allegri's remarks, as they conveyed little more than the notion that Milan was destined for victory. Instead, Pani was eager to scrutinize the statements made by Hanks. Although head coaches typically engage in routine formalities during press conferences, skillfully deflecting inquiries from journalists, subtle insights can often be gleaned from their words. I do not believe Bayern has endured a failed season. While 2 second-place finishes may be somewhat disheartening, the performance of the lads has been commendable. If we secure victory in tomorrow's match, our season will be deemed nothing short of perfect. Hanks maintained an inscrutable expression, betraying none of the tumult within. Our opponents? Milan is undoubtedly a formidable team. They integrated many talented young players into their starting lineup early in the season, and the coaching staff has cultivated their potential remarkably. I have observed numerous matches featuring Milan. Their tactics are not only visually appealing but are also pragmatically sound, which attests to the strength and cunning of their coaching abilities. We are, in essence, playing on home turf? Thank goodness, as the fans will provide us with unwavering support to help secure our victory. For the sake of our supporters, we shall field our strongest lineup and triumph over them on the grand stage. Following a meal, Pani convened with Allegri and Tassati, gathering the players for a final tactical discussion before the match. Over the past week, the team had diligently trained in accordance with the coaching staff's directives, focusing on Bayern's characteristics. Yet, prior to the match, the coaching team would reiterate key points to reinforce their significance and ensure strict adherence. This process resembled the crucial review sessions that often precede important examinations, emphasizing the most vital content. Based on Hanks' comments during the press conference and Bayern's performance in their last few league matches, it was anticipated that he would continue to employ the 4-2-3-1 formation and engage us in an attacking contest. After Allegri concluded his remarks, Pani positioned himself before the tactical board, arranging pieces as he spoke. Goalkeeper Neuer, left back Alaba, center-backs Badstuber and Jerome Boateng, right back Lam. This defensive line is unlikely to undergo any alterations. As he spoke, Pani pointed to Jerome Boateng's piece and jested, "When facing your brother, do not hold back." Older brother Boateng smirked, "Rest assured, I've been stealing his lollipops since we were kids. He wouldn't dare retaliate." Laughter erupted among the group. Milan's older Boateng is Kevin Prince Boateng, while Bayern's is Jerome Boateng. They are siblings, with the elder playing in midfield and representing Ghana, while the younger plays as a center-back for the German national team. Pani continued, "The double pivot will typically consist of Toni Kroos and Schweinsteiger, though Gustavo may occasionally feature. The distinction lies in Kroos's superior attacking prowess, whereas Gustavo leans more towards defense in the attacking line. We have Ribéry and Robben as wingers, complemented by a shadow striker in Thomas Müller and a center forward in Mario Gomez. This configuration is indeed formidable, particularly in the midfield and forward positions. The star power on display is genuinely intimidating. Their style of play bears similarities to ours, which I have already analyzed in our previous tactical meetings, so I shall not dwell on that further. However, I must emphasize that our defensive focus must remain on the wingers, Ribéry and Robben. Pani cast a glance at Sulla and Mann. He remarked, "We are all aware of our wingers' ability to penetrate defenses, and we understand the repercussions if our opponents fail to contain them. However, I must stress that Ribéry and Robben possess even greater capabilities. Their experience is more extensive, and they excel at exploiting gaps in our defensive formation, ruthlessly tearing through any openings. Therefore, it is imperative that you maintain heightened vigilance, ensuring a compact and cohesive shape while minimizing their operational space." Nods of agreement echoed throughout the room in recent days. The coaching staff had consistently emphasized the need to monitor Bayern's renowned Ribéry duo. Both are adept at cutting inside from the flanks, necessitating seamless collaboration among the fullbacks and three midfielders to contain them. Specifically, whenever they gain possession, at least two players must converge on them to avert any threats, while nearby teammates must be vigilant in disrupting their passing lanes. Furthermore, do not underestimate Thomas Müller. He may not actively seek possession, yet he often appears in the most perilous positions. Indeed, one could argue that he is the most formidable opportunist I have witnessed since our very own Inzaghi. Subsequently, Pani dedicated considerable time to stressing the importance of defending against Müller. This individual is undoubtedly a unique presence in the contemporary football landscape. Known as in the Dragon Kingdom, he often exhibits a playful demeanor off the pitch, yet transforms into a versatile asset on the field. He is played as a right winger, center forward, shadow striker, attacking midfielder, and left winger, excelling in each role. While his technical finesse may not be particularly refined, his exceptional reaction speed, comprehensive shooting skills, high goal efficiency, fierce determination, and astute positional awareness render him one of the world's top forwards. Thus, Pani believes that to thwart Bayern's offense, it is crucial to not only contain the flanking assaults of Ribéry but also to restrict Müller's movement. The weight of this task primarily falls upon Kant's shoulders. However, Pani possesses unwavering faith in Kant, as he has consistently accomplished every objective set by the coaching staff. Milan shall emerge victorious. Victory, Victory! Victory! This is far more than a mere pre-match slogan. More importantly, in this moment, each pair of eyes reflects two essential elements: trust and confidence. Chapter 113. Is this the Champions League final? Starting from around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, traffic leading to the Allianz Arena began to congest. Despite the match not commencing until 9 o'clock that evening, fans from both teams had already set out for the stadium. Some waved flags, others brandished scarves, while many sang fervently, filling every corner outside the stadium with their exuberance. Both Milan and Bayern fans had not laid their hands on the coveted Champions League trophy for some time. And today, excitement was palpable among the supporters. The Munich police had long been stationed along various routes, maintaining order. After all, this was the Champions League final. The clubs place great importance on this event, as do the fans. Everyone is invested. In such a tense atmosphere, the police are naturally on high alert. However, as it stands, the behavior of both sets of fans has remained amicable, with each group firmly establishing their respective territories. Singing their team songs in unison. In terms of numbers, with Bayern playing at home today, the majority of fans outside the stadium were local. Yet, the visiting Milan supporters did not back down, creating a noise that was equally impressive. Due to both teams donning primarily red jerseys, from a distance, it appeared as though a vast sea of red enveloped the arena, making it difficult to distinguish between the two sides. Today, the Allianz Arena is destined to transform into a veritable ocean of red. This year's Champions League final will be broadcast live by numerous television stations domestically, including CCTV5 and various local sports networks. ESPN will also be providing coverage. Even though the match will take place at 3 o'clock in the morning in the Dragon Kingdom, a significant number of fans are eagerly awaiting in front of their television screens. Beyond the desire to witness a clash between two football powerhouses, a considerable portion of Dragon Kingdom fans are drawn by Pani's presence. This marks the first time a citizen from the Dragon Kingdom has appeared on the stage of the Champions League final. While not a player, but rather an assistant coach, this achievement has already etched itself into the annals of Dragon Kingdom history. Consequently, in terms of support among fans in the Dragon Kingdom, AC Milan has a considerable edge over Bayern. After all, aside from the most ardent Bayern supporters, nearly all neutral fans emotionally wish for Pani's success, which translates to a desire for AC Milan's victory. What could be more exhilarating than witnessing a compatriot on the grandest stage of football, claiming the championship? As a result, the viewership for this final has far surpassed that of previous Champions League finals. Now, on the television screen, AC Milan's team bus has made its appearance. In front of the bus are 3 police vehicles arranged in a triangular formation, flanked by mounted police, with more police cars trailing behind. These officers have encircled Milan's bus, flashing their lights and sounding sirens as they make their way directly to the Allianz Arena. Similarly, on another main road, Bayern Munich's team bus is following suit. In an instant, a solemn yet electrifying atmosphere permeates the air. Observing this scene, fans from the Dragon Kingdom flood various forums and video platforms with comments. Goodness, what a spectacle! Is this truly the legendary Champions League final? Experiencing the Champions League final for the first time, feelings of nervousness arise. Is there any way to feign the demeanor of a seasoned viewer? Waiting online for advice, I recall the first time I watched the Champions League final. I was a mere novice, and now, I am a mother of 2. How time flies, just stepping into the live broadcast room. Is this what the world of anime looks like? I adore it. Supporting my husband, Pani, is the right choice. The team he plays for is destined to triumph. Where is my husband? Just a moment. Where is my husband? Go Milan. Go, Pani, keep pushing. I am a fan of Inter Milan, yet today, I stand in solidarity with Milan and Pani. Regardless of our previous allegiances, today, we are all fans of Milan. I still support Bayern Munich. As AC Milan's bus approaches Allianz Arena, the roads are already teeming with fans, necessitating police assistance to clear the way for the bus. Despite having just participated in the Coppa Italia final, the Milan players cannot help but feel a twinge of nervousness in such an electrifying atmosphere. After all, the stakes of this match are different, and so is the prestige. Aubameyang presses both hands against the glass, nearly flattening his face against it. He gazes out at the frenzied fans cheering wildly, exclaiming dramatically, "So many people! Could this surpass the World Cup final?" I feel my legs turning to jelly. Inzaghi, however, casts a disdainful glance at Aubameyang and scoffs. Is that what it feels like to be weak-kneed? Back in the 2007 Champions League final, I scored twice. Yet, not many players heed Inzaghi's nostalgic recollection. Many are peering out, excitedly waving at the fans and occasionally shouting in exuberance. Look over there. That beauty is definitely waving at me. Come on, they can't see us clearly from out there. Plus, everyone is waving at our bus. Stop being jealous. Is it so hard to admit that I am more popular with the fans? Do you see that female fan? What does her sign say? Go Milan. Pani, I love you. Wow, she's here for our coach. I love you all too. I love you. Stop shouting. They can't hear you. Pani gazes at the scene before him, his heart racing with excitement. Every face he sees is contorted with fervor, each one screaming passionately for Milan. Although he often watched the Champions League finals as an ordinary fan, he understands the significance of this match for the teams involved. Yet, unless one experiences it firsthand, it is difficult to fully grasp the fervent atmosphere of such an event. This realization stirs within Pani a unique feeling. Is it tension? Not entirely. To claim he isn't nervous would be a lie. But a blend of emotions permeates the moment: excitement, anticipation, exhilaration. At this juncture, Pani is imbued with vigor and determination. He places his right hand over his heart, feeling its powerful rhythm. Unable to resist, he moistens his parched lips and murmurs, "Champions League final, here I come." Inside Allianz Arena, the atmosphere is electrifying. Fans who entered early have already begun belting out team songs from the stands, while massive jerseys are being passed around, filling the venue with an intoxicating energy. Tens of thousands of supporters from both teams, along with neutral fans, create a cacophony of cheers that is deafening. Even those watching from home can sense the spine-tingling excitement resonating through their screens. Hello, dear viewers. We are live from Allianz Arena in Munich, where the Champions League final of the 2011 to 2012 season is about to commence, featuring Bayern Munich against AC Milan. Commentator Jean June seems to be swept up in the fervor of the crowd. His voice quivering slightly. I, along with coach Zhang Lu, will provide live commentary for this match. Hey there, everyone. Zhang Lu's voice soon follows. Jean June continues, the fans have created an unparalleled atmosphere within the stadium, igniting our spirits. However, this fervent ambience is juxtaposed with the harsh reality of the match. For both Bayern and Milan, only one team will emerge victorious. Will it be heaven or hell? All will be revealed in 90 minutes. Or perhaps 120. As neutral spectators, our task is simply to relish in the experience and the passion that football brings us. Zhang Lu interjects, but let us not forget that Milan has our Pani this year. I might have to side with Milan for this match. Haha. Jean June chuckles. Indeed, we don't have to remain entirely neutral in this one. It is rumored this final may be Pani's last match with Milan, as he is likely to take on a coaching role with another team next season. Let us wish him well. Chapter 114. A tactical shift at this moment. The players from both teams have taken to the field for their final warm-up. Although Bayern is the home team today, they are in the away kit, donning white jerseys. In contrast, AC Milan sports their traditional red and black striped shirts, seemingly embodying the spirit of taking the initiative. We are playing against Barcelona, Bayern Munich. Pani hums this tune, a unique rendition familiar to fans of Longwa, while his mind races, contemplating the implications of Bayern's starting lineup. To his surprise, he realizes they have made a miscalculation. Hanks has opted for a 4-3-3 formation instead of the anticipated 4-2-3-1. The forwards include Ribéry, Mario Gomez, and Robin, while the midfield features Schweinsteiger, Gustavo, and Toni Kroos. The defense comprises Alaba, Jerome Boateng, Badstuber, and Lahm, with Neuer guarding the goal. When contrasted with AC Milan's 4-3-3, featuring Main, Inbu, and Sulla up front, Kanté, Big Boateng, and Gattuso in midfield, and Zambrata, Thiago Silva, Van Dijk, and Abate in defense, it becomes evident that both teams mirror each other in their tactical setups. 2 wingers, 1 center forward, and 3 central midfielders, without any wide forwards. From the perspective of the starting players, Bayern's most significant alteration is the inclusion of a defensive midfielder, Brazilian international Gustavo, who takes the place of Thomas Müller. It appears that the veteran coach Hanks is concerned that his 4-2-3-1 formation may struggle to contend with Milan's 3-man midfield, hence opting to withdraw an attacking midfielder to bolster his defensive line. This inevitably sets the stage for a fierce battle for midfield dominance against Milan. This is a twist Pani had not anticipated. Hanks has audaciously altered his formation in such a crucial match. Moreover, he has adopted a setup that closely resembles Milan's, Is this a case of employing the enemy's tactics against them? Naturally, formations are not the sole determinant of success. Personnel play a crucial role. The tactical directives given to Imler, who now sits on the bench, seem wasted. What to do now? Allegri furrows his brow and turns to Pan-E. Typically not adept at making adjustments, he finds himself somewhat flustered in this unfamiliar situation. Seeking Pan-E's counsel. To secure victory, we must adapt. Let Canny play without man-marking initially, Pan-E suggests. The rest should be manageable. After all, Bayern's primary strategy revolves around Robben and Ribéry, which is unlikely to change significantly. Is that all? We must also keep an eye on their fullbacks' overlapping runs. Without Imler, they will likely increase the involvement of Alaba and Lahm in their attacking plays, so Sulla and Main must be vigilant and defend promptly. Allegri nods, rising to instruct the players warming up on the field. The match is soon underway as the crowd counts down. 9, 8, 7.3, 2, 1. Bayern's striker Gomez kicks off from the center circle, eliciting a wave of enthusiastic cheers from the fans. Gomez passes the ball to Robben and quickly darts forward into the central attacking position. Meanwhile, Ribéry races down the left flank. From the onset, Bayern's trio launches a concerted attack. Lahm glances and executes a diagonal pass, aiming for Ribéry on the left. The tactical intent is clear. The central and right players are on the offensive, seeking to stretch Milan's defensive line. Ribéry, the last to engage, is the true focal point of Bayern's opening assault. Yet, AC Milan's players are evidently not caught off guard. Fullback Abate does not shift with the line, but remains closely marked on Ribéry. The ball's second touch is seized by Bayern midfielder Kroos, who, without hesitation, sends a precise pass to the towering Gomez, now positioned within Milan's penalty area, granting him an opportunity for a header. However, Milan's goalkeeper Ederson is well prepared, decisively charging out to claim the ball near the penalty spot. Cradling the ball in one hand, Ederson gestures for his teammates to maintain composure. From the sidelines, Pan-E nods in approval. After an entire season of training and competition, the overall quality and tactical acumen of the Milan players have reached an impressive level. On the pitch, they can flawlessly execute the coach's strategies while also adapting to the evolving circumstances. Now, Bayern Munich, leveraging the advantage of playing at home, aims to unleash a wave of offensive momentum to uplift the team's spirit. Should Bayern fail to capitalize on several counterattacks, they may succumb to impatience, leading to mistakes. Once the opponents err, Milan will seize the opportunity for a counterattack, as anticipated by Pan-E before the match. Both Ribéry and Robben have been highly active along the flanks. They are fervently seeking the ball from their teammates, and upon receiving it, they attempt to cut inside. However, Milan's midfield and defensive lines are tightly organized, leaving little room for maneuver. Moreover, Milan has long prepared a targeted strategy against their breakthroughs, deploying heavy reinforcements on both flanks at the edge of the penalty area. As soon as they gain possession, at least two Milan players surround and harass them, making it exceedingly difficult for Ribéry to pose any threat to Milan's goal. Furthermore, Bayern's fullbacks, Alaba and Lahm, when they venture forward to support Ribéry, find themselves closely marked by Sulla and Mann, complicating the possibility of effective coordination between them. Although Bayern's tactical shift was sudden, the Milan players, receiving last-minute instructions, executed their defensive duties commendably, which reassured Pan-E on the sidelines. What remains to be seen is when Bayern will falter. Unbeknownst to the players, the match has progressed to the 20th minute. Robben, once again in possession on the right flank, faces Zambrotta's defensive challenge. But the latter's aggressive approach allows Robben to deftly evade him with a clever flick using the outside of his foot. Robben creates space but hesitates to pass immediately. Instead, he dribbles along the edge of the penalty area before unleashing a shot. He aims to cut inside and shoot directly. Centre-back Thiago Silva rushes forward to block, but Robben feigns the shot, advancing further before preparing to strike again. At this moment, he has shifted from the right side of the penalty area to the center. Van Dijk stands at the penalty spot, witnessing Zambrotta and Silva being outmaneuvered, hesitating to approach as he stands with his hands behind his back, preventing Robben from continuing his dribble. But now, Robben truly takes his shot. The ball arcs beautifully, heading straight for the lower left corner of Milan's goal. It's a goal. Chapter 115. The unstoppable Robben. Following this goal, Allegri stands dumbfounded on the sidelines, while Pan-E finds himself at a loss for words. In terms of defense, Milan had performed commendably. When Robben received the ball, Zambrotta was quick to challenge him. After Zambrotta was outmaneuvered, Silva quickly filled the gap if there was a mistake. It might be that Van Dijk assumed more of a trailing role in defense, resulting in his failure to close down Robben's shooting angle promptly, inadvertently obstructing goalkeeper Ederson's line of sight. Nevertheless, the primary reason for this goal was Robben's terrifying ability to cut inside and shoot. Pani finally experienced firsthand what it means to be unable to stop the seasoned Robben. The entire world knows that the veteran intends to cut inside, yet no one can prevent it. At this moment, Bayern's players and coaches are exuberantly embracing one another in celebration, while the Allianz Arena erupts in a chorus of cheers from the fans. In stark contrast, AC Milan's players hang their heads, evidently affected by this setback. In football, conceding a goal after repeated dribbles is particularly demoralizing. Van Dijk wears a look of helplessness. He understands that although this goal stemmed from Robben's brilliance, had he bravely lunged to block Robben's shot at that critical moment, he might have had a chance to obstruct the angle. Furthermore, had he not been positioned to block the goalkeeper's view, Ederson might have showcased his erratic tendencies, possibly saving the shot. Consequently, Van Dijk feels a heavy burden of responsibility for this conceded goal. At this juncture, Thiago Silva approaches and pats him on the shoulder. "It's all right, just be more vigilant next time. There is still plenty of time in the match," as the elder statesman. Silva always looks out for the younger defender, understanding that mistakes are inevitably part of the game. The key is to quickly put this error behind him and refocus on the match, which is what a competent defender should do. Gratefully, Van Dijk nods at Silva, his gaze inadvertently shifting towards the sidelines. Meanwhile, Pani stands on the touchline, shouting at the players, "Get your heads up. Have you let a single goal defeat you? What kind of demeanor is this? Can't smile. Do you believe I want to give your backside a good kick with my boots? Van Dijk, you promised to be the world's best defender. Show me. Stop their cutting inside." Pani smiles slightly. Many of the players on the field have been tested in various major tournaments under his guidance and have participated in and won Champions League finals. Their mental fortitude is capable of withstanding such challenges. What Pani does is merely remind them or scold them a little, urging them to concentrate. At this moment, he observes that whether it be Kant, man, or the error-prone Van Dijk, they all appear to have regained their composure, indicating that there is no longer any need for concern. The match resumes. Bayern seems unsatisfied with merely a one-goal lead and continues to launch fierce attacks on Milan's territory. However, there is a slight change in their approach. Their attacks increasingly revolve around Van Dijk. Whether through the full-back's crosses or the winger's deliveries, all efforts are directed towards exploiting this point, while striker Gmez's movements are also aimed at pressuring Van Dijk. Indeed, this is the cunning adjustment made by the astute Hanks. He realizes that Van Dijk bears some responsibility for the recently conceded goal and concludes that this young center-back will undoubtedly feel psychological pressure as a result, which might lead him to be more cautious in defense. Thus, he seeks to capitalize on this opportunity to score again. However, what Hanks did not anticipate was Van Dijk's remarkable ability to self-adjust. As ball after ball comes his way, he consistently executes each defensive action flawlessly, positioning, tackling, intercepting. Furthermore, one notable observation that underscores Van Dijk's resilience is that he continues to vocally direct his teammates in the defensive line, orchestrating the team's defensive setup as if the earlier goal had never affected him. Typically, when someone makes a mistake on the field, they may feel guilty towards their teammates and refrain from issuing commands. However, Van Dijk's actions demonstrate that he has indeed cast aside that error and is wholly committed to the match once more. This is the hallmark of a natural defensive leader. Therefore, despite Bayern's relentless assaults, the defensive line led by Van Dijk and Silva remains steadfast, denying Bayern any significant opportunities. On Bayern Munich's bench, the veteran coach Hanks wears a satisfied smile at this moment. Both the match's dynamics and the scoreline are to his liking. Particularly, Robben's goal clearly illustrates the superiority of his players' abilities over Milan. This also validates the success of his tactical shift this evening. With both teams employing similar formations and responsibilities, the decisive factor ultimately lies in the individual capabilities of the players. Compared to Milan's younger wingers, Ribéry and Robben undoubtedly inspire greater trust. Nevertheless, a single goal does not guarantee victory. From Hank's analysis of Milan's performances this season, the youthful squad's most prominent characteristic is their exceptional stamina and running ability. Frequently, as matches progress into the 60th or 70th minute, when the opposition's physical condition declines, Milan tends to rally, scoring more goals. Thus, at this juncture, a single goal does little to ensure Bayern's triumph, even with their well-balanced age structure and current dominance in play. Conversely, he urges his team to maintain pressure on Milan's defense. Naturally, he remains cognizant of Milan's counterattacking capabilities. This approach is physically demanding, but if they can score one or two more goals, such exertion will be worthwhile. Once a substantial lead is established, Hanks can then allow Bayern to adopt a more balanced formation, potentially substituting attacking players for defensive reinforcements. This would be the optimal strategy to defeat Milan. Consequently, the situation for AC Milan becomes increasingly precarious. Even though Milan's defense is well organized, they remain under siege from Bayern's relentless onslaught, with danger lurking at every turn. Chapter 116. The fiery defender AC Milan appears to be in a rather passive position. Zhanglu, how do you see it? The commentary by Jean Jun resonates. Seems that the conceded goal has somewhat impacted the mentality of the Milan players. Zhanglu explains, Robin is in remarkable form today. He drives forward unimpeded down the right flank, with his shots exhibiting both power and precision. But that's just the Flying Dutchman Robin. He possesses the ability to exploit his cutting and shooting skills and seize such rare opportunities. Conversely, Ribéry on Bayern's other flank has yet to make a significant impact. He seems to be in mediocre form. Thus, whether Milan can contain Robin's influence and showcase their own attacking style will be crucial to their hopes of turning the tide. Robin is indeed a formidable challenge. Each time Zambrotta defends against him, he finds himself thinking along these lines. Before the commencement of the match, the coaching staff, particularly Pani, had approached Zambrotta multiple times, urging him to diligently defend against Robin's inward cuts. They provided him with an abundance of video footage of Robin, encouraging him to analyze the latter's habitual technical maneuvers. Yet, the task proved exceedingly challenging. Robin's inward cuts, while seemingly straightforward, were anything but predictable. Unlike other players who might relentlessly pursue the inside line, he displayed a myriad of variations. At times, he would traverse laterally, while at others, he might send a vertical pass. Occasionally, he would take a shot on goal, and at other moments, he would deftly flick the ball to continue his advance. Furthermore, Robin's speed in changing direction was astonishing, rendering him a formidable opponent to defend against. The earlier loss of possession exemplified this. Zambrotta had anticipated Robin's technical move towards the baseline, thus confidently lunging forward. However, Robin eluded him like a slippery eel, effortlessly slipping past, ultimately leading to Milan's concession of a goal. This defensive lapse even left Zambrotta with a faint ache in the upper thigh. Had he perhaps overexerted himself? After 10 minutes of gritting his teeth, the pain intensified. The defensive pressure compelled him to relentlessly chase Robin, but now he found himself utterly exhausted. Reluctantly, he sank to the grass, signaling to the sidelines for a substitution. It appeared Zambrotta had sustained an injury and could no longer continue in the match. We could observe Pani on the sidelines, imparting instructions to Decidilio. It seemed that this 19-year-old Milan Youth Academy talent was poised to enter the fray. Given Zambrotta's struggles in containing Robin, one could only wonder if Decidilio would effect any change. Nevertheless, with the match barely reaching the 30-minute mark, this was far from favorable news for Milan. On the sidelines, Allegri was evidently frustrated by this unanticipated substitution due to injury, as it meant he had one less card to play. Yet Pani remained unfazed, even displaying hints of amusement, for he had already contemplated a substitution to counter Robin. Zambrotta, now a 34-year-old veteran, was not particularly known for his speed, and facing an agile winger like Robin proved to be quite taxing. In terms of FM 2012 statistics, Zambrotta's current speed and explosiveness would likely be rated around 10 or 11. While Robin stood at an impressive 18, the disparity was indeed significant. Although Zambrotta had meticulously studied Robin's attributes and tailored his approach accordingly, his physical capabilities simply could not keep pace. In contrast, the younger Decidilio, while not quite reaching Robin's speed, boasted a respectable rating around 15 or 16, and with teamwork, he should find it less arduous than Zambrotta. Moreover, after a season of experience, Decidilio had further honed his skills and matured in defensive positioning, gaining valuable insights in dealing with fast wingers like Robin. Therefore, had it not been for the fact that the first half of the match was yet to conclude, Pani might have suggested a substitution much earlier. After all, Robin posed the greatest threat to Bayern's offense. By neutralizing him, Milan could significantly diminish Bayern's attacking prowess. Thus, Zambrotta's injury inadvertently facilitated this necessary adjustment to their defensive strategy. One might even consider it a blessing in disguise. Of course, one could only hope that Zambrotta's injury was not severe, given his age. Any significant setback could hasten his retirement. Upon Desilio's introduction, Robin continued his customary foray down that flank. However, it soon became apparent that this young player was proving even more challenging to contend with than Zambrotta had been. Desilio's speed and athleticism surpassed expectations, often eschewing support play to closely mark Robin. Following several successful interceptions alongside Van Dijk, Desilio's confidence surged. When engaging with Robin, he was advised to maintain a strong sense of aggression. In crucial moments, he must be decisive in seeking physical contact, staying close, and disrupting Robin's rhythm. Yet, for the majority of the time, he should refrain from overly aggressive positioning, allowing himself space to react. Should Robin find himself with too much room, he should not engage recklessly, but rather seek the assistance of his center-backs, collaborating to thwart Robin's advances. Trust me, regardless of how skilled a defender may be, facing a peak-performing Robin in a one-on-one scenario significantly diminishes their chances of success. Indeed, these strategies proved effective, as Robin's previously unassailable incursions down the flank were stymied by the combined efforts of Desilio and Van Dijk. Milan finally stabilized their formation. They initiated a counterattack, leading to several promising attempts on goal in the 40th minute. After Desilio intercepted a pass intended for Robin, he swiftly glanced forward and launched a powerful kick diagonally. The ball soared across the halfway line, landing in Bayern's defensive third. Sulla rushed in to collect it. Bayern's young left-back, the Austrian international Alaba, hurried to defend. However, Sulla's footwork was rapid. He feigned a shoulder drop before swiftly cutting in along the edge of the penalty area, evading Alaba's challenge. Rather than opting for a shot, he delicately lifted the ball with his left foot. It sailed over the heads of a crowd of players in the center, landing at the far post. There, a black flash emerged. Without pausing to control the ball, he launched a thunderous volley in response to Sulla's cross. The shot was powerful and precise, finding its way into the far corner of Bayern's net. Neuer lunged in a desperate attempt to save, but his fingertips could not reach the ball. It was a goal. Main. What a spectacular volley! Absolutely breathtaking. In the 41st minute, Main equalized for AC Milan. Upon receiving the notification that the publication would be available tomorrow at noon, the author, an ant who loves watching and playing football yet toils in the IT realm, reflected on the arduous nature of his work. He expressed gratitude to the loyal readers and fellow football enthusiasts whose support through monthly subscriptions, recommendations, and donations had bolstered his resolve to continue writing and provided him with enough data to reach the coveted 3 rivers. After the release, he urged continued support, emphasizing the importance of initial subscriptions for future recommendations. Finally, he hinted at a spoiler. Milan's journey was drawing to a close, and the protagonist was about to embark on new adventures with a new team. Chapter 117. Bayern's Locker Room. Oh? Yes, at the moment Main scored, Pani could hardly contain his elation, leaping into the air with a loud cheer. All the coaches and players on the bench erupted in excitement, rushing onto the pitch to embrace their teammates in jubilant celebration. In truth, many had already risen from their seats as soon as Desilio intercepted the ball and passed it